The Omnibus Collection. By Andre Norton. All cats are gray. Under normal conditions a whole person has a decided advantage over a handicapped one. But out in deep space the normal may be reversed, for humans at any rate. Stina of the Spaceways, that sounds just like a corny title for one of the stellar veto spreads. I ought to know, I've tried my hand at writing enough of them. Only this Stina was no glamour babe. She was as colorless as a lunar plant, even the hair netted down to her skull had a sort of grayish cast and I never saw her but once draped in anything but a shapeless and baggy gray spaceall. Stina was strictly background stuff and that is where she mostly spent her free hours, in the smelly smoky background corners of any stellarport dive frequented by free spacers. If you really looked for her you could spot her, just sitting there listening to the talk, listening and remembering. She didn't open her own mouth often. But when she did spacers had learned to listen. And the lucky few who heard her rare spoken words, these will never forget Stina. She drifted from port to port. Being an expert operator on the big calculators she found jobs wherever she cared to stay for a time. And she came to be something like the masterminded machines she tended, smooth, gray, without much personality of her own. But it was Stina who told Bub Nelson about the Hovan moonrights, and her warning saved Bub's life 136 months later. It was Stina who identified the piece of stone Keen Clark was passing around a table one night, rightly calling it unworked slitite. That started a rush which made 10 fortunes overnight for men who were down to their last jets. And, last of all, she cracked the case of the Empress of Mars. All the boys who had profited by her queer store of knowledge and her photographic memory tried at one time or another to balance the scales. But she wouldn't take so much as a cup of canal water at their expense, let alone the credits they tried to push on her. Bub Nelson was the only one who got around her refusal. It was he who brought her Bat. About a year after the Hovan affair he walked into the free fall one night and dumped Bat down on her table. Bat looked at Stina and growled. She looked calmly back at him and nodded once. From then on they traveled together, the thin gray woman and the big gray tomcat. Bat learned to know the inside of more stellar bars than even most spacers visit in their lifetimes. He developed a liking for vernal juice, drank it neat and quick, right out of a glass. And he was always at home on any table where Stina elected to drop him. This is really the story of Stina, Bat, Cliff Moran and the Empress of Mars, a story which is already a legend of the Spaceways. And it's a damn good story too. I ought to know, having framed the first version of it myself. For I was there, right in the Rigel Royal, when it all began on the night that Cliff Moran blew in, looking lower than an Ant-Man's belly and twice as nasty. He'd had a spell of luck foul enough to twist a man into a slug snake and we all knew that there was an attachment out for his ship. Cliff had fought his way up from the back courts of Veniport. Lose his ship and he'd slip back there, to rot. He was at the snarling stage that night when he picked out a table for himself and set out to drink away his troubles. However, just as the first bottle arrived, so did a visitor. Stina came out of her corner, Bat curled around her shoulders stowawise, his favorite mode of travel. She crossed over and dropped down without invitation at Cliff's side. That shook him out of his sulks. Because Stina never chose company when she could be alone. If one of the manstones on Ganymede had come stumping in, it wouldn't have made more of us look out of the corners of our eyes. She stretched out one long-fingered hand and set aside the bottle he had ordered and said only one thing, it's about time for the Empress of Mars to appear again. Cliff scowled and bit his lip. He was tough as jet lining, you have to be granite inside and out to struggle up from Veniport to a ship command. But we could guess what was running through his mind at that moment. The Empress of Mars was just about the 131 biggest prize a spacer could aim for. But in the 50 years she had been following her queer derelict orbit through space many men had tried to bring her in, and none had succeeded. A pleasure ship carrying untold wealth, she had been mysteriously abandoned in space by passengers and crew, none of whom had ever been seen or heard of again. At intervals thereafter she had been sighted, even boarded. Those who ventured into her either vanished or returned swiftly without any believable explanation of what they had seen, wanting only to get away from her as quickly as possible. But the man who could bring her in, or even strip her clean in space, that man would win the jackpot. All right. Cliff slammed his fist down on the table. I'll try even that. Stina looked at him, much as she must have looked at Bat the day Bub Nelson brought him to her, and nodded. That was all I saw. The rest of the story came to me in pieces, months later and in another port half the system away. Cliff took off that night. He was afraid to risk waiting, with a rid out that could pull the ship from under him. And it wasn't until he was in space that he discovered his passengers, Stina and Bat. We'll never know what happened then. I'm betting that Stina made no explanation at all. She wouldn't. It was the first time she had decided to cash in on her own tip and she was there, that was all. Maybe that point weighed with Cliff, maybe he just didn't care. Anyway, the three were together when they sighted the Empress riding, her deadlights gleaming, a ghost ship in night space. She must have been an eerie sight because her other lights were on too, in addition to the red warnings at her nose. She seemed alive, a flying Dutchman of space. Cliff worked his ship skillfully alongside and had no trouble in snapping magnetic lines to her lock. Some minutes later the three of them passed into her. There was still air in her cabins and corridors. Air that bore a faint corrupt taint which set Bat to sniffing greedily and could be picked up even by the less sensitive human nostrils. Cliff headed straight for the control cabin but Stina and Bat went prowling. Closed doors were a challenge to both of them and Stina opened each as she passed, taking a quick look at what lay within. The fifth door opened on a room which no woman could leave without further investigation. I don't know who had been housed there when the Empress left port on her last lengthy cruise. Anyone really curious can check back on the old photo-reg cards. But there was a lavish display of silks trailing out of 2 travel kits on the floor, a dressing table crowded with crystal and jeweled containers, along with other lures for the female which drew Stina in. She was standing in front of the dressing table when she glanced into the 132 mirror, glanced into it and froze. Over her right shoulder she could see the spider silk cover on the bed. Right in the middle of that sheer, gossamer expanse was a sparkling heap of gems, the dumped contents of some jewel case. Bat had jumped to the foot of the bed and flattened out as cats will, watching those gems, watching them and, something else. Stina put out her hand blindly and caught up the nearest bottle. As she unstoppered it she watched the mirrored bed. A gemmed bracelet rose from the pile, rose in the air and tinkled its siren song. It was as if an idle hand played. Bat spat almost noiselessly. But he did not retreat. Bat had not yet decided his course. She put down the bottle. Then she did something which perhaps few of the men she had listened to through the years could have done. She moved without hurry or sign of disturbance on a tour about the room. And, although she approached the bed she did not touch the jewels. She could not force herself to that. It took her 5 minutes to play out her innocence and unconcern. Then it was Bat who decided the issue. He leaped from the bed and escorted something to the door, remaining a careful distance behind. Then he mewed loudly twice. Stina followed him and opened the door wider. Bat went straight on down the corridor, as intent as a hound on the warmest of scents. Stina strolled behind him, holding her pace to the unhurried gait of an explorer. What sped before them both was invisible to her but Bat was never baffled by it. They must have gone into the control cabin almost on the heels of the unseen, if the unseen had heels, which there was good reason to doubt, for Bat crouched just within the doorway and refused to move on. Stina looked down the length of the instrument panels and officers' station seats to where Cliff Moran worked. On the heavy carpet her boots made no sound and he did not glance up but sat humming through set teeth as he tested the tardy and reluctant responses to buttons which had not been pushed in years. To human eyes they were alone in the cabin. But Bat still followed a moving something with his gaze. And it was something which he had at last made up his mind to distrust and dislike. For now he took a step or two forward and spat, his loathing made plain by every raised hair along his spine. And in that same moment Stina saw a flicker of vague outline against Cliff's hunched shoulders, as if the invisible one had crossed the space between them. But why had it been revealed against Cliff and not against the back of one of the seats or against the panels, the walls of the corridor or the cover of the bed where it had reclined and played with its lute? What could Bat see? The storehouse memory that had served Stina so well through the 133 years clicked open a half-forgotten door. With one swift motion she tore loose her space-all and flung the baggy garment across the back of the nearest seat. Bat was snarling now, emitting the throaty rising cry that was his hunting song. But he was edging back toward Stina's feet, shrinking from something he could not fight but which he faced defiantly. If he could draw it after him, past that dangling space-all. He had to, it was their only chance. What the? Cliff had come out of his seat and was staring at them. What he saw must have been weird enough. Stina, bare-armed and shouldered, her usually stiffly netted hair falling wildly down her back, Stina watching empty space with narrowed eyes and set mouth, calculating a single wild chance. Bat, crouched on his belly, retreating from thin air step by step and wailing like a demon. "Toss me your blaster." Stina gave the order calmly, as if they still sat at their table in the Rigel Royal. And as quietly Cliff obeyed. She caught the small weapon out of the air with a steady hand, caught and leveled it. "Stay just where you are," she warned. "Back, Bat, bring it back." With a last throat-splitting screech of rage and hate, Bat twisted to safety between her boots. She pressed with thumb and forefinger, firing at the space-alls. The material turned to powdery flakes of ash, except for certain bits which still flapped from the scorched seat, as if something had protected them from the force of the blast. Bat sprang straight up in the air with a scream that tore their ears. "What?" began Cliff again. Stina made a warning motion with her left hand. "Wait." She was still tense, still watching Bat. The cat dashed madly around the cabin twice, running crazily with white-ringed eyes and flecks of foam on his muzzle. Then he stopped abruptly in the doorway, stopped and looked back over his shoulder for a long silent moment. He sniffed delicately. Stina and Cliff could smell it too now, a thick oily stench which was not the usual odor left by an exploding blaster shell. Bat came back, treading daintily across the carpet, almost on the tips of his paws. He raised his head as he passed Stina and then he went confidently beyond to sniff and spit twice at the unburned strips of the space-all. Having thus paid his respects to the late enemy he sat down calmly and set to washing his fur with deliberation. Stina sighed once and dropped into the navigator's seat. "Maybe now you'll tell me what in the hell's happened." Cliff exploded as he took the blaster out of her hand. "Gray," she said dazedly, "it must have been gray, or I couldn't have seen it like that. I'm colorblind, you see. I can see only shades of gray, my whole world is gray. Like Bat's, his 134 world is gray too, all gray. But he's been compensated for he can see above and below our range of color vibrations and, apparently, so can I." Her voice quavered and she raised her chin with a new air Cliff had never seen before, a sort of proud acceptance. She pushed back her wandering hair, but she made no move to imprison it under the heavy net again. "That is why I saw the thing when it crossed between us. Against your space-all it was another shade of gray, an outline. So I put out mine and waited for it to show against that. It was our only chance, Cliff. It was curious at first, I think, and it knew we couldn't see it, which is why it waited to attack. But when Bat's actions gave it away it moved. So I waited to see that flicker against the space-all and then I let him have it. It's really very simple." Cliff laughed a bit shakily. "But what was this gray thing? I don't get it. I think it was what made the Empress a derelict. Something out of space, maybe, or from another world somewhere." She waved her hands. "It's invisible because it's a color beyond our range of sight. It must have stayed in here all these years. And it kills, it must, when its curiosity is satisfied. Swiftly she described the scene in the cabin and the strange behavior of the gem pile which had betrayed the creature to her. Cliff did not return his blaster to its holder. Any more of them on board, do you think? He didn't look pleased at the prospect. Stina turned to Bat. He was paying particular attention to the space between two front toes in the process of a complete bath. I don't think so. But Bat will tell us if there are. He can see them clearly, I believe. But there weren't any more, and 2 weeks later Cliff, Stina, and Bat brought the Empress into the lunar quarantine station. And that is the end of Stina's story because, as we have been told, happy marriages need no chronicles. And Stina had found someone who knew of her grey world and did not find it too hard to share with her, someone besides Bat. It turned out to be a real love match. The last time I saw her she was wrapped in a flame-red cloak from the looms of Rigel and wore a fortune in Hovan rubies blazing on her wrists. Cliff was flipping a 3-figure credit bill to a waiter. And Bat had a row of vernal juice glasses set up before him. Just a little family party out on the town. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. Plague Ship 1. Perfumed Planet. Dane Thorson, Cargomaster Apprentice of the Solar Queen, Galactic Free Trader Spacer, Terra Registry, stood in the middle of the ship's cramped bather while Rip Shannon, Assistant Astrogator and his senior in the service of trade by some 4 years, applied gobs of highly scented paste to the skin between Dane's rather prominent shoulder blades. The small cabin was thickly redolent with spicy odors and Rip sniffed appreciatively. You're sure going to be about the best-smelling Terran who ever set boot on Sargal soil, his soft slur of speech ended in a rich chuckle. Dane snorted and tried to estimate progress over one shoulder. The things we have to do for trade, his comment carried a hint of present embarrassment. Get it well in, this stuff's supposed to hold for hours. It'd better. According to Van, those Salariki can talk your ears right off your head and say nothing worth hearing. And we have to sit and listen until we get a straight answer out of them. Phew. He shook his head. In such close quarters the scent, pleasing as it was also overpowering. We would have to pick a world such as this. Rip's dark fingers halted their circular motion. Dane, he warned, don't you go talking against this venture. We got it soft and we're going to be credit happy, if it works out. But, perversely, Dane held to a gloomier view of the immediate future. If, he repeated. There's a galaxy of ifs in this Sargal proposition. All very well for you to rest easy on your fins. You don't have to run about smelling like a spiceworks before you can get the time of day from one of the natives. Rip put down the jar of cream. Different worlds, different customs, he iterated the old tag of the service. Be glad this one is so easy to conform to. There are some I can think of, there, he ended his massage with a stinging slap. You're all evenly greased. Good thing you don't have Van's bulk to cover. It takes him a good hour to get his cream on, even with Frank helping to spread. Your clothes ought to be steamed up and ready, too, by now. He opened a tight wall cabinet, originally intended to sterilize clothing which might be contaminated by contact with organisms inimical to Terrans. A cloud of steam fragrant with the same spicy scent poured out. Dane gingerly tugged loose his trade uniform, its brown silky fabric damp on his skin as he dressed. Luckily Sargal was warm. When he stepped out on its ruby-tinted soil this morning no lingering taint of his off-world origin must remain to disgust the sensitive nostrils of the Salariki. He supposed he would get used to this process. After all, this was the first time he had undergone the ritual. But he couldn't lose the secret conviction that it was all very silly. Only what Rip had pointed out was the truth, one adjusted to the customs of aliens or one didn't trade, and there were other things he might have had to do on other worlds which would have been far more upsetting to that core of private fastidiousness which few would have suspected existed in his tall, lanky frame. Few, out in the open with you. Ollie Camel, apprentice engineer, screwed his two regular features into an expression of extreme distaste and waved Dane by him in the corridor. For the sake of his shipmates' olfactory nerves, Dane hurried on to the port which gave on the ramp now tying the Queen to Sargol's crust. But there he lingered, waiting for Van Ryck, the cargo master of the Spacer and his immediate superior. It was early morning, and now that he was out of the confinement of the ship the fresh morning winds cut about him, rippling through the blue-green grass forest beyond, to take much of his momentary irritation with them. There were no mountains in this section of Sargol, the highest elevations being rounded hills tightly clothed with the same 10-foot grass which covered the plains. From the Queen's observation ports, one could watch the constant ripple of the grass so that the planet appeared to be largely clothed in a shimmering, flowing carpet. To the west were the seas, stretches of shallow water so cut up by strings of islands that they more resembled a series of salty lakes. And it was what was to be found in those seas which had lured the Solar Queen to Sargol. Though, by rights, the discovery was that of another trader, Traxt Cam, who had bid for trading rights to Sargol, hoping to make a comfortable fortune, or at least expenses with a slight profit, in the perfume trade, exporting from the scented planet some of its most fragrant products. But once on Sargol he had discovered the Koros stones, gems of a new type, a handful of which offered across the board in one of the inner planet trading marts had nearly caused a riot among bidding gem merchants. And Cam had been well on the way to becoming one of the princes of trade when he had been drawn into the vicious net of the Limian pirates and finished off. Because they, too, had stumbled into the trap which was Limbo, and had had a very definite part in breaking up that devilish installation. The crew of the Solar Queen had claimed as their reward the trading rights of Traxt Cam in default of legal heirs. And so here they were on Sargol with the notes left by Cam as their guide, and as much lore concerning the Salariki as was known crammed into their minds. Dane sat down on the end of the ramp, his feet on Sargolian soil, thin, red soil with glittering bits of gold flake in it. He did not doubt that he was under observation from hidden eyes, but he tried to show no sign that he guessed it. The adult Salariki maintained at all times an attitude of aloof and complete indifference toward the traders, but the juvenile population were as curious as their elders were contemptuous. Perhaps there was a method of approach in that. Dane considered the idea. Van Ryck and Captain Jellicoe had handled the first negotiations, and the process had taken most of a day, the result totaling exactly nothing. In their contacts with the off-world men the feline ancestored Salariki were ceremonious, wary, and completely detached. But Cam had gotten to them somehow, or he would not have returned from his first trip with that pouch of Koros stones. Only, among his records, salvaged on Limbo, he had left absolutely no clue as to how he had beaten down native sales resistance. It was baffling. But patience had to be the middle name of every trader, and Dane had complete faith in Van. Sooner or later the cargomaster would find a key to unlock the Salariki. As if the thought of Dane's chief had summoned him, Van Ryck, his scented tunic sealed to his bull's neck in unaccustomed trimness, his cap on his blond head, strode down the ramp, broadcasting waves of fragrance as he moved. He sniffed vigorously as he approached his assistant and then nodded in approval. "So you're all greased and ready. Is the captain coming too, sir?" Van Ryck shook his head. "This is our headache. Patience, my boy, patience." He led the way through a thin screen of the grass on the other side of the scorched landing field to a well-packed earth road. Again Dane felt eyes, knew that they were being watched. But no Solaric stepped out of concealment. At least they had nothing to fear in the way of attack. Traders were immune, taboo, and the trading stations were set up under the white diamond shield of peace, a peace guaranteed on blood oath by every clan chieftain in the district. Even in the midst of interclan feuding, deadly enemies met in amity under that shield and would not turn claw and knife against each other within a 2-mile radius of its protection. The grass forests rustled betrayingly, but the Terrans displayed no interest in those who spied upon them. An insect with wings of brilliant green gauze detached itself from the stalk of a grass tree and fluttered ahead of the traders as if it were an official herald. From the red soil crushed by their boots arose a pungent odor which fought with the scent they carried with them. Dane swallowed 3 or 4 times and hoped that his superior officer had not noticed that sign of discomfort. Though Van Ryck, in spite of his general air of sleepy benevolence and careless goodwill, noticed everything, no matter how trivial, which might have a bearing on the delicate negotiations of galactic trade. He had not climbed to his present status of expert cargomaster by overlooking anything at all. Now he gave an order. "Take an equalizer." Dane reached for his belt pouch, flushing, fiercely determined inside himself, that no matter how smells warred about him that day, he was not going to let it bother him. He swallowed the tiny pellet medic Tau had prepared for just such trials and tried to occupy his mind with the work to come. If there would be any work, or would another long day be wasted in futile speeches of mutual esteem which gave formal lip service to trade and its manifest benefits? "Who?" The cry, which was half wail, half arrogant warning, sounded along the road behind them. Van Ryck's stride did not vary. He did not turn his head, show any sign he had heard that heralding fanfare for a clan chieftain. And he continued to keep to the exact center of the road, Dane the regulation 1 pace to the rear and left as befitted his lower rank. "Who?" That blast from the throat of a Solaric especially chosen for his lung power was accompanied now by the hollow drum of many feet. The Terrans neither looked around nor withdrew from the center, nor did their pace quicken. That, too, was in order, Dane knew. To the rank-conscious Salariki clansmen you did not yield precedence unless you wanted at once to acknowledge your inferiority, and if you did that by some slip of admission or omission. There was no use in trying to treat face-to-face with their chieftains again. "Who?" The blast behind was a scream as the retinue it announced swept around the bend in the road to catch sight of the 2 traders oblivious of it. Dane longed to be able to turn his head, just enough to see which one of the local lordlings they blocked. How? There was a questioning note in the cry now and the heavy thud-thud of feet was slacking. The clan party had seen them, were hesitant about the wisdom of trying to shove them aside. Van Ryck marched steadily onward and Dane matched his pace. They might not possess a leather-lunged herald to clear their road, but they gave every indication of having the right to occupy as much of it as they wished. And that unruffled poise had its effect upon those behind. The pound of feet slowed to a walk which would keep a careful distance behind the 2 Terrans. It had worked, the Salariki, or these Salariki, were accepting them at their own valuation, a good omen for the day's business. Dane's spirits rose, but he schooled his features into a mask as wooden as his superiors. After all, this was a very minor victory and they had 10 or 12 hours of polite, and hidden, maneuvering before them. The Solar Queen had set down as closely as possible to the trading center marked on Traxcam's private map and the Terrans now had another 5 minutes' march, in the middle of the road. Ahead of the chieftain who must be inwardly boiling at their presence, before they came out in the clearing containing the roofless circular erection which served the Salariki of the district as a marketplace and a common meeting ground for truce talks and the mending of private clan alliances. Erect on a pole in the middle, towering well above the nodding fronds of the grass trees, was the pole bearing the trade shield which promised not only peace to those under it, but a 3-day sanctuary to any feuder or duelist who managed to win to it and lay hands upon its weathered standard. They were not the first to arrive, which was also a good thing. Gathered in small groups about the walls of the council place were the personal attendants, liege warriors, and younger relatives of at least 4 or 5 clan chieftains. But, Dane noted at once, there was not a single curtained litter or riding orgle to be seen. None of the feminine part of the Salariki species had arrived. Nor would they until the final trade treaty was concluded and established by their fathers, husbands, or sons. With the assurance of one who was master in his own clan, Van Ryck, displaying no interest at all in the shifting mass of lower-rank Salariki, marched straight on to the door of the enclosure. 2 or 3 of the younger warriors got to their feet, their brilliant cloaks flicking out like spreading wings. But when Van Ryck did not even lift an eyelid in their direction, they made no move to block his path. As fighting men, Dane thought, trying to study the specimens before him with a totally impersonal stare, the Salariki were an impressive lot. Their average height was close to 6 feet, their distant feline ancestry apparent only in small vestiges. A Salaric's nails on both hands and feet were retractile, his skin was gray, his thick hair, close to the texture of plushy fur, extended down his backbone and along the outside of his well-muscled arms and legs, and was tawny yellow. Blue-gray or white. To Terran eyes the broad faces, now all turned in their direction, lacked readable expression. The eyes were large and set slightly aslant in the skull, being startlingly orange-red or a brilliant turquoise-green-blue. They wore loin-cloths of brightly dyed fabrics with wide sashes forming corselets about their slender middles, from which gleamed the gem-set hilts of their claw knives, the possession of which proved their adulthood. Cloaks as flamboyant as their other garments hung in bat-wing folds from their shoulders, and each and every one moved in an invisible cloud of perfume. Brilliant as the assemblage of liege men without had been, the gathering of clan leaders and their upper officers within the council place was a riot of color and odor. The chieftains were installed on the wooden stools, each with a small table before him on which rested a goblet bearing his own clan sign. A folded strip of patterned cloth, his trade shield, and a gemmed box containing the scented paste he would use for refreshment during the ordeal of conference. A breeze fluttered sash ends and tugged at cloaks, otherwise the assembly was motionless and awesomely quiet. Still making no overtures, Van Ryck crossed to a stool and table which stood a little apart and seated himself. Dane went into the action required of him. Before his superior he set out a plastic pocket flask, its color as alive in the sunlight as the crudely cut gems which the Salariki sported, a fine silk handkerchief, and, last of all, a bottle of Terran-smelling salts provided by Medic Tau as a necessary restorative after some hours' combination of Salariki oratory and Salariki perfumes. Having thus done the duty of liege man, Dane was at liberty to seat himself, cross-legged on the ground behind his chief, as the other sons, heirs, and advisers had gathered behind their lords. The chieftain whose arrival they had in a manner delayed came in after them, and Dane saw that it was Fashter, another piece of luck, since that clan was a small one and the chieftain had little influence. Had they so slowed Haffer or Paft it might be a different matter altogether. Fashter was established at his seat, his belongings spread out, and Dane, counting unobtrusively, was certain that the council was now complete. 7 clans Traxt Cam had recorded divided the sea-coast territory, and there were 7 chieftains here, indicative of the importance of this meeting since some of these clans beyond the radius of the shield piece must be fighting a vicious blood feud at that very moment. Yes, 7 were here. Yet there still remained a single stool, directly across the circle from Van Ryck. An empty stool. Who was the late comer? That question was answered almost as it flashed into Dane's mind. But no Salariki lordling came through the door. Dane's self-control kept him in his place, even after he caught the meaning of the insignia emblazoned across the newcomer's tunic. Traitor, and not only a traitor but a company man. But why, and how? The companies only went after big game. This was a planet thrown open to free traders, the independence of the star lanes. By law and right no company man had any place here. Unless, behind a face Dane strove to keep as impassive as Van's his thoughts raced. Traxt Cam as a free trader had bid for the right to exploit Sargal when its sole exportable product was deemed to be perfume, a small, unimportant trade as far as the companies were concerned. And then the Koros stones had been found and the importance of Sargal must have boomed as far as the big boys could see. They probably knew of Traxt Cam's death as soon as the patrol report on Limbo had been sent to headquarters. The companies all maintained their private information and espionage services. And, with Traxt Cam dead without an heir, they had seen their chance and moved in. Only, Dane's teeth set firmly, they didn't have the ghost of a chance now. Legally there was only one trader on Sargal, and that was the Solar Queen. Captain Jellicoe had his record signed by the patrol to prove that. And all this intersolar man would do now was to bow out and try poaching elsewhere. But the IS man appeared to be in no haste to follow that only possible course. He was seating himself with arrogant dignity on that unoccupied stool, and a younger man in IS uniform was putting before him the same type of equipment Dane had produced for Van Ryck. The cargomaster of the Solar Queen showed no surprise, if the IS's appearance had been such to him. One of the younger warriors in Path's train got to his feet and brought his hands together with a clap which echoed across the silent gathering with the force of an archaic solid projectile shot. A Solaric, wearing the rich dress of the upper ranks, but also the collar forced upon a captive taken in combat, came into the enclosure carrying a jug in both hands. Preceded by Path's son, he made the rounds of the assembly, pouring a purple liquid from his jug into the goblet before each chieftain, a goblet which Path's heirs tasted ceremoniously before it was presented to the visiting clan leader. When they paused before Van Ryck, the Solaric nobleman touched the side of the plasta flask in token. It was recognized that off-world men must be cautious over the sampling of local products, and that when they joined in the taking of the first cup of peace, they did so symbolically. Path raised his cup, his gesture copied by everyone around the circle. In the harsh tongue of his race he repeated a formula so archaic that few of the Salariki could now translate the sing-song words. They drank and the meeting was formally opened. But it was an elderly Solaric seated to the right of Hafer, a man who wore no claw knife and whose dusky yellow cloak and sash made a subdued note amid the splendor of his fellows, who spoke first. Using the click-clack of the trade lingo his nation had learned from Cam. Under the white, he pointed to the shield aloft, we assemble to hear many things. But now come two tongues to speak where once there was but one father of a clan. Tell us, Outlanders, which of you must we now hark to in truth? He looked from Van Ryck to the IS representative. The cargomaster from the Queen did not reply. He stared across the circle at the company man. Dane waited eagerly. What was the IS going to say to that? But the fellow did have an answer, ready and waiting. It is true, fathers of clans, that here are two voices, where by right and custom there should only be one. But this is a matter which can be decided between us. Give us leave to withdraw from your sight and speak privately together. Then he who returns to you will be the true voice and there shall be no more division. It was Paft who broke in before Hafer's spokesman could reply. It would have been better to have spoken together before you came to us. Go then until the shadow of the shield is not, then return hither and speak truly. We do not wait upon the pleasure of Outlanders. A murmur approved that tart comment. Until the shadow of the shield is not. They had until noon. Van Ryck arose and Dane gathered up his chief's possessions. With the same superiority to his surroundings he had shown upon entering, the cargomaster left the enclosure, the Ises following. But they were away from the clearing, out upon the road back to the Queen before the two from the company caught up with them. Captain Grange will see you right away, the icy cargomaster was beginning when Van Ryck met him with a quelling stare. If you poachers have anything to say, you say it at the Queen and to Captain Jellicoe, he stated flatly and started on. Above his tight tunic collar the other's face flushed, his teeth flashed as he caught his lower lip between them as if to forcibly restrain an answer he longed to make. For a second he hesitated and then he vanished down a side path with his assistant. Van Ryck had gone a quarter of the distance back to the ship before he spoke. I thought it was too easy, he muttered. Now we're in for it, maybe right up the rockets. By the spiked tail of Exal, this is certainly not our lucky day. He quickened pace until they were close to trotting. Two rivals. That's far enough, Icy. Although traders by law and tradition carried no more potent personal weapons, except in times of great crisis, than hand-sleep rods. The resultant shot from the latter was just as unpleasant for temporary periods as a more forceful beam, and the threat of it was enough to halt the three men who had come to the foot of the Queen's ramp and who could see the rod held rather negligently by Ollie. Ollie's eyes were anything but negligent, however, and free traders had reputations to be respected by their rivals of the companies. The very nature of their roving lives taught them savage lessons, which they either learned or died. Dane, glancing down over the engineer apprentice's shoulder, saw that Van Rick's assumption of confidence had indeed paid off. They had left the trade enclosure of the Salariki barely 3/4 of an hour ago. But below now stood the bebadged captain of the IS ship and his cargo master. "I want to speak to your captain," snarled the icy officer. Ollie registered faint amusement, an expression which tended to rouse the worst in the spectator, as Dane knew of old when that same mocking appraisal had been turned on him as the rawest of the Queen's crew. "But does he wish to speak to you?" countered Camille. "Just stay where you are, Icy, until we are sure about that fact." That was his cue to act as messenger. Dane retreated into the ship and swung up the ladder to the command section. As he passed Captain Jellicoe's private cabin he heard the muffled squall of the commander's unpleasant pet, Queeks, the Hoobat, a nightmare combination of crab, parrot and toad. Wearing a blue feather coating and inclined to scream and spit at all comers. Since Queeks would not be howling in that fashion if its master was present, Dane kept on to the control cabin where he blundered in upon an executive-level conference of captain, cargo master and astrogator. "Well?" Jellicoe's blaster-scarred left cheek twitched as he snapped that impatient inquiry at the messenger. "I see Captain below, sir. With his cargo master. They want to see you." Jellicoe's mouth was a straight line, his eyes very hard. By instinct Dane's hand went to the grip of the sleep rod slung at his belt. When the old man put on his fighting face, "Look out. Here we go again," he told himself, speculating as to just what type of action lay before them now. "Oh, they do they?" Jellicoe began and then throttled down the temper he could put under iron control when and if it were necessary. "Very well, tell them to stay where they are. Van, we'll go down." For a moment the cargo-master hesitated, his heavy-lidded eyes looked sleepy, he seemed almost disinterested in the suggestion. And when he nodded it was with the air of someone about to perform some boring duty. "Right, sir." He wriggled his heavy body from behind the small table, resealed his tunic, and settled his cap with as much precision as if he were about to represent the Queen before the assembled nobility of Sargol. Dane hurried down the ladders, coming to a halt beside Ollie. It was the turn of the man at the foot of the ramp to bark an impatient demand. "Well?" Was that the theme word of every captain's vocabulary? "You wait," Dane replied with no inclination to give the icy officer any courtesy address. Close to a Terran year aboard the Solar Queen had inoculated him with pride in his own section of service. A free trader was answerable to his own officers and to no one else on Earth, or among the stars, no matter how much discipline and official etiquette the companies used to enhance their power. He half expected the IS officers to leave after an answer such as that. For a company captain to be forced to wait upon the convenience of a free trader must be galling in the extreme. And the fact that this one was doing just that was an indication that the Queen's crew did, perhaps, have the edge of advantage in any coming bargain. In the meantime the icy contingent fumed below while Ollie lounged whistling against the exit port, playing with his sleep rod and Dane studied the grass forest. His boot nudged a packet just inside the port casing and he glanced inquiringly from it to Ollie. "Cat Ransom," the other answered his unspoken question. So that was it, the fee for Sinbad's return. "What is it today?" "Sugar, about a tablespoonful," the engineer assistant returned, "and 2 colored stelos. So far they haven't run up the price on us. I think they're sharing out the spoil evenly, a new cub brings him back every night." As did all Terran ships, the Solar Queen carried a cat as an important member of the regular crew. And the portly Sinbad, before their landing on Sargol, had never presented any problem. He had done his duty of ridding the ship of unusual and usual pests and cargo despoilers with dispatch, neatness and energy. And when in port on alien worlds had never shown any inclination to go a-roving. But the sense of Sargol had apparently intoxicated him, shearing away his solid dignity in middle-aged dependability. Now Sinbad flashed out of the Queen at the opening of her port in the early morning and was brought back, protesting with both voice and claws. At the end of the day, by that member of the juvenile population whose turn it was to collect the standing reward for his forceful delivery. Within 3 days it had become an accepted business transaction which satisfied everyone but Sinbad. The scrape of metal boot soles on ladder rungs warned of the arrival of their officers. Ollie and Dane withdrew down the corridor, leaving the entrance open for Jellicoe and Van Ryck. Then they drifted back to witness the meeting with the Izies. There were no prolonged greetings between the two parties, no offer of hospitality as might have been expected between Terrans on an alien planet a quarter of the galaxy away from the Earth which had given them a common heritage. Jellicoe, with Van Ryck at his shoulder, halted before he stepped from the ramp so that the 3 intersolar men, captain, cargomaster and escort, whether they wished or no, were put in the disadvantageous position of having to look up to a captain whom they, as members of one of the powerful companies, affected to despise. The lean, well-muscled, trim figure of the Queen's commander gave the impression of hard-bitten force held in check by will control. Just as his face under its thick layer of space burn was that of an adventurer accustomed to make split-second decisions, an estimate underlined by that seam of blaster burn across one flat cheek. Van Ryck, with a slight change of dress, could have been a company man in the higher ranks, or so the casual observer would have placed him, until an observer marked the eyes behind those sleepy drooping lids, or caught a certain note in the calm, unhurried drawl of his voice. To look at the 2 senior officers of the free trading spacer or the antithesis of each other, in action they were each half of a powerful steamroller whole, as a good many men in the service, scattered over a half-dozen or so planets, had discovered to their cost in the past. Now Jellicoe brought the heels of his space boots together with an extravagant click and his hand flourished at the fore of his helmet in a gesture which was better suited to the patrol hero of a slightly out-of-date video serial. Jellicoe, Solar Queen, free trader, he identified himself brusquely, and added, "This is Van Ryck, our cargo master." Not all the flush had faded from the face of the IS captain. Grange of the Dart, he did not even sketch a salute. Intersolar. Cowley, cargo master, and he did not name the hovering 3rd member of his party. Jellicoe stood waiting and after a long moment of silence Grange was forced to state his business. "We have until noon." Jellicoe, his fingers hooked in his belt, simply waited. And under his level gaze the icy captain began to find the going hard. "They have given us until noon," he started once more, "to get together." Jellicoe's voice came, coldly remote. "There is no reason for any getting together, Grange. By rights I can have you up before the Trade Board for poaching. The Solar Queen has sole trading rights here. If you up ship within a reasonable amount of time, I'll be inclined to let it pass. After all, I've no desire to run all the way to the nearest patrol post to report you. You can't expect to buck intersolar. We'll make you an offer." That was Kali's contribution, made probably because his commanding officer couldn't find words explosive enough. Jellicoe, whose forte was more direct action, took an excursion into heavy-handed sarcasm. "You Izies have certainly been given excellent briefing. I would advise a little closer study of the code, and not the sections in small symbols at the end of the tape either. We're not bucking anyone. You'll find our registration for Sargal down on tapes at the center. And I suggest that the sooner you withdraw the better, before we cite you for illegal planeting." Grange had gained control of his emotions. "We're pretty far from center here," he remarked. It was a statement of fact, but it carried overtones which they were able to assess correctly. The Solar Queen was a free trader, alone on an alien world. But the IS ship might be cruising in company, ready to summon aid, men and supplies. Dane drew a deep breath. The Izies must be sure of themselves, not only that, but they must want what Sargal had to offer to the point of being willing to step outside the law to get it. The IS captain took a step forward. "I think we understand each other now," he said, his confidence restored. Van Ryck answered him, his deep voice cutting across the sighing of the wind in the grass forest. "Your proposition." Perhaps this return to their implied threat bolstered their belief in the infallibility of the company, their conviction that no independent dared stand up against the might and power of Intersolar. Cowley replied. We'll take up your contract, at a profit to you, and you up ship before the Salariki are confused over whom they are to deal with. And the amount of profit? Van Rick bored in. Oh, Cowley shrugged, say 10% of Cam's last shipment. Jellicoe laughed. Generous, aren't you, I see. 10% of a cargo which can't be assessed. The gang on Limbo kept no records of what they plundered. We don't know what he was carrying when he crashed on Limbo, countered Cowley swiftly. We'll base our offer on what he carried to Axel. Now Van Rick chucked. I wonder who figured that one out, he inquired of the Scented Winds. He must save the company a fair amount of credits one way or another. Interesting offer. By the bland satisfaction to be read on the three faces below, the IS men were assured of their victory. The Solar Queen would be paid off with a pittance, under the vague threat of company retaliation she would up ship from Sargol, and they would be left in possession of the rich Koros trade, to be commended and rewarded by their superiors. Had they, Dane speculated, ever had any dealings with free traders before, at least with the brand of independent adventurers such as manned the Solar Queen? Van Rick burrowed in his belt pouch and then held out his hand. On the broad palm lay a flat disc of metal. Very interesting, he repeated. I shall treasure this recording. The sight of that disc wiped all satisfaction from the icy faces. Grange's purplish flush spread up from his tight tunic collar, Cowley blinked, and the unknown third's hand dropped to his sleep rod. An action which was not overlooked by either Dane or Ollie. A smooth set down to you, Jellicoe gave the conventional leave-taking of the service. You'd better, the icy captain began hotly, and then seeing the disc Van Rick held, that sensitive bit of metal and plastic which was recording this interview for future reference, he shut his mouth tight. Yes. The Queen's cargomaster prompted politely. But Cowley had taken his captain's arm and was urging Grange away from the spacer. You have until noon to lift, was Jellicoe's parting shot as the three in company livery started toward the road. I don't think that they will, he added to Van Rick. The cargomaster nodded. You wouldn't in their place, he pointed out reasonably. On the other hand, they've had a bit of a blast they weren't expecting. It's been a long time since Grange heard anyone say no. A shock which is going to wear off, Jellicoe's habitual distrust of the future gathered force. This, Van Rick tucked the disc back into his pouch, sent them off vector a parsec or two. Grange is not one of the strong-arm blaster boys. Suppose Tanya does a little listening in, and maybe we can rig another surprise if Grange does try to ask advice of someone off-world. In the meantime, I don't think they are going to meddle with the Salariki. They don't want to have to answer awkward questions if we turn up a patrol ship to ask them. So, he stretched and beckoned to Dane, we shall go to work once more. Again 2 paces behind Van Rick, Dane tramped to the trade circle of the Salariki clansmen. They might have walked out only 5 or 6 minutes of ship time before, and the natives betrayed no particular interest in their return. But, Dane noted, there was only one empty stool, one ceremonial table in evidence. The Salariki had expected only one Terran trader to join them. What followed was a dreary round of ceremony, an exchange of platitudes and empty good wishes and greetings. No one mentioned Koros stones, or even perfume bark, that he was willing to offer the off-world traders. None lifted so much as a corner of his trade cloth, under which, if he were ready to deal seriously, his hidden hand would meet that of the buyer, so that by finger pressure alone they could agree or disagree on price. But such boring sessions were part of trade, and Dane, keeping a fraction of attention on the speeches and drinkings together, watched those around him with an eye which tried to assess and classify what he saw. The keynote of the Salariki character was a wary independence. The only form of government they would tolerate was a family clan organization. Feuds and deadly duels between individuals and clans were the accepted way of life, and every male who reached adulthood went armed and ready for combat until he became a speaker for the past, too old to bear arms in the field. Due to the nature of their battling lives, relatively few of the Salariki ever reached that retirement. Short-lived alliances between families sometimes occurred, usually when they were to face a common enemy greater than either. But a quarrel between chieftains, a fancied insult, would rip that open in an instant. Only under the trade shield could 7 clans sit this way without their warriors being at one another's furred throats. An hour before sunset Paft turned his goblet upside down on his table, a move followed speedily by every chieftain in the circle. The conference was at an end for that day. And as far as Dane could see it had accomplished exactly nothing, except to bring the Izies into the open. What had Traxt Cam discovered which had given him the trading contract with these suspicious aliens? Unless the men from the Queen learned it, they could go on talking until the contract ran out and get no farther than they had today. From his training Dane knew that ofttimes contact with an alien race did require long and patient handling. But between study and experiencing the situation himself there was a gulf, and he thought somewhat ruefully that he had much to learn before he could meet such a situation with Van Rick's unfailing patience and aplomb. The cargomaster seemed in no wise tired by his wasted day, and Dane knew that Van would probably sit up half the night, going over for the 100th time Traxt Cam's sketchy recordings in another painstaking attempt to discover why and how the other free trader had succeeded where the Queen's men were up against a stone wall. The harvesting of Koro's stones was, as Dane and all those who had been briefed from Cam's records knew, a perilous job. Though the rule of the Salariki was undisputed on the land masses of Sargal, it was another matter in the watery world of the shallow seas. There the Gorp were in command of the territory and one had to be constantly alert for attack from the sly, reptilian intelligence, so alien to the thinking processes of both Salariki and Terran that there was, or seemed to be, no point of possible contact. One went gathering Koro's gems after balancing life against gain. And perhaps the Salariki did not see any profit in that operation. Yet Traxt Cam had brought back his bag of gems, somehow he had managed to secure them in trade. Van Rick climbed the ramp, hurrying on into the Queen as if he would not get back to his record soon enough. But Dane paused and looked back at the grass jungle a little wistfully. To his mind these early morning hours were the best time on Sargal. The light was golden, the night winds had not yet arisen. He disliked exchanging the freedom of the open for the confinement of the spacer. And, as he hesitated there, 2 of the juvenile population of Sargal came out of the forest. Between them they carried one of their hunting nets, a net which now enclosed a quiet but baneful-eyed captive, Sinbad being delivered for nightly ransom. Dane was reaching for the pay to give the captors when, to his real astonishment, one of them advanced and pointed with an extended forefinger claw to the open port. "Go in," he formed the trade lingo words with care. And Dane's surprise must have been plain to read, for the cub followed his speech with a vigorous nod and set one foot on the ramp to underline his desire. For one of the Salariki, who had continually manifested their belief that Terrans and their ship were an offense to the nostrils of all right living men, to wish to enter the spacer was an astonishing about-face. But any advantage, no matter how small, which might bring about a closer understanding, must be seized at once. Dane accepted the growling Sinbad and beckoned, knowing better than to touch the boy. "Come." Only one of the junior clansmen obeyed that invitation. The other watched, big-eyed, and then scuttled back to the forest when his fellow called out some suggestion. He was not going to be trapped. Dane led the way up the ramp, paying no visible attention to the young Salarik, nor did he urge the other on when he lingered for a long moment or two at the port. In his mind the cargomaster apprentice was feverishly running over the list of general trade goods. What did they carry which would make a suitable and intriguing gift for a small alien with such a promising bump of curiosity? If he had only time to get Van Rick. The Salarik was inside the corridor now, his nostrils spread, assaying each and every odor in this strange place. Suddenly his head jerked as if tugged by one of his own net ropes. His interest had been riveted by some scent his sensitive senses had detected. His eyes met Dane's in appeal. Swiftly the Terran nodded and then followed with a lengthened stride as the Solaric sped down into the lower reaches of the Queen, obviously in quest of something of great importance. 3. Contact at last. What in, Frank Mura, steward, storekeeper, and cook of the Queen, retreated into the nearest cabin doorway as the young Solaric flashed down the ladder into his section. Dane, with the now resigned Sinbad in the crook of his arm, had tailed his guest and arrived just in time to see the native come to an abrupt halt before one of the most important doors in the spacer, the portal of the hydro garden, which renewed the ship's oxygen and supplied them with fresh fruit and vegetables to vary their diet of concentrates. The Solaric laid one hand on the smooth surface of the sealed compartment and looked back over his shoulder at Dane with an inquiry to which was added something of a plea. Guided by his instinct, that this was important to them all, Dane spoke to Mura. "Can you let him in there, Frank?" It was not sensible, it might even be dangerous. But every member of the crew knew the necessity for making some sort of contact with the natives. Mura did not even nod, but squeezed by the Solaric and pressed the lock. There was a sign of air, and the crisp smell of growing things, lacking the languorous perfumes of the world outside, puffed into the faces. The cub remained where he was, his head up, his wide nostrils visibly drinking in that smell. Then he moved with the silent, uncanny speed which was the heritage of his race, darting down the narrow aisle toward a mass of greenery at the far end. Sinbad kicked and growled. This was his private hunting ground, the preserve he kept free of invaders. Dane put the cat down. The Solaric had found what he was seeking. He stood on tiptoe to sniff at a plant, his yellow eyes half closed, his whole stance spelling ecstasy. Dane looked to the steward for enlightenment. "What's he so interested in, Frank?" "Catnip." "Catnip?" Dane repeated. The word meant nothing to him, but Mura had a habit of picking up strange plants and cultivating them for study. "What is it?" "One of the Terran mints, an herb," Mura gave a short explanation as he moved down the aisle toward the alien. He broke off a leaf and crushed it between his fingers. Dane, his sense of smell largely deadened by the pungency with which he had been surrounded by most of that day, could distinguish no new odor. But the young Solaric swung around to face the steward, his eyes wide, his nose questing. And Sinbad gave a whining yowl and made a spring to push his head against the steward's now aromatic hand. So, now they had it, an opening wedge. Dane came up to the three. "All right to take a leaf or two?" he asked Mura. "Why not? I grow it for Sinbad. To a cat it is like Hemel smoke or a tankard of Lacabad." And by Sinbad's actions Dane guessed that the plant did hold for the cat the same attraction those stimulants produced in human beings. He carefully broke off a small stem supporting 3 leaves and presented it to the Solaric, who stared at him and then, snatching the twig, raced from the hydro garden as if pursued by feuding clansmen. Dane heard the pad of his feet on the ladder, apparently the cub was making sure of escape with his precious find. But the cargomaster apprentice was frowning. As far as he could see there were only 5 of the plants. "That's all the catnip you have?" Mura tucked Sinbad under his arm and shooed Dane before him out of the hydro. There was no need to grow more. "A small portion of the herb goes a long way with this one." He put the cat down in the corridor. "The leaves may be preserved by drying. I believe that there is a small box of them in the galley. A strictly limited supply. Suppose this was the key which would unlock the Koros trade? And yet it was to be summed up in 5 plants and a few dried leaves. However, Van Ryck must know of this as soon as possible. But to Dane's growing discomfiture the cargomaster showed no elation as his junior poured out the particulars of his discovery. Instead there were definite signs of displeasure to be read by those who knew Van Ryck well. He heard Dane out and then got to his feet. Tolling the younger man with him by a crooked finger, he went out of his combined office living quarters to the domain of medic Craig Tau. "Problem for you, Craig." Van Ryck seated his bulk on the wall jump seat Tau pulled down for him. Dane was left standing just within the door, very sure now that instead of being commended for his discovery of a few minutes before, he was about to suffer some reprimand. And the reason for it still eluded him. "What do you know about that plant Mura grows in the hydro, the one called catnip?" Tao did not appear surprised at that demand. The medic of a free trading spacer was never surprised at anything. He had his surfeit of shocks during his first years of service and after that accepted any occurrence, no matter how weird, as matter of fact. In addition, Tao's hobby was magic, the hidden knowledge possessed and used by witch doctors and medicine men on alien worlds. He had a library of recordings, odd scraps of information, of certified results of certain very peculiar experiments. Now and then he wrote a report which was sent into central service, read with raised eyebrows by perhaps half a dozen incredulous desk warmers, and filed away to be safely forgotten. But even that had ceased to frustrate him. "It's an herb of the mint family from Terra," he replied. "Mura grows it for Sinbad, has quite a marked influence on cats. Frank's been trying to keep him anchored to the ship by allowing him to roll in fresh leaves. He does it, then continues to sneak out whenever he can. That explains something for Dane, why the Salariki cub wished to enter the queen tonight. Some of the scent of the plant had clung to Sinbad's fur, had been detected, and the Salarik had wanted to trace it to its source." "Is it a drug?" Van Rick prodded. "In the way that all herbs are drugs. Human beings have dosed themselves in the past with a tea made of the dried leaves. It has no great medicinal properties. To felines it is a stimulation, and they get the same satisfaction from rolling in and eating the leaves as we do from drinking. The Salariki are, in a manner of speaking, felines," Van Rick mused. Tao straightened. "The Salariki have discovered catnip, I take it?" Van Rick nodded at Dane, and for the second time the cargomaster apprentice made his report. When he was done, Van Rick asked a direct question of the medical officer. What effect would catnip have on a Salarik? It was only then that Dane grasped the enormity of what he had done. They had no way of gauging the influence of an off-world plant on alien metabolism. What if he had introduced to the natives of Sargal a dangerous drug, started that cub on some path of addiction? He was cold inside. Why, he might even have poisoned the child. Tao picked up his cap, and after a second's hesitation, his emergency medical kit. He had only one question for Dane. Any idea of who the cub is, what clan he belongs to? And Dane, chill with real fear, was forced to answer in the negative. What had he done? Can you find him? Van Rick, ignoring Dane, spoke to Tao. The medic shrugged. I can try. I was out scouting this morning, met one of the storm priests who handles their medical work. But I wasn't welcomed. However, under the circumstances, we have to try something. In the corridor, Van Rick had an order for Dane. I suggest that you keep to quarters, Thorson, until we know how matters stand. Dane saluted. That note in his superior's voice was like a whiplash, much worse to take than the abuse of a lesser man. He swallowed as he shut himself into his own cramped cubby. This might be the end of their venture. And they would be lucky if their charter was not withdrawn. Let IS get an inkling of his rash action and the company would have them up before the board to be stripped of all their rights in the service. Just because of his own stupidity, his pride in being able to break through where Van Rick and the captain had faced a stone wall. And, worse than the future which could face the Queen, was the thought that he might have introduced some dangerous drug into Sargal with his gift of those few leaves. When would he learn? He threw himself face down on his bunk and despondently pictured the string of calamities which could and maybe would stem from his thoughtless and hasty action. Within the Queen, night and day were mechanical, the lighting in the cabins did not vary much. Dane did not know how long he lay there forcing his mind to consider his stupid action, making himself face that in the service there were no shortcuts which endangered others, not unless those taking the risks were Terrans. Dane. Rip Shannon's voice cut through his self-imposed nightmare. But he refused to answer. Dane, Van wants you on the double. Why? To bring him up before Jellicoe probably. Dane schooled his expression, got up, pulling his tunic straight, still unable to meet Rip's eyes. Shannon was just one of those he had let down so badly. But the other did not notice his mood. Wait till you see them. Half Sargo must be here yelling for trade. That comment was so far from what he had been expecting that Dane was startled out of his own gloomy thoughts. Rip's brown face was one wide smile, his black eyes danced, it was plain he was honestly elated. Get a move on, fire rockets, he urged, or Van will blast you for fair. Dane did move, up the ladder to the next level and out on the port ramp. What he saw below brought him up short. Evening had come to Sargal, but the scene immediately below was not in darkness. Blazing torches advanced in lines from the grass forest, and the portable flood light of the spacer added to the general glare, turning night into noonday. Van Ryck and Jellicoe sat on stools facing at least 5 of the 7 major chieftains with whom they had conferred to no purpose earlier. And behind these leaders milled a throng of lesser Salariki. Yes, there was at least one carrying chair, and also an orgle from the back of which a veiled noblewoman was being assisted to dismount by 2 retainers. The women of the clans were coming, which could mean only that trade was at last in progress. But trade for what? Dane strode down the ramp. He saw Paft, his hand carefully covered by his trade cloth, advance to Van Ryck, whose own fingers were decently veiled by a handkerchief. Under the folds of fabric their hands touched. The bargaining was in the first stages. And it was important enough for the clan leaders to conduct themselves. Where, according to Cam's records, it had been usual to delegate that power to a favored liege man. Catching the light from the ship's beam and from the softer flares of the Salariki torches was a small pile of stones resting on a stool to one side. Dane drew a deep breath. He had heard the Koros stones described, had seen the 3D print of one found among Cam's recordings, but the reality was beyond his expectations. He knew the technical analysis of the gems, that they were, as the amber of Terra. The fossilized resin exuded by ancient plants, maybe the ancestors of the grass trees, long buried in the saline deposits of the shallow seas where chemical changes had taken place to produce the wonder jewels. In color they shaded from a rosy apricot to a rich mauve, but in their depths other colors, silver, fiery gold, spun sparks which seemed to move as the gem was turned. And, which was what first endeared them to the Salariki, when worn against the skin and warmed by body heat they gave off a perfume which enchanted not only the Sargolian natives but all in the galaxy wealthy enough to own one. On another stool placed at Van Ryck's right hand, as that bearing the Koros stones was at Paft's, was a transparent plastic box containing some wrinkled brownish leaves. Dane moved as unobtrusively as he could to his proper place at such a trading session, behind Van Ryck. More Salariki were tramping out of the forest, torch-bearing retainers and cloaked warriors. A little to one side was a third party Dane had not seen before. They were clustered about a staff which had been driven into the ground, a staff topped with a white streamer marking a temporary trading ground. These were Salariki right enough, but they did not wear the colorful garb of those about them, instead they were all clad alike in muffling. Sleeved robes of a drab green, the storm priests, their robes denoting the color of the Sargolian sky just before the onslaught of their worst tempests. Cam had not left many clues concerning the religion of the Salariki, but the storm priests had, in narrowly defined limits, power, and their recognition of the Terran traders would add to good feeling. In the knot of storm priests a Terran stood, Medic Tau, and he was talking earnestly with the leader of the religious party. Dane would have given much to have been free to cross and ask Tau a question or two. Was all this assembly the result of the discovery in the hydro? But even as he asked himself that, the trade cloths were shaken from the hands of the bargainers and Van Ryck gave an order over his shoulder. Measure out 2 spoonsful of the dried leaves into a box, he pointed to a tiny plastic container. With painstaking care Dane followed directions. At the same time a servant of the Salaric chief swept the handful of gems from the other stool and dropped them in a heap before Van Ryck, who transferred them to a strong box resting between his feet. Paft arose, but he had hardly quitted the trading seat before one of the lesser clan leaders had taken his place, the bargaining cloth ready looped loosely about his wrist. It was at that point that the proceedings were interrupted. A new party came into the open, their utilitarian trade tunics made a drab blot as they threaded their way in a compact group through the throng of Salariki. Is men. So they had not lifted from Sargal. They showed no signs of uneasiness, it was as if their rights were being infringed by the free traders. And Cowley, their cargo master, swaggered straight to the bargaining point. The chatter of Salariki voices was stilled, the Sargolians withdrew a little, letting one party of Terrans face the other, sensing drama to come. Neither Van Rick nor Jellicoe spoke, it was left to Cowley to state his case. "You've crooked your orbit this time, bright boys," his jeer was a paean of triumph. Code 3, Article 6, or can't you absorb rules tapes with your thick heads? Code 3, Article 6, Dane searched his memory for that law of the service. The words flashed into his mind as the auto-learner had planted them during his first year of training back in the pool. To no alien race shall any trader introduce any drug, food, or drink from off-world, until such a substance has been certified as non-harmful to the aliens. There it was. Is had them and it was all his fault. But if he had been so wrong, why in the world did Van Rick sit there trading, condoning the error and making it into a crime for which they could be summoned before the board and struck off the rolls of the service? Van Rick smiled gently. Code 4, Article 2, he quoted with the genial air of one playing gift-giver at a Forkeden feasting. Code 4, Article 2, any organic substance offered for trade must be examined by a committee of trained medical experts, an equal representation of Terrans and aliens. Kali's sneering smile did not vanish. "Well," he challenged, "where's your board of experts?" "Tau." Van Rick called to the medic with the storm priests. "Will you ask your colleague to be so kind as to allow the cargomaster Cowley to be presented?" The tall, dark young Terran medic spoke to the priest beside him and together they came across the clearing. Van Rick and Jellicoe both arose and inclined their heads in honor to the priests, as did the chief with whom they had been about to deal. Reader of clouds and master of many winds, Tau's voice flowed with the many-voweled titles of the Sargolian. "May I bring before your face Cargomaster Cowley, a servant of Intersolar in the realm of trade." The storm priest's shaven skull and body gleamed steel-gray in the light. His eyes, of that startling blue-green, regarded the IS party with cynical detachment. "You wish of me?" Plainly he was one who believed in getting down to essentials at once. Cowley could not be overawed. "These free traders have introduced among your people a powerful drug which will bring much evil," he spoke slowly in simple words as if he were addressing a cub. "You have evidence of such evil," countered the storm priest. "In what manner is this new plant evil?" For a moment Cowley was disconcerted. But he rallied quickly. "It has not been tested, you do not know how it will affect your people." The storm priest shook his head impatiently. "We are not lacking in intelligence, trader. This plant has been tested, both by your master of life's secrets and ours. There is no harm in it, rather it is a good thing, to be highly prized, so highly that we shall give thanks that it was brought unto us. This speech together is finished." He pulled the loose folds of his robe closer about him and walked away. "Now," Van Rick addressed the IS party, "I must ask you to withdraw. Under the rules of trade your presence here can be actively resented." But Cowley had lost little of his assurance. "You haven't heard the last of this. A tape of the whole proceedings goes to the board." "As you wish. But in the meantime," Van Rick gestured to the waiting Salariki who were beginning to mutter impatiently. Cowley glanced around, heard those mutters, and made the only move possible, away from the queen. He was not quite so cocky, but neither had he surrendered. Dane caught at Tau's sleeve and asked the question which had been burning in him since he had come upon the scene. "What happened, about the catnip?" There was lightening of the serious expression on Tau's face. "Fortunately for you that child took the leaves to the storm priest. They tested and approved it. And I can't see that it has any ill effects. But you were just lucky, Thorson, it might have gone another way. Dane sighed. I know that, sir, he confessed. I'm not trying to rock it out. Tao gave a half-smile. We all off-fire our tubes at times, he conceded. Only next time. He did not need to complete that warning as Dane caught him up. There isn't going to be a next time like this, sir, ever. 4. Gorp Hunt. But the interruption had disturbed the tenor of trading. The small chief who had so eagerly taken Path's place had only 2 Koros stones to offer, and even to Dane's inexperienced eyes they were inferior in size and color to those the other clan leader had tendered. The Terrans were aware that Koros mining was a dangerous business, but they had not known that the stock of available stones was so very small. Within 10 minutes the last of the serious bargaining was concluded and the clansmen were drifting away from the burned-over space about the Queen's standing fins. Dane folded up the bargain cloth, glad for a task. He sensed that he was far from being back in Van Rick's good graces. The fact that his superior did not discuss any of the aspects of the deals with him was a bad sign. Captain Jellicoe stretched. Although his was not, or never, what might be termed a good-humored face, he was at peace with his world. That would seem to be all. What's the haul, Van? 10 first-class stones, about 50 second grade, and 20 or so of third. The chiefs will go to the fisheries tomorrow. Then we'll be in to see the really good stuff. And how's the herbs holding out? That interested Dane too. Surely the few plants in the hydro and the dried leaves could not be stretched too far. As well as we could expect. Van Rick frowned. But Craig thinks he's on the trail of something to help. The storm priests had uprooted the staff marking the trading station and were wrapping the white streamer about it. Their leader had already gone and now Tao came up to the group by the ramp. Van says you have an idea, the captain hailed him. We haven't tried it yet. And we can't unless the priests give it a clear lane. That goes without saying, Jellicoe agreed. The captain had not addressed that remark to him personally, but Dane was sure it had been directed at him. Well, they needn't worry, never again was he going to make that mistake, they could be very sure of that. He was part of the conference which followed in the mess cabin only because he was a member of the crew. How far the reason for his disgrace had spread he had no way of telling, but he made no overtures, even to Rip. Tao had the floor with Mura as an efficient lieutenant. He discussed the properties of catnip and gave information on the limited supply the Queen carried. Then he launched into a new suggestion. Felines of Terra, in fact a great many other of our native mammals, have a similar affinity for this. Mura produced a small flask and Tao opened it, passing it to Captain Jellicoe and so from hand to hand about the room. Each crewman sniffed at the strong aroma. It was a heavier scent than that given off by the crushed catnip. Dane was not sure he liked it. But a moment later Sinbad streaked in from the corridor and committed the unpardonable sin of leaping to the tabletop just before Mura, who had taken the flask from Dane. He meowed plaintively and clawed at the steward's cuff. Mura stoppered the flask and put the cat down on the floor. What is it? Jellicoe wanted to know. Anisette, a liquor made from the oil of anise, from seeds of the anise plant. It is a stimulant, but we use it mainly as a condiment. If it is harmless for the Salariki it ought to be a bigger bargaining point than any perfumes or spices IS can import. And remember, with their unlimited capital, they can flood the market with products we can't touch, selling at a loss if need be to cut us out. Because their ship is not going to lift from Sargal just because she has no legal right here. There's this point, Van Rick added to the lecture. The Izis are trading or want to trade perfumes. But they stock only manufactured products, exotic stuff, but synthetic. He took from his belt pouch 2 tiny boxes. Before he caught the rich scent of the paste inside them Dane had already identified each as luxury items from Casper, chemical products which sold well and at high prices in the civilized ports of the galaxy. The cargomaster turned the boxes over, exposing the symbol on their undersides, the mark of IS. These were offered to me in trade by a Solaric. I took them, just to have proof that the IZs are operating here. But, note, they were offered to me in trade, along with 2 top koros for what? 1 spoonful of dried catnip leaves. Does that suggest anything? Mura answered first. The Salariki prefer natural products to synthetic. I think so. Jew suppose that was Cam's secret, speculated astrogator Steen Wilcox. If it was, Jellicoe cut in, he certainly kept it. If we had only known this earlier. They were all thinking of that, of their storage space carefully packed with useless trade goods. Where, if they had known, the same space could have carried herbs with 5 or 25 times as much buying power. Maybe now that their sales resistance is broken, we can switch to some of the other stuff, Tanya, torn away from his beloved communicators for the conference, said wistfully. They like color, how about breaking out some rolls of Harlinian moth silk? Van Ryck sighed wearily. Oh, we'll try. We'll bring out everything and anything. But we could have done so much better. He brooded over the tricks of fate which had landed them on a planet wild for trade with no proper trade goods in either of their holds. There was a nervous little sound of a throat being apologetically cleared. Jasper Weeks, the small wiper from the engine room detail, the third-generation Venusian colonist whom the more vocal members of the Queen's complement were apt to forget upon occasion, seeing all eyes upon him, spoke though his voice was hardly above a hoarse whisper. Cedar, laco bark, 4 Schwede. Cinnamon, Mura added to the list. Imported in small quantities. Naturally. Only the problem now is, how much cedar, laco bark, 4 Schwede, cinnamon do we have on board, demanded Van Ryck. His sarcasm did not register with Weeks, for the little man pushed by Dane and left the cabin to their surprise. In the quiet which followed they could hear the clatter of his boots on ladder rungs as he descended to the quarters of the engine room staff. Tang turned to his neighbor, Johann Stotz, the Queen's engineer. What's he going for? Stotz shrugged. Weeks was a self-effacing man, so much so that even in the cramped quarters of the spacer very little about him as an individual impressed his mates, a fact which was slowly dawning on them all now. Then they heard the scramble of feet hurrying back, and Weeks burst in with energy which carried him across to the table behind which the captain and Van Ryck now sat. In the wiper's hands was a plastisteel box, the treasure chest of a spaceman. Its tough exterior was guaranteed to protect the contents against everything but outright disintegration. Weeks put it down on the table and snapped up the lid. A new aroma, or aromas, was added to the scents now at war in the cabin. Weeks pulled out a handful of fluffy white stuff which frothed up about his fingers like soap lather. Then with more care he lifted up a tray divided into many small compartments, each with a separate sealing lid of its own. The men of the Queen moved in, their curiosity aroused, until they were jostling one another. Being tall, Dane had an advantage, though Van Ryck's bulk and the wide shoulders of the captain were between him and the object they were so intent upon. In each division of the tray, easily seen through the transparent lids, was a carved figure. The weird denizens of the Venusian polar swamps were there, along with lifelike effigies of Terran animals, a Martian sandmouse in all its monstrous ferocity, and the native animal and reptile life of 100 different worlds. Weeks put down a second tray beside the first, again displaying a menagerie of strange life forms. But when he clicked open one of the compartments and handed the figurine it contained to the captain, Dane understood the reason for now bringing forward the carvings. The majority of them were fashioned from a dull blue-gray wood, and Dane knew that if he picked one up he would discover that it weighed close to nothing in his hand. That was laco bark, the aromatic product of a Venusian vine. And each little animal or reptile lay encased in a soft dab of frothy white, froshweed, the perfumed seed casing of the Martian canal plants. One or two figures on the second tray were of a red-brown wood, and these Van Ryck sniffed at appreciatively. Cedar, Terran cedar, he murmured. Weeks nodded eagerly, his eyes alight. I am waiting now for sandalwood, it is also good for carving. Jellicoe stared at the array in puzzled wonder. You have made these? Being an amateur xenobiologist of no small standing himself, the shapes of the carvings more than the material from which they fashioned held his attention. All those on board the Queen had their own hobbies. The monotony of voyaging through hyperspace had long ago impressed upon men the need for occupying both hands and mind during the sterile days while they were forced into close companionship with few duties to keep them alert. Jellicoe's cabin was papered with 3D pictures of the rare animals and alien creatures he had studied in their native haunts or of which he kept careful and painstaking records. Tal had his magic, Mura not only his plants but the delicate miniature landscapes he fashioned, to be imprisoned forever in the hearts of protecting plastiballs. But Weeks had never shown his work before and now he had an artist's supreme pleasure of completely confounding his shipmates. The cargomaster returned to the business on hand first. "You're willing to transfer these to cargo?" he asked briskly. "How many do you have?" Weeks, now lifting a third and then a fourth tray from the box, replied without looking up. 200. "Yes, I'll transfer, sir." The captain was turning about in his fingers the beautifully shaped figure of an Astron duocorn. "Pity to trade these here," he mused aloud. "Will Paft or Haffer appreciate more than just their scent?" Weeks smiled shyly. "I've filled this case, sir. I was going to offer them to Mr. Van Ryck on a venture. I can always make another set. And right now, well, maybe they'll be worth more to the Queen, seeing as how they're made out of aromatic woods, than they'd be elsewhere. Leastwise the Izies aren't going to have anything like them to show," he ended in a burst of honest pride. "Indeed they aren't." Van Ryck gave honor where it was due. So they made plans and then separated to sleep out the rest of the night. Dane knew that his lapse was not forgotten nor forgiven, but now he was honestly too tired to care and slept as well as if his conscience were clear. But morning brought only a trickle of lower-class clansmen for trading and none of them had much but news to offer. The storm priests, as neutral arbitrators, had divided up the Koros grounds. And the clansmen, under the personal supervision of their chieftains were busy hunting the stones. The Terrans gathered from scraps of information that gem-seeking on such a large scale had never been attempted before. Before night there came other news, and much more chilling. Paft, one of the two major chieftains of this section of Sargol, while supervising the efforts of his liege men on a newly discovered and richly strewn length of shoal water, had been attacked and killed by Gorp. The unusual activity of the Salariki in the shallows had in turn drawn to the spot battalions of the intelligent, malignant reptiles who had struck in strength, slaying and escaping before the Salariki could form an adequate defense. Having killed the land-dwellers sentries silently and effectively before advancing on the laboring main bodies of gem hunters. A loss of a certain number of miners or fishers had been pre-seen as the price one paid for Koros in quantity. But the death of a chieftain was another thing altogether, having repercussions which carried far beyond the fact of his death. When the news reached the Salariki about the Queen they melted away into the grass forest and for the first time the Terrans felt free of spying eyes. "What happens now?" Ali inquired. "Do they declare all deals off?" "That might just be the unfortunate answer," agreed Van Ryck. "Could be," Rip commented to Dane, "that they'd think we were in some way responsible." But Dane's conscience, sensitive over the whole matter of Salariki trade, had already reached that conclusion. The Terran party, unsure of what were the best tactics, wisely decided to do nothing at all for the time being. But, when the Salariki seemed to have completely vanished on the morning of the second day, the men were restless. Had Path's death resulted in some interclan quarrel over the airship and the other clans withdrawn to let the various contendants for that honor fight it out? Or, what was more probable and dangerous, had the aliens come to the point of view that the Queen was in the main responsible for the catastrophe and were engaged in preparing too warm a welcome for any traders who dared to visit them? With the latter idea in mind they did not stray far from the ship. And the limit to their traveling was the edge of the forest from which they could be covered and so they did not learn much. It was well into the morning before they were dramatically appraised that, far from being considered in any way an enemy, they were about to be accepted in a tie as close as clan to clan during one of the temporary but binding truces. The messenger came in state, a young Solaric warrior, his splendid cloak rent and hanging in tattered pieces from his shoulders as a sign of his official grief. He carried in one hand a burned-out torch, and in the other an unsheathed claw knife, its blade reflecting the sunlight with a wicked glitter. Behind him trotted 3 couples of retainers, their cloaks also ragged fringes, their knives drawn. Standing up on the ramp to receive what could only be a formal deputation were captain, astrogator, cargomaster and engineer, the senior officers of the spacer. In the rolling periods of the trade lingo the torch-bearer identified himself as Groft, son and heir of the late lamented Paft. Until his chieftain father was avenged in blood he could not assume the high seat of his clan nor the leadership of the family. And now, following custom, he was inviting the friends and sometimes allies of the dead Paft to a Gorp Hunt. Such a Gorp Hunt, Dane gathered from amidst the flowers of ceremonial Salariki speech, as had never been planned before on the face of Sargal. Salariki without number in the past had died beneath the ripping talons of the water reptiles, but it was seldom that a chieftain had so fallen and his clan were firm in their determination to take a full blood price from the killers. And so, Sky Lords, Groft brought his oration to a close. We come to ask that you send your young men to this hunting so that they may know the joy of plunging knives into the scaled death and see the horned ones die bathed in their own vile blood. Dane needed no hint from the Queen's officers that this invitation was a sharp departure from custom. By joining with the natives in such a foray the Terrans were being admitted to kinship of a sort, cementing relations by a tie which the IS, or any other interloper from off-world, would find hard to break. It was a piece of such excellent good fortune as they would not have dreamed of 3 days earlier. Van Ryck replied, his voice properly sonorous, sounding out the rounded periods of the rolling tongue which they had all been taught during the voyage, using Cam's recording. Yes, the Terrans would join with pleasure in so good and great a cause. They would lend the force of their arms to the defeat of all Gorp they had the good fortune to meet. Groft need only name the hour for them to join him. It was not needful, the young Salariki chieftain to be hastened to tell the cargomaster, that the senior Sky Lords concern themselves in this matter. In fact it would be against custom, for it was meet that such a hunt be left to warriors of few years, that they might earn glory and be able to stand before the fires at the naming as men. Therefore, the thumb-claw of Groft was extended to its greatest length as he used it to single out the Terrans he had been eyeing, let this one, and that. And the fourth be ready to join with the Salariki party an hour after nooning on this very day and they would indeed teach the slimy, treacherous lurkers in the depths a well-needed lesson. The Salaric's choice with one exception had unerringly fallen upon the youngest members of the crew, Ollie, Rip, and Dane in that order. But his fourth addition had been Jasper Weeks. Perhaps because of his native pallor of skin and slightness of body the oiler had seemed, to the alien, to be younger than his years. At any rate Groft had made it very plain that he chose these men and Dane knew that the Queen's officers would raise no objection which might upset the delicate balance of favorable relations. Van Ryck did ask for one concession which was reluctantly granted. He received permission for the Spacer's men to carry their sleep rods. Though the Salariki, apparently for some reason of binding and hoary custom, were totally opposed to hunting their age-old enemy with anything other than their duelist's weapons of net and claw knife. Go along with them, Captain Jellicoe gave his final orders to the four, as long as it doesn't mean your own necks, understand? On the other hand dead heroes have never helped to lift a ship. And these Gorp are tough from all accounts. You'll just have to use your own judgment about springing your rods on them. He looked distinctly unhappy at that thought. Ollie was grinning and Little Weeks tightened his weapon belt with a touch of swagger he had never shown before. Rip was his usual soft-voiced self, dependable as a rock and a good base for the rest of them, taking command without question as they marched off to join Groft's company. 5. The Perilous Seas. The Gorp hunters straggled through the grass forest in family groups, and the Terrans saw that the enterprise had forced another uneasy truce upon the district. For there were representatives from more than just Path's own clan. All the Salariki were young and the parties babbled together in excitement. It was plain that this hunt, staged upon a large scale, was not only a means of revenge upon a hated enemy but, also, a sporting event of outstanding prestige. Now the grass trees began to show ragged gaps, open spaces between their clumps, until the forest was only scattered groups and the party the Terrans had joined walked along a trail cloaked in knee-high, yellow-red fern growth. Most of the Salariki carried unlit torches, some having 4 or 5 bundled together, as if Gorp hunting must be done after nightfall. And it was fairly late in the afternoon before they topped a rise of ground and looked out upon one of Sargal's seas. The water was a dull metallic gray, broken by great swaths of purple as if an artist had slapped a brush of color across it in a hit-or-miss fashion. Sand of the red grit, lightened by the golden flecks which glittered in the sun, stretched to the edge of the wavelets breaking with only languor on the curve of earth. The bulk of islands arose in serried ranks farther out, crowned with grass trees all rippling under the sea wind. They came out upon the beach where one of the purple patches touched the shore and Dane noted that it left a scummy deposit there. The Terrans went on to the water's edge. Where it was clear of the purple stuff they could get a murky glimpse of the bottom, but the scum hid long stretches of shoreline and outer wave, and Dane wondered if the Gorp used it as a protective covering. For the moment the Salariki made no move toward the sea which was to be their hunting ground. Instead the youngest members of the party, some of whom were adolescents not yet entitled to wear the claw knife of manhood, spread out along the shore and set industriously to gathering driftwood, which they brought back to heap on the sand. Dane, watching that harvest, caught sight of a smoothly polished length. He called Week's attention to the water-rounded cylinder. The oiler's eyes lighted and he stooped to pick it up. Where the other sticks were from grass trees this was something else. And among the bleached pile it had the vividness of flame. For it was a strident scarlet. Weeks turned it over in his hands, running his fingers lovingly across its perfect grain. Even in this crude state it had beauty. He stopped the Salarik who had just brought in another armload of wood. "This is what," he spoke the trade lingo haltingly. The native gazed somewhat indifferently at the branch. "Tansel," he answered. "It grows on the islands." He made a vague gesture to include a good section of the western sea before he hurried away. Weeks now went along the tide line on his own quest, Dane trailing him. At the end of a quarter hour when a hail summoned them back to the site of the now lighted fire, they had some 10 pieces of the tansel wood between them. The finds ranged from a 3-foot section some 4 inches in diameter, to some slender twigs no larger than a writing stilo, but all with high polish, the warm flame coloring. Weeks lashed them together before he joined the group where Groft was outlining the technique of Gorp hunting for the benefit of the Terrans. Some 200 feet away a reef, often awash and stained with the purple scum, angled out into the sea in a long curve which formed a natural breakwater. This was the point of attack. But first the purple film must be removed so that land and sea dwellers could meet on common terms. The fire blazed up, eating hungrily into the driftwood. And from it ran the young Salariki with lighted brands, which at the water's edge they whirled about their heads and then hurled out onto the purple patches. Fire arose from the water and ran with frantic speed across the crests of the low waves, while the Salariki coughed and buried their noses in their perfume boxes, for the wind drove shoreward an overpowering stench. Where the cleansing fire had run on the water there was now only the natural metallic gray of the liquid, the cover was gone. Older Salariki warriors were choosing torches from those they had brought, doing it with care. Groft approached the Terrans carrying 4. "These you use now." "What for?" Dane wondered. The sky was still sunlit. He held the torch watching to see how the Salariki made use of them. Groft led the advance, running lightly out along the reef with agile and graceful leaps to cross the breaks where the sea hurled in over the rock. And after him followed the other natives, each with a lighted torch in hand, the torch they hunkered down to plant firmly in some crevice of the rock before taking a stand beside that beacon. The Terrans, less sure-footed in the space boots, picked their way along the same path, wet with spray, wrinkling their noses against the lingering puffs of the stench from the water. Following the example of the Salariki, they faced seaward, but Dane did not know what to watch for. Can had left only the vaguest general descriptions of Gorp, and beyond the fact that they were reptilian, intelligent and dangerous, the Terrans had not been briefed. Once the warriors had taken up their stand along the reef, the younger Salariki went into action once more. Lighting more torches at the fire, they ran out along the line of their elders and flung their torches as far as they could hurl them into the sea outside the reef. The grey steel of the water was now yellow with the reflection of the sinking sun. But that ochre and gold became more brilliant yet as the torches of the Salariki set blazing up far floating patches of scum. Dane shielded his eyes against the glare and tried to watch the water, with some idea that this move must be provocation and what they hunted would so be driven into view. He held his sleep rod ready, just as the Salarik on his right had claw knife in one hand and in the other, open and waiting, the net intended to entangle and hold fast a victim, binding him for the kill. But it was at the far tip of the barrier, the post of greatest honor which Groft had jealously claimed as his, that the Gorp struck first. At a wild shout of defiance, Dane half turned to see the Salarik noble cast his net at sea level and then stab viciously with a well-practiced blow. When he raised his arm for a second thrust, greenish ichor ran from the blade down his wrist. Dane! Thorson's head jerked around. He saw the V of ripples headed straight for the rocks where he balanced. But he'd have to wait for a better target than a moving wedge of water. Instinctively he half crouched in the stance of an embattled spaceman, wishing now that he did have a blaster. Neither of the Salariki stationed on either side of him made any move, and he guessed that was hunt etiquette. Each man was supposed to face and kill the monster that challenged him, without assistance. And upon his skill during the next few minutes might rest the reputation of all Terrans as far as the natives were concerned. There was a shadow outline beneath the surface of the metallic water now, but he could not see well because of the distortion of the murky waves. He must wait until he was sure. Then the thing gave a spurt and, only inches beyond the toes of his boots, a nightmare creature sprang halfway out of the water, pincher claws as long as his own arms snapping at him. Without being conscious of his act, he pressed the stud of the sleep rod, aiming in the general direction of that horror from the sea. But to his utter amazement the creature did not fall supinely back into watery world from which it had emerged. Instead those claws snapped again, this time scraping across the top of Dane's foot, leaving a furrow in material the keenest of knives could not have scored. Give it to him. That was Rip shouting encouragement from his own place farther along the reef. Dane pressed the firing stud again and again. The claws waved as the monstrosity slavered from a gaping frog's mouth, a mouth which was fanged with a shark's vicious teeth. It was almost wholly out of the water, creeping on a crab's many legs, with a clawed upper limb reaching for him, when suddenly it stopped, its huge head turning from side to side in the sheltering carapace of scaled natural armor. It settled back as if crouching for a final spring, a spring which would push Dane into the ocean. But that attack never came. Instead the Gorp drew in upon itself until it resembled an unwieldy ball of indestructible armor, and there it remained. The Salariki on either side of Dane let out cries of triumph and edged closer. One of them twirled his net suggestively, seeing that the Terran lacked what was to him an essential piece of hunting equipment. Dane nodded vigorously in agreement, and the tough strands swung out in a skillful cast which engulfed the motionless creature on the reef. But it was so protected by its scales that there was no opening for the claw knife. They had made a capture, but they could not make a kill. However, the Salariki were highly delighted. And several abandoned their posts to help the boys drag the monster ashore, where it was pinned down to the beach by stakes driven through the edges of the net. But the hunting party was given little time to gloat over this stroke of fortune. The Gorp killed by Groft and the one stunned by Dane were only the van of an army, and within moments the hunters on the reef were confronted by trouble armed with slashing claws and diabolic fighting ability. The battle was anything but one-sided. Dane whirled, as the air was rent by a shriek of agony, just in time to see one of the Salariki, already torn by the claws of a Gorp, being drawn under the water. It was too late to save the hunter, though Dane, balanced on the very edge of the reef, aimed a beam into the bloody waves. If the Gorp was affected by this attack he could not tell, for both attacker and victim could no longer be seen. But Ollie had better luck in rescuing the Solaric who shared his particular section of reef, and the native, gashed and spurting blood from a wound in his thigh, was hauled to safety. While the Gorp, coiling too slowly under the Terran ray, was literally hewn to pieces by the revengeful knives of the hunter's kin. The fight broke into a series of individual duels carried on now by the light of the torches as the evening closed in. The last of the purple patches had burned away to nothing. Dane crouched by his standard torch, his eyes fastened on the sea, watching for an ominous V of ripples betraying another Gorp on its way to launch against the rock barrier. There was such wild confusion along that line of water-sprayed rocks that he had no idea of how the engagement was going. But so far the Gorp showed no signs of having had enough. Dane was shaken out of his absorption by another scream. One, he was sure, which had not come from any Salariki throat. He got to his feet. Rip was stationed 4 men beyond him. Yes, the tall astrogator apprentice was there, outlined against torch flare. Ollie? No, there was the assistant engineer. Weeks? But Weeks was picking his way back along the reef toward the shore, haste expressed in every line of his figure. The scream sounded for a second time, freezing the Terrans. Come back. That was Weeks gesturing violently at the shore and something floundering in the protecting circle of the reef. The younger Salariki who had been feeding the fire were now clustered at the water's edge. Ollie ran and with a leap covered the last few feet, landing reckless knee-deep in the waves. Dane saw light strike on his rod as he swung it in a wide arc to center on the struggle churning the water into foam. A third scream died to a moan and then the Salariki dashed into the sea, their net spread, drawing back with them through the surf a dark and now quiet mass. The fact that at least one Gorp had managed to get on the inner side of the reef made an impression on the rest of the native hunters. After an uncertain minute or two Groft gave the signal to withdraw, which they did with grisly trophies. Dane counted 7 Gorp bodies, which did not include the prisoner ashore. And more might have slid into the sea to die. On the other hand 2 Salariki were dead, one had been drawn into the sea before Dane's eyes, and at least one was badly wounded. But who had been pulled down in the shallows? Someone sent out from the Queen with a message. Dane raced back along the reef, not waiting to pull up his torch, and before he reached the shore Rip was overtaking him. But the man who lay groaning on the sand was not from the Queen. The torn and blood-stained tunic covering his lacerated shoulders had the IS badge. Ollie was already at work on his wounds, giving temporary first aid from his belt kit. To all their questions he was stubbornly silent, either he couldn't or wouldn't answer. In the end they helped the Salariki rig 3 stretchers. On one the largest, the captive Gorp, still curled in a round carapace-protected ball, was bound with the net. The second supported the wounded Solaric clansman and onto the third the Terrans lifted the IS man. We'll deliver him to his own ship, Rip decided. He must have tailed us here as a spy, he asked a passing Solaric as to where they could find the company spacer. They might just think we are responsible, Ollie pointed out. But I see your point. If we do pack him back to the Queen and he doesn't make it, they might say that we fired his rockets for him. All right, boys, let's up ship, he doesn't look too good to me. With a torch-bearing Solaric boy as a guide, they hurried along a path taking in turns the burden of the stretcher. Luckily the IS ship was even closer to the sea than the Queen and as they crossed the slagged ground, congealed by the break fire, they were trotting. Though the company ship was probably one of the smallest intersolar carried on her rosters, it was a third again as large as the Queen, with part of that third undoubtedly dedicated to extra cargo space. Beside her their own spacer would seem not only smaller, but battered and worn. But no free trader would have willingly assumed the badges of a company man, not even for the command of such a ship fresh from the cradles of a builder. When a man went up from the training pool for his first assignment, he was sent to the ship where his temperament, training and abilities best fitted. And those who were designated as free traders would never fit into the pattern of company men. Of late years the breach between those who lived under the strict parental control of one of the 5 great galaxy-wide organizations and those still too much of an individual to live any life but that of a half-explorer half-pioneer which was the free traders, had widened alarmingly. Antagonism flared, rivalry was strong. But as yet the great companies themselves were at polite cold war with one another for the big plums of the scattered systems. The free traders took the crumbs and there was not much disputing, save in cases such as had arisen on Sargol, when suddenly crumbs assumed the guise of very rich cake, rich and large enough to attract a giant. The party from the Queen was given a peremptory challenge as they reached the other ship's ramp. Rip demanded to see the officer of the watch and then told the story of the wounded man as far as they knew it. The icy was hurried aboard, nor did his shipmates give a word of thanks. That's that. Rip shrugged. Let's go before they slam the hatch so hard they'll rock their ship off her fins. Polite, aren't they? Asked Weeks mildly. What do you expect of Izies? Ollie wanted to know. To them free traders are just rim planet trash. Let's report back where we are appreciated. They took a shortcut which brought them back to the Queen and they filed up her ramp to make their report to the captain. But they were not yet satisfied with Groft and his Gorp slayers. No Solaric appeared for trade in the morning, surprising the Terrans. Instead a second delegation, this time of older men and a storm priest, visited the spacer with an invitation to attend Paft's funeral feast, a rite which would be followed by the formal elevation of Groft to his father's position. Now that he had revenged that parent. And from remarks dropped by members of the delegation it was plain that the bearing of the Terrans who had joined the hunting party was esteemed to have been in highest accord with Salariki tradition. They drew lots to decide which 2 must remain with the ship and the rest perfumed themselves so as to give no offense which might upset their now cordial relations. Again it was mid-afternoon when the Salariki escort sent to do them honor waited at the edge of the wood and Mura and Tang saw them off. With a herald booming before them, they traveled the beaten earth road in the opposite direction from the trading center. Off through the forest until they came to a wide section of several miles which had been rigorously cleared of any vegetation which might give cover to a lurking enemy. In the center of this was a 12-foot-high stockade of the bright red, burnished wood which had attracted Weeks on the shore. Each paling was the trunk of a tree and it had been sharpened at the top to a wicked point. On the field side was a wide ditch, crossed at the gate by a bridge, the planking of which might be removed at will. And as Dane passed over he looked down into the moat that was dry. The Salariki did not depend upon water for a defense, but on something else which his experience of the previous night had taught him to respect. There was no mistaking that shade of purple. The highly inflammable scum the hunters had burnt from the top of the waves had been brought inland and lay a greasy blanket some 8 feet below. It would only be necessary to toss a torch on that and the defenders of the stockade would create a wall of fire to baffle any attackers. The Salariki knew how to make the most of their world's natural resources. 6. Duelist's Challenge. Inside the red stockade there was a crowded community. The Salariki demanded privacy of a kind, and even the unmarried warriors did not share barracks, but each had a small cubicle of his own. So that the mud brick and timber erections of one of their clan cities resembled nothing so much as the comb cells of a busy beehive. Although Paft's was considered a large clan, it numbered only about 200 fighting men and their numerous wives, children and captive servants. Not all of them normally lived at this center, but for the funeral feasting they had assembled, which meant a lot of doubling up and tenting out under makeshift cover between the regular buildings of the town. So that the Terrans were glad to be guided through this crowded maze to the great hall which was its heart. As the trading center had been, the hall was a circular enclosure open to the sky above but divided in wheelspoke fashion with posts of the red wood, each supporting a metal basket filled with inflammable material. Here were no lowly stools or trading tables. One vast circular board, broken only by a gap at the foot, ran completely around the wall. At the end opposite the entrance was the high chair of the chieftain, set on a 2-step dais. Though the feast had not yet officially begun, the Terrans saw that the majority of the places were already occupied. They were led around the perimeter of the enclosure to places not far from the high seat. Van Ryck settled down with a grunt of satisfaction. It was plain that the free traders were numbered among the nobility. They could be sure of good trade in the days to come. Delegations from neighboring clans arrived in close companies of 10 or 12 and were granted seats, as had been the Terrans, in groups. Dane noted that there was no intermingling of clan with clan. And, as they were to understand later that night, there was a very good reason for that precaution. "Hope all our adaptation shots work," Ollie murmured, eyeing with no pleasure at all the succession of platters now being borne through the inner opening of the table. While the traders had learned long ago that the wisest part of valor was not to sample alien strong drinks, ceremony often required that they break bread, or its other world equivalent, on strange planets. And so science served expediency, and now a trader bound for any galactic banquet was immunized, as far as was medically possible, against the evil consequences of consuming food not originally intended for Terran stomachs. One of the results being that traders acquired a far-flung reputation of possessing bird-like appetites, since it was always better to nibble and live, than to gorge and die. Groft had not yet taken his place in the vacant chieftain's chair. For the present he stood in the center of the table circle, directing the captive slaves who circulated with the food. Until the magic moment when the clan themselves would proclaim their overlord, he remained merely the eldest son of the house, relatively without power. As the endless rows of platters made their way about the table, the basket lights on the tops of the pillars were ignited, dispelling the dusk of evening. And there was an attendant stationed by each to throw on handsful of aromatic bark which burned with puffs of lavender smoke, adding to the many warring scents. The Terrans had recourse at intervals to their own pungent-smelling bottles, merely to clear their heads of the drugging fumes. Luckily, Dane thought as the feast proceeded, that smoke from the braziers went straight up. Had they been in a roofed space they might have been overcome. As it was, were they entirely conscious of all that was going on around them? His reason for that speculation was the dance now being performed in the center of the hall, their fight with the Gorp being enacted in a series of bounds and stabbings. He was sure that he could no longer trust his eyes when the claw knife of the victorious dancer-hunter apparently passed completely through the chest of another wearing a grotesque monster mask. As a fitting climax to their horrific display, 3 of the men who had been with them on the reef entered, dragging behind them, still enmeshed in the hunting net, the Gorp which Dane had stunned. It was uncurled now and very much alive, but the pincer claws which might have cut its way to safety were encased in balls of hard substance. Freed from the net, suspended by its sealed claws, the Gorp swung back and forth from a standard set up before the high seat. Its murderous jaws snapped futilely, and from it came an enraged snake's vicious hissing. Though totally in the power of its enemies, it gave an impression of terrifying strength and menace. The sight of their ancient foe aroused the Salariki, inflaming warriors who leaned across the table to hurl tongue-twisting invective at the captive monster. Dane gathered that seldom had a living Gorp been delivered helpless into their hands, and they proposed to make the most of this wonderful opportunity. And the Terran suddenly wished the monstrosity had fallen back into the sea. He had no soft thoughts for the Gorp after what he had seen at the reef and the tales he had heard, but neither did he like what he saw now expressed in gestures, heard in the tones of voices about them. A storm priest put an end to the outcries. His dun cloak making a spot of darkness amid all the flashing color, he came straight to the place where the Gorp swung. As he took his stand before the wriggling creature, the din gradually faded, the warriors settled back into their seats, a pool of quiet spread through the enclosure. Groft came up to take his position beside the priest. With both hands he carried a 2-handled cup. It was not the ornamented goblet which stood before each diner, but a manifestly older artifact, fashioned of some dull black substance and having the appearance of being even older than the hall or town. One of the warriors who had helped to bring in the Gorp now made a quick and accurate cast with a looped rope, snaring the monster's head and pulling back almost at a right angle. With deliberation the storm priest produced a knife, the first straight-bladed weapon Dane had seen on Sargol. He made a single thrust in the soft underpart of the Gorp's throat, catching in the cup he took from Groft some of the ichor which spurted from the wound. The Gorp thrashed madly, spattering table and surrounding Salariki with its life fluid, but the attention of the crowd was riveted elsewhere. Into the old cup the priest poured another substance from a flask brought by an underling. He shook the cup back and forth, as if to mix its contents thoroughly, and then handed it to Groft. Holding it before him, the young chieftain leaped to the table top and so to stand before the high seat. There was a hush throughout the enclosure. Now even the Gorp had ceased its wild struggles and hung limp in its bonds. Groft raised the cup above his head and gave a loud shout in the archaic language of his clan. He was answered by a chant from the warriors who would in battle follow his banner, chant punctuated with the clinking slap of knife blades brought down forcibly on the board. 3 times he recited some formula and was answered by the others. Then, in another period of sudden quiet, he raised the cup to his lips and drank off its contents in a single draught, turning the goblet upside down when he had done to prove that not a drop remained within. A shout tore through the great hall. The Salariki were all on their feet, waving their knives over their heads in honor to their new ruler. And Groft for the first time seated himself in the high seat. The clan was no longer without a chieftain. Groft held his father's place. Show over. Dane heard Stott's murmur and Van Rick's disappointing reply. Not yet. They'll probably make a night of it. Here comes another round of drinks. And trouble with them, that was Captain Jellicoe being prophetic. By the coalsack's ripcord. That exclamation had been jolted out of Rip, and Dane turned to see what had so jarred the usually serene astrogator apprentice. He was just in time to witness an important piece of Sargolian social practice. A young warrior, surely only within a year or so of receiving his knife, was facing an older Salarik, both on their feet. The head and shoulder fur of the older fighter was dripping wet and an empty goblet rolled across the table to bump to the floor. A hush had fallen on the immediate neighbors of the pair, and there was an air of expectancy about the company. Threw his drink all over the other fellow, Rip's soft whisper explained. That means a duel. Here and now. Dane had heard of the personal combat proclivities of the Salariki. Should be to the death for an insult such as that, Ollie remarked, as usual surveying the scene from his chosen role as bystander. As a child he had survived the unspeakable massacres of the Crater War, nothing had been able to crack his surface armor since. The young fool. That was Steen Wilcox sizing up the situation from the angle of a naturally cautious nature and some 15 years of experience on a great many different worlds. He'll be mustered out for good before he knows what happened to him. The younger Salarik had barked a question at his elder and had been promptly answered by that dripping warrior. Now their neighbors came to life with an efficiency which suggested that they had been waiting for such a move. It had happened so many times that every man knew just the right procedure from that point on. In order for a Sargolian feast to be a success, the Terrans gathered from overheard remarks, at least one duel must be staged sometime during the festivities. And those not actively engaged did a lot of brisk betting in the background. Look there, at that fellow in the violet cloak, Rip directed Dane. See what he just laid down. The nobleman in the violet cloak was not one of Groft's liege men, but a member of the delegation from another clan. And what he had laid down on the table, indicating as he did so his choice as winner in the coming combat, the elder warrior, was a small piece of white material on which reposed a slightly withered but familiar leaf. The neighbor he wagered with, eyed the stake narrowly, bending over to sniff at it, before he piled up 2 gem-set armlets, a personal scent box and a thumb ring to balance. At this practical indication of just how much the Terran herb was esteemed, Dane regretted anew their earlier ignorance. He glanced along the board and saw that Van Rick had noted that stake and was calling their captain's attention to it. But such side issues were forgotten as the duelists vaulted into the circle rimmed by the table, a space now vacated for their action. They were stripped to their loin-cloths, their cloaks thrown aside. Each carried his net in his right hand, his claw knife ready in his left. As yet the traders had not seen Salarik against Salarik in action, and in spite of themselves they edged forward in their seats, as intent as the natives upon what was to come. The finer points of the combat were lost on them, and they did not understand the drilled casts of the net, which had become as formalized through the centuries as the ancient and now almost forgotten sword play of their own world. The young Solaric had greater agility and speed, but the veteran who faced him had the experience. To Terran eyes the duel had some of the weaving, sweeping movements of the earlier ritual dance. The swift evasions of the nets were graceful and so timed that many times the meshes grazed the skin of the fighter who fled entrapment. Dane believed that the elder man was tiring, and the youngster must have shared that opinion. There was a leap to the right, a sudden flurry of dart and retreat, and then a net curled high and fell, enfolding flailing arms and kicking legs. When the clutch rope was jerked tight, the captured youth was thrown off balance. He rolled frenziedly, but there was no escaping the imprisoning strands. A shout applauded the victor. He stood now above his captive who lay supine, his throat or breast ready for either stroke of the knife his captor wished to deliver. But it appeared that the winner was not minded to end the encounter with blood. Instead he reached out a long, befurred arm, took up a filled goblet from the table and with serious deliberation, poured its contents onto the upturned face of the loser. For a moment there was a dead silence around the feast board and then a second roar, to which the honestly relieved Terrans added spurts of laughter. The sputtering youth was shaken free of the net and went down on his knees, tendering his opponent his knife, which the other thrust along with his own into his sash belt. Dane gathered from overheard remarks that the younger man was, for a period of time, to be determined by clan council, now the servant-slave of his overthrower, and that since they were closely united by blood ties. This solution was considered eminently suitable, though had the elder killed his opponent, no one would have thought the worse of him for that deed. It was the Queen's men who were to provide the next center of attraction. Groft climbed down from his high seat and came to face across the board those who had accompanied him on the hunt. This time there was no escaping the sipping of the potent drink which the new chieftain slopped from his own goblet into each of theirs. The fiery mouthful almost gagged Dane, but he swallowed manfully and hoped for the best as it burned like acid down his throat into his middle, there to mix uncomfortably with the viands he had eaten. Week's thin face looked very white, and Dane noticed with malicious enjoyment that Ollie had an unobtrusive grip on the table which made his knuckles stand out in polished knobs, proving that there were things which could upset the imperturbable camel. Fortunately they were not required to empty that flowing bowl in one gulp as Groft had done. The ceremonial mouthful was deemed enough and Dane sat down thankfully, but with uneasy fears for the future. Groft had started back to his high seat when there was an interruption which had not been foreseen. A messenger threaded his way among the serving men and spoke to the chieftain, who glanced at the Terrans and then nodded. Dane, his queasiness growing every second, was not attending until he heard a bitten-off word from Rip's direction and looked up to see a party of IS men coming into the open space before the high seat. The men from the Queen stiffened, there was something in the attitude of the newcomers which hinted at trouble. "What do you wish, Sky Lords?" That was Groft using the trade lingo, his eyes half closed as he lolled in his chair of state, almost as if he were about to witness some entertainment provided for his pleasure. "We wish to offer you the good fortune desires of our hearts," that was Cowley, the flowery words rolling with the proper accent from his tongue. "And that you shall not forget us, we also offer gifts." At a gesture from their cargo master, the IS men set down a small chest. Groft, his chin resting on a clenched fist, lost none of his lazy air. "They are received," he retorted with the formal acceptance. "And no one can have too much good fortune. The howlers of the black winds know that." But he tendered no invitation to join the feast. Cowley did not appear to be disconcerted. His next move was one which took his rivals by surprise, in spite of their suspicions. Under the laws of the fellowship, Groft, he clung to the formal speech, "I claim redress." Ollie's hand moved. Through his growing distress Dane saw Van Rick's jaw tighten, the fighting mask snapped back on Captain Jellicoe's face. Whatever came now was real trouble. Groft's eyes flickered over the party from the Queen. Though he had just pledged cup friendship with 4 of them, he had the malicious humor of his race. He would make no move to head off what might be coming. By the right of the knife and the net, he intoned, you have the power to claim personal satisfaction. Where is your enemy? Cowley turned to face the free traders. I hereby challenge a champion to be set out from these off-worlders to meet by the blood and by the water my champion. The Salariki were getting excited. This was superb entertainment, an engagement such as they had never hoped to see, alien against alien. The rising murmur of their voices was like the growl of a hunting beast. Groft smiled, and the pleasure that expression displayed was neither Terran, nor human. But then the clan leader was not either, Dane reminded himself. 4 of these warriors are clan-bound, he said. But the others may produce a champion. Dane looked along the line of his comrades. Ali, Rip, Weeks and himself had just been ruled out. That left Jellicoe, Van Rick, Karl Kosti, the giant jetman whose strength they had to rely upon before, Stotts the engineer, Medic Tau and Steen Wilcox. If it were strength alone he would have chosen Kosti, but the big man was not too quick a thinker. Jellicoe got to his feet, the embodiment of a Star Lane fighting man. In the flickering light the scar on his cheek seemed to ripple. Who's your champion? He asked Cowley. The icy cargomaster was grinning. He was confident he had pushed them into a position from which they could not extricate themselves. You accept challenge, he countered. Jellicoe merely repeated his question and Cowley beckoned forward one of his men. The icy who stepped up was no match for Kosti. He was a slender, almost wan-slim young man, whose pleased smirk said that he, too, was about to put something over on the notorious free traders. Jellicoe studied him for a couple of long seconds during which the hum of Salariki voices was the threatening buzz of a disturbed wasp's nest. There was no way out of this. To refuse conflict was to lose all they had won with the clansmen. And they did not doubt that Cowley had, in some way, triggered the scales against them. Jellicoe made the best of it. We accept challenge, his voice was level. We, being guesting in Groff's holding, will fight after the manner of the Salariki who are proven warriors. He paused as roars of pleased acknowledgment arose around the board. Therefore let us follow the custom of warriors and take up the net and the knife. Was there a shade of dismay on Cowley's face? And the time? Groff leaned forward to ask, but his satisfaction at such a fine ending for his feast was apparent. This would be talked over by every Sargolian for many storm seasons to come. Jellicoe glanced up at the sky. Say an hour after dawn, chieftain. With your leave, we shall confer concerning a champion. My council room is yours. Groff signed for a liege man to guide them. 7. Barring accident. The morning winds rustled through the grass forest and, closer to hand, it pulled at the cloaks of the Salariki. Clan nobles sat on stools, lesser folk squatted on the trampled stubble of the cleared ground outside the stockade. In their many-colored splendor the drab tunics of the Terrans were a blot of darkness at either end of the makeshift arena which had been marked out for them. At the conclusion of their conference the Queen's men had been forced into a course Jellicoe had urged from the first. He, and he alone, would represent the free traders in the coming duel. And now he stood there in the early morning, stripped down to shorts and boots, wearing nothing on which a net could catch and so trap him. The free traders were certain that the IS men having any advantage would press it to the ultimate limit and the death of Captain Jellicoe would make a great impression on the Salariki. Jellicoe was taller than the icy who faced him, but almost as lean. Hard muscles moved under his skin, pale where space tan had not burned in the years of his star voyaging. And his every movement was with the liquid grace of a man who, in his time, had been a master of the force blade. Now he gripped in his left hand the claw knife given him by Groff himself and in the other he looped the throwing rope of the net. At the other end of the field, the icy man was industriously moving his boot soles back and forth across the ground, intent upon coating them with as much of the gritty sand as would adhere. And he displayed the supreme confidence in himself which he had shown at the moment of challenge in the great hall. None of the free trading party made the mistake of trying to give Jellicoe advice. The captain had not risen to his command without learning his duties. And the duties of a free trader covered a wide range of knowledge and practice. One had to be equally expert with a blaster and a slingshot when the occasion demanded. Though Jellicoe had not fought a Salariki duel with net and knife before, he had a deep memory of other weapons, other tactics which could be drawn upon and adapted to his present need. There was none of the casual atmosphere which had surrounded the affair between the Salariki clansmen in the hall. Here was ceremony. The storm priests invoked their own particular grim providence, and there was an oath taken over the weapons of battle. When the actual engagement began, the betting among the spectators had reached, Dane decided, epic proportions. Large sections of Sargolian personal property were due to change hands as a result of this encounter. As the chief priest gave the order to engage, both Terrans advanced from their respective ends of the fighting space with the half-crouching, light-footed tread of spacemen. Jellicoe had pulled his net into as close a resemblance to rope as its bulk would allow. The very type of weapon, so far removed from any the traders knew, made it a disadvantage rather than an asset. But it was when the IC moved out to meet the captain that Rip's fingers closed about Dane's upper arm in an almost paralyzing grip. He knows. Dane had not needed that bad news to be made vocal. Having seen the exploits of the Salariki duelists earlier, he had already caught the significance of that glide, of the way the IS champion carried his net. The IC had not had any last-minute instruction in the use of Sargolian weapons. He had practiced and, by his stance, knew enough to make him a formidable menace. The clamor about the Queen's party rose as the battle-wise eyes of the clansmen noted that, and the odds against Jellicoe reached fantastic heights while the hearts of his crew sank. Only Van Ryck was not disturbed. Now and then he raised his smelling bottle to his nose with an elegant gesture which matched those of the befurred nobility around him, as if not a thought of care ruffled his mind. The IC fainted in an opening which was a rather ragged copy of the young Salaric's more fluid moves some hours before. But, when the net settled, Jellicoe was simply not there. His quick drop to one knee had sent the mesh flailing in an arc over his bowed shoulders with a good 6 inches to spare. And a cry of approval came not only from his comrades, but from those natives who had been gamblers enough to venture their wagers on his performance. Dane watched the field and the fighters through a watery film. The discomfort he had experienced since downing that mouthful of the cup of friendship had tightened into a fist of pain clutching his middle in a torturing grip. But he knew he must stick it out until Jellicoe's ordeal was over. Someone stumbled against him and he glanced up to see Ali's face, a horrible grey-green under the tan, close to his own. For a moment the engineer apprentice caught at his arm for support and then with a visible effort straightened up. So he wasn't the only one. He looked for Rip and Weeks and saw that they, too, were ill. But for a moment all that mattered was the stretch of trampled earth and the two men facing each other. The IC made another cast and this time, although Jellicoe was not caught, the slap of the mesh raised a red welt on his forearm. So far the captain had been content to play the defensive role of retreat, studying his enemy, planning ahead. The IC plainly thought the game his, that he had only to wait for a favorable moment and cinch the victory. Dane began to think it had gone on for weary hours. And he was dimly aware that the Salariki were also restless. One or two shouted angrily at Jellicoe in their own tongue. The end came suddenly. Jellicoe lost his footing, stumbled, and went down. But before his men could move, the IC champion bounded forward, his net whirling out. Only he never reached the captain. In the very act of falling, Jellicoe had pulled his legs under him so that he was not supine but crouched, and his net swept but at ground level, clipping the IS man about the shins. Entangling his feet so that he crashed heavily to the sod and lay still. The whip, that Laylock's whip trick. Wilcox's voice rose triumphantly above the babble of the crowd. Using his net as if it had been a thong, Jellicoe had brought down the IC with a move the other had not foreseen. Breathing hard, sweat running down his shoulders and making tracks through the powdery red dust which streaked him, Jellicoe got to his feet and walked over to the IS champion who had not moved or made a sound since his fall. The captain went down on one knee to examine him. Kill! Kill! That was the Salariki, all their instinctive savagery aroused. But Jellicoe spoke to Groft. By our customs we do not kill the conquered. Let his friends bear him hence. He took the claw knife the icy still clutched in his hand and thrust it into his own belt. Then he faced the IS party and Cowley. Take your man and get out. The rein he had kept on his temper these past days was growing very thin. You've made your last play here. Cowley's thick lips drew back in something close to a Solaric snarl. But neither he nor his men made any reply. They bundled up their unconscious fighter and disappeared. Of their own return to the sanctuary of the Queen Dane had only the dimmest of memories afterwards. He had made the privacy of the forest road before he yielded to the demands of his outraged interior. And after that he had stumbled along with Van Rick's hand under his arm, knowing from other miserable sounds that he was not alone in his torment. It was some time later, months he thought when he first roused, that he found himself lying in his bunk, feeling very weak and empty as if a large section of his middle had been removed, but also at peace with his world. As he levered himself up the cabin had a nasty tendency to move slowly to the right as if he were a pivot on which it swung, and he had all the sensations of being in free fall though the Queen was still firmly planted. But that was only a minor discomfort compared to the disturbance he remembered. Fed the semi-liquid diet prescribed by Tao and served up by Moora to him and his fellow sufferers, he speedily got back his strength. But it had been a close call, he did not need Tao's explanation to underline that. Weeks had suffered the least of the four, he the most, though none of them had had an easy time. And they had been out of circulation 3 days. The icy blasted last night, Rip informed him as they lounged in the sun on the ramp, sharing the blessed lazy hours of invalidism. But somehow that news gave Dane no lift of spirit. I didn't think they'd give up. Rip shrugged. They may be off to make a dust-off before the board. Only, thanks to Van and the old man, we're covered all along the line. There's nothing they can use against us to break our contract. And now we're in so solid they can't cut us out with the Salariki. Groft asked the captain to teach him that trick with the net. I didn't know the old man knew Laylock's whip fighting, it's about one of the nastiest ways to get cut to pieces in this universe. How's trade going? Rip's Sunniness clouded. Supplies have given out. Weeks had an idea, but it won't bring in Koros. That redwood he's so mad about, he's persuaded Van to stow some in the cargo holds since we have enough Koros stones to cover the voyage. Luckily the clansman will take ordinary trade goods in exchange for that and Weeks thinks it will sell on Terra. It's tough enough to turn a steel knife blade and yet it is light and easy to handle when it's cured. Queer stuff and the colors interesting. That stockade of it planted around Groft's town has been up close to 100 years and not a sign of rot in a log of it. Where is Van? The storm priests sent for him. Some kind of a gabblefest on the star level, I gather. Otherwise we're almost ready to blast. And we know what kind of cargo to bring next time. They certainly did, Dane agreed. But he was not to idle away his morning. An hour later a caravan came out of the forest, a line of complaining, burdened orgles, their tiny heads hanging low as they moaned their woes. The hard life which sent them on their sluggish way with piles of red logs lashed to their broad toads' backs. Weeks was in charge of the procession and Dane went to work with the cargo plan Van had left, seeing that the brilliant scarlet lengths were hoisted into the lower cargo hatch and stacked according to the science of stowage. He discovered that Rip had been right, the wood for all its incredible hardness was light of weight. Weak as he still was he could lift and stow a full-sized log with no great difficulty. And he thought Weeks was correct in thinking that it would sell on their home world. The color was novel, the durability an asset, it would not make fortunes as the Koros stones might, but every bit of profit helped and this cargo might cover their fielding fees on Terra. Sinbad was in the cargo space when the first of the logs came in. With his usual curiosity, the striped tom cat prowled along the wood, sniffing industriously. Suddenly he stopped short, spat and backed away, his spine fur a roughened crest. Having backed as far as the inner door, he turned and slunk out. Puzzled, Dane gave the wood a swift inspection. There were no cracks or crevices in the smooth surfaces, but as he stopped over the logs he became conscious of a sharp odor. So this was one scent of the perfumed planet Sinbad did not like. Dane laughed. Maybe they had better have Weeks make a gate of the stuff and slip it across the ramp, keeping Sinbad on shipboard. Odd, it wasn't an unpleasant odor, at least to him it wasn't, just sharp and pungent. He sniffed again and was vaguely surprised to discover that it was less noticeable now. Perhaps the wood when taken out of the sunlight lost its scent. They packed the lower hold solid in accordance with the rules of stowage and locked the hatch before Van Ryck returned from his meeting with the storm priests. When the cargomaster came back he was followed by two servants bearing between them a chest. But there was something in Van Ryck's attitude, apparent to those who knew him best, that proclaimed he was not too well pleased with his morning's work. Sparing the feelings of the accompanying storm priests about the offensiveness of the spacer, Captain Jellicoe and Steen Wilcox went out to receive them in the open. Dane watched from the hatch, aware that in his present pariahhood it would not be wise to venture closer. The Terran traders were protesting some course of action that the Salariki were firmly insistent upon. In the end the natives won and Costi was summoned to carry on board the chest which the servants had brought. Having seen it carried safely inside the spacer, the aliens departed, but Van Ryck was frowning and Jellicoe's fingers were beating a tattoo on his belt as they came up the ramp. "I don't like it," Jellicoe stated as he entered. "It was none of my doing," Van Ryck snapped. "I'll take risks if I have to, but there's something about this one," he broke off, two deep lines showing between his thick brows. "Well, you can't teach a Sasral to spit," he ended philosophically. "We'll have to do the best we can." But Jellicoe did not look at all happy as he climbed to the control section. And before the hour was out the reason for the captain's uneasiness was common property throughout the ship. Having sampled the delights of off-world herbs, the Salariki were determined to not be cut off from their source of supply. 6 Terran months from the present Sargolian date would come the great yearly feast of the 50 storms. And the priests were agreed that this year their influence and power would be doubled if they could offer the devout certain privileges in the form of Terran plants. Consequently they had produced and forced upon the reluctant Van Ryck the Koro's collection of their order, with instructions that it be sold on Terra and the price returned to them in the precious seeds and plants. In vain the cargomaster and captain had pointed out that galactic trade was a chancy thing at the best, that accident might prevent return of the Queen to Sargol. But the priests had remained adamant and saw in all such arguments only a devious attempt to raise prices. They quoted in their turn the information they had levered out of the company men, that traders had their code and that once pay had been given in advance the contract must be fulfilled. They, and they alone, wanted the full cargo of the Queen on her next voyage, and they were taking the one way they were sure of achieving that result. So a fortune in Koro's stones which as yet did not rightfully belong to the traders was now in the Queen's strong room, and her crew were pledged by the strongest possible tie known in their service to set down on Sargol once more before the allotted time had passed. The free traders did not like it, there was even a vaguely superstitious feeling that such a bargain would inevitably draw ill luck to them. But they were left with no choice if they wanted to retain their influence with the Salariki. "Cutting orbit pretty fine, aren't we?" Ollie asked Rip across the mess table. "I saw your 2-star man sweating it out before he came down to shoot the breeze with us rocket monkeys." Rip nodded. "Steen's double-checked every computation and some he's done 4 times. He ran his hands over his close-cropped head with a weary gesture. As a semi-invalid he had been herded down with his fellows to swallow the builder Mura had concocted and Tau insisted that they take, but he had been doing a half a night's work on the plotter under his chief's exacting eye before he came. "The latest news is that, barring accident, we can make it with about 3 weeks' grace, give or take a day or two." "Barring accident," The words rang in the air. Here on the frontiers of the star lanes there were so many accidents, so many delays which could put a ship behind schedule. Only on the main star trails did the huge liners or company ships attempt to keep on regularly timed trips. A free trader did not really dare to have an inelastic contract. "What does Stott say?" Dane asked Dolly. "He says he can deliver. We don't have the headache about setting a course, you point the nose and we only give her the boost to send her along." Rip sighed. "Yes, point her nose." He inspected his nails. "Goodbye," he added gravely. "These won't be here by the time we plan it here again. I'll have my fingers gnawed off to the first knuckle. Well, we lift at 6 hours. Pleasant strap down." He drank the last of the stuff in his mug, made a face at the flavor, and got to his feet, due back at his post in control. Dane, free of duty until the ship earthed, drifted back to his own cabin, sure of part of a night's undisturbed rest before they blasted off. Sinbad was curled on his bunk. For some reason the cat had not been prowling the ship before takeoff as he usually did. First he had sat on Van's desk and now he was here, almost as if he wanted human company. Dane picked him up and Sinbad rumbled a purr, arching his head so that it rubbed against the young man's chin in an extremely uncharacteristic show of affection. Smoothing the fur along the cat's jaw-line, Dane carried him back to the cargomaster's cabin. With some hesitation he knocked at the panel and did not step in until he had Van Rick's muffled invitation. The cargomaster was stretched on the bunk, 2 of the takeoff straps already fastened across his bulk as if he intended to sleep through the blast-off. "Sinbad, sir. Shall I stow him?" Van Rick grunted an assent and Dane dropped the cat in the small hammock which was his particular station, fastening the safety cords. For once Sinbad made no protest but rolled into a ball and was promptly fast asleep. For a moment or two Dane thought about this unnatural behavior and wondered if he should call it to the cargomaster's attention. Perhaps on Sargel Sinbad had had his equivalent of a friendship cup and needed a checkup by Tau. Stowage correct? The question, coming from Van Rick, was also unusual. The seal would not have been put across the hold lock had its contents not been checked and rechecked. "Yes, sir," Dane replied woodenly, knowing he was still in the outer darkness. "There was just the wood, we stowed it according to chart." Van Rick grunted once more. "Feeling top layer again?" "Yes, sir." "Any orders, sir?" "No." "Blast-offs at 6. "Yes, sir." Dane left the cabin, closing the panel carefully behind him. Would he, or could he thought drearily, get back in Van Rick's profit column again? Sargel had been unlucky as far as he was concerned. First he had made that stupid mistake and then he got sick and now, what was the matter? Was it just the general attack of nerves over their voyage and the commitments which forced their haste, or was it something else? He could not rid himself of a vague sense that the Queen was about to take off into real trouble. And he did not like the sensation at all. 8. Headaches. They lifted from Sargel on schedule and went into Hyper also on schedule. From that point on there was nothing to do but wait out the usual dull time of flight between systems and hope that Steen Wilcox had plotted a course which would cut that flight time to a minimum. But this voyage there was little relaxation once they were in Hyper. No matter when Dane dropped into the mess cabin, which was the common meeting place of the spacer, he was apt to find others there before him, usually with a mug of one of Mura's special brews close at hand, speculating about their landing date. Dane, himself, once he had thrown off the lingering effects of his Sargolian illness, applied time to his studies. When he had first joined the Queen as a recruit straight out of the training pool, he had speedily learned that all the 10 years of intensive study then behind him had only been an introduction to the amount he still had to absorb before he could take his place as an equal with such a trader as Van Rick, if he had the stuff which would raise him in time to that exalted level. While he had still had his superior's favor he had dared to treat him as an instructor, going to him with perplexing problems of stowage or barter. But now he had no desire to intrude upon the cargo master, and doggedly wrestled with the microtapes of old records on his own, painfully working out the why and wherefore for any departure from the regular procedure. He had no inkling of his own future status, whether the return to Terra would find him permanently earthed. And he would ask no questions. They had been 4 days of ship's time in Hyper when Dane walked into the mess cabin, tired after his work with old records, to discover no Moora busy in the galley beyond, no Bruce steaming on the heat coil. Rip sat at the table, his long legs stuck out, his usually happy face very sober. "What's wrong?" Dane reached for a mug, then seeing no pot of drink, put it back in place. "Frank's sick." "What?" Dane turned. Illness such as they had run into on Sargel had a logical base. But illness on board ship was something else. Tau has him isolated. He has a bad headache and he blacked out when he tried to sit up. Tau's running tests. Dane sat down. Could be something he ate. Rip shook his head. He wasn't at the feast, remember? And he didn't eat anything from outside, he swore that to Tau. In fact, he didn't go dirt much while we were down. That was only too true as Dane could now recall. And the fact that the steward had not been at the feast, had not sampled native food products, wiped out the simplest and most comforting reasons for his present collapse. "What's this about Frank?" Ollie stood in the doorway. "He said yesterday that he had a headache. But now Tau has him shut off. But he wasn't at that feast." Ollie stopped short as the implications of that struck him. "How's Tang feeling?" "Fine, why?" The Comtech had come up behind Camel and was answering for himself. "Why this interest in the state of my health?" "Frank's down with something, in isolation," Rip replied bluntly. "Did he do anything out of the ordinary when we were off ship?" For a long moment the other stared at Shannon and then he shook his head. "No. And he wasn't dirtside to any extent either." So Tau's running tests, he lapsed into silence. None of them wished to put their thoughts into words. Dane picked up the microtape he had brought with him and went on down the corridor to return it. The panel of the cargo office was ajar and to his relief he found Van Ryck out. He shoved the tape back in its case and pulled out the next one. Sinbad was there, not in his own private hammock, but sprawled out on the cargomaster's bunk. He watched Dane lazily, mouthing a silent mew of welcome. For some reason since they had blasted from Sargel the cat had been lazy, as if his adventures afield there had sapped much of his vitality. "Why aren't you out working?" Dane asked as he leaned over to scratch under a furry chin raised for the benefit of such a caress. "You inspect the hold lately, boy?" Sinbad merely blinked and after the manner of his species looked infinitely bored. As Dane turned to go the cargomaster came in. He showed no surprise at Dane's presence. Instead he reached out and fingered the label of the tape Dane had just chosen. After a glance at the identifying symbol he took it out of his assistant's hand, plopped it back in its case, and stood for a moment eyeing the selection of past voyage records. With a tongue click of satisfaction he pulled out another and tossed it across the desk to Dane. "See what you can make out of this tangle," he ordered. But Dane's shoulders went back as if some weight had been lifted from them. The old easiness was still lacking, but he was no longer exiled to the outer darkness of Van Ryck's displeasure. Holding the microtape as if it were a first-grade Koros stone, Dane went back to his own cabin, snapped the tape into his reader, adjusted the ear buttons and lay back on his bunk to listen. He was deep in the intricacy of a deal so complicated that he was lost after the first 2 moves, when he opened his eyes to see Ollie at the door panel. The engineer apprentice made an emphatic beckoning wave and Dane slipped off the ear buttons. "What is it?" His question lacked a cordial note. "I've got to have help." Ollie was terse. Costies blacked out. "What?" Dane sat up and dropped his feet to the deck in almost one movement. "I can't shift him alone," Ollie stated the obvious. The giant jetman was almost double his size. "We must get him to his quarters. And I won't ask Stotts." For a perfectly good reason Dane knew. An assistant, 2 of the apprentices, could go sick, but their officers' continued good health meant the most to the Queen. If some infection were aboard, it would be better for Ollie and himself to be exposed, than to have Johann Stotz with all his encyclopedic knowledge of the ship's engines contract any disease. They found the jetman half sitting, half lying in the short foot or so of corridor which led to his own cubby. He had been making for his quarters when the seizure had taken him. And by the time the 2 reached his side, he was beginning to come around, moaning, his hands going to his head. Together they got him on his feet and guided him to his bunk, where he collapsed again, dead weight they had to push into place. Dane looked at Ollie. Tau. Haven't had time to call him yet. Ollie was jerking at the thigh straps which fastened Kosti's space boots. I'll go. Glad for the task, Dane sped up the ladder to the next section and threaded the narrow side hall to the medic's cabin, where he knocked on the panel. There was a pause before Craig Tau looked out, deep lines of weariness bracketing his mouth, etched between his eyes. Kosti, sir, Dane gave his bad news quickly. He's collapsed. We got him to his cabin. Tau showed no sign of surprise. His hand shot out for his kit. You touched him. At the other's nod he added an order. Stay in your quarters until I have a chance to look you over, understand? Dane had no chance to answer, the medic was already on his way. He went to his own cabin, understanding the reason for his imprisonment, but inwardly rebelling against it. Rather than sit idle he snapped on the reader, but, although facts and figures were dunned into his ears, he really heard very little. He couldn't apply himself, not with a new spectre leering at him from the bulkhead. The dangers of the space lanes were not to be numbered. Death walked among the stars, a familiar companion of all spacemen. And to the free trader it was the extra and invisible crewman on every ship that raised. But there were deaths, and Dane could not forget the gruesome legends Van Ryck, collected avidly as his hobby, had recorded in his private library of the folklore of space. Stories such as that of the ghostly New Hope carrying refugees from the first Martian rebellion, the ship which had lifted for the stars but had never arrived, which wandered for a timeless eternity, a derelict in free fall. Its port closed but the warning, dead, lights on at its nose, a ship which through 5 centuries had been sighted only by a spacer in similar distress. Such stories were numerous. There were other tales of plague ships wandering free with their dead crews, or discovered and shot into some sun by a patrol cruiser so that they might not carry their infection farther. Plague, the nebulous worst the traders had to face. Dane screwed his eyes shut, tried to concentrate upon the droning voice in his ears, but he could not control his thoughts nor his fears. At a touch on his arm he started so wildly that he jerked the cord loose from the reader and sat up, somewhat shamefaced, to greet Tau. At the medic's orders he stripped for one of the most complete examinations he had ever undergone outside a quarantine port. It included an almost microscopic inspection of the skin on his neck and shoulders, but when Tau had done he gave a sigh of relief. Well, you haven't got it, at least you don't show any signs yet, he amended his first statement almost before the words were out of his mouth. What were you looking for? Tau took time out to explain. Here. His fingers touched the small hollow at the base of Dane's throat and then swung him around and indicated 2 places on the back of his neck and under his shoulder blades. Kosti and Mura both have red eruptions here. It's as if they have been given an injection of some narcotic. Tau sat down on the jump seat while Dane dressed. Kosti was dirt-side, he might have picked up something. But Mura. That's it. Tau brought his fist down on the edge of the bunk. Frank hardly left the ship, yet he showed the first signs. On the other hand, you are all right so far and you were off ship. And Ollie's clean and he was with you on the hunt. We'll just have to wait and see. He got up wearily. If your head begins to ache, he told Dane, you get back here in a hurry and stay put, understand? As Dane learned, all the other members of the crew were given the same type of inspection. But none of them showed the characteristic marks which meant trouble. They were on course for Terra, but must have loomed large in all their minds, once there would they be allowed to land? Could they even hope for a hearing? Plague ship, Tau must find the answer before they came into normal space about their own solar system, or they were in for such trouble as made a broken contract seem the simplest of mishaps. Kosti and Mura were in isolation. There were volunteers for nursing, and Tau, unable to be in two places at once, finally picked Weeks to look after his crewmate in the engineering section. There was doubling up of duties. Tau could no longer share with Mura the care of the hydro garden, so Van Rick took over. While Dane found himself in charge of the galley, and, while he did not have Mura's deft hand at disguising the monotonous concentrates to the point they resembled fresh food. After a day or two he began to experiment cautiously and produced a stew which brought some short words of appreciation from Captain Jellicoe. They all breathed a sigh of relief when, after 3 days, no more signs of the mysterious illness showed on new members of the crew. It became routine to parade before Tau stripped to the waist each morning for the inspection of the danger points, and the medic's vigilance did not relax. In the meantime neither Mura nor Kosti appeared to suffer. Once the initial stages of headaches and blackouts were past, the patients lapsed into a semi-conscious state as if they were under sedation of some type. They would eat, if the food was placed in their mouths, but they did not seem to know what was going on about them, nor did they answer when spoken to. Tau, between visits to them, worked feverishly in his tiny lab, analyzing blood samples, reading the records of obscure diseases, trying to find the reason for their attacks. But as yet his discoveries were exactly nothing. He had come out of his quarters and sat in limp exhaustion at the mess table while Dane placed before him a mug of stimulating CAF hag. "I don't get it." The medic addressed the tabletop rather than the amateur cook. "It's a poison of some kind." Kosti went dirt-side, Mura didn't. Yet Mura came down with it first. "And we didn't ship any food from Sargal. Neither did he eat any while we were there. Unless he did and we didn't know about it. If I could just bring him to long enough to answer a couple of questions." Sighing, he dropped his weary head on his folded arms and within seconds was asleep. Dane put the mug back on the heating unit and sat down at the other end of the table. He did not have the heart to shake Tau into wakefulness. Let the poor devil get a slice of bunk time, he certainly needed it after the fatigues of the past 4 days. Van Rick passed along the corridor on his way to the hydro, Sinbad at his heels. But in a moment the cat was back, leaping up on Dane's knee. He did not curl up, but rubbed against the young man's arm, finally reaching up with a paw to touch Dane's chin, uttering one of the soundless mews which were his bid for attention. "What's the matter, boy?" Dane fondled the cat's ears. "You haven't got a headache, have you?" In that second a wild surmise came into his mind. Sinbad had been planetside on Sargal as much as he could, and on shipboard he was equally at home in all their cabins. Could he be the carrier of the disease? A good idea, only if it were true, then logically the second victim should have been Van, or Dane, whereas Sinbad lingered most of the time in their cabins, not Kosti. The cat, as far as he knew, had never shown any particular fondness for the jetman and certainly did not sleep in Carl's quarters. No, that point did not fit. But he would mention it to Tau, no use overlooking anything, no matter how wild. It was the sequence of victims which puzzled them all. As far as Tau had been able to discover, Mura and Kosti had nothing much in common except that they were crewmates on the same spacer. They did not bunk in the same section, their fields of labor were totally different, they had no special food or drink tastes in common, they were not even of the same race. Frank Mura was one of the few descendants of a mysterious, or now mysterious, people who had had their home on a series of islands in one of Terra's seas. Islands which almost 100 years before had been swallowed up in a series of world-rending quakes. Japan was the ancient name of that nation. While Carl Kosti had come from the once thickly populated land masses half the planet away which had borne the geographical name of Europe. No, all the way along the two victims had only very general meeting points, they both shipped on the Solar Queen and they were both of Terran birth. Tau stirred and sat up, blinking bemusedly at Dane, then pushed back his wiry black hair and assumed a measure of alertness. Dane dropped the now purring cat in the medic's lap and in a few sentences outlined his suspicion. Tao's hands closed about Sinbad. There's a chance in that. He looked a little less beat and he drank thirstily from the mug Dane gave him for the second time. Then he hurried out with Sinbad under one arm, bound for his lab. Dane slicked up the galley, trying to put things away as neatly as Mura kept them. He didn't have much faith in the Sinbad lead, but in this case everything must be checked out. When the medic did not appear during the rest of the ship's day, Dane was not greatly concerned. But he was alerted to trouble when Ollie came in with an inquiry and a complaint. "Seen anything of Craig?" "He's in the lab," Dane answered. "He didn't answer my knock," Ollie protested. "And Weeks says he hasn't been in to see Carl all day." That did catch Dane's attention. Had his half-hunch been right? Was Tao on the trail of a discovery which had kept him chained to the lab? But it wasn't like the medic not to look in on his patients. "You're sure he isn't in the lab? I told you that he didn't answer my knock." "I didn't open the panel," but now Ollie was already in the corridor heading back the way he had come, with Dane on his heels, an unwelcome explanation for that silence in both their minds. And their fears were reinforced by what they heard as they approached the panel, a low moan wrung out of unbearable pain. Dane thrust the sliding door open. Tao had slipped from his stool to the floor. His hands were at his head, which rolled from side to side as if he were trying to quiet some agony. Dane stripped down the medic's undertunic. There was no need to make a careful examination. In the hollow of Craig Tao's throat was the telltale red blotch. "Sinbad." Dane glanced about the cabin. "Did Sinbad get out past you?" he demanded of the puzzled Ollie. "No, I haven't seen him all day." Yet the cat was nowhere in the tiny cabin and it had no concealed hiding place. To make doubly sure, Dane secured the panel before they carried Tao to his bunk. The medic had blacked out again, passed into the lethargic second stage of the malady. At least he was out of the pain, which appeared to be the worst symptom of the disease. "It must be Sinbad," Dane said as he made his report directly to Captain Jellicoe. "And yet—" "Yes, he's been staying in Van's cabin," the captain mused. "And you've handled him, he slept on your bunk. Yet you and Van are all right. I don't understand that. Anyway, to be on the safe side, we'd better find and isolate him before." He didn't have to underline any words for the grim-faced men who listened. With Tao, their one hope of fighting the disease gone, they had a black future facing them. They did not have to search for Sinbad. Dane, coming down to his own section, found the cat crouched before the panel of Van Rick's cabin, his eyes glued to the thin crack of the door. Dane scooped him up and took him to the small cargo space intended for the safeguarding of choice items of commerce. To his vast surprise, Sinbad began fighting wildly as he opened the hatch, kicking and then slashing with ready claws. The cat seemed to go mad and Dane had all he could do to shut him in. When he snapped the panel, he heard Sinbad launch himself against the barrier as if to batter his way out. Dane, blood welling in several deep scratches, went in search of first aid. But some suspicion led him to pause as he passed Van Rick's door. And when his knock brought no answer, he pushed the panel open. Van Rick lay on his bunk, his eyes half closed in a way which had become only too familiar to the crew of the Solar Queen. And Dane knew that when he looked for it he would find the mark of the strange plague on the cargomaster's body. 9. Plague. Jellicoe and Steen Wilcox pored over the few notes Tao had made before he was stricken. But apparently the medic had found nothing to indicate that Sinbad was the carrier of any disease. Meanwhile the captain gave orders for the cat to be confined. A difficult task, since Sinbad crouched close to the door of the storage cabin and was ready to dart out when food was taken in for him. Once he got a good way down the corridor before Dane was able to corner and return him to keeping. Dane, Ollie and Weeks took on the full care of the 4 sick men, leaving the few regular duties of the ship to the senior officers, while Rip was installed in charge of the hydro garden. Mura, the first to be taken ill, showed no change. He was semi-conscious, he swallowed food if it were put in his mouth, he responded to nothing around him. And Kosti, Tao, and Van Rick followed the same pattern. They still held morning inspection of those on their feet for signs of a new outbreak, but when no one else went down during the next 2 days, they regained a faint spark of hope. Hope which was snapped out when Ollie brought the news that Stotts could not be roused and must have taken ill during a sleep period. One more inert patient was added to the list, and nothing learned about how he was infected. Except that they could eliminate Sinbad, since the cat had been in custody during the time Stotts had apparently contracted the disease. Weeks, Ollie and Dane, though they were in constant contact with the sick men, and though Dane had repeatedly handled Sinbad, continued to be immune. A fact, Dane thought more than once, which must have significance, if someone with Tao's medical knowledge had been able to study it. By all rights they should be the most susceptible, but the opposite seemed true. And Wilcox duly noted that fact among the data they had recorded. It became a matter of watching each other, waiting for another collapse. And they were not surprised when Tanya reeled into the mess, his face livid and drawn with pain. Rip and Dane got him to his cabin before he blacked out. But all they could learn from him during the interval before he lost consciousness was that his head was bursting and he couldn't stand it. Over his limp body they stared at one another bleakly. 6 down, Ollie observed, and 6 to go. How do you feel? Tired, that's all. What I don't understand is that once they go into this stupor they just stay. They don't get any worse, they have no rise in temperature, it's as if they are in a modified form of cold sleep. How is Tang? Rip asked from the corridor. Usual pattern, Ollie answered, he's sleeping. Got a pain, fella? Rip shook his head. Right as a communist. I don't get it. Why does it strike Tang who didn't even hit dirt much, and yet you keep on? Dane grimaced. If we had an answer to that, maybe we'd know what caused the whole thing. Ollie's eyes narrowed. He was staring straight at the unconscious Comtech as if he did not see that supine body at all. I wonder if we've been salted, he said slowly. We've been what? Dane demanded. Look here, we 3, with Weeks, drank that brew of the Salariki, didn't we? And we were as sick as Venusian gobblers afterwards, agreed Rip. Light dawned. Do you mean, began Dane. So that's it, flashed Rip. It might just be, Ollie said. Do you remember how the settlers on Cambline brought their Terran cattle through the first year? They fed them salt mixed with fancel grass. The result was that the herds didn't take the fancel grass fever when they turned them out to pasture in the dry season. All right, maybe we had our salt in that drink. The fancel salt makes the cattle filthy sick when it's forced down their throats, but after they recover they're immune to the fever. And nobody on Cambline buys unsalted cattle now. It sounds logical, admitted Rip. But how are we going to prove it? Ollie's face was black once more. Probably by elimination, he said morosely. If we keep our feet and all the rest go down, that's our proof. But we ought to be able to do something, protested Shannon. Just how? Ollie's slender brows arched. Do you have a gallon of that Salariki brew on board you can serve out? We don't know what was in it. Nor are we sure that this whole idea has any value. All of them had had first aid and basic preventive medicine as part of their training, but the more advanced laboratory experimentation was beyond their knowledge and skill. Had Tao still been on his feet, perhaps he could have traced that lead and brought order out of the chaos which was closing in upon the Solar Queen. But, though they reported their suggestion to the captain, Jellicoe was powerless to do anything about it. If the 4 who had shared that upsetting friendship cup were immune to the doom which now overhung the ship, there was no possible way for them to discover why or how. Ship's time came to have little meaning. And they were not surprised when Steen Wilcox slipped from his seat before the computer, to be stowed away with what had become a familiar procedure. Only Jellicoe withstood the contagion apart from the younger 4, taking his turn at caring for the helpless men. There was no change in their condition. They neither roused nor grew worse as the hours and then the days sped by. But each of those units of time in passing brought them nearer to greater danger. Sooner or later they must make the transition out of hyper into system space, and the jump out of warp was something not even a veteran took lightly. Rip's round face thinned while they watched. Jellicoe was still functioning. But if the captain collapsed, the whole responsibility for the snap-out would fall directly on Shannon. An infinitesimal error would condemn them to almost hopeless wandering, perhaps forever. Dane and Ollie relieved Rip of all duty but that which kept him chained in Wilcox's chair before the computers. He went over and over the data of the course the astrogator had set. And Captain Jellicoe, his eyes sunk in dark pits, checked and rechecked. When the fatal moment came, Ollie manned the engine room with Weeks at his elbow to tend the controls the acting engineer could not reach. And Dane, having seen the sick all safely stowed in crash webbing, came up to the control cabin, riding out the transfer in Tanya's place. Rip's voice hoarse-ned into a croak, calling out the data. Dane, though he had had basic theory, was completely lost before Shannon had finished the first set of coordinates. But Jellicoe replied, hands playing across the pilot's board. Stand by for snap-out. The croak went down to the engines where Ollie now held Stotz's post. Engines ready. The voice came back, thinned by its journey from the Queen's interior. Ot 59, that was Jellicoe. Dane found himself suddenly unable to watch. He shut his eyes and braced himself against the vertigo of snap-out. It came and he whirled sickeningly through unstable space. Then he was sitting in the laced Comteca's seat looking at Rip. Runnels of sweat streaked Shannon's brown face. There was a damp patch darkening his tunic between his shoulder blades, a patch which it would take both of Dane's hands to cover. For a moment he did not raise his head to look at the vision plate which would tell him whether or not they had made it. But when he did, familiar constellations made the patterns they knew. They were out, and they couldn't be too far off the course Wilcox had plotted. There was still the system run to make, but snap-out was behind them. Rip gave a deep sigh and buried his head in his hands. With a throb of fear, Dane unhooked his safety belt and hurried over to him. When he clutched at Shannon's shoulder, the astrogator apprentice's head rolled limply. Was Rip down with the illness too? But the other muttered and opened his eyes. Does your head ache? Dane shook him. Head? No, Rip's words came drowsily. Just sleepy, so sleepy. He did not seem to be in pain. But Dane's hands were shaking as he hoisted the other out of his seat and half carried half led him to his cabin, praying as he went that it was only fatigue and not the disease. The ship was on auto now until Jellicoe as pilot set a course. Dane got Rip down on the bunk and stripped off his tunic. The fine-drawn face of the sleeper looked wan against the foam rest, and he snuggled into the softness like a child as he turned over and curled up. But his skin was clear, it was real sleep and not the plague which had claimed him. Impulse sent Dane back to the control cabin. He was not an experienced pilot officer, but there might be some assistance he could offer the captain now that Rip was washed out, perhaps for hours. Jellicoe hunched before the smaller computer, feeding pilot tape into its slot. His face was a skull under a thin coating of skin, the bones marking it sharply at jaw, nose and eye socket. Shannon down. His voice was a mere whisper of its powerful self. He did not turn his head. He's just worn out, sir, Dane hastened to give reassurance. The marks aren't on him. When he comes around, tell him the coords are in, Jellicoe murmured. See, he checks course in 10 hours. But, sir, Dane's protest failed as he watched the captain struggle to his feet, pulling himself up with shaking hands. As Thorson reached forward to steady the other, one of those hands tore at tunic collar, ripping loose the ceiling. There was no need for explanation, the red splotch signaled from Jellicoe's sweating throat. He kept his feet, holding out against the waves of pain by sheer willpower. Then Dane had a grip on him, got him away from the computer, hoping he could keep him going until they reached Jellicoe's cabin. Somehow they made that journey, being greeted with raucous screams from the Hoobat. Furiously Dane slapped the cage, setting it to swinging and so silencing the creature which stared at him with round, malignant eyes as he got the captain to bed. Only 4 of them on their feet now, Dane thought bleakly as he left the cabin. If Rip came out of it in time they could land. Dane's breath caught as he made himself face up to the fact that Shannon might be ill, that it might be up to him to bring the Queen in for a landing. And in where? The Terra quarantine was Luna City on the moon. But let them signal for a set down there, let them describe what had happened and they might face death as a plague ship. Wearily he climbed down to the mess cabin to discover Weeks and Ollie there before him. They did not look up as he entered. "Old man's got it," he reported. "Rip?" was Ollie's crossing question. "Asleep. He passed out." "What?" Weeks swung around. "Worn out," Dane amended. "Captain fed in a pilot tape before he gave up." "So, now we are 3, was Ollie's comment. "Where do we set down?" "Luna City." "If they let us," Dane hinted at the worst. "But they've got to let us," Weeks exclaimed. "We can't just wander around out here." "It's been done," Ollie reminded them brutally, and that silenced Weeks. "Did the old man set Luna?" After a long pause Ollie inquired. "I didn't check," Dane confessed. "He was giving out and I had to get him to his bunk." "It might be well to know." The engineer apprentice got up, his movements lacking much of the elastic spring which was normally his. When he climbed to control, both the others followed him. Ollie's slender fingers played across a set of keys and in the small screen mounting on the computer a set of figures appeared. Dane took up the master course book, read the connotation and blinked. "Not Luna?" Ollie asked. "No. But I don't understand. This must be for somewhere in the asteroid belt." Ollie's lips stretched into a pale caricature of a smile. Good for the old man, he still had his wits about him, even after the bug bit him. "But why are we going to the asteroids?" Weeks asked reasonably enough. "There are medics at Luna City, they can help us. They can handle known diseases," Ollie pointed out. "But what of the code?" Weeks dropped into the Comteka's place as if some of the stiffening had vanished from his thin but sturdy legs. "They wouldn't do that," he protested, but his eyes said that he knew that they well might. "Oh, no. Face the facts, man," Ollie sounded almost savage. "We come from a frontier planet, we're a plague ship." He did not have to underline that. They all knew too well the danger in which they now stood. "Nobody's died yet," Weeks tried to find an opening in the net being drawn about them. "And nobody's recovered," Ollie crushed that thread of hope. "We don't know what it is, how it is contracted, anything about it. Let us make a report saying that and you know what will happen, don't you?" They weren't sure of the details, but they could guess. "So I say," Ollie continued, "the old man was right when he set us on an evasion course. If we can stay out until we really know what is the matter, we'll have some chance of talking over the high brass at Luna when we do plan it." In the end they decided not to interfere with the course the captain had set. It would take them into the fringes of solar civilization, but give them a fighting chance at solving their problem before they had to report to the authorities. In the meantime they tended their charges, let Rip sleep, and watched each other with desperate but hidden intentness, ready for another to be stricken. However, they remained, although almost stupid with fatigue at times, reasonably healthy. Time was proving that their guess had been correct, they had been somehow inoculated against the germ or virus which had struck the ship. Rip slept for 24 hours, ship time, and then came into the mess cabin ravenously hungry, to catch up on both food and news. And he refused to join with the prevailing pessimistic view of the future. Instead he was sure that their own immunity having been proven, they had a talking point to use with the medical officials at Luna, and he was eager to alter course directly for the quarantine station. Only the combined arguments of the other 3 made him, unwillingly, agree to a short delay. And how grateful they should be for Captain Jellicoe's foresight they learned within the next day. Ollie was at the comm unit, trying to pick up Solarian news reports. When the red alert flashed on throughout the ship, it brought the others hurrying to the control cabin. The code squeaks were magnified as Ollie switched on the receiver full strength, to be translated as he pressed a second button. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Free Trader, Solar Queen, Terra Registry 65-724910 JK, suspected plague ship, took off from infected planet. Warn off, report such ship to Luna Station. Solar Queen from infected planet, to be warned off and reported. The same message was repeated 3 times before going off ether. The 4 in the control cabin looked at each other blankly. But, Dane broke the silence, how did they know? We haven't reported in. The IZs. Ollie had the answer ready. That IS ship must be having the same sort of trouble and reported to her company. They would include us in their report and believe that we were infected too, or it would be easy to convince the authorities that we were. I wonder. Rip's eyes were narrowed slits as he leaned back against the wall. Look at the facts. The survey ship which charted Sargal, they were dirtside there about 3-4 months. Yet they gave it a clean bill of health and put it up for trading rights auction. Then Cam bought those rights. He made at least 2 trips in and out before he was blasted on Limbo. No infection bothered him or survey. But you've got to admit it hit us, Weeks protested. Yes, and the icy ship was able to foresee it, report us before we snapped out of hyper. Sounds almost as if they expected us to carry plague, doesn't it? Shannon wanted to know. Planted? Ollie frowned at the banks of controls. But how? No icy came on board, no Solaric either, except for the cub who showed us what they thought of catnip. Rip shrugged. How would I know how they did? He was beginning when Dane cut in. If they didn't know about our immunity, the Queen might stay in hyper and never come out, there wouldn't be anyone to set the snap out. Right enough. But on the chance that somebody did keep on his feet and bring her home, they were ready with a cover. If no one raises a howl, Sargal will be written off the charts as infected. IS sits on her tail fins a year or so and then she promotes an investigation before the board. The survey records are trotted out, no infection recorded. So they send in a patrol probe. Everything is all right, so it wasn't the planet after all, it was that dirty old free trader. And she's out of the way. IS gets the Koros trade all square and legal and we're no longer around to worry about. Neat as a Salariki netcast, and right around our collective throats, my friends. So what do we do now? Weeks wanted to know. We keep on the old man's course, get lost in the asteroids until we can do some heavy thinking and see a way out. But if IS gave us this prize package, some trace of its origin is still aboard. And if we can find that, why, then we have something to start from. Mura went down first, and then Carl. Nothing in common, the old problem faced Dane for the 100th time. No. But, Ollie arose from his place at the comm unit. I'd suggest a real search of first Frank's and then Carl's quarters. A regular turnout down to the bare walls of their cabins. Are you with me? Fly boy, we're ahead of you. Rip contributed, already at the door panel. Down to the bare walls it is. 10, Estat Landing. Since Mura was in the isolation of ship's sick bay, the stripping of his cabin was a relatively simple job. But, though Rip and Dane went over it literally by inches, they found nothing unusual, in fact nothing from Sargal except a small twig of the red wood which lay on the steward's worktable where he had been fashioning something to incorporate in one of his miniature fairy landscapes. To be imprisoned for all time in a plastibubble. Dane turned this around in his fingers. Because it was the only link with the perfumed planet, he couldn't help but feel that it had some importance. But Costi had not shown any interest in the wood. And he, himself, and Weeks had handled it freely before they had tasted Graf's friendship cup and had no ill effects, so it couldn't be the wood. Dane put the twig back on the work table and snapped the protecting cover over the delicate tools, never realizing until days later how very close he had been in that moment to the solution of their problem. After 2 hours of shifting every one of the steward's belongings, of crawling on hands and knees about the deck and climbing to inspect perfectly bare walls, they had found exactly nothing. Rip sat down on the end of the denuded bunk. "There's the hydro, Frank spent a lot of time in there, and the storeroom," he told the places off on his fingers. "The galley and the mess cabin. Those had been the extent of Mura's world. They could search the storeroom, the galley and the mess cabin, but to interfere with the hydro would endanger their air supply. It was for that very reason that they now looked at each other in startled surmise. The perfect place to plant something." Dane spoke first. Rip's teeth caught his underlip. "The hydro, something planted there could not be routed out unless they made a landing on a port field and had the whole section stripped. Devilish." Rip's mobile lips drew tight. "But how could they do it?" Dane didn't see how it could have been done either. No one but the Queen's own crew had been on board the ship during their entire stay on Sargel, except for the young Solaric. Could that cub have brought something? But he and Mura had been with the youngster every minute that he had been in the hydro. To the best of Dane's memory, the cub had touched nothing and had been there only for a few moments. That had been before the feast also. Rip got to his feet. "We can't strip the hydro in space," he pointed out the obvious quietly. Dane had the answer. "Then we've got to Earth. You heard that worn off. If we try it. What about an emergency station?" Rip stood very still, his big hands locked about the buckle of his arms belt. Then, without another word, he went out of the cabin and at a pounding pace up the ladder, bound for the captain's cabin and the records Jellicoe kept there. It was such a slim chance, but it was better than none at all. Dane shouldered into the small space in his wake to find Rip making a selection from the astrogation tapes. There were E-stats among the asteroids, points prospectors or small traders in sudden difficulties might contact for supplies or repairs. The big companies maintained their own, the patrol had several for independence. No patrol one. Rip managed a smile. "I haven't gone space whirly yet," was his comment. He was feeding a tape into the reader on the captain's desk. In the cage over his head the blue Hoobat squatted watching him intently, for the first time since Dane could remember, showing no sign of resentment by weird screams or wild spitting. "Patrol E-stat A-54, the reader squeaked. Rip hit a key and the wire clicked to the next entry. "Combine E-stat," another punch and click. "Patrol E-stat A-55, punch click. Intersolar," this time Rip's hand did not hit the key and the squeak continued. "Coordinates." Rip reached for a stilo and jotted down the list of figures. "Got to compare this with our present course." "But that's an IS stat," began Dane, and then he laughed as the justice of such a move struck him. They did not dare set the Queen down at any patrol station. But a Company 1 which would be manned by only 2 or 3 men and not expecting any but their own people, and IS owed them help now. "There may be trouble," he said, not that he would have any regrets if there was. If the ISs were responsible for the present plight of the Queen, he would welcome trouble, the kind which would plant his fists on some sneering icy face. "We'll see about that when we come to it." Rip went on to the control cabin with his figures. Carefully he punched the combination on the plotter and watched it be compared with the course Jellicoe had set before his collapse. "Good enough," he commented as the result flashed on. "We can make it without using too much fuel." "Make what?" That was Ollie up from the search of Costy's quarters. "Nothing," he gave his report of what he had found there and then returned to the earlier question. "Make what?" Swiftly Dane outlined their suspicions, that the seat of the trouble lay in the hydro and that they should clean out that section, drawing upon emergency materials at the ISE stat. "Sounds all right. But you know what they do to pirates?" inquired the engineer apprentice. Space law came into Dane's field, he needed no prompting. Any ship in emergency, he recited automatically, may claim supplies from the nearest E-stat, paying for them when the voyage is completed. That means any patrol E-stat. The companies are private property. But, Dane pointed out triumphantly, the law doesn't say so, there is nothing about any difference between company and patrollee stat in the law. He's right, Rip agreed. That law was framed when only the patrol had such stations. Companies put them in later to save tax, remember? Legally we're all right. Unless the agents on duty raise a howl, Ollie amended. Oh, don't give me that look, Rip. I'm not sounding any worn off on this, but I just want you to be prepared to find a cruiser riding our fins and giving us the hot flash as bandits. If you want to spoil the Izies, I'm all for it. Got a stat of theirs pinpointed? Rip pointed to the figures on the computer. There she is. We can set down in about 5 hours ship time. How long will it take to strip the hydro and reinstall? How can I tell? Ollie sounded irritable. I can give you oxygen for quarters for about 2 hours. Depends upon how fast we can move. No telling until we make a start. He started for the corridor and then added over his shoulder, you'll have to answer a comm challenge, thought about that? Why? Rip asked. It might be comm repairs bringing us in. They won't be expecting trouble and we'll have the advantage. But Ollie was not to be shaken out of his usual dim view of the future. All right, so we land, blaster in hand, and take the place. And they get off one little squeak to the patrol. Well, a short life but an interesting one. And we'll make all the video channels for sure when we go out with rockets blasting. Nothing like having a little excitement to break the dull routine of a voyage. We aren't going to, are we? Dane protested, land armed, I mean. Ollie stared at him and Rip, to Dane's surprise, did not immediately repudiate that thought. Sleep rods certainly, the astrogator apprentice said after a pause. We'll have to be prepared for the moment when they find out who we are. And you can't reset a hydro in a few minutes, not when we have to keep oxygen on for the others. If we were able to turn that off and work in suits it'd be a quicker job, we could dump before we set down and then pile it in at once. But this way it's going to be piecework. And it all depends on the agents at the stat whether we have trouble or not. We had better break out the suits now, Ollie added to Rip's estimate of the situation. If we set down and pile out wearing suits at once it will build up our tale of being poor wrecked spacemen. Sleep rods or not, Dane thought to himself, the whole plan was one born of desperation. It would depend upon who manned the E-stat and how fast the free traders could move once the Queen touched her fins to Earth. Knock out their comms, that was Ollie continuing to plan. Do that first and then we don't have to worry about someone calling in the patrol. Rip stretched. For the first time in hours he seemed to have returned to his usual placid self. Good thing somebody in this spacer watches video serials, Ollie. You can brief us on all the latest tricks of space pirates. Nothing is so wildly improbable that you can't make use of it sometime during a checkered career. He glanced over the board before he brought his hand down on a single key set a distance apart from the other controls. Put some local color into it, was his comment. Dane understood. Rip had turned on the distress signal at the Queen's nose. When she set down on the stat field she would be flaming a banner of trouble. Next to the wan dead lights, set only when a ship had no hope of ever reaching port at all, that signal was one every spacer dreaded having to flash. But it was not the dead lights, not yet for the Queen. Working together they brought out the space suits and readied them at the hatch. Then Weeks and Dane took up the task of tending their unconscious charges while Rip and Ollie prepared for landing. There was no change in the sleepers. And in Jellicoe's cabin even Queeks appeared to be influenced by the plight of its master, for instead of greeting Dane with its normal aspect of rage, the Hoobat stayed quiescent on the floor of its cage, its top claws hooked about 2 of the wires. Its protruding eyes staring out into the room with what seemed closed to a malignant intelligence. It did not even spit as Dane passed under its abode to pour thin soup into his patient. As for Sinbad, the cat had retreated to Dane's cabin and steadily refused to leave the quarters he had chosen, resisting with tooth and claw the one time Dane had tried to take him back to Van Rick's office and his own hammock there. Afterwards the cargo apprentice did not try to evict him. There was comfort in seeing that plump grey body curled on the bunk he had little chance to use. His nursing duties performed for the moment, Dane ventured into the hydro. He was practiced in tending this vital heart of the ship's air supply. But outfitting a hydro was something else again. In his cadet years he had aided in such a program at least twice as a matter of learning the basic training of the service. But then they had had unlimited supplies to draw on and the action had taken place under no more pressure than that exerted by the instructors. Now it was going to be a far more tricky job. He went slowly down the aisle between the banks of green things. Plants from all over the galaxy, grown for their contribution to the air renewal, as well as side products such as fresh fruit and vegetables, were banked there. The sweet odor of their verdant life was strong. But how could any of the four now on duty tell what was rightfully there and what might have been brought in? And could they be sure anything had been introduced? Dane stood there. His eyes searching those lines of greens, such a mixture of greens from the familiar shade of Terra's fields to greens tinged with shades first bestowed by other suns on other worlds, looking for one which was alien enough to be noticeable. Only Mura, who knew this garden as he knew his own cabin, could have differentiated between them. They would just dump everything and trust to luck. He was suddenly aware of a slight movement in the banks, a shivering of stem, quiver of leaf. The mere act of his passing had set some sensitive plant to register his presence. A lacy, fern-like thing was contracting its fronds into balls. He should not stay, disturbing the peace of the hydro. But it made little difference now. Within a matter of hours all this luxuriance would be thrust out to die and they would have to depend upon canned oxygen and algae tanks. Too bad, the hydro represented much time and labor on Mura's part and Tau had medical plants growing there he had been observing for a long time. As Dane closed the door behind him, seeing the line of bald fern which had marked his passage, he heard a faint rustling, a sound as if a wind had swept across the green room within. The imagination which was a trader's asset, when it was kept within bounds, suggested that the plants inside guessed. With a frown for his own sentimentality, Dane strode down the corridor and climbed to check with Rip in control. The astrogator apprentice had his own problems. To bring the Queen down on the circumscribed field of an E-stat, without a guide beam to ride in, since if they contacted the stat they must reveal their own comm was working and they would have to answer questions, was the sort of test even a seasoned pilot would tense over. Yet Rip was sitting now in the captain's place, his broad hands spread out on the edge of the control board waiting. And below in the engine room Ollie was in Stotza's place ready to fire and cut rockets at order. Of course they were both several years ahead of him in service, Dane knew. But he wondered at their quick assumption of responsibility and whether he himself could ever reach that point of self-confidence, his memory turning to the bad mistake he had made on Sargel. There was the sharp note of a warning gong, the flash of red light on the control board. They were off automatic, from here on in it was all Kip's work. Dane strapped down at the silent comm unit and was startled a moment later when it spat words at him, translated from space code. Identify, ISE-stat calling spacer, identify. So compelling was that demand that Dane's fingers went to the answer key before he remembered and snatched them back, to fold his hands in his lap. Identify, the expressionless voice of the translator droned over their heads. Rip's hands were on the control board, playing the buttons there with the precision of a musician creating some symphonic masterpiece. And the Queen was alive, now quivering through her stout plates, coming into a landing. Dane watched the visa plate. The E-stat asteroid was of a reasonable size, but in their eyes it was a bleak, torn mote of stuff swimming through vast emptiness. Identify, the drone heightened in pitch. Rip's lips were compressed, he made quick calculations. And Dane saw that, though Jellicoe was the master, Rip was fully fit to follow in the captain's boot prints. There was a sudden silence in the cabin, the demand had stopped. The agents below must now have realized that the ship with the distress signals blazing on her nose was not going to reply. Dane found he could not watch the visa plate now. Rip's hands about their task filled his whole range of sight. He knew that Shannon was using every bit of his skill and knowledge to jockey them into the position where they could ride their tail rockets down to the scorched rock of the Estat field. Perhaps it wasn't as smooth a landing as Jellicoe could have made. But they did it. Rip's hands were quiet, again that patch of darkness showed on the back of his tunic. He made no move from his seat. Secure, Ollie's voice floated up to them. Dane unbuckled his safety webbing and got up, looking to Shannon for orders. This was Rip's plan they were to carry through. Then something moved him to give honor where it was due. He touched that bowed shoulder before him. Fin landing, brother. 4 points and down. Rip glanced up, a grin made him look his old self. Ought to have a recording of that for the board when I go up for my pass-through. Dane matched his smile. Too bad we didn't have someone out there with a tri-D machine. More likely it'd be evidence at our trial for piracy. Their words must have reached Ollie on the ship's intercom, for his deflating reply came back, to remind them of why they had made that particular landing. Do we move now? Check first, Rip said into the mic. Dane looked at the visa plate. Against a background of jagged rock teeth was the bubble of the Estat housing, more than 3/4 of it being in the hollowed-out sections below the surface of the miniature world which supported it, as Dane knew. But a beam of light shone from the dome to center on the grounded Queen. They had not caught the Stat agents napping. They made the rounds of the spacer, checking on each of the semi-conscious men. Ollie had ready the artificial oxygen tanks. They must move fast once they began the actual task of clearing and restocking the hydro. Hope you have a good story ready, he commented as the other three joined him by the hatch to don the suits which would enable them to cross the airless, heatless surface of the asteroid. We have a poisoned hydro, Dane said. One look at the plants we dump will give you the lie. They won't accept our story without investigation. Dane was aroused. Did Ollie think he was as stupid as all that? If you take a look in there now you'd believe me, he snapped. What did you do? Ollie sounded genuinely interested. Chucked a heated can of lac oil over a good section. It's wilting down fast in big patches. Rip snorted. Good old lac oil. You drink it, you wash in it, and now you kill off the hydro with it. Maybe we can give the company an extra testimonial for the official jabber and collect and we hit Terra. All right, Weeks, he spoke to the little man, you listen in on the comm, it's tuned to our helmet units. We'll climb into these pipe suits and see how many tears we can wring out of the Izies with our sad tail. They got into the awkward, bulky suits and squeezed into the hatch while Weeks slammed the locked door at their backs and operated the outer opening. Then they were looking out across the ground, still showing signs of the heat of their landing, and lighted by the dome beam. Nobody hurrying out with an aid and comfort kit, Rip's voice sounded in Dane's earphones. A little slack, aren't they? Slack, or was it that the Izies had recognized the Queen and was preparing the sort of welcome the remnant of her crew could not withstand? Dane, wanting very much in his heart to be elsewhere, climbed down the ladder in Rip's wake, both of them spotlighted by the immovable beam from the Stat dome. 11. Desperate measures. Measured in distance and time, that rough walk in the ponderous suits across the broken terrain of the asteroid was a short one. Measured by the beating of his own heart, Dane thought it much too long. There was no sign of life by the airlock of the bubble, no move on the part of the men stationed there to come to their assistance. "D'you suppose we're invisible?" Ollie's disembodied voice clicked in the helmet earphones. "Maybe we'll wish we were." Dane could not forego that return. Rip was almost to the airlock door now. His massively suited arm was outstretched toward the control bar when the comm unit in all three helmets caught the same demand. Identify. The crisp order had enough snap to warn them that an answer was the best policy. Shannon, AA of the Polestar, Rip gave the required information. "We claim E-rights." But would they get them? Dane wondered. There was a click loud in his ears. The metal door was yielding to Rip's hand. At least those on the inside had taken off the lock. Dane quickened pace to join his leader. Together the three from the Queen crowded through the locked door, saw that swing shut and seal behind them, as they stood waiting for the moment they could discard the suits and enter the dome. The odds against them could not be too high. This was a small stat. It would not house more than 4 agents at the most. And they were familiar enough with the basic architecture of such stations to know just what move to make. Ollie was to go to the comm room where he could take over if they did meet with trouble. Dane and Rip would have to handle any dissenters in the main section. But they still hoped that luck might ride their fins and they could put over a story which would keep them out of active conflict with the IZs. The gauge on the wall registered safety and they unfastened the protective clasps of the suits. Standing the cumbersome things against the wall as the inner door to the lock rolled back, they walked into icy territory. As free traders they had the advantage of being uniformly tunicked, with no company badge to betray their ship or status. So that could well be the Polestar standing needle slim behind them, and not the notorious Solar Queen. But each, as he passed through the inner lock, gave a hitch to his belt which brought the butt of his sleep rod closer to hand. Innocuous as that weapon was, in close quarters its effects, if only temporary, was to some purpose. And since they were prepared for trouble, they might have a slight edge over the IZs in attack. A company man, his tunic shabby and open in a negligent fashion at his thick throat, stood waiting for them. His unhelmeted head was grizzled, his coarse, tanned face with heavy jowls bristly enough to suggest he had not bothered to use smooth cream for some days. An under-officer of some spacer, retired to finish out the few years before pension in this nominal duty, fast letting down the standards of personal regime he had to maintain on shipboard. But he wasn't all fat and soft living, the glance with which he measured them was shrewdly appraising. "What's your trouble?" he demanded without greeting. "You didn't ident coming in." "Comms are out," Rip replied as shortly. "We need hydro." First time I ever heard it that the comms were wired in with the grass. The IZ's hands were on his hips, in close proximity to something which made Dane's eyes narrow. The fellow was wearing a flare blaster. That might be regulation equipment for an E-stat agent on a lonely asteroid, but he didn't quite believe it. And probably the other was quick on the draw too. "The comms are something else," Rip answered readily. "Our tech is working on them. But the hydro's bad although. We'll have to dump and restock. Give you a voucher on Terra for the stuff." The IC agent continued to block the doorway into the station. "This is private, IS property. You should hit the patrol post, they cater to UFTS. We hit the nearest E-stat when we discovered that we were contaminated," Rip spoke with an assumption of patience. "That's the law, and you know it. You have to supply us and take a voucher." "How do I know that your voucher is worth the film it's recorded on?" asked the agent reasonably. "All right," Rip shrugged. "If we have to do it the hard way, we'll cargo dump to cover your bill." "Not on this field." The other shook his head. "I'll flash in your voucher first." He had them, Dane thought bitterly. Their luck had run out. Because what he was going to do was a move they dared not protest. It was one any canny agent would make in the present situation. And if they were what they said they were, they must readily agree to let him flash their voucher of payment to IS headquarters, to be checked and okayed before they took the hydro stock. But Rip merely registered a mild resignation. "You the Comtech? Where's your unit? I'll end it at once if you want it that way." Whether their readiness to cooperate allayed some of the agent's suspicion or not, he relaxed some, giving them one more stare all around before he turned on his heel. "This way." They followed him down the narrow hall, Rip on his heels, the others behind. "Lonely post," Rip commented. "I'd think you boys'd get space whirly out here." The other snorted. "We're not star lovers. And the pay's worth a 3-month stretch. They take us down for Terra leave before we start talking to the Whisperers." "How many of you here at a time?" Rip edged the question in casually. But the other might have been expecting it by the way he avoided giving a direct answer. "Enough to run the place," and not enough to help you clean out your wagon, he was short about it. Any dumping you do is strictly on your own. You've enough hands on a spacer that size to manage. Rip laughed. Far be it from me to ask an IC to do any real work, was his counter. We know all about you company men. But the agent did not take fire at that jib. Instead he pushed back a panel and they were looking into comm-unit room where another man in the tunic of the IS lounged on what was by law 24-hour duty, divided into 3 watches. These FTS want to flash a voucher request through, their guide informed the tech. The other, interested, gave them a searching once-over before he pushed a small scriber toward Rip. It's all yours, clear ether, he reported. Ollie stood with his back to the wall and Dane still lingered in the portal. Both of them fixed their attention on Rip's left hand. If he gave the agreed-upon signal. Their fingers were linked loosely in their belts only an inch or so from their sleep rods. With his right hand Rip scooped up the scribbler while the Comtech half turned to make adjustments to the controls, picking up a speaker to call the IS headquarters. Rip's left index finger snapped across his thumb to form a circle. Ollie's rod did not even leave his belt, it tilted up and the invisible deadening stream from it centered upon the seated tech. At the same instant Dane shot at the agent who had guided them there. The latter had time for a surprised grunt and his hand was at his blaster as he sagged to his knees and then relaxed on the floor. The tech slumped across the call board as if sleep had overtaken him at his post. Rip crossed the room and snapped off the switch which opened the wire for broadcasting. While Ollie, with Dane's help, quietly and effectively immobilized the IZs with their own belts. There should be at least 3 men here, Rip waited by the door. We have to get them all under control before we start work. However, the interior of the bubble, extending as it did on levels beneath the outer crust of the asteroid, was not an easy place to search. An enemy, warned of the invasion, could easily keep ahead of the party from the Queen, spying on them at his leisure or preparing traps for them. In the end, afraid of wasting time, they contented themselves with locking the doors of the corridor leading to the lower levels, making ready to raid the storeroom they had discovered during their search. Emergency hydro supplies consisted mainly of algae which could be stored in tanks and hastily put to use, as the plants now in the Queen took much longer to grow even under forcing methods. Dane volunteered to remain inside the E-stat and assemble the necessary containers at the air lock while the other 2, having had more experience, went back to the spacer to strip the hydro and prepare to switch contents. But, when Rip and Ollie left, the younger cargo apprentice began to find the bubble a haunted place. He took the sealed containers out of their storage racks, stood them on a small hand truck, and pushed them to the foot of the stairs, up which he then climbed carrying 2 of the cylinders at a time. The swish of the air current through the narrow corridors made a constant murmur of sound, but he found himself listening for something else, for a footfall other than his own. For the betraying rasp of clothing against a wall, for even a whisper of voice. And time again he paused suddenly to listen, sure that the faintest hint of such a sound had reached his ears. He had a dozen containers lined up when the welcome signal reached him by the comm unit of his field helmet. To transfer the cylinders to the lock, get out, and then open the outer door, did not take long. But as he waited he still listened for a sound which did not come, the notice, that someone besides himself was free to move about the stat. Not knowing just how many of the supply tins were needed, he worked on transferring all there were in the storage racks to the upper corridor and the lock. But he still had half a dozen left to pass through when Rip sent a message that he was coming in. Out of his pressure suit, the astrogator apprentice stepped lightly into the corridor, looked at the array of containers and shook his head. We don't need all those. No, leave them, he added as Dane, with a sigh, started to pick up 2 for a return trip. There's something more important just now, he turned into the side hall which led to the comm room. Both the IS men had awakened. The Comtech appeared to accept his bonds philosophically. He was quiet and flat on his back, staring pensively at the ceiling. But the other agent had made a worm's progress half across the room and Rip had to halt in haste to prevent stepping on him. Shannon stooped and, hooking his fingers in the other's tunic, heaved him back while the helpless man favored them with some of the ripest speech, and not trade lingo, Dane had ever heard. Rip waited until the man began to run down and then he broke in with his pleasant soft drawl. "Oh, sure, we're all that. But time runs on, icy, and I'd like a couple of answers which may mean something to you. First, when do you expect your relief?" That set the agent off again. And his remarks, edited, were that no something if he was going to get any something information out of him. But it was his companion in misfortune, the Comtech, who guessed the reason behind Rip's question. "Cut jets," he advised the other. "They're just being soft-hearted. I take it," he spoke over the other agent sputtering to Rip, "that you're worried about leaving us fin down, that's it, isn't it?" Rip nodded. "In spite of what you think about us," he replied, "we're not patrol-posted outlaws." "No, you're just from a plague ship," the Comtech remarked calmly. And his words struck his comrade dumb. "Solar Queen. You got the warn off then? Who didn't? You really have plague on board?" The thought did not appear to alarm the Comtech unduly. But his fellow suddenly heaved his bound body some distance away from the free traders and his face displayed mixed emotions, most of them fearful. "We have something, probably supplied," Rip straightened. "Might pass along to your bosses that we know that. Now suppose you tell me about your relief. When is it due?" "Not until after we take off on the long orbit if you leave us like this." "On the other hand," the other added coolly, "I don't see how you can do otherwise. We've still got those," with his chin he pointed to the comm unit. After a few alterations, Rip amended. The bulk of the comm was in a tightly sealed case which they would need a flamer to open. But he could and did wreak havoc with the exposed portions. The tech watching this destruction spouted at least 2 expressions his companion had not used. But when Rip finished he was his unruffled self again. Now, Rip drew his sleep rod. "A little rest and when you wake it will all be a bad dream." He carefully beamed each man into slumber and helped Dane strip off their bonds. But before he left the room he placed on the recorder the voucher for the supplies they had taken. The Queen was not stealing, under the law she still had some shadow of rights. Suited they crossed the rough rock to the ship. And there about the fins, already frozen into brittle spikes was a tangle of plants, the rich result of years of collecting. "Did you find anything?" Dane asked as they rounded that mess on their way to the ladder. Rip's voice came back through the helmet comm, "Nothing we know how to interpret. I wish Frank or Craig had had a chance to check. We took trides of everything before we dumped. Maybe they can learn something from these when." His voice trailed off leaving that when to ring in both their minds. It was such an important when. When would either the steward or the medic recover enough to view those tride shots? Or was that when really an ominous if? Back in the Queen, sealed once more for blast off, they took their stations. Dane speculated as to the course Rip had set. Were they just going to wander about the system hoping to escape notice until they had somehow solved their problem? Or did Shannon have some definite port in mind? He did not have time to ask before they lifted. But once they were space-borne again he voiced his question. Rip's face was serious. Frankly, he began and then hesitated for a long moment before he added, "I don't know. If we can only get the captain or Craig on their feet again." One thing, Ollie materialized to join them, Sinbad's back in the hydro. And this morning you couldn't get him inside the door. It's not a very good piece of evidence. No, it wasn't, but they clung to it as backing for their actions of the past few hours. The cat that had shown such a marked distaste for the company of the stricken, and then for the hydro, was now content to visit the latter as if some evil he has sensed there had been cleansed with the dumping of the garden. They had not yet solved their mystery but another clue had come into their hands. But now the care of the sick occupied hours and Rip insisted that a watch be maintained by the comm, listening in for news which might concern the Queen. They had done a good job at silencing the Estat, for they had been almost 6 hours in space before the news of their raid was beamed to the nearest patrol post. Ollie laughed. "Told you we'd be pirates," he said when he listened to that account of their descent upon the IS station. "Though I didn't see all that blaster work they're now raving about. You'd think we fought a major battle there." Weeks growled. "The ISIS are trying to make it look good. Make us into outlaws." But Rip did not share in the general amusement at the wild extravagation of the report from the ether. "I noticed they didn't say anything about the voucher we left." Ollie's cynical smile curled. "Did you expect them to? The ISIS think they have us by the tail fins now, why should they give us any benefit of the doubt? We junked all our boosters behind us on this takeoff, and don't forget that, my friends." Weeks looked confused. "But I thought you said we could do this legal," he appealed to Rip. "If we're patrol posted as outlaws. They can't do any more to us than they can for running in a plague ship," Ollie pointed out. "Either will get us blasted if we happen into the wrong vector now. So, what do we do?" "We find out what the plague really is," Dane said and meant every word of it. "How?" Ollie inquired. "Through some of Craig's magic." Dane was forced to answer with the truth. "I don't know yet, but it's our only chance." Rip rubbed his eyes wearily. "Don't think I'm disagreeing, but just where do we start? We've already combed Frank's quarters and Costy's, we cleaned out the hydro. Those tri-D shots of the hydro, have you checked them yet?" Dane countered. Without a word Ollie arose and left the cabin. He came back with a microfilm roll. Fitting it into the large projector he focused it on the wall and snapped the button. They were looking at the hydro, down the length of space so accurately recorded that it seemed they might walk straight into it. The greenery of the plants was so vivid and alive Dane felt that he could reach out and pluck a leaf. Inch by inch he examined those ranks, looking for something which was not in order, had no right to be there. The long shot of the hydro as it had been merged into a series of sectional groupings. In silence they studied it intently, using all their field lore in an attempt to spot what each one was certain must be there somewhere. But they were all handicapped by their lack of intimate knowledge of the garden. "Wait." Weeks' voice scaled up. "Left-hand corner, there." His pointing hand broke and shadowed the portion he was calling to their attention. Ollie jumped to the projector and made a quick adjustment. Plants 4 and 5 times life-size glowed green on the wall. What Weeks had caught they all saw now, ragged leaves, stripped stems. "Chewed." Dane supplied the answer. It was only one species of plant which had been so mangled. Other varieties in the same bank showed no signs of disturbance. But all of that one type had at least one stripped branch and 2 were virtual skeletons. "A pest," said Rip. But Sinbad, Dane began a protest before the memory of the cat's peculiar actions of the past weeks stopped him. Sinbad had slipped up, the hunter who had kept the queen free of the outre alien life which came aboard from time to time with cargo, had not attacked that which had ravaged the hydro plants. Or if he had done so, he had not, after his usual custom, presented the bodies of the slain to any crew member. "It looks as if we have something at last," Ollie observed and someone echoed that with a sigh of heart-deep relief. 12. Strange behavior of a Hoobat. "All right, so we think we know a little more," Ollie added a moment later. "Just what are we going to do? We can't stay in space forever, there are the small items of fuel and supplies and..." Rip had come to a decision. "We're not going to remain spaceborne," he stated with the confidence of one who now saw an open road before him. "Luna," Weeks was plainly doubtful. "No. Not after that worn off." "Terra." For a second or two the other three stared at Rip Agape. The audacity and danger of what he suggested was a little stunning. Since men had taken regularly to space no ship had made a direct landing on their home planet, all had passed through the quarantine on Luna. It was not only risky, it was so unheard of that for some minutes they did not understand him. "We try to set down at Terraport," Dane found his tongue first, "and they flame us out. Rip was smiling. The trouble with you, he addressed them all, is that you think of Earth only in terms of terraport. Well, there is the patrol field at Stella, Weeks agreed doubtfully. But we'd be right in the middle of trouble there. Did we have a regular port on Sargol, on Limbo, on 50 others I can name out of our log? Rip wanted to know. Ollie voiced a new objection. So, we have the luck of Jones and we set down somewhere out of sight. Then what do we do? We seal ship until we find the pest, then we bring in a medic and get to the bottom of the whole thing. Rip's confidence was contagious. Dane almost believed that it could be done that way. Did you ever think, Ollie cut in, what would happen if we were wrong, if the Queen really is a plague carrier? I said, we seal the ship, tight, countered Shannon. And when we Earth it'll be where we won't have visitors to infect. And that is where. Ollie, who knew the deserts of Mars better than he did the greener planet from which his stock had sprung, pursued the question. Right in the middle of the Big Burn. Dane, terra-born and bred, realized first what Rip was planning and what it meant. Sealed off was right, the Queen would be amply protected from investigation. Whether her crew would survive was another matter, whether she could even make a landing there was also to be considered. The Big Burn was the horrible scar left by the last of the atomic wars, a section of radiation-poisoned land comprising hundreds of square miles, land which generations had never dared to penetrate. Originally the survivors of that war had shunned the whole continent which it disfigured. It had been close to 2 centuries before men had gone into the still wholesome land laying to the far west and the south. And through the years, the avoidance of the Big Burn had become part of their racial instinct as they shrank from it. It was a symbol of something no Terran wanted to remember. But Ollie now had only one question to ask. Can we do it? We'll never know until we try, was Rip's reply. The patrol be watching, that was Weeks. With his Venusian background he had less respect for the dangers of the Big Burn than he did for the forces of law and order which ranged the star lanes. They'll be watching the route lanes, Rip pointed out. They won't expect a ship to come in on that vector, steering away from the ports. Why should they? As far as I know it's never been tried since Terraport was laid out. It'll be tricky, and he himself would have to bear most of the responsibility for it. But I believe that it can be done. And we can't just roam around out here. With IS out for our blood and a patrol worn off it won't do us any good to head for Luna. None of his listeners could argue with that. And Dane's spirits began to rise. After all they knew so little about the Big Burn, it might afford them just the temporary sanctuary they needed. In the end they agreed to try it, mainly because none of them could see any alternative, except the too dangerous one of trying to contact the authorities and being summarily treated as a plague ship before they could defend themselves. And their decision was ably endorsed not long afterwards by a sardonic warning on the comm, a warning which Ollie who had been tending the machine passed along to them. Greetings, pirates. What do you mean? Dane was heating broth to feed to Captain Jellicoe. The word has gone out. Our raid on the Estat is now a matter of history and patrol record, we've been posted. Dane felt a cold finger drawn along his backbone. Now they were fair game for the whole system. Any patrol ship that wanted could shoot them down with no questions asked. Of course that had always been a possibility from the first after their raid on the Estat. But to realize that it was now true was a different matter altogether. This was one occasion when realization was worse than anticipation. He tried to keep his voice level as he answered. Let us hope we can pull off Rip's plan. We'd better. What about the Big Burn anyway, Thorson? Is it as tough as the stories say? We don't know what it's like. It's never been explored, or at least those who tried to explore its interior never reported in afterwards. As far as I know it's left strictly alone. Is it still all hot? Parts of it must be. But all, we don't know. With the bottle of soup in his hand Dane climbed to Jellicoe's cabin. And he was so occupied with the problem at hand that at first he did not see what was happening in the small room. He had braced the captain up into a half-sitting position and was patiently ladling the liquid into his mouth a spoonful at a time when a thin squeak drew his attention to the top of Jellicoe's desk. From the half-open lid of a microtape compartment something long and dark projected, beating the air feebly. Dane, easing the captain back on the bunk, was going to investigate when the Hoobat broke its unnatural quiet of the past few days with an ear-splitting screech of fury. Dane struck at the bottom of its cage, the move its master always used to silence it, but this time the results were spectacular. The cage bounced up and down on the spring which secured it to the ceiling of the cabin and the blue-feathered horror slammed against the wires. Either its clawing had weakened them, or some fault had developed, for they parted and the Hoobat came through them to land with a sullen plop on the desk. Its screams stopped as suddenly as they had begun and it scuttled on its spider-toed legs to the microtape compartment, acting with purposeful dispatch and paying no attention to Dane. Its claws shot out and with ease it extracted from the compartment a creature as weird as itself, one which came fighting and of which Dane could not get a very clear idea. Struggling they battled across the surface of the desk and flopped to the floor. There the hunted broke loose from the hunter and fled with fantastic speed into the corridor. And before Dane could move the Hoobat was after it. He gained the passage just in time to see Queeks disappear down the ladder, clinging with the aid of its pincher claws, apparently grimly determined to catch up with the thing it pursued. And Dane went after them. There was no sign of the creature who fled on the next level. But Dane made no move to recapture the blue hunter who squatted at the foot of the ladder staring unblinkingly into space. Dane waited, afraid to disturb the Hoobat. He had not had a good look at the thing which had run from Queeks, but he knew it was something which had no business aboard the Queen. And it might be the disturbing factor they were searching for. If the Hoobat would only lead him to it. The Hoobat moved, rearing up on the tips of its 6 legs, its necklace head slowly revolving on its puffy shoulders. Along the ridge of its backbone its blue feathers were rising into a crest much as Sinbad's fur rose when the cat was afraid or angry. Then, without any sign of haste, it crawled over and began descending the ladder once more, heading toward the lower section which housed the hydro. Dane remained where he was until it had almost reached the deck of the next level and then he followed, one step at a time. He was sure that the Hoobat's peculiar construction of body prevented it from looking up, unless it turned upon its back, but he did not want to do anything which would alarm it or deter Queeks from what he was sure was a methodical chase. Queeks stopped again at the foot of the second descent and sat in its toed stance, apparently brooding, a round blue blot. Dane clung to the ladder and prayed that no one would happen along to frighten it. Then, just as he was beginning to wonder if it had lost contact with its prey, once more it arose and with the same speed it had displayed in the captain's cabin it shot along the corridor to the hydro. To Dane's knowledge the door of the garden was not only shut but sealed. And how either the stranger or Queeks could get through it he did not see. What the? Ollie clattered down the ladder to halt abruptly as Dane waved at him. Queeks, the cargo apprentice kept his voice to a half-whisper, it got loose and chased something out of the old man's cabin down here. Queeks. Ollie began and then shut his mouth, moving noiselessly up to join Dane. The short corridor ended at the hydro entrance. And Dane had been right, there they found the Hoobat, crouched at the closed panel, its claws clicking against the metal as it picked away useless at the portal which would not admit it. Whatever it's after must be in there, Dane said softly. And the hydro, stripped of its luxuriance of plant life, occupied now by the tanks of green scum, would not afford too many hiding places. They had only to let Queeks in and keep watch. As they came up the Hoobat flattened to the floor and shrilled its war cry, spitting at their boots and then flashing claws against the stout metal enforced hide. However, though it was prepared to fight them, it showed no signs of wishing to retreat, and for that Dane was thankful. He quickly pressed the release and tugged open the panel. At the first crack of its opening Queeks turned with one of those bursts of astounding speed and clawed for admittance, its protest against the men forgotten. And it squeezed through a space Dane would have thought too narrow to accommodate its bloated body. Both men slipped around the door behind it and closed the panel tight. The air was not as fresh as it had been when the plants were there. And the vats which had taken the places of the banked greenery were certainly nothing to look at. Queeks humped itself into a clod of blue, immovable, halfway down the aisle. Dane tried to subdue his breathing, to listen. The Hoobat's actions certainly argued that the alien thing had taken refuge here, though how it had gotten through. But if it were in the hydro it was well hidden. He had just begun to wonder how long they must wait when Queeks again went into action. Its clawed front legs upraised, it brought the pincers deliberately together and sawed one across the other, producing a rasping sound which was almost a vibration in the air. Back and forth, moved the claws. Watching them produced almost a hypnotic effect, and the reason for such a maneuver was totally beyond the human watchers. But Queeks knew what it was doing all right. Ollie's fingers closed on Dane's arm in a pincher grip as painful as if he had been equipped with the horny armament of the Hoobat. Something, a flitting shadow, had rounded one vat and was that much closer to the industrious fiddler on the floor. By some weird magic of its own the Hoobat was calling its prey to it. Scrape, scrape, the unmusical performance continued with monotonous regularity. Again the shadow flashed, one vat closer. The Hoobat now presented the appearance of one charmed by its own art, sunk in a lethargy of weird music making. At last the enchanted came into full view, though lingering at the round side of a container, very apparently longing to flee again, but under some compulsion to approach its enchanter. Dane blinked, not quite sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. He had seen the almost transparent globe bogies of Limbo, had been fascinated by the weird and ugly pictures in Captain Jellicoe's collection of 3D prints. But this creature was as impossible in its way as the horrific blue thing dragging it out of concealment. It walked erect on two threads of legs, with four knobby joints easily detected. A bulging abdomen sheathed in the horny substance of a beetle's shell ended in a sharp point. Two pairs of small legs, folded close to the much smaller upper portion of its body, were equipped with thorn-shack terminations. The head, which constantly turned back and forth on the armor-plated shoulders, was long and narrow and split for half its length by a mouth above which were deep pits which must harbor eyes. Though actual organs were not visible to the watching men. It was a palish gray in color, which surprised Dane a little. His memory of the few seconds he had seen it on the captain's desk had suggested that it was much darker. And erect as it was, it stood about 18 inches high. With head turning rapidly, it still hesitated by the side of the vat, so nearly the color of the metal that unless it moved it was difficult to distinguish. As far as Dane could see the Hoobat was paying it no attention. Queeks might be lost in a happy dream, the result of its own fiddling. Nor did the rhythm of that scraping vary. The nightmare thing made the last foot in a rush of speed which reduced it to a blur, coming to a halt before the Hoobat. Its front legs whipped out to strike at its enemy. But Queeks was no longer dreaming. This was the moment the Hoobat had been awaiting. One of the sawing claws opened and closed, separating the head of the lurker from its body. And before either of the men could interfere Queeks had dismembered the prey with dispatch. "Look there." Dane pointed. The Hoobat held close the body of the stranger and where the ashy corpse came into contact with Queeks's blue feathered skin it was slowly changing hue, as if some of the color of its hunter had rubbed off it. Chameleon. Ollie went down on one knee the better to view the grisly feast now in progress. "Watch out," he added sharply as Dane came to join him. One of the thin upper limbs lay where Queeks had discarded it. And from the needle tip was oozing some colorless drops of fluid. Poison. Dane looked around for something which he could use to pick up the still jerking appendage. But before he could find anything Queeks had appropriated it. And in the end they had to allow the Hoobat its victim in its entirety. But once Queeks had consumed its prey it lapsed into its usual hunched immobility. Dane went for the cage and working gingerly he and Ollie got the creature back in captivity. But all the evidence now left were some smears on the floor of the hydro, smears which Ollie blotted up for future research in the lab. An hour later the four who now comprised the crew of the Queen gathered in the mess for a conference. Queeks was in its cage on the table before them, asleep after all its untoward activity. There must be more than just one, Weeks said. But how are we going to hunt them down? With Sinbad? Dane shook his head. Once the Hoobat had been caged and the more prominent evidence of the battle scraped from the floor, he had brought the cat into the hydro and forced him to sniff at the site of the engagement. The result was that Sinbad had gone raving mad and Dane's hands were now covered with claw tears which ran viciously deep. It was plain that the ship's cat was having none of the intruders, alive or dead. He had fled to Dane's cabin where he had taken refuge on the bunk and snarled wild-eyed when anyone looked in from the corridor. Queeks has to do it, Rip said. But will it hunt unless it is hungry? He surveyed the now comatose creature skeptically. They had never seen the captain's pet eat anything except some pellets which Jellicoe kept in his desk, and they were aware that the intervals between such feedings were quite lengthy. If they had to wait the usual time for Queeks to feel hunger pangs once more, they might have to wait a long time. We should catch one alive, Ollie remarked thoughtfully. If we could get Queeks to fiddle it out to where we could net it. Weeks nodded eagerly. A small net like those the Salariki use. Drop it over the thing. While Queeks still drowsed in its cage, Weeks went to work with fine cord. Holding the color-changing abilities of the enemy in mind, they could not tell how many of the creatures might be roaming the ship. It could only be proved where they weren't by where Sinbad would consent to stay. So they made plans which included both the cat and the Hoobat. Sinbad, much against his will, was buckled into an improvised harness by which he could be controlled without the handler losing too much valuable skin. And then the hunt started at the top of the ship, proceeding downward section by section. Sinbad raised no protest in the control cabin, nor in the private cabins of the officers thereabouts. If they could interpret his reactions, the center section was free of the invaders. So with Dane in control of the cat and Ollie carrying the caged Hoobat, they descended once more to the level which housed the hydro galley, steward's quarters and ship's sick bay. Sinbad proceeded on his own 4 feet into the galley and the mess. He was not uneasy in the sick bay, nor in Mura's cabin, and this time he even paced the hydro without being dragged, much to their surprise, as they had thought that the headquarters of the stowaways. Could there only have been one? Weeks wanted to know as he stood by ready with the net in his hands. Either that, or else we're wrong about the hydro being their main hideout. If they're afraid of Queeks now, they may have withdrawn to the place they feel the safest, Rip said. It was when they were on the ladder leading to the cargo level that Sinbad balked. He planted himself firmly and yowled against further progress until Dane, with the harness, pulled him along. Look at Queeks. They followed Weeks' order. The Hoobat was no longer lethargic. It was raising itself, leaning forward to clasp the bars of its cage, and now it uttered one of its screams of rage. And as Ollie went on down the ladder, it rattled the bars in a determined effort for freedom. Sinbad, spitting and yowling, refused to walk. Rip nodded to Ollie. Let it out. Tipped out of its cage, the Hoobat scuttled forward, straight for the panel which opened on the large cargo space, and there waited, as if for them to open the portal and admit the hunter to its hunting territory. 13. Off the map. Across the lock of the panel was the seal set in place by Van Ryck before the spacer had lifted from Sargel. Under Dane's inspection it showed no crack. To all evidence the hatch had not been opened since they left the perfumed planet. And yet the hunting Hoobat was sure that the invading pests were within. It took only a second for Dane to commit an act which, if he could not defend it later, would blacklist him out of space. He twisted off the official seal which should remain there while the freighter was spaceborne. With Ollie's help he shouldered aside the heavy sliding panel and they looked into the cargo space, now filled with the redwood from Sargel. The redwood. When he saw it, Dane was struck with their stupidity. Aside from the Koros stones in the stone box, only the wood had come from the Salariki world. What if the pests had not been planted by IS agents, but were natives of Sargel being brought in with the wood? The men remained at the hatch to allow the Hoobat freedom in its hunt. And Sinbad crouched behind them, snarling and giving voice to a rumbling growl which was his negative opinion of the proceedings. They were conscious of an odor, the sharp, unidentifiable scent Dane had noticed during the loading of the wood. It was not unpleasant, merely different. And it, or something, had an electrifying effect upon Queeks. The blue hunter climbed with the aid of its claws to the top of the nearest pile of wood and there settled down. For a space it was apparently contemplating the area about it. Then it raised its claws and began the scraping fiddle which once before had drawn its prey out of hiding. Oddly enough, that dry rasp of sound had a quieting effect upon Sinbad, and Dane felt the drag of the harness lessen as the cat moved, not toward escape, but to the scene of action, humping himself at last in the open panel. His round eyes fixed upon the Hoobat with a fascinated stare. Scrape scrape, the monotonous noise bit into the ears of the men, gnawed at their nerves. Ah, Ollie kept his voice to a whisper, but his hand jerked to draw their attention to the right at deck level. Dane saw that flicker along a log. The stowaway pest was now the same brilliant color as the wood, indistinguishable until it moved, which probably explained how it had come on board. But that was only the first arrival. A second flash of movement and a third followed. Then the hunted remained stationary, able to resist for a period the insidious summoning of Queeks. The Hoobat maintained an attitude of indifference, of being so wrapped in its music that nothing else existed. Rip whispered to Weeks. "There's one to the left, on the very end of that log. Can you net it?" The small oiler slipped the coiled mesh through his calloused hands. He edged around Ollie, keeping his eyes on the protruding bump of red upon red which was his quarry. 2, 3, 4, 5, Ollie was counting under his breath, but Dane could not see that many. He was sure of only 4, and those because he had seen them move. The things were ringing in the pile of wood where the Hoobat fiddled, and 2 had ascended the first logs toward their doom. Weeks went down on one knee, ready to cast his net, when Dane had his first inspiration. He drew his sleep rod, easing it out of its holster, set the lever on spray and beamed it at 3 of those humps. Rip, seeing what he was doing, dropped a hand on Weeks' shoulder, holding the oiler in check. A hump moved, slid down the rounded side of the log into the narrow aisle of deck between 2 piles of wood. It lay quiet, a bright scarlet blot against the gray. Then Weeks did move, throwing his net over it and jerking the drawstring tight, at the same time pulling the captive toward him over the deck. But, even as it came, the scarlet of the thing's body was fast fading to an ashy pink and at last taking on a gray as dull as the metal on which it lay, the complete camouflage. Had they not had it enmeshed they might have lost it altogether, so well did it now blend with the surface. The other 2 in the path of the ray had not lost their grip upon the logs, and the men could not advance to scoop them up. Not while there were others not affected, free to flee back into hiding. Weeks bound the net about the captive and looked to Rip for orders. "Deep freeze," the acting commander of the Queen said succinctly. "Let me see it get out of that." Surely the cold of the deep freeze, united to the sleep ray, would keep the creature under control until they had a chance to study it. But, as Weeks passed Sinbad on his errand, the cat was so frantic to avoid him, that he reared up on his hind legs, almost turning a somersault, snarling and spitting until Weeks was up the ladder to the next level. It was very evident that the ship's cat was having none of this pest. They might have been invisible and their actions non-existent as far as Queeks was concerned. For the Hoobat continued its siren concert. The lord became more reckless, mounting the logs to Queeks's post in sudden darts. Dane wondered how the Hoobat proposed handling 4 of the creatures at once. For, although the other 2 which had been in the path of the ray had not moved, he now counted 4 climbing. Stand by to ray, that was Rip. But it would have been interesting to see how Queeks was prepared to handle the 4. And, though Rip had given the order to stand by, he had not ordered the ray to be used. Was he, too, interested in that? The first red projection was within a foot of the Hoobat now and its fellows had frozen as if to allow it the honor of battle with the feathered enemy. To all appearances Queeks did not see it, but when it sprang with a whir of speed which would baffle a human, the Hoobat was ready in its claws, halting their rasp, met around the wasp-thin waist of the pest, speedily cutting it in two. Only this time the Hoobat made no move to unjoint and consume the victim. Instead it squatted in utter silence, as motionless as a 3D print. The heavy lower half of the creature rolled down the pile of logs to the deck and there paled to the grey of its background. None of its kind appeared to be interested in its fate. The two which had been in the path of the ray, continued to be humps on the wood, the others faced the Hoobat. But Rip was ready to waste no more time. "Ray them," he snapped. All three of their sleep rods sprayed the pile, catching in passing the Hoobat. Queeks's pop eyes closed, but it showed no other sign of falling under the spell of the beam. Certain that all the creatures in sight were now relatively harmless, the three approached the logs. But it was necessary to get into touching distance before they could even make out the outlines of the nightmare things, so well did their protective coloring conceal them. Wearing gloves, Ollie detached the little monsters from their holds on the wood and put them for temporary safekeeping, during a transfer to the deep freeze, into the Hoobat's cage. Queeks, they decided to leave where it was for a space, to awaken and trap any survivor which had been too wary to emerge at the first siren song. As far as they could tell, the Hoobat was their only possible protection against the pest, and to leave it in the center of infection was the wisest course. Having dumped the now metal-colored catch into the freeze, they held a conference. "No plague," Weeks breathed a sigh of relief. "No proof of that yet," Ollie caught him up short. "We have to prove it past any reasonable doubt." "And how are we going to do?" Dane began when he saw what the other had brought in from Tao's stores. A lancet and the upper half of the creature Queeks had killed in the cargo hold. The needle-pointed front feet of the thing were curled up in its death throes, and it was now a dirty white shade, as if the ability to change color had been lost before it matched the cotton on which it lay. With the lancet, Ollie forced a claw away from the body. It was oozing the watery liquid which they had seen on the one in the hydro. "I have an idea," he said slowly, his eyes on the mangled creature rather than on his shipmates, "that we might have escaped being attacked because they sheared off from us. But if we were clawed, we might take it too. Remember those marks on the throats and backs of the rest? That might be the entry point of this poison, if poison it is." Dane could see the end of that line of reasoning. Rip and Ollie, they couldn't be spared. The knowledge they had would bring the Queen to Earth. But a cargomaster was excess baggage when there was no reason for trade. It was his place to try out the truth of Ollie's surmise. But while he thought, another acted. Weeks leaned over and twitched the lancet out of Ollie's fingers. Then, before any of them could move, he thrust its contaminated point into the back of his hand. "Don't!" Both Dane's cry and Rip's hand came too late. It had been done. And Weeks sat there, looking alone and frightened, studying the drop of blood which marked the dig of the surgeon's keen knife. But when he spoke, his voice sounded perfectly natural. "Headache first, isn't it?" Only Ollie was outwardly unaffected by what the little man had just done. "Just be sure you have a real one," he warned with what Dane privately considered real callousness. Weeks nodded. "Don't let my imagination work," he answered shrewdly. "I know. It has to be real. How long do you suppose?" "We don't know." Rip sounded tired, beaten. Meanwhile, he got to his feet. "We'd better set a course home." "Home," Weeks repeated. To him Terra was not his own home, he had been born in the polar swamps of Venus. But to all Solarians, no matter which planet had nurtured them, Terra was home. Rip's big hand fell gently on the little oiler's shoulder, "stay here with Thorson." "No," Weeks shook his head. "Unless I black out, I'm riding station in the engine room. Maybe the bug won't work on me anyway." And because he had done what he had done, they could not deny him the right to ride his station as long as he could during the grueling hours to come. Dane visited the cargo hold once more, to be greeted by an irate scream which assured him that Queeks was again awake and on guard. Although the Hoobat was ready enough to give tongue, it still squatted in its chosen position on top of the log stack and he did not try to dislodge it. Perhaps with queeks planted in the enemy's territory they would have nothing to fear from any pests not now confined in the deep freeze. Rip set his course for Terra, for that plague spot on their native world where they might hide out the Queen until they could prove their point, that the Spacer was not a disease-ridden ship to be feared. He kept to the control cabin, shifting only between the astrogators and the pilot's station. Upon him alone rested the responsibility of bringing in the ship along a vector which crossed no well-traveled space lane where the patrol might challenge them. Dane rode out the orbiting in the Comteka's seat, listening in for the first warning of danger, that they had been detected. The mechanical repetition of their list of crimes was now stale news and largely off ether. And from all traces he could pick up, they were lost as far as the authorities were concerned. On the other hand, the patrol might indeed be as far-knowing as its propaganda stated and the Queen was running headlong into a trap. Only they had no choice in the matter. It was the ship's intercom bringing Ali's voice from the engine room which broke the concentration in the control cabin. "Weeks down." Rip barked into the mic. "How bad?" "He hasn't blacked out yet. The pains in his head are pretty bad and his hand is swelling. He's given us our proof. Tell him to report off." But the disembodied voice which answered that was Weeks. "I haven't got it as bad as the others. I'll ride this out." Rip shook his head. But short-handed as they were he could not argue Weeks away from his post if the man insisted upon staying. He had other, and for the time being, more important matters before him. How long they sweated out that descent upon their native world Dane could never afterwards have testified. He only knew that hours must have passed, until he thought groggily that he could not remember a time he was not glued in the seat which had been Tang's, the earphones pressing against his sweating skull. His fatigue-drugged mind being held with difficulty to the duty at hand. Sometime during that haze they made their landing. He had a dim memory of Rip sprawled across the pilot's control board and then utter exhaustion claimed him also and the darkness closed in. When he roused it was to look about a cabin tilted to one side. Rip was still slumped in a muscle-cramping posture, breathing heavily. Dane bit out a forceful word born of twinges of his own, and then snapped on the visa plate. For a long moment he was sure that he was not yet awake. And then, as his dazed mind supplied names for what he saw, he knew that Rip had failed. Far from being in the center, or at least well within the perimeter of the dread Big Burn, they must have landed in some civic park or national forest. For the massed green outside, the bright flowers, the bird he sighted as a brilliant flash of wind-coasting color, those were not to be found in the twisted horror left by man's last attempt to impress his will upon his resisting kind. Well, it had been a good try, but there was no use expecting luck to ride their fins all the way, and they had had more than their share in the Estat affair. How long would it be before the law arrived to collect them? Would they have time to state their case? The faint hope that they might aroused him. He reached for the comm key and a second later tore the headphones from his appalled ears. The crackle of static he knew, and the numerous strange noises which broke in upon the lanes of communication in space, but this solid, paralyzing roar was something totally new, and frightening. And because it was new and he could not account for it, he turned back to regard the scene on the viewer with a more critical eye. The foliage which grew in riotous profusion was green right enough, and Terra green into the bargain, there was no mistaking that. But, Dane caught at the edge of communit for support. But, what was that liver-red blossom which had just reached out to engulf a small flying thing? Feverishly he tried to remember the little natural history he knew. Sure that what he had just witnessed was unnatural, un-Terran, and to be suspect. He started the spy lens on its slow revolution in the Queen's nose, to get a full picture of their immediate surroundings. It was tilted at an angle, apparently they had not made a fin-point landing this time, and sometimes it merely reflected slices of sky. But when it swept earthward he saw enough to make him believe that wherever the spacer had set down it was not on the Terra he knew. Subconsciously he had expected the Big Burn to be barren land, curdled rock with rivers of frozen quartz, substances boiled up through the crust of the planet by the action of the atomic explosives. That was the way it had been on Limbo. On the other, burned-off, worlds they had discovered where those who had preceded mankind into the galaxy, the mysterious, long-vanished, forerunners, had fought their grim and totally annihilating wars. But it would seem that the Big Burn was altogether different, at least here it was. There was no rock sterile of life outside, in fact there would appear to be too much life. What Dane could sight on his limited field of vision was a teeming jungle. And the thrill of that discovery almost made him forget their present circumstances. He was still staring bemused at the screen when Rip muttered, turned his head on his folded arms and opened his sunken eyes. "Did we make it?" he asked dully. Dane, not taking his eyes from that fascinating scene without, answered, "You brought us down. But I don't know where. Unless our instruments were way off, we're near to the heart of the burn." "Some heart. What does it look like?" Rip sounded too tired to cross the cabin and see for himself. "Barren as Limbo?" "Hardly. Rip, did you ever see a tomato as big as a melon? At least it looks like a tomato." Dane halted the spy lens as it focused upon this new phenomena. "A what?" There was a note of concern in Shannon's voice. "What's the matter with you, Dane?" "Come and see." Dane willingly yielded his place to Rip, but he did not step out of range of the screen. Surely that did have the likeness to a good, old-fashioned earthside tomato, but it was melon size and it hung from a bush which was close to a 10-foot tree. Rip stumbled across to drop into the Comteka's place. But his expression of worry changed to one of simple astonishment as he saw that picture. "Where are we?" "You name it." Dane had had longer to adjust. The excitement of an explorer sighting virgin territory worked in his veins, banishing fatigue. "It must be the Big Burn." But, Rip shook his head slowly as if with that gesture to deny the evidence before his eyes, "That country's all bare rock. I've seen pictures." "Of the outer rim," Dane corrected, having already solved that problem for himself. "This must be farther in than any survey ship ever came. Great spirit of outer space, what has happened here?" Rip had enough technical training to know how to get part of the answer. He leaned halfway across the comm, and was able to flick down a lever with the very tip of his longest finger. Instantly the cabin was filled with a clicking so loud as to make an almost continuous drone of sound. Dane knew that danger signal, he didn't need Rip's words to underline it for him. "That's what's happened. This country is pile hot out there. 14, Special Mission." That click, the dial beneath the counter, warned them that they were as cut off from the luxuriance outside as if they were viewing a scene on Mars or Sargal from their present position. To go beyond the shielding walls of the spacer into that riotous green world would sentence them to death as surely as if the patrol was without, with a flamer trained on their hatch. There was no escape from that radiation, it would be in the air one breathed, strike though one's skin. And yet the wilderness flourished and beckoned. Mutations, Rip mused. Space, Tao'd go wild if he could see it. And that mention of the medic brought them back to the problem which had earthed them. Dane leaned back against the slanting wall of the cabin. "We have to have a medic." Rip nodded without looking away from the screen. "Can one of the flitters be shielded?" The cargo apprentice persisted. "That's a thought. Ollie should know." Rip reached for the intercom mic. "Engines. So you are alive." Ollie's voice had a bite in it. "About time you're contacting. Where are we? Besides being lopsided from a recruit's scrambled set down, I mean. In the Big Burn. Come topside. Wait, how's Weeks? He has a devil's own headache, but he hasn't blacked out yet. Looks like his immunity holds in part. I've sent him bunkside for a while with a couple of pain pills. So we've made it." He must have left to join them, for when Rip answered, after a fashion, into the mic there was no reply. And the clang of his boot plates on the ladder heralded his arrival at their post. There was an interval for him to view the outer world and accept the verdict of the counter, and then Rip voiced Dane's question. Can we shield one of the flitters well enough to cross that? I can't take the Queen up and earth her again. I know you can't, the acting engineer cut in. Maybe you could get her off-world, but you'll come close to blasting out when you try for another landing. Fuel doesn't go on forever, though some of you space jockeys seem to think it does. The flitter? Well, we've some spare rocket linings. But it's going to be a job and a half to get those beaten out and reassembled. And, frankly, the space whirly one who flies her had better be suited and praying loudly when he takes off. We can always try. He was frowning, already busied with the problem which was one for his department. So with intervals of snatched sleep, hurried meals and the time which must be given to tending their unconscious charges, Rip and Dane became only hands to be directed by Ollie's brain and garnered knowledge. Weeks slept off the worst of his pain and, though he complained of weakness, he tottered back on duty to help. The flitter, an air sled intended to hold 3 men and supplies for exploring trips on strange worlds, was first stripped of all non-essentials until what remained was not much more than the pilot's seat and the motor. Then they labored to build up a shielding of the tough radiation-dulling alloy which was used to line rocket tubes. And they could only praise the foresight of Stotts who carried such a full supply of spare parts and tools. It was a task over which they often despaired, and Ollie improvised frantically, performing weird adjustments of engineering structure. He was still unsatisfied when they had done. She'll fly, he admitted. And she's the best we can do. But it'll depend a lot on how far she has to go over hot country. Which way do we head her? Rip had been busy with a map of Terra, a small thing he had discovered in one of the travel recordings carried for crew entertainment. The Big Burn covers 3/4 of this continent. There's no use going north, the devastated area extends into the Arctic regions. I'd say west, there's some fringe settlements on the sea coast and we need to contact a frontier territory. Now do we have it straight? I take the flitter, get a medic and bring him back. Dane cut in at that point. Correct course. You stay here. If the Queen has to lift, you're the only one who can take her off-world. And the same's true for Ollie. I can't ride out a blast-off in either the pilot's or the engineer's seat. And Weeks is on the sick list. So I'm elected to do the medic hunting. They were forced to agree to that. He was no hero, Dane thought, as he gave a last glance about his cabin early the next morning. The small cubby, utilitarian and bare as it was, never looked more inviting or secure. No hero, it was merely a matter of common sense. And although his imagination, that deeply hidden imagination with which few of his fellows credited him, shrank from the ordeal ahead, he had not the slightest intention of allowing that to deter him. The space suit, which had been bulky and clumsy enough on the Estat asteroid under limited gravity, was almost twice as poorly adapted to progression on Earth. But he climbed into it with Rip's aid, while Ollie lashed a second suit under the seat, ready to encase the man Dane must bring back with him. Before he closed the helmet, Rip had one last order to give, along with an unexpected piece of equipment. And, when Dane saw that, he knew just how desperate Shannon considered their situation to be. For only on life or death terms would the astrogator apprentice have used Jellicoe's private key, opened the forbidden arms cabinet, and withdrawn that blaster. If you need it, use this. Rip's face was very sober. Ollie arose from fastening the extra suit in place. It's ready. He came back into the corridor and Dane clanked out in his place, settling himself behind the controls. When they saw him there, the inner hatch closed and he was alone in the bay. With tantalizing slowness the outer wall of the spacer slid back. His hands blundering with the metallic claws of the gloves, Dane buckled 2 safety belts about him. Then the skeleton flitter moved to the left, out into the glare of the early day, a light too bright, even through the shielded viewplates of his helmet. For some dangerous moments the machine creaked out and down on the landing cranes, the warning counter on its control panel going into a mad whirl of color as it tried to record the radiation. There came a jar as it touched the scorched earth at the foot of the Queen's fins. Dane pressed the release and watched the lines whip up and the hatch above snap shut. Then he opened the controls. He used too much energy and shot into the air, tearing a wide gap through what was luckily a thin screen of the matted foliage, before he gained complete mastery. Then he was able to level out and bore westward, the rising sun at his back, the sea of deadly green beneath him, and somewhere far ahead the faint promise of clean, radiation-free land holding the help they needed. Mile after mile of the green jungle swept under the flitter, and the flash of the counter's light continued to record a land unfit for mankind. Even with the equipment used on distant worlds to protect what spacemen had come to recognize was a reasonably tough human frame, no ground force could hope to explore that wilderness in person. And flying above it, as well insulated as he was, Dane knew that he could be dangerously exposed. If the contaminated territory extended more than 1,000 miles, his danger was no longer problematical, it was an established fact. He had only the vague directions from the scrap of map Rip had uncovered. To the west, he had no idea how far away, there stretched a length of coastline, far enough from the radiation-blasted area to allow small settlements. For generations the population of Terra, decimated by the atomic wars, and then drained by first system and then galactic exploration and colonization, had been decreasing. But within the past 100 years it was again on the upswing. Men retiring from space were returning to their native planet to live out their remaining years. The descendants of far-flung colonists, coming home on visits, found the sparsely populated mother world appealed to some basic instinct so that they remained. And now the settlements of mankind were on the march, spreading out from the well-established sections which had not been blighted by ancient wars. It was mid-afternoon when Dane noted that the green carpet beneath the flitter was displaying holes, that small breaks in the vegetation became sizable stretches of rocky waste. He kept one eye on the counter and what, when he left the spacer, had been an almost steady beam of warning light was now a well-defined succession of blinks. The land below was cooling off, perhaps he had passed the worst of the journey. But in that passing how much had he and the flitter become contaminated? Ollie had devised a method of protection for the empty suit the medic would wear, had that held? There were an alarming number of dark ifs in the immediate future. The mutant growths were now only thin patches of stunted and yellowish green. Had man penetrated only this far into the burn, the knowledge of what lay beyond would be totally false. This effect of dreary waste might well discourage exploration. Now the blink of the counter was deliberate, with whole seconds of pause between the flashes. Cooling off. It was getting cold fast. He wished that he had a comm unit. Because of the interference in the burn he had left it behind, but with one he might be able now to locate some settlement. All that remained was to find the seashore and, with it as a guide, flit south towards the center of modern civilization. He laid no plans of action, this whole exploit must depend upon improvisation. And, as a free trader, spur-of-the-moment action was a necessary way of life. On the frontier rim of the galaxy, where the independent spacers traced the star trails, fast thinking and the ability to change plans on an instant were as important as skill in aiming a blaster. And it was very often proven that the tongue, and the brain behind it, were more deadly than a flamer. The sun was in Dane's face now and he caught sight of patches of uncontaminated earth with honest vegetation, in place of the hot jungle now miles behind. That night he camped out on the edge of rough pasturage where the counter no longer flashed its warning and he was able to shed the suit and sleep under the stars with the fresh air of early summer against his cheek and the smell of honest growing things replacing the dry scent of the spacer and the languorous perfumes of sargal. He lay on his back, flat against the earth of which he was truly a part, staring up into the dark, inverted bowl of the heavens. It was so hard to connect those distant points of icy light making the well-remembered patterns overhead with the sun's whose rays had added to the brown stain on his skin. Sargal's sun, the one which gave such limited light to dead Limbo, the sun under which Naxos, his first galactic port, grew its food. He could not pick them out, was not even sure that any could be sighted from Terra. Strange suns, red, orange, blue, green, white, yet here all looked alike, points of glitter. Tomorrow at dawn he must go on. He turned his head away from the sky, and grass, green Terran grass, was soft beneath his cheek. Yet unless he was successful tomorrow or the next day, he might never have the right to feel that grass again. Resolutely Dane willed that thought out of his mind, tried to fix upon something more lulling which would bring with it the sleep he must have before he went on. And in the end he did sleep, deeply, dreamlessly, as if the touch of Terra's soil was in itself the sedative his tautly strung nerves needed. It was before sunrise that he awoke, stiff and chilled. The dryness of pre-dawn gave partial light, and somewhere a bird was twittering. There had been birds, or things whose far-off ancestors had been birds, in the hot forest. Did they also sing to greet the dawn? Dane went over the flitter with his small counter and was relieved to find that they had done a good job of shielding under Ali's supervision. Once the suit he had worn was stored, he could sit at the controls without danger and in comfort. And it was good to be free of that metal prison. This time he took to the air with ease, the salt taste of food concentrate on his tongue as he sucked a cube. And his confidence arose with the flitter. This was the day, somehow he knew it. He was going to find what he sought. It was less than 2 hours after sunrise that he did so. A village which was a cluster of perhaps 50 or so house units strung along into the land. He skimmed across it and brought the flitter down in a rock cliff-walled sand pocket with surf booming some yards away, where he would be reasonably sure of safe hiding. All right, he had found a village. Now what? A medic, a stranger appearing on the lane which served the town, a stranger in a distinctive uniform of trade, would only incite conjecture and betrayal. He had to plan now. Dane unsealed his tunic. He should, by rights, shed his space boots too. But perhaps he could use those to color his story. He thrust the blaster into hiding at his waist. A rip or two in his under tunic, a shallow cut from his bush knife allowed to bleed messily. He could not see himself to judge the general effect, but had to hope it was the right one. His chance to test his acting powers came sooner than he had anticipated. Luckily he had climbed out of the hidden cove before he was spotted by the boy who came whistling along the path, a fishing pole over his shoulder, a basket swinging from his hand. Dane assumed an expression which he thought would suggest fatigue, pain, and bewilderment, and lurched forward as if, in sighting the oncoming boy, he had also sighted hope. Help. Perhaps it was excitement which gave his utterance that convincing croak. Rod and basket fell to the ground as the boy, after one astounded stare, ran forward. What's the matter? His eyes were on those space boots, and he added a "sir" which had the ring of hero worship. Escape boat, Dane waved toward the sea's general direction. Medic, must get to medic. Yes, sir, the boy's basic Terran sounded good. Can you walk if I help you? Dane managed a weak nod, but contrived that he did not lean too heavily on his avidly helpful guide. The medic's my father, sir. We're right down this slope, third house. And father hasn't left, he's supposed to go on a northern inspection tour today. Dane felt a stab of distaste for the role being forced upon him. When he had visualized the medic he must have ducked to serve the queen in her need, he had not expected to have to kidnap a family man. Only the knowledge that he did have the extra suit, and that he had made the outward trip without dangerous exposure, bolstered up his determination to see the plan through. When they came out at the end of the single long lane which tied the houses of the village together, Dane was puzzled to see the place so deserted. But, since it was not within his role of dazed sufferer to ask questions, he did not do so. It was his young guide who volunteered the information he wanted. Most everyone is out with the fleet. There's a run of redbacks. Dane understood. Within recent times the redbacks of the north had become a desirable luxury item for Terran tables. If a school of them were to be found in the vicinity, no wonder this village was now deserted as its fleet went out to garner in the elusive but highly succulent fish. In here, sir, Dane found himself being led to a house on the right. Are you in trade? He suppressed a start, shedding his uniform tunic had not done much in the way of disguise. It would be nice, he thought a little bitterly, if he could flash an IS badge now to completely confuse the issue. But he answered with the partial truth and did not enlarge. Yes. The boy was flushed with excitement. I'm trying for trade service medic, he confided. Passed the directive exam last month. But I still have to go up for prelim psycho. Dane had a flash of memory. Not too many months before, and not the prelim psycho, but the big machine at the assignment center had decided his own future arbitrarily, fitting him into the crew of the Solar Queen as the ship where his abilities, knowledge and potentialities could best work to the good of the service. At the time he had resented, had even been slightly ashamed of being relegated to a free trading spacer while Artur Sands and other classmates from the pool had walked off with company assignments. Now he knew that he would not trade the smallest and most rusty bolt from the Solar Queen for the newest scout ship in IS or Combined Registry. And this boy from the frontier village might be himself as he was 5 years earlier. Though he had never known a real home or family, scrapping into the pool from one of the children's depots. Good luck. He meant that, and the boy's flush deepened. Thank you, sir. Around here, Father's treatment room has this other door. Dane allowed himself to be helped into the treatment room and sat down in a chair while the boy hurried off to locate the medic. The trader's hand went to the butt of his concealed blaster. It was a job he had to do, one he had volunteered for, and there was no backing out. But his mouth had a wry twist as he drew out the blaster and made ready to point it at the inner door. Or, his mind leaped to another idea. Could he get the medic safely out of the village? A story about another man badly injured, perhaps pinned in the wreckage of an escape boat, he could try it. He thrust the blaster back inside his torn under tunic, hoping the bulge would pass unnoticed. My son says. Dane looked up. The man who came through the inner door was an early middle age, thin, wiry, with a hard, fine-down look about him. He could almost be Tao's elder brother. He crossed the room with a brisk stride and came to stand over Dane, his hand reaching to pull aside the bloody cloth covering the trader's breast. But Dane fended off that examination. My partner, he said. Back there, pinned in, he jerked his hand southward. Needs help. The medic frowned. Most of the men are out with the fleet. Jorge, he spoke to the boy who had followed him, go and get Lex and Hartog. Here, he tried to push Dane back into the chair as the trader got up, let me look at that cut. Dane shook his head. No time now, sir. My partner's hurt bad. Can you come? Certainly. The medic reached for the emergency kit on the shelf behind him. You able to make it? Yes, Dane was exultant. It was going to work. He could tow the medic away from the village. Once out among the rocks on the shoreline he could pull the blaster and herd the man to the flitter. His luck was going to hold after all. 15, Medic Hovan reports. Fortunately the path out of the straggling town was a twisted one and in a very short space they were hidden from view. Dane paused as if the pace was too much for an injured man. The medic put out a steadying hand, only to drop it quickly when he saw the weapon which had appeared in Dane's grip. What? His mouth snapped shut, his jaw tightened. You will march ahead of me, Dane's low voice was steady. Beyond that rock spur to the left you'll find a place where it is possible to climb down to sea level. Do it. I suppose I shouldn't ask why. Not now. We haven't much time. Get moving. The medic mastered his surprise and without further protest obeyed orders. It was only when they were standing by the flitter and he saw the suits that his eyes widened and he said. The big burn. Yes, and I'm desperate. You must be, or mad, the medic stared at Dane for a long moment and then shook his head. What is it? A plague ship? Dane bit his lip. The other was too astute. But he did not ask why or how he had been able to guess so shrewdly. Instead he gestured to the suit Ollie had lashed beneath the seat in the flitter. Get into that and be quick about it. The medic rubbed his hand across his jaw. I think that you might just be desperate enough to use that thing you're brandishing about so melodramatically if I don't, he remarked in a calmly conversational tone. I won't kill. But a blaster burn can be pretty painful. Yes, I know that, young man. And, suddenly he shrugged, put down his kit and started donning the suit. I wouldn't put it past you to knock me out and load me aboard if I did say no. All right. Suited, he took his place on the seat as Dane directed, and then the traitor followed the additional precaution of lashing the medic's metal-encased arms to his body before he climbed into his own protective covering. Now they could only communicate by sight through the vision plates of their helmets. Dane triggered the controls and they arose out of the sand and rock hollow just as a party of 2 men and a boy came hurrying along the top of the cliff, Jorge and the rescuers arriving too late. The flitter spiraled up into the sunlight and Dane wondered how long it would be before this outrage was reported to the nearest plant police base. But would any police cruiser have the hardihood to follow him into the Big Burn? He hoped that the radiation would hold them back. There was no navigation to be done. The flitter's memory should deposit them at the Queen. Dane wondered at what his silent companion was now thinking. The medic had accepted his kidnapping with such docility that the very ease of their departure began to bother Dane. Was the other expecting a trailer? Had exploration into the Big Burn from the seaside villages been more extensive than reported officially? He stepped up the power of the flitter to the top notch and saw with some relief that the ground beneath them was now the rocky waste bordering the devastated area. The metal-encased figure that shared his seat had not moved, but now the bubble head turned as if the medic were intent upon the ground flowing beneath them. The flicker of the counter began and Dane realized that nightfall would find them still airborne. But so far he had not been aware of any pursuit. Again he wished he had the use of a comm. Only here the radiation would blanket sound with that continuous roar. Patches of the radiation vegetation showed now and something in the lines of the medic's tense figure suggested that these were new to him. Afternoon waned as the patches united, spread into the beginning of the jungle as the counter was once more an almost steady light. When evening closed and they were not caught in darkness, for below trees, looping vines, brush, had a pale, evil glow of their own, proclaiming their toxicity with bluish halos. Sometimes pockets of these made a core of light which pulsed, sending warning fingers at the flitter which sped across it. The hour was close on midnight before Dane sighted the other light, the pink-red of which winked through the ghastly blue-white with a natural and comforting promise, even though it had been meant for an entirely different purpose. The Queen had earthed with her distress lights on and no one had remembered to snap them off. Now they acted as a beacon to draw the flitter to its berth. Dane brought the stripped flyer down on the fused ground as close to the spot from which he had taken off as he could remember. Now, if those on the spacer would only move fast enough. But he need not have worried, his arrival had been anticipated. Above, the rounded side of the spacer bulged as the hatch opened. Lines swung down to fasten their magnetic clamps on the flitter. Then once more they were airborne, swinging up to be warped into the side of the ship. As the outer port of the flitter berth closed, Dane reached over and pulled loose the lashing which immobilized his companion. The medic stood up, a little awkwardly as might any man who wore space armor the first time. The inner hatch now opened and Dane waved his captive into the small section which must serve them as a decontamination space. Free at last of the suits, they went through one more improvised hatch to the main corridor of the Queen where Rip and Ollie stood waiting, their weary faces lighting as they saw the medic. It was the latter who spoke first. "This is a plague ship." Rip shook his head. "It is not, sir. And you're the one who is going to help us prove that." The man leaned back against the wall, his face expressionless. "You take a rather tough way of trying to get help." "It was the only way left us. I'll be frank," Rip continued, "we're patrol posted." The medic's shrewd eyes went from one drawn young face to the next. "You don't look like desperate criminals," was his comment. "This your full crew? All the rest are your concern?" "That is, if you will take the job." Rip's shoulders slumped a little. "You haven't left me much choice, have you? If there is illness on board, I'm under the oath, whether you are patrol posted or not." "What's the trouble?" They got him down to Tao's laboratory and told him their story. From a slight incredulity his expression changed to an alert interest, and he demanded to see, first the patients and then the pests now immured in a deep freeze. Sometime in the middle of this, Dane, overcome by fatigue which was partly relief from tension, sought his cabin in the bunk from which he wearily disposed Sinbad, only to have the purring cat crawl back once more when he had lain down. And when he awoke, renewed in body and spirit, it was in a new queen, a ship in which hope and confidence now ruled. "Hovan's already got it," Rip told him exultantly. "It's that poison from the little devil's claws right enough. A narcotic, produces some of the affects of deep sleep. In fact, it may have a medical use. He's excited about it." "All right," Dane waved aside information which under other circumstances, promising as it did a chance for future trade, would have engrossed him, to ask a question which at the moment seemed far more to the point. "Can he get our men back on their feet?" A little of Rip's exuberance faded. "Not right away. He's given them all shots. But he thinks they'll have to sleep it off. And we have no idea how long that is going to take," Ollie contributed. Time, for the first time in days Dane was struck by that, time. Because of his training, a fact he had forgotten in the past weeks of worry now came to mind, their contract with the storm priests. Even if they were able to clear themselves of the plague charge, even if the rest of the crew were speedily restored to health, he was sure that they could not hope to return to Sargal with the promised cargo. The pay for which was already on board the Queen. They would have broken their pledge, and there could be no hope of holding to their trading rights on that world, if they were not blacklisted for breaking contract into the bargain. IS would be able to move in and clean up, and probably they could never prove that the company was behind their misfortunes, though the men of the Queen would always be convinced that that fact was the truth. "We're going to break contract," he said aloud, and that shook the other two, knocked some of their assurance out of them. "How about that?" Rip asked Ollie. The acting engineer nodded. "We have fuel enough to lift from here and maybe set down at Terraport, if we take it careful and cut vectors. We can't lift from there without refueling, and of course the patrol are going to sit on their hands while we do that, with us posted. No, put out of your heads any plan for getting back to Sargal within the time limit. Thorson's right, that way we're flamed out." Rip slumped in his seat. "So the IZs can take over after all?" "As I see it," Dane cut in, "let's just take one thing at a time. We may have to argue a broken contract out before the board. But first we have to get off the posted hook with the patrol. Have you any idea about how we are going to handle that? Hovan's on our side. In fact, if we let him have the bugs to play with, he'll back us all the way. He can swear us a clean bill of health before the medic control center. How much will that count after we've broken all their regs?" Ollie wanted to know. "If we surrender now, we're not going to have much chance, no matter what Hovan does or does not swear to. Hovan's a frontier medic. I won't say that he's not a member in good standing of their association, but he doesn't have top star rating. And with the IZs and the patrol on our necks, we'll need more than one medic's word." But Rip looked from the pessimistic Camel to Dane. Now he asked a question which was more than half statement. "You've thought of something?" "I've remembered something," the cargo apprentice corrected. "Recall the trick Van pulled on Limbo when the patrol was trying to ease us out of our rights there after they took over the outlaw hold?" Ollie was impatient. He threatened to talk to the video people and broadcast, tell everyone about the ships wrecked by the Forerunner installation and left lying about full of treasure. But what has that to do with us now? We bargained away our rights on Limbo for the rest of Cam's monopoly on Sargal, not that it's done us much good. The video, Dane fastened on the important point. Van threatened publicity which would embarrass the patrol, and he was legally within his rights. We're outside the law now, but publicity might help again. How many Earthside people know of the unwritten law about open war on plague ships? How many who aren't spacemen know that we could be legally pushed into the sun and fried without any chance to prove we're innocent of carrying a new disease? If we could talk loud and clear to the people at large, maybe we'd have a chance for a real hearing. Right from the Terraport broadcast station, I suppose. Ollie taunted. Why not? There was silence in the cabin as the other two chewed upon that, and he broke it again. We sat down here when it had never been done before. With one brown forefinger, Rip traced some pattern known only to himself on the top of the table. Ollie stared at the opposite wall as if it were a bank of machinery he must master. It just might be whirly enough to work, Camel commented softly. Or maybe we've been spaced too long and the whisperers have been chattering into our ears. What about it, Rip? Could you set us down close enough to center block there? We can try anything once. But we might crash the old girl bringing her in. There's that apron between the company's launching cradles and the center. It's clear there, and we could give an E signal coming down which would make them stay rid of it. But I won't try it except as a last resort. Dane noticed that after that discouraging statement, Rip made straight for Jellicoe's record tapes and routed out the one which dealt with Terraport and the landing instructions for that metropolis of the star ships. To land unbidden there would certainly bring them publicity, and to get the video broadcast and tell their story would grant them not only worldwide, but system-wide hearing. News from Terraport was broadcast on every channel every hour of the day and night, and not a single viewer could miss their appeal. But first there was Hovan to be consulted. Would he be willing to back them with his professional knowledge and assurance? Or would their high-handed method of recruiting his services operate against them now? They decided to let Rip ask such questions of the medic. "So you're going to set us down in the center of the big jump-off," was his first comment, as the acting captain of the Queen stated their case. "Then you want me to fire my rockets to certify you are harmless? You don't ask for very much, do you, son?" Rip spread his hands. "I can understand how it looks to you, sir. We grabbed you and brought you here by force. We can't make you testify for us if you decide not to. Can't you?" The medic cocked an eyebrow at him. "What about this bully boy of yours with his little blaster? He could herd me right up to the telecast, couldn't he? There's a lot of persuasion in one of those nasty little arms. On the other hand, I've a son who's set on taking out on one of these tin pots to go star hunting. If I handed you over to the patrol, he might make some remarks to me in private. You may be posted, but you don't look like very hardened criminals to me. It seems that you've been handed a bad situation and handled it as best you know. And I'm willing to ride along the rest of the way on your tail blast. Let me see how many pieces you land us in at Terraport and I'll give you my final answer. If luck holds, we may have a couple more of your crew present by that time, also." They had had no indication that the Queen had been located, that any posse hunting the kidnapped medic had followed them into the Big Burn. And they could only hope that they would continue to remain unsighted as they upped ship once more and cruised into a regular traffic lane for earthing at the port. It would be a chancy thing, and Ollie and Rip spent hours checking the mechanics of that flight, while Dane and the recovering Weeks worked with Hovan in an effort to restore the sleeping crew. After 3 visits to the hold and the discovery that the Hoobat had uncovered no more of the pests, Dane caged the angry blue horror and returned it to its usual stand in Jellicoe's cabin. Certain that the ship was clean for Sinbad now confidently prowled the corridors and went into every cabin of storage space Dane opened for him. And on the morning of the day they had planned for takeoff, Hovan at last had a definite response to his treatment. Craig Tau roused, stared dazedly around, and asked a vague question. The fact he immediately relapsed once more into semi-coma did not discourage the other medic. Progress had been made and he was now sure that he knew the proper treatment. They strapped down at 0 hour and blasted out of the weird green wilderness they had not dared to explore, lifting into the arch of the sky, depending upon Rip's knowledge to put them safely down again. Dane once more rode out the takeoff at the comm unit, waiting for the blast of radiation-borne static to fade so that he could catch any broadcast. Turned back last night. The high level of radiation makes it almost certain that the outlaws could not have headed into the dangerous central portion. Search is now spreading north. Authorities are inclined to believe that this last outrage may be a clue to the vanished Solar Queen, a plague ship, warned off and patrol posted after her crew plundered an E-stat belonging to the Intersolar Corporation. Anyone having any information concerning this ship, or any strange spacer, report at once to the nearest Terra Police or patrol station. Do not take chances, report any contact at once to the nearest Terra Police or patrol station. That's putting it strongly, Dane commented as he relayed the message. Good as giving orders for us to be flamed down at sight. Well, if we set down in the right spot, Rip replied, they can't flame us out without blasting the larger part of Terraport Field with us. And I don't think they are going to do that in a hurry. Dane hoped Shannon was correct in that belief. It would be more chancy than landing at the E-stat or in the Big Burn, to gauge it just right and put them down on the Terraport apron where they could not be flamed out without destroying too much. Where their very position would give them a bargaining point, was going to be a top-star job. If Rip could only pull it off. He could not evaluate the niceties of that flight, he did not understand all Rip was doing. But he did know enough to remain quietly in his place, ask no questions, and await results with a dry mouth and a wildly beating heart. There came a moment when Rip glanced up at him, one hand poised over the control board. The pilot's voice came tersely, thin and queer. Pray it out, Dane, here we go. Dane heard the shrill of a riding beam, so tearing he had to move his earphones. They must be almost on top of the control tower to get it like that. Rip was planning on a set down where the Queen would block things neatly. He brought his own fingers down on the red button to give the last and most powerful warning. That, to be used only when a ship landing was out of control, should clear the ground below. They could only pray it would vacate the port they were still far from seeing. Make it a fin point, Rip, he couldn't repress that one bit of advice. And was glad he had given it when he saw a ghost grin tug for a moment at Rip's full lips. Good enough for a check ride? They were riding her flaming jets down as they would on a strange world. Below the port must be wild. Dane counted off the seconds. 2, 3, 4, 5, just a few more and they would be too low to intercept, without endangering innocent coasters and groundhuggers. When the last minute during which they were still vulnerable passed, he gave a sigh of relief. That was one more point on their side. In the earphones was a crackle of frantic questions, a gabble of orders screaming at him. Let them rave, they'd know soon enough what it was all about. 16. The Battle of the Video. Oddly enough, in spite of the tension which must have boiled within him, Rip brought them in with a perfect 4-fin-point landing, one which, under the circumstances, must win him the respect of Master Star pilots from the rim. Though Dane doubted whether if they lost, that skill would bring Shannon anything but a long term in the moon mines. The actual jar of their landing contact was mostly absorbed by the webbing of their shock seats and they were on their feet, ready to move almost at once. The next operation had been planned. Dane gave a glance at the screen. Ringed now about the Queen were the buildings of Terraport. Yes, any attempt to attack the ship would endanger too much of the permanent structure of the field itself. Rip had brought them down, not on the rocket-scarred outer landing space, but on the concrete apron between the assignment center and the control tower, a smooth strip usually sacred to the parking of officials' ground scooters. He speculated as to whether any of the latter had been converted to molten metal by the exhausts of the Queen's descent. Like the team they had come to be, the 4 active members of the crew went into action. Ollie and Weeks were waiting by an inner hatch, medic Hovan with them. The engineer apprentice was bulky in a space suit, and 2 more of the unwieldy body coverings waited beside him for Rip and Dane. With fingers which were inclined to act like thumbs they were sealed into what would provide some protection against any blaster or sleep ray. Then with Hovan, conspicuously wearing no such armor, they climbed into one of the ship's crawlers. Weeks activated the outer hatch and the crane lines plucked the small vehicle out of the Queen, swinging it dizzily down to the blast-scored apron. Make for the tower, Rip's voice was thin in the helmet comms. Dane at the controls of the crawler pulled on as Ollie cast off the lines which anchored them to the spacer. Through the bubble helmet he could see the frenzied activity in the aroused port. An anthill into which some idle investigator had thrust a stick and given it a turn or two was nothing compared with Terraport after the unorthodox arrival of the Solar Queen. "Patrol mobile coming in on southeast vector," Ollie announced calmly. "Looks like she mounts a portable flamer on her nose." "So." Dane changed direction, putting behind him a customs checkpoint, aware as he ground by that stand, of a line of faces at its vision ports. Evasive action, and he'd have to get the top speed from the clumsy crawler. "Police copter over us," that was Rip reporting. Well, they couldn't very well avoid that. But at the same time Dane was reasonably sure that its attack would not be an overt one, not with the unarmed, unprotected Hovan prominently displayed in their midst. But there he was too sanguine. A muffled exclamation from Rip made him glance at the medic beside him. Just in time to see Hovan slump limply forward, about to tumble from the crawler when Shannon caught him from behind. Dane was too familiar with the results of sleep rays to have any doubts as to what had happened. The P-copter had sprayed them with its most harmless weapon. Only the suits, insulated to the best of their maker's ability against most of the dangers of space, real and anticipated, had kept the three traitors from being overcome as well. Dane suspected that his own responses were a trifle sluggish, that while he had not succumbed to that attack, he had been slowed. But with Rip holding the unconscious medic in his seat, Thorson continued to head the crawler for the tower and its promise of a system-wide hearing for their appeal. "There's a P-mobile coming in ahead." Dane was irritated by that warning from Rip. He had already sighted that black and silver ground car himself. And he was only too keenly conscious of the nasty threat of the snub-nosed weapon mounted on its hood, now pointed straight at the oncoming, too deliberate traitors' crawler. Then he saw what he believed would be their only chance, to play once more the same type of trick as Rip had used to earth them safely. "Get Hovan under cover," he ordered. "I'm going to crash the tower door." Hasty movements answered that as the medic's limp body was thrust under the cover offered by the upper framework of the crawler. Luckily the machine had been built for heavy duty on rugged worlds where roadways were unknown. Dane was sure he could build up the power and speed necessary to take them into the lower floor of the tower, no matter if its door was now barred against them. Whether his audacity daunted the P-mobile, or whether they held off from an all-out attack because of Hovan, Dane could not guess. But he was glad for a few minutes of grace as he raced the protesting engine of the heavy machine to its last and greatest effort. The treads of the crawler bit on the steps leading up to the impressive entrance of the tower. There was a second or two before traction caught and then the driver's heart snapped back into place as the machine tilted its nose up and headed straight for the portal. They struck the closed doors with a shock which almost hurled them from their seats. But that engraved bronze expanse had not been cast to withstand a head-on blow from a heavy-duty off-world vehicle, and the leaves tore apart, letting them into the wide hall beyond. Take Hovan and make for the riser. For the second time it was Dane who gave the orders. I have a blocking job to do here. He expected every second to feel the bit of a police blaster somewhere along his shrinking body. Could even a space suit protect him now? At the far end of the corridor were the attendants and visitors, trapped in the building, who had fled in an attempt to find safety at the crashing entrance of the crawler. These flung themselves flat at the steady advance of the two space-suited traitors who supported the unconscious medic between them. Using the low-powered anti-grav units on their belts to take most of his weight, so each had one hand free to hold a sleep rod. And they did not hesitate to use those weapons, spraying the rightful inhabitants of the tower until all lay unmoving. Having seen that Ollie and Rip appeared to have the situation in hand, Dane turned to his own self-appointed job. He jammed the machine on reverse, maneuvering it with an ease learned by practice on the rough terrain of Limbo, until the gate doors were pushed shut again. Then he swung the machine around so that its bulk would afford an effective bar to keep the door locked for some very precious moments to come. Short of using a flamer full power to cut their way in, no one was going to force an entrance now. He climbed out of the machine, to discover, when he turned, that the trio from the Queen had disappeared, leaving all possible opposition asleep on the floor. Dane clanked on to join them. Carrying in plated fingers their most important weapon to awake public opinion, an improvised cage in which was housed one of the pests from the cargo hold, the proof of their plague-free state which they intended Hovan to present, via the telecast, to the whole system. Dane reached the shaft of the riser, to find the platform gone. Would either Rip or Ollie have presence of mind enough to send it down to him on automatic? Rip, returned the riser, he spoke urgently into the throat mic of his helmet comm. Keep your rocket straight, Ollie's cool voice was in his earphones, it's on its way down. Did you remember to bring Exhibit A? Dane did not answer. For he was very much occupied with another problem. On the bronze doors he had been at such pains to seal shut there had come into being a round circle of dull red which was speedily changing into a coruscating incandescence. They had brought a flamer to bear. It would be a very short time now before the police could come through. That riser. Afraid of overbalancing in the bulky suit, Dane did not lean forward to stare up into the shaft. But, as his uncertainty reached a fever pitch, the platform descended and he took 2 steps forward into temporary safety, still clutching the cage. At the first try the thick fingers of his gloved hand slipped from the lever and he hit it again, harder than he intended, so that he found himself being wafted upward with a speed which did not agree with a stomach, even one long accustomed to space flight. And he almost lost his balance when it came to a stop many floors above. But he had not lost his wits. Before he stepped from the platform he set the dial on a point which would lift the riser to the top of the shaft and hold it there. That might trap the traitors on the broadcasting floor, but it would also ensure them time before the forces of the law could reach them. Dane located the rest of his party in the circular core chamber of the broadcasting section. He recognized a backdrop he had seen thousands of times behind the announcer who introduced the newscasts. In one corner Rip, his suit off, was working over the still relaxed form of the medic. While Ollie, a grin set to his mouth, was standing with a man who wore the insignia of a comtech. All set? Rip looked up from his futile ministrations. Dane put down the cage and began the business of unhooking his own protective covering. They were burning through the outer doors of the entrance hall when I took off. You're not going to get away with this, that was the comtech. Ollie smiled wearily, a stretch of lips in which there was little or no mirth. Listen, my friend. Since I started to ride rockets I've been told I wasn't going to get away with this or that. Why not be more original? Use what is between those outsize ears of yours. We fought our way in here, we landed at Terraport against orders, we're patrol posted. Do you think that one man, one lone man, is going to keep us now from doing what we came to do? And don't look around for any reinforcements. We sprayed both those rooms. You can run the emergency hookup single-handed and you're going to. We're free traders, ha, the man had lost some of his assurance as he stared from one drawn young face to another. I see you begin to realize what that means. Out on the rim we play rough, and we play for keeps. I know 100 ways to set you screaming in 3 minutes and at least 10 of them will not even leave a mark on your skin. Now do we get service, or don't we? You'll go to the chamber for this, snarled the tech. All right. But first we broadcast. Then maybe someday a ship that's run into bad luck will have a straighter deal than we've had. You get on your post. And we'll have the play back on, remember that. If you don't give us a clear channel we'll know it. How about it, Rip, how's Hovan? Rip's face was a mask of worry. He must have had a full dose. I can't bring him around. Was this the end of their bold bid? Let each or all of them go before the screen to plead their case, let them show the caged pest. But without the professional testimony of the medic, the weight of an expert opinion on their side, they were licked. Well, sometimes luck did not ride a man's fins all the way in. But some stubborn core within Dane refused to let him believe that they had lost. He went over to the medic huddled in a chair. To all appearances Hovan was deeply asleep, sunk in the semi-coma the sleep ray produced. And the frustrating thing was that the man himself could have supplied the counter to his condition, given them the instructions how to bring him around. How many hours away was a natural awaking? Long before that their hold on the station would be broken, they would be in the custody of either police or patrol. He's sunk, Dane voiced the belief which put an end to their hopes. But Ollie did not seem concerned. Camel was standing with their captive, an odd expression on his handsome face as if he were striving to recall some dim memory. When he spoke it was to the comtech. "You have an HDOS here?" The other registered surprise. "I think so." Ollie made an abrupt gesture. "Make sure," he ordered, following the man into another room. Dane looked to Rip for enlightenment. "What in the great nebula is an HDOS?" "I'm no engineer." "It may be some gadget to get us out of here." "Such as a pair of wings." Dane was inclined to be sarcastic. The memory of that incandescent circle on the door some 20 floors below stayed with him. Tempers of police and patrol were not going to be improved by fighting their way around or over the obstacles the traitors had arranged to delay them. If they caught up to the outlaws before the latter had their chance for an impartial hearing, the result was not going to be a happy one as far as the Queen's men were concerned. Ollie appeared in the doorway. "Bring Hovan in here." Together Rip and Dane carried the medic into a smaller chamber where they found Ollie and the tech busy lashing a small, lightweight tube chair to a machine which, to their untutored eyes, had the semblance of a collection of bars. Obeying instructions they seated Hovan in that chair, fastening him in, while the medic continued to slumber peacefully. Uncomprehendingly Rip and Dane stepped back while, under Ollie's watchful eye, the comtech made adjustments and finally snapped some hidden switch. Dane discovered that he dared not watch too closely what followed. Inured as he thought he was to the tricks of hyperspace, to acceleration and anti-gravity, the oscillation of that swinging seat, the weird swaying of the half-recumbent figure, did things to his sight and to his sense of balance which seemed perilous in the extreme. But when the groan broke through the hum of Ollie's mysterious machine, all of them knew that the engineer apprentice had found the answer to their problem, that Hovan was waking. The medic was bleary-eyed and inclined to stagger when they freed him. And for several minutes he seemed unable to grasp either his surroundings or the train of events which had brought him there. Long since the police must have broken into the entrance corridor below. Perhaps they had by now secured a riser which would bring them up. Ollie had forced the comtech to throw the emergency control which was designed to seal off from the outer world the entire unit in which they now were. But whether that protective device would continue to hold now, none of the three were certain. Time was running out fast. Supporting the wobbling Hovan, they went back into the panel room and under Ollie's supervision the comtech took his place at the control board. Dane put the cage with the pest well to the fore on the table of the announcer and waited for Rip to take his place there with the trembling medic. When Shannon did not move, Dane glanced up in surprise. This was no time to hesitate. But he discovered that the attention of both his shipmates was now centered on him. Rip pointed to the seat. "You're the talk merchant, aren't you?" the acting commander of the Queen asked crisply. "Now's the time to shout the lingo." They couldn't mean. But it was very evident that they did. Of course, a cargomaster was supposed to be the spokesman of a ship. But that was in matters of trade. And how could he stand there and argue the case for the Queen? He was the newest joined, the greenest member of her crew. Already his mouth was dry and his nerves tense. But Dane didn't know that none of that was revealed by his face or manner. The usual impassiveness which had masked his inner conflicts since his first days at the pool served him now. And the others never noted the hesitation with which he approached the announcer's place. Dane had scarcely seated himself, one hand resting on the cage of the pest, before Ollie brought down 2 fingers in the sharp sweep which signaled the comtech to duty. Far above them there was a whisper of sound which signified the opening of the playback. They would be able to check on whether the broadcast was going out or not. Although Dane could see nothing of the system-wide audience which he currently faced, he realized that the room and those in it were now visible on every tuned-in video set. Instead of the factual cast, the listeners were about to be treated to a melodrama which was as wild as their favorite romances. It only needed the break-in of the patrol to complete the illusion of action fiction, crime variety. A second finger moved in his direction and Dane leaned forward. He faced only the folds of a wall-wide curtain, but he must keep in mind that in truth there was a sea of faces before him, the faces of those whom he and Hovan, working together, must convince if he were to save the Queen and her crew. He found his voice and it was steady and even. He might have been outlining some stowage problem for Van Rick's approval. People of Terra. Martian, Venusian, asteroid colonist, inwardly they were still all Terran and on that point he would rest. He was a Terran appealing to his own kind. People of Terra, we come before you to ask justice. From somewhere the words came easily, flowing from his lips to center on a patch of light ahead. And that, justice, rang with a kind of reassurance. 17. In custody. To those of you who do not travel the star trails our case may seem puzzling, the words were coming easily. Dane gathered confidence as he spoke, intent on making those others out there know what it meant to be outlawed. We are patrol posted, outlawed as a plague ship, he confessed frankly. But this is our true story. Swiftly, with a flow of language he had not known he could command, Dane swung into the story of Sargal, of the pest they had carried away from that world. And at the proper moment he thrust a gloved hand into the cage and brought out the wriggling thing which struck vainly with its poisoned talons. Holding it above the dark table so that those unseen watchers could witness the dramatic change of color which made it such a menace. Dane continued the story of the Queen's ill-fated voyage, of their forced descent upon the Estat. Ask the truth of Intersolar, he demanded of the audience beyond those walls. We were no pirates. They will discover in their records the vouchers we left. Then Dane described the weird hunt when, led by the Hoobat, they had finally found and isolated the menace, and their landing in the heart of the Big Burn. He followed that with his own quest for medical aid, the kidnapping of Hovan. At that point he turned to the medic. This is Medic Hovan. He has consented to appear in our behalf and to testify to the truth, that the Solar Queen has not been stricken by some unknown plague, but infested with a living organism we now have under control. For a suspenseful second or two he wondered if Hovan was going to make it. The man looked shaken and sick, as if the drastic awakening they had subjected him to had left him 2 days to pull himself together. But out of some hidden reservoir of strength the medic summoned the energy he needed. And his testimony was all they had hoped it would be. Though now and then he strayed into technical terms. But, Dane thought, their use only enhanced the authority of his description of what he had discovered on board the spacer and what he had done to counteract the power of the poison. When he had done Dane added a few last words. We have broken the law, he admitted forthrightly, but we were fighting in self-defense. All we ask now is the privilege of an impartial investigation, a chance to defend ourselves, such as any of you take for granted on Terra, before the courts of this planet, but he was not to finish without interruption. From the playback over their heads another voice blared, breaking across his last words. Surrender. This is the patrol. Surrender or take the consequences. And that faint sighing which signaled their open contact with the outer world was cut off. The Comtech turned away from the control board, a sneering half-smile on his face. They've reached the circuit and cut you off. You're done. Dane stared into the cage where the now almost invisible things sat humped together. He had done his best, they had all done their best. He felt nothing but a vast fatigue, an overwhelming weariness, not so much of body, but of nerve and spirit too. Rip broke the silence with a question aimed at the tech. Can you signal below? Going to give up? The fellow brightened. Yes, there's an intercom I can cut in. Rip stood up. He unbuckled the belt about his waist and laid it on the table, disarming himself. Without words Ollie and Dane followed his example. They had played their hand, to prolong the struggle would mean nothing. The acting captain of the Queen gave a last order. Tell them we are coming down unarmed, to surrender. He paused in front of Hovan. You'd better stay here. If there's any trouble, no reason for you to be caught in the middle. Hovan nodded as the three left the room. Dane, remembering the trick he had pulled with the riser, made a comment. We may be marooned here. Ollie shrugged. Then we can just wait and let them collect us. He yawned, his dark eyes set in smudges. I don't care if they'll just let us sleep the clock around afterwards. D'you really think, he addressed Rip, that we've done ourselves any good? Rip neither denied nor confirmed. We took our only chance. Now it's up to them. He pointed to the wall and the teeming world which lay beyond it. Ollie grinned wryly. I note you left the what-you-call-it with Hovan. He wanted one to experiment with, Dane replied. I thought he'd earned it. And now here comes what we've earned, Rip cut in as the hum of the riser came to their ears. Should we take to cover? Ollie's mobile eyebrows underlined his demand. The forces of law and order may erupt with blasters blazing. But Rip did not move. He faced the riser door squarely and, drawn by something in that stance of his, the other two stepped in on either side so that they fronted the dubious future as a united group. Whatever came now, the Queen's men would meet it together. In a way Ollie was right. The four men who emerged all had their blasters or riot stun rifles at ready, and the sights of those weapons were trained at the middles of the free traders. As Dane's empty hands, palm out, went up on a line with his shoulders, he estimated the opposition. 2 were in the silver and black of the patrol, 2 wore the forest green of the Terra Police. But they all looked like men with whom it was better not to play games. And it was clear they were prepared to take no chances with the outlaws. In spite of the passiveness of the Queen's men, their hands were locked behind them with force bars about their wrists. When a quick search revealed that the 3 were unarmed, they were herded onto the riser by 2 of their captors, while the other pair remained behind, presumably to uncover any damage they had done to the tower installations. The police did not speak except for a few terse words among themselves and a barked order to march, delivered to the prisoners. Very shortly they were in the entrance hall facing the wreckage of the crawler and doors through which a ragged gap had been burned. Ollie viewed the scene with his usual detachment. Nice job, he commended Dane's enterprise. They'll have a moving. Get going. A heavy hand between his shoulder blades urged him on. The engineer apprentice whirled, his eyes blazing. Keep your hands to yourself. We aren't mine fodder yet. I think that the little matter of a trial comes first. You're posted, the patrolman was openly contemptuous. Dane was chilled. For the first time that aspect of their predicament really registered. Posted outlaws might, within reason, be shot on sight without further recourse to the law. If that label stuck on the crew of the Queen, they had practically no chance at all. And when he saw that Ollie was no longer inclined to retort, he knew that fact had dawned upon Camel also. It would all depend upon how big an impression their broadcast had made. If public opinion veered to their side, then they could defend themselves legally. Otherwise the moon mines might be the best sentence they dare hope for. They were pushed out into the brilliant sunlight. There stood the Queen, her meteor-scarred side reflecting the light of her native sun. And ringed around her at a safe distance was what seemed to be a small mechanized army corps. The authorities were making very sure that no more rebels would burst from her interior. Dane thought that they would be loaded into a mobile or copter and taken away. But instead they were marched down, through the ranks of portable flommers, scramblers, and other equipment, to an open space where anyone on duty at the visa screen within the control cabin of the spacer could see them. An officer of the patrol, the sun making an eye-blinding flash of his lightning sword breast badge, stood behind the loudspeaker. When he perceived that the 3 prisoners were present, he picked up a hand mic and spoke into it, his voice so being relayed over the field as clearly as it must be reaching Weeks inside the sealed freighter. You have 5 minutes to open hatch. Your men have been taken. 5 minutes to open hatch and surrender. Ollie chuckled. And how does he think he's going to enforce that, he inquired of the air and incidentally of the guards now forming a square about the three. He'll need more than a flamer to unlatch the old girl if she doesn't care for his offer. Privately Dane agreed with that. He hoped that Weeks would decide to hold out, at least until they had a better idea of what the future would be. No tool or weapon he saw in the assembly about them was forceful enough to penetrate the shell of the Queen. And there were sufficient supplies on board to keep Weeks and his charges going for at least a week. Since Tao had shown signs of coming out of his coma, it might even be that the crew of the ship would arouse to their own defense in that time. It all depended upon Weeks' present decision. No hatch yawned in the ship's sleek sides. She might have been an inert derelict for all response to that demand. Dane's confidence began to rise. Weeks had picked up the challenge, he would continue to baffle police and patrol. Just how long that stalemate would have lasted they were not to know, for another player came on the board. Through the lines of besiegers Hovan, escorted by the patrolman, made his way up to the officer at the mic station. There was something in his air which suggested that he was about to give battle. And the conversation at the mic was relayed across the field, a fact of which they were not at once aware. "There are sick men in there," Hovan's voice boomed out. "I demand the right to return to duty. If and when they surrender they shall all be accorded necessary aid." That was the officer. But he made no impression on the medic from the frontier. Dane, by chance, had chosen better support than he had guessed. Pro bono publico, Hovan invoked the battle cry of his own service. For the public good. A plague ship, the officer was beginning. Hovan waved that aside impatiently. "Nonsense." His voice scaled up across the field. "There is no plague aboard. I am willing to certify that before the council. And if you refuse these men medical attention, which they need, I shall cite the case all the way to my board." Dane drew a deep breath. That was taking off on their orbit. Not being one of the Queen's crew, in fact having good reason to be angry over his treatment at their hands, Hovan's present attitude would or should carry weight. The patrol officer who was not yet ready to concede all points had an answer: "If you are able to get on board, go." Hovan snatched the mic from the astonished officer. "Weeks." His voice was imperative. "I'm coming aboard, alone." All eyes were on the ship, and for a short period it would seem that Weeks did not trust the medic. Then, high in her needle nose, one of the escape ports, not intended for use except in dire emergency, opened and allowed a plastic link ladder to fall link by link. Out of the corner of his eye Dane caught a flash of movement to his left. Manacled as he was, he threw himself on the policeman who was aiming a stun rifle into the port. His shoulder struck the fellow waist high and his weight carried them both with a bruising crash to the concrete pavement as Rip shouted and hands clutched roughly at the now helpless cargo apprentice. He was pulled to his feet, tasting the flat sweetness of blood where a flailing blow from the surprised and frightened policeman had cut his lip against his teeth. He spat red and glowered at the ring of angry men. "Why don't you kick him?" Ollie inquired, a vast and blistering contempt sawtoothing his voice. "He's got his hands cuffed, so he's fair game." "What's going on here?" An officer broke through the ring. The policeman, on his feet once more, snatched up the rifle Dane's attack had knocked out of his hold. "Your boy here." Ollie was ready with an answer, tried to find a target inside the hatch. "Is this the usual way you conduct a truce, sir?" He was answered by a glare, and the rifleman was abruptly ordered to the rear. Dane, his head clearing, looked at the Queen. Hovan was climbing the ladder, he was within arm's length of that half-open hatch. The very fact that the medic had managed to make his point stick was, in a faint way, encouraging. But the three were not allowed to enjoy that small victory for long. They were marched from the field, loaded into a mobile and taken to the city several miles away. It was the patrol who held them in custody, not the Terra Police. Dane was not sure whether that was to be reckoned favorable or not. As a free trader he had a grudging respect for the organization he had seen in action on Limbo. Some time later they found themselves, freed of the force bars, alone in a room which, bare-walled as it was, did have a bench on which all three sank thankfully. Dane caught the warning gesture from Ollie. They were under unseen observation and they must have a listening audience too, located somewhere in the maze of offices. They can't make up their minds, the engineer apprentice settled his shoulders against the wall. Either we're desperate criminals, or we're heroes. They're going to let time decide. If we're heroes, Dane asked a little querulously, what are we doing locked up here? I'd like a few earthside comforts, beginning with a full meal. No thumb printing, no psycho testing, Rip mused. Yes, they haven't put us through the system yet. And we decidedly aren't the forgotten men. Wipe your face, child, Ollie said to Dane, you're still dribbling. The cargo apprentice smeared his hand across his chin and brought it away red and sticky. Luckily his teeth remained intact. We need Hovan to read them more law, observed Camille. You should have medical attention. Dane dabbed at his mouth. He didn't need all that solicitude, but he guessed that Ollie was talking for the benefit of those who now kept them under surveillance. Speaking of Hovan, I wonder what became of that pest he was supposed to have under control. He didn't bring the cage with him when he came out of the tower, did he? Asked Rip. If it gets loose in that building, Dane decided to give the powers who held them in custody something to think about, they'll have trouble. Practically invisible and poisonous. And maybe it can reproduce its kind, too. We don't know anything about it. Ollie laughed. Such fun and games. Imagine 100 of the dear creatures flitting in and out of the broadcasting section. And Captain Jellicoe has the only Hoobat on Terra. He can name his own terms for rounding up the plague. The whole place will be filled with sleepers before they're through. Would that scrap of information send some patrolman hurtling off to the tower in search of the caged creature? The thought of such an expedition was, in a small way, comforting to the captives. An hour or so later they were fed, noiselessly and without visible attendants, when 3 trays slid through a slit in the wall at floor level. Rip's nose wrinkled. Now I get the vector. We're plague-ridden, keep aloof and watch to see if we break out in purple spots. Ollie was lifting thermo lids from the containers and now he suddenly arose and bowed in the direction of the blank wall. Many, many thanks, he intoned. Nothing but the best, a sub-commander's rations at least. We shall deliver top star rating to this thoughtfulness when we are questioned by the powers that shine. It was good food. Dane ate cautiously because of his torn lip, but the whole adventure took on a more rose-colored hue. The lapse of time before they were put through the usual procedure followed with criminals, this excellent dinner, it was all promising. The patrol could not yet be sure how they were to be handled. They've fed us, Ollie observed as he clanged the last dish back on a tray. Now you'd think they'd bed us. I could do with several days, and nights, of bunk time right about now. But that hint was not taken up and they continued to sit on the bench as time limped by. According to Dane's watch it must be night now, though the steady light in the windowless room did not vary. What had Hovan discovered in the Queen? Had he been able to rouse any of the crew? And was the spacer still inviolate, or had the Terra Police and the patrol managed to take her over? He was so very tired, his eyes felt as if hot sand had been poured beneath the lids, his body ached. And at last he nodded into naps from which he awoke with jerks of the neck. Rip was frankly asleep, his shoulders and head resting against the wall, while Ollie lounged with closed eyes. Though the cargo apprentice was sure that Camille was more alert than his comrades, as if he waited for something he thought was soon to occur. Dane dreamed. Once more he trod the reef rising out of Sargol's shallow sea. But he held no weapon and beneath the surface of the water a Gorp lurked. When he reached the break in the water-washed rock just ahead, the spidery horror would strike and against its attack he was defenseless. Yet he must march on for he had no control over his own actions. Wake up. Ollie's hand was on his shoulder, shaking him back and forth with something close to gentleness. Must you give an imitation of a space-whirly moonbat? The Gorp, Dane came back to the present and flushed. He dreaded admitting to a nightmare, especially to Ollie, whose poise he had always found disconcerting. No Gorps here. Nothing but. Camel's words were lost in the escape of metal against metal as a panel slid back in the wall. But no guard wearing the black and silver of the patrol stepped through to summon them to trial. Van Ryck stood in the opening, half smiling at them with his customary sleepy benevolence. Well, and here's our missing ones. His purring voice was the most beautiful sound Dane thought he had ever heard. 18. Bargain concluded. And so we landed here, sir. Rip concluded his report in the matter-of-fact tone he might have used in describing a perfectly ordinary voyage, say between Terraport and Luna City, a run of no incident and dull cargo carrying. The crew of the Solar Queen, save for Tau, were assembled in a room somewhere in the vastness of patrol headquarters. Since the room seemed a comfortable conference chamber, Dane thought that their status must now be on a higher level than that of patrol-posted outlaws. But he was also sure that if they attempted to walk out of the building that effort would not be successful. Van Ryck sat stolidly in his chosen seat, fingers of both hands laced across his substantial middle. He had sat as impassively as the captain while Rip had outlined their adventures since they had all been stricken. Though the other listeners had betrayed interest in the story, the senior officers made no comments. Now Jellicoe turned to his cargo master. "How about it, Van? What's done is done." Dane's elation vanished as if ripped away by a Sargolian storm wind. The cargomaster didn't approve. So there must have been another way to achieve their ends, one the younger members of the crew had been too inexperienced or too dense to see. If we blasted off today we might just make cargo contract. Dane started. That was it. The point they had lost sight of during their struggles to get aid. There was no possible chance of upping the ship today, probably not for days to come, or ever, if the case went against them. So they had broken contract, and the board would be down on them for that. Dane shivered inside. He could try to fight back against the patrol. There had always been a slight feeling of rivalry between the free traders and the space police. But you couldn't buck the board, and keep your license and so have a means of staying in space. A broken contract could cut one off from the stars forever. Captain Jellicoe looked very bleak at that reminder. The Izies will be all ready to step in. I'd like to know why they were so sure we had the plague on board. Van Ryck snorted. I can supply you 5 answers to that. For one, they may have known the affinity of those creatures for the wood. And it would be easy to predict as a result of our taking a load on board, or again they may have deliberately planted the things on us through the Salariki, but we can't ever prove it. It remains that they are going to get for themselves the Sargolian contract unless, he stopped short, staring straight ahead of him at the wall between Rip and Dane. And his assistant knew that Van was exploring a fresh idea. Van's ideas were never to be despised and Jellicoe did not now disturb the cargo master with questions. It was Rip who spoke next and directly to the captain. Do you know what they plan to do about us, sir? Captain Jellicoe grunted and there was a sardonic twist to his mouth as he replied, It's my opinion that they're now busy adding up the list of crimes you 4 have committed. Maybe they had to turn the big HG computer loose on the problem. The tally isn't in yet. We gave them our automat flight record and that ought to give them more food for thought. Dane speculated as to what the experts would make of the mechanical record of the Queen's past few weeks. The section dealing with their landing in the Big Burn ought to be a little surprising. Van Ryck got to his feet and marched to the door of the conference room. It was open from without so quickly Dane was sure that they had been under constant surveillance. Trade business, snapped the cargo master, contract deal. Take me to a sealed comm booth. Contracts might not be as sacred to the protective service as they were to trade, but trade had its powers and since Van Ryck, an innocent bystander of the Queen's troubles, could not legally be charged with any crime. He was escorted out of the room. But the door panel was sealed behind him, shutting in the rest with the unspoken warning that they were not free agents. Jellicoe leaned back in his chair and stretched. Long years of close friendship had taught him that his cargo master was to be trusted with not only the actual trading and cargo tending, but could also think them out of some of the tangles which could not be solved by his own direct action methods. Direct action had been applied to their present problem, now the rest was up to Van, and he was willing to delegate all responsibility. But they were not left long to themselves. The door opened once more to admit star-rank patrolmen. None of the free traders arose. As members of another service they considered themselves equals. And it was their private boast that the interests of galactic civilization, as represented by the black and silver, often followed, not preceded the brown tunics into new quarters of the universe. However, Rip, Ollie, Dane, and Weeks answered as fully as they could the flood of questions which engulfed them. They explained in detail their visit to the Eastat, the landing in the Big Burn, the kidnapping of Hovan. Dane's stubborn feeling of being in the right grew in opposition to the questioning. Under the same set of circumstances, how would that commander, that wing officer, that senior scout, now all seated there, have acted? And every time they inferred that his part in the affair had been illegal he stiffened. Sure, there had to be law and order out on the rim, and doubly sure it had to cover and protect life on the softer planets of the inner systems. He wasn't denying that on Limbo, he, for one, had been very glad to see the patrol blast their way into the headquarters of the pirates holed up on that half-dead world. And he was never contemptuous of the men in the field. But like all free traders he was influenced by a belief that too often the laws as enforced by the patrol favored the wealth and might of the companies, that law could be twisted and the patrol sent to push through actions which, though legal, were inherently unfair to those who had not the funds to fight it out in the far-off council courts. Just as now he was certain that the Izies were bringing all the influence they had to bear here against the Queen's men. And Intersolar had a lot of influence. At the end of their ordeal their statements were read back to them from the recording tape and they thumb-signed them. Were these statements or confessions? Dane mused. Perhaps in their honest reports they had just signed their way into the moon mines. Only there was no move to lead them out and book them. And when Weeks pressed his thumb at the bottom of the tape, Captain Jellicoe took a hand. He looked at his watch. "It is now 10 hours, he observed. "My men need rest, and we all want food. Are you through with us?" The commander was spokesman for the other group. "You are to remain in quarantine, Captain. Your ship has not yet been passed as port-free. But you will be assigned quarters." Once again they were marched through blank halls to the other section of the sprawling patrol headquarters. No windows looked upon the outer world, but there were bunks in a small mess alcove. Ollie, Dane, and Rip turned in, more interested in sleep than food. And the last thing the cargo apprentice remembered was seeing Jellicoe talking earnestly with Steen Wilcox as they both sipped steaming mugs of real Terran coffee. But with 12 hours of sleep behind them the three were less contented in confinement. No one had come near them and Van Rick had not returned. Which fact the crew clung to as a ray of hope. Somewhere the cargomaster must be fighting their battle. And all Van's vast store of trade knowledge, all his knack of cutting corners and driving a shrewd bargain, enlisted on their behalf, must win them some concessions. Medic Tau came in, bringing Hovan with him. Both looked tired but triumphant. And their report was a shot in the arm for the now uneasy traders. "We've rammed it down their throats," Tau announced. "They're willing to admit that it was those poison bugs and not a plague." Incidentally, he grinned at Jellicoe and then looked around expectantly. "Where's Van? This comes in his department. We're going to cash in on those the kids dumped in the deep freeze. Terralab is bidding on them. I said to see Van, he can arrange the best deal for us." "Where is he?" "Gone to see about our contract," Jellicoe reported. "What's the news about our status now?" "Well, they've got to wipe out the plague ship listing. Also, we're big news. There are about 20 video men rocketing around out in the offices trying to get in and have us do some spot broadcasts. Seems that the children here," he jerked his thumb at the three apprentices, "started something. An intersolar invasion couldn't be bigger news. Human interest by the tankful. I've been on video twice and they're trying to sign up Hovan almost steady. The medic from the frontier nodded. Wanted me to appear on a 3-week schedule, he chuckled. I was asked to come in on Our Heroes of the Starlines and 2 quiz programs. As for you, you young criminal, he swung to Dane, you're going to be fair game for about 3 networks. It seems you transmit well, he uttered the last as if it were an accusation and Dane squirmed. Anyway, you did something with your crazy stunt. And, Captain, 3 men want to buy your Hoobat. I gather they are planning a showing of how it captures those pests. So be prepared. Dane tried to visualize a scene in which he shared top billing with Queeks and shuddered. All he wanted now was to get free of Terra for a nice, quiet, uncomplicated world where problems could be settled with a sleep rod or a blaster and the video screen was unknown. Having heard of what awaited them without, the men of the Queen were more content to be incarcerated in the quarantine section. But as time wore on and the cargomaster did not return, their anxieties awoke. They were fairly sure by now that any penalty the patrol or the Terra police would impose would not be too drastic. But a broken contract was another and more serious affair, a matter which might ground them more effectively than any rule of the law enforcement bodies. Angelico took to pacing the room, while Tang and Wilcox, who had started a game of 4-dimensional chess, made countless errors of move, and Stotts glared moodily at the wall. Apparently too sunk in his own gloomy thoughts to rise from the mess table in the alcove. Though time had ceased to have much meaning for them except as an irritating reminder of the now sure failure of their Sergolian venture, they marked the hours into a second full day of detention before Van Ryck finally put in appearance. The cargomaster was plainly tired, but he showed no signs of discomposure. In fact, as he came in he was humming what he fondly imagined was a popular tune. Jellicoe asked no questions, he merely regarded his trusted officer with a quizzically raised eyebrow. But the others drew around. It was so apparent that Van Ryck was pleased with himself. Which could only mean that in some fantastic way he had managed to bring their venture down in a full fin landing, that somehow he had argued the Queen out of danger into a position where he could control the situation. He halted just within the doorway and eyed Dane, Ollie, and Rip with mock severity. "You're bad boys," he told them with a shake of the head and a drawl of the adjective. "You've been demoted 10 files each on the list." Which must put him on the bottom rung once more, Dane calculated swiftly. Or even below, though he didn't see how he could fall beneath the rank he held at assignment. However, he found the news heartening instead of discouraging. Compared to a bleak sentence at the Moon Mine, such demotion was absolutely nothing, and he knew that Van Ryck was breaking the worst news first. "You also forfeit all pay for this voyage," the cargomaster was continuing. But Jellicoe broke in. "Board fine." At the cargomaster's nod, Jellicoe added. "Ship pays that." "So I told them," Van Ryck agreed. "The Queen's warned off Terra for 10 solar years. They could take that, too. Other free traders got back to their home ports perhaps once in a quarter century." It was so much less than they had expected that the sentence was greeted with a concentrated sigh of relief. No Earthside leave. All right, no leave. They were not, after their late experiences, so entranced with Terraport that they wanted to linger in its environs any longer than they had to. "We lose the Sargal contract." That did hurt. But they had resigned themselves to it since the hour when they had realized that they could not make it back to the perfumed planet. To Intersolar? Wilcox asked the important question. Van Ryck was smiling broadly, as if the loss he had just announced was in some way a gain. "No, to Combine." "Combine?" the captain echoed, and his puzzlement was duplicated around the circle. How did Intersolar's principal rival come into it? "We've made a deal with Combine," Van Ryck informed them. "I wasn't going to let IS cash in on our loss. So I went to Vickers at Combine and told him the situation. He understands that we were in solid with the Salariki and that the ISIs are not. And a chance to point a blaster at ISS tail is just what he has been waiting for. The shipment will go out to the Storm Priests tomorrow on a light cruiser, it'll make it on time. Yes, a light cruiser, one of the fast ships maintained by the big companies, could make the transition to Sargal with a slight margin to spare. Stotts nodded his approval at this practical solution. I'm going with it, that did jerk them all up short. For Van Rick to leave the Queen, that was as unthinkable as if Captain Jellicoe had suddenly announced that he was about to retire and become a kelp farmer. Just for the one trip, the cargomaster hastened to assure them. I smoothed their vector with the Storm Priests and hand over so the IZs will be frozen out. Captain Jellicoe interrupted at that point. Do you mean that Combine is buying us out, not just taking over? What kind of a deal? But Van Rick, his smile a brilliant stretch across his plump face, was nodding in agreement. They're taking over our contract and our place with the Salariki. In return for what? Steen Wilcox asked for them all. For 25,000 credits and a mail run between Zeko and Truzworld, frontier planets. They're far enough from Terra to get around the exile ruling. The patrol will escort us out and see that we get down to work like good little spacemen. We'll have 2 years of a nice, quiet run on regular pay. Then, when all the powers that shine have forgotten about us, we can cut in on the trade routes again. And the pay? First or second class mail. When do we start? Standard pay on the completion of each run, board rates, he made replies in order. First, second and third class mail, anything that bears the government seal, and out in those quarters it is apt to be anything. And you start as soon as you can get to Zeko and relieve the Combine scout which has been holding down the run. While you go to Sargal, commented Jellicoe. While I make one voyage to Sargal. You can spare me. He dropped one of his big hands on Dane's shoulder and gave the flesh beneath it a quick squeeze. Seeing as how our juniors helped pull us out of this last mix-up, we can trust them about an inch farther than we did before. Anyway, Cargomaster on a mail run is more or less a thumb-twiddling job at the best. And you can trust Thorson on stowage, that's one thing he does know. Which dubious ending left Dane wondering as to whether he had been complimented or warned. I'll be on board again before you know it, the Combine will ship me out to Truzworld on your second trip across and I'll join ship there. For once we won't have to worry for a while. Nothing can happen on a mail run. He shook his head at the 3 youngest members of the crew. You're in for a very dull time, and it will serve you right. Give you a chance to learn your job so that when you come up for reassignment you can pick up some of those files you were just demoted. Now, he started briskly for the door, I'll transship to the Combine cruiser. I take it that you don't want to meet the video people. At their hasty agreement to that, he laughed. Well, the patrol doesn't want the video spouting about high-handed official news suppression, so about an hour or so from now you'll be let out the back way. They put the Queen in a cradle and a field scooter will take you to her. You'll find her serviced for a takeoff to Luna City. You can refit there for deep space. Frankly, the sooner you get off-world the happier all ranks are going to be, both here and on the board. It will be better for us to walk softly for a while and let them forget that the Solar Queen and her crazy crew exists. Separately and together you've managed to break, or at least bend, half the laws in the books and they'd like to have us out of their minds. Captain Jellicoe stood up. They aren't any more anxious to see us go than we are to get out of here. You've pulled it off for us again, Van, and we're lucky to get out of it this easy. Van Rick rolled his eyes ceilingward. You'll never know how lucky. Be glad Combine hates the space IS blasts through. We were able to use that to our advantage. Get the big fellows at each other's throats and they'll stop annoying us, simple proposition but it works. Anyway, we're set in blessed and peaceful obscurity now. Thank the spirit of free space, there's practically no trouble one can get into on a safe and sane mail route. But Cargomaster Van Rick, in spite of knowing the Solar Queen and the temper of her crew, was exceedingly over-optimistic when he made that emphatic statement. The Time Traders. 1. To anyone who glanced casually inside the detention room, the young man sitting there did not seem very formidable. In height he might have been a little above average, but not enough to make him noticeable. His brown hair was cropped conservatively. His unlined boy's face was not one to be remembered, unless one was observant enough to note those light gray eyes and catch a chilling, measuring expression showing now and then for an instant in their depths. Neatly and inconspicuously dressed, in this last quarter of the 20th century his like was to be found on any street of the city 10 floors below, to all outward appearances. But that other person under the protective coloring so assiduously cultivated could touch heights of encased and controlled fury which Murdoch himself did not understand and was only just learning to use as a weapon against a world he had always found hostile. He was aware, though he gave no sign of it, that a guard was watching him. The cop on duty was an old hand, he probably expected some reaction other than passive acceptance from the prisoner. But he was not going to get it. The law had Ross sewed up tight this time. Why didn't they get about the business of shipping him off? Why had he had that afternoon session with the skull thumper? Ross had been on the defensive then, and he had not liked it. He had given to the other's questions all the attention his shrewd mind could muster, but a faint, very faint, apprehension still clung to the memory of that meeting. The door of the detention room opened. Ross did not turn his head, but the guard cleared his throat as if their hour of mutual silence had dried his vocal cords. "On your feet, Murdoch. The judge wants to see you." Ross rose smoothly, with every muscle under fluid control. It never paid to talk back, to allow any sign of defiance to show. He would go through the motions as if he were a bad little boy who had realized his errors. It was a meek and mild act that had paid off more than once in Ross's checkered past. So he faced the man seated behind the desk in the other room with an uncertain, diffident smile, standing with boyish awkwardness, respectfully waiting for the other to speak first. Judge Ordrall. It was his rotten luck to pull old Eaglebeak on his case. Well, he would simply have to take it when the old boy dished it out. Not that he had to remain stuck with it later. "You have a bad record, young man." Ross allowed his smile to fade. His shoulders slumped. But under concealing lids his eyes showed an instant of cold defiance. "Yes, sir," he agreed in a voice carefully cultivated to shake convincingly about the edges. Then suddenly all Ross's pleasure in the skill of his act was wiped away. Judge Rawle was not alone, that blasted skull thumper was sitting there, watching the prisoner with the same keenness he had shown the other day. "A very bad record for the few years you have had to make it." Eaglebeak was staring at him, too, but without the same look of penetration, luckily for Ross. "By rights, you should be turned over to the new rehabilitation service." Ross froze inside. That was the treatment, icy rumors of which had spread throughout his particular world. For the second time since he had entered the room his self-confidence was jarred. Then he clung with a degree of hope to the phrasing of that last sentence. "Instead, I have been authorized to offer you a choice, Murdoch. One which I shall state, and on record, I do not in the least approve." Ross's twinge of fear faded. If the judge didn't like it, there must be something in it to the advantage of Ross Murdoch. He'd grab it for sure. "There is a government project in need of volunteers. It seems that you have tested out as possible material for this assignment. If you sign for it, the law will consider the time spent on it as part of your sentence. Thus you may aid the country which you have heretofore disgraced. And if I refuse, I go to this rehabilitation. Is that right, sir? I certainly consider you a fit candidate for rehabilitation. Your record," he shuffled through the papers on his desk. "I choose to volunteer for the project, sir." The judge snorted and pushed all the papers into a folder. He spoke to a man waiting in the shadows. "Here then is your volunteer, Major." Ross bottled in his relief. He was over the first hump. And since his luck had held so far, he might be about to win all the way. The man Judge Rawle called Major moved into the light. At the first glance Ross, to his hidden annoyance, found himself uneasy. To face up to Eagle Beak was all part of the game. But somehow he sensed one did not play such games with this man. "Thank you, Your Honor. We will be on our way at once. This weather is not very promising." Before he realized what was happening, Ross found himself walking meekly to the door. He considered trying to give the Major the slip when they left the building, losing himself in a storm-darkened city. But they did not take the elevator downstairs. Instead, they climbed 2 or 3 flights up the emergency stairs. And to his humiliation Ross found himself panting and slowing, while the other man, who must have been a good dozen years his senior, showed no signs of discomfort. They came out into the snow on the roof, and the Major flashed a torch skyward, guiding in a dark shadow which touched down before them. A helicopter. For the first time Ross began to doubt the wisdom of his choice. "On your way, Murdoch." The voice was impersonal enough, but that very impersonality got under one's skin. Bundled into the machine between the silent Major and an equally quiet pilot in uniform, Ross was lifted over the city, whose ways he knew as well as he knew the lines on his own palm, into the unknown he was already beginning to regard dubiously. The lighted streets and buildings, their outlines softened by the soft wet snow, fell out of sight. Now they could mark the outer highways. Ross refused to ask any questions. He could take this silent treatment. He had taken a lot of tougher things in the past. The patches of light disappeared, and the country opened out. The plane banked. Ross, with all the familiar landmarks of his world gone, could not have said if they were headed north or south. But moments later not even the thick curtain of snowflakes could blot out the pattern of red lights on the ground, and the helicopter settled down. "Come on." For the second time Ross obeyed. He stood shivering, engulfed in a miniature blizzard. His clothing, protection enough in the city, did little good against the push of the wind. A hand gripped his upper arm, and he was drawn forward to a low building. A door banged and Ross and his companion came into a region of light and very welcome heat. "Sit down, over there." Too bewildered to resent orders, Ross sat. There were other men in the room. One, wearing a queer suit of padded clothing, a bulbous headgear hooked over his arm, was reading a paper. The Major crossed to speak to him, and after they conferred for a moment, the Major beckoned Ross with a crooked finger. Ross trailed the officer into an inner room lined with lockers. From one of the lockers the Major pulled a suit like the pilot's, and began to measure it against Ross. "All right," he snapped. "Climb into this. We haven't all night." Ross climbed into the suit. As soon as he fastened the last zipper his companion jammed one of the domed helmets on his head. The pilot looked in the door. "We'd better scramble, Calgaries, or we may be grounded for the duration." They hurried back to the flying field. If the helicopter had been a surprising mode of travel, this new machine was something straight out of the future, a needle-slim ship poised on fins, its sharp nose lifting vertically into the heavens. There was a scaffolding along one side, which the pilot scaled to enter the ship. Unwillingly, Ross climbed the same ladder and found that he must wedge himself in on his back, his knees hunched up almost under his chin. To make it worse, cramped as those quarters were, he had to share them with the Major. A transparent hood snapped down and was secured, sealing them in. During his short lifetime Ross had often been afraid, bitterly afraid. He had fought to toughen his mind and body against such fears. But what he experienced now was no ordinary fear, it was panic so strong that it made him feel sick. To be shut in this small place with the knowledge that he had no control over his immediate future brought him face to face with every terror he had ever known, all of them combined into one horrible whole. How long does a nightmare last? A moment? An hour? Ross could not time his. But at last the weight of a giant hand clamped down on his chest, and he fought for breath until the world exploded about him. He came back to consciousness slowly. For a second he thought he was blind. Then he began to sort out one shade of grayish light from another. Finally, Ross became aware that he no longer rested on his back, but was slumped in a seat. The world about him was rung with a vibration that beat in turn through his body. Ross Murdoch had remained at liberty as long as he had because he was able to analyze a situation quickly. Seldom in the past 5 years had he been at a loss to deal with any challenging person or action. Now he was aware that he was on the defensive and was being kept there. He stared into the dark and thought hard and furiously. He was convinced that everything that was happening to him this day was designed with only one end in view, to shake his self-confidence and make him pliable. Why? Ross had an enduring belief in his own abilities, and he also possessed a kind of shrewd understanding seldom granted to one so young. He knew that while Murdoch was important to Murdoch, he was none too important in the scheme of things as a whole. He had a record so bad that Rawl might easily have thrown the book at him. But it differed in one important way from that of many of his fellows. Until now he had been able to beat most of the raps. Ross believed this was largely because he had always worked alone and taken pains to plan a job in advance. Why now had Ross Murdoch become so important to someone that they would do all this to shake him? He was a volunteer, for what? To be a guinea pig for some bug they wanted to learn how to kill cheaply and easily. They'd been in a big hurry to push him off base. Using the silent treatment, this rushing around in planes, they were really working to keep him groggy. So, all right, he'd give them a groggy boy all set up for their job, whatever it was. Only, was his act good enough to fool the Major? Ross had a hunch that it might not be, and that really hurt. It was deep night now. Either they had flown out of the path of the storm or were above it. There were stars shining through the cover of the cockpit, but no moon. Ross's formal education was sketchy, but in his own fashion he had acquired a range of knowledge which would have surprised many of the authorities who had had to deal with him. All the wealth of a big city library had been his to explore, and he had spent much time there, soaking up facts in many odd branches of learning. Facts were very useful things. On at least 3 occasions assorted scraps of knowledge had preserved Ross's freedom, once, perhaps his life. Now he tried to fit together the scattered facts he knew about his present situation into some proper pattern. He was inside some new type of super atom jet, a machine so advanced in design that it would not have been used for anything that was not an important mission. Which meant that Ross Murdoch had become necessary to someone, somewhere. Knowing that fact should give him a slight edge in the future, and he might well need such an edge. He'd just have to wait, play dumb, and use his eyes and ears. At the rate they were shooting along they ought to be out of the country in a couple of hours. Didn't the government have bases half over the world to keep the cold peace? Well, there was nothing for it. To be planted abroad someplace might interfere with plans for escape, but he'd handle that detail when he was forced to face it. Then suddenly Ross was on his back once more, the giant hand digging into his chest and middle. This time there were no lights on the ground to guide them in. Ross had no intimation that they had reached their destination until they sat down with a jar which snapped his teeth together. The Major wriggled out, and Ross was able to stretch his cramped body. But the other's hand was already on his shoulder, urging him along. Ross crawled free and clung dizzily to a ladder-like disembarking structure. Below there were no lights, only an expanse of open snow. Men were moving across that blank area, gathering at the foot of the ladder. Ross was hungry and very tired. If the Major wanted to play games, he hoped that such action could wait until the next morning. In the meantime he must learn where here was. If he had a chance to run, he wanted to know the surrounding territory. But that hand was on his arm, drawing him along toward a door that stood half open. As far as Ross could see, it led to the interior of a hillock of snow. Either the storm or men had done a very good cover-up job, and somehow Ross knew the camouflage was intentional. That was Ross's introduction to the base, and after his arrival his view of the installation was extremely limited. One day was spent in undergoing the most searching physical he had ever experienced. And after the doctors had poked and pried he was faced by a series of other tests no one bothered to explain. Thereafter he was introduced to solitary, that is, confined to his own company in a cell-like room with a bunk that was more comfortable than it looked and an announcer in a corner of the ceiling. So far he had been told exactly nothing. And so far he had asked no questions, stubbornly keeping up his end of what he believed to be a tug of wills. At the moment, safely alone and lying flat on his bunk, he eyed the announcer, a very dangerous young man and one who refused to yield an inch. "Now hear this." The voice transmitted through that grill was metallic, but its rasp held overtones of Calgary's voice. Ross's lips tightened. He had explored every inch of the walls and knew that there was no trace of the door which had admitted him. With only his bare hands to work with he could not break out, and his only clothes were the shirt, sturdy slacks, and a pair of soft-soled moccasins that they had given him. "To identify," droned the voice. Ross realized that he must have missed something, not that it mattered. He was almost determined not to play along any more. There was a click, signifying that Calgary's was through braying. But the customary silence did not close in again. Instead, Ross heard a clear, sweet trilling which he vaguely associated with a bird. His acquaintance with all feathered life was limited to city sparrows and plump park pigeons, neither of which raised their voices in song, but surely those sounds were bird notes. Ross glanced from the mic in the ceiling to the opposite wall, and what he saw there made him sit up, with the instant response of an alerted fighter. For the wall was no longer there. Instead, there was a sharp slope of ground cutting down from peaks where the dark green of fir trees ran close to the snow line. Patches of snow clung to the earth in sheltered places, and the scent of those pines was in Ross's nostrils, real as the wind touching him with its chill. He shivered as a howl sounded loudly and echoed, bearing the age-old warning of a wolf pack, hungry and a hunt. Ross had never heard that sound before, but his human heritage subconsciously recognized it for what it was, death on 4 feet. Similarly, he was able to identify the gray shadows slinking about the nearest trees, and his hands balled into fists as he looked wildly about him for some weapon. The bunk was under him and 3 of the 4 walls of the room enclosed him like a cave. But one of those gray skulkers had raised its head and was looking directly at him, its reddish eyes alight. Ross ripped the top blanket off the bunk with a half-formed idea of snapping it at the animal when it sprang. Stiff-legged, the beast advanced, a guttural growl sounding deep in its throat. To Ross the animal, larger than any dog he had even seen and twice as vicious, was a monster. He had the blanket ready before he realized that the wolf was not watching him after all, and that its attention was focused on a point out of his line of vision. The wolf's muzzle wrinkled in a snarl, revealing long yellow-white teeth. There was a singing twang, and the animal leaped into the air, fell back, and rolled on the ground, biting despairingly at a shaft protruding from just behind its ribs. It howled again, and blood broke from its mouth. Ross was beyond surprise now. He pulled himself together and got up, to walk steadily toward the dying wolf. And he wasn't in the least amazed when his outstretched hands flattened against an unseen barrier. Slowly, he swept his hands right and left, sure that he was touching the wall of his cell. Yet his eyes told him he was on a mountainside, and every sight, sound, and smell was making it real to him. Puzzled, he thought a moment and then, finding an explanation that satisfied him, he nodded once and went back to sit at ease on his bunk. This must be some superior form of TV that included odors, the illusion of wind, and other fancy touches to make it more vivid. The total effect was so convincing that Ross had to keep reminding himself that it was all just a picture. The wolf was dead. Its pack mates had fled into the brush, but since the picture remained, Ross decided that the show was not yet over. He could still hear a click of sound, and he waited for the next bit of action. But the reason for his viewing it still eluded him. A man came into view, crossing before Ross. He stooped to examine the dead wolf, catching it by the tail and hoisting its hindquarters off the ground. Comparing the beast's size with the hunter's, Ross saw that he had not been wrong in his estimation of the animal's unusually large dimensions. The man shouted over his shoulder, his words distinct enough, but unintelligible to Ross. The stranger was oddly dressed, too lightly dressed if one judged the climate by the frequent snow patches and the biting cold. A strip of coarse cloth, extending from his armpit to about 4 inches above the knee, was wound about his body and pulled in at the waist by a belt. The belt, far more ornate than the cumbersome wrapping, was made of many small chains linking metal plates and supported a long dagger which hung straight in front. The man also wore a round blue cloak, now swept back on his shoulders to free his bare arms, which was fastened by a large pin under his chin. His footgear, which extended above his calves, was made of animal hide, still bearing patches of shaggy hair. His face was beardless, though a shadowy line along his chin suggested that he had not shaved that particular day. A fur cap concealed most of his dark brown hair. Was he an Indian? No, for although his skin was tanned, it was as fair as Ross's under that weathering. And his clothing did not resemble any Indian apparel Ross had ever seen. Yet, in spite of his primitive trappings, the man had such an aura of authority, of self-confidence, and competence that it was clear he was top dog in his own section of the world. Soon another man, dressed much like the first, but with a rust-brown cloak, came along, pulling behind him 2 very reluctant donkeys, whose eyes rolled fearfully at sight of the dead wolf. Both animals wore packs lashed on their backs by ropes of twisted hide. Then another man came along, with another brace of donkeys. Finally, a 4th man, wearing skins for covering and with a mat of beard on his cheeks and chin, appeared. His uncovered head, a bush of uncombed flaxen hair, shone whitish as he knelt beside the dead beast, a knife with a dull grey blade in his hand, and set to work skinning the wolf with appreciable skill. 3 more pairs of donkeys, all heavily laden, were led past the scene before he finished his task. Finally, he rolled the bloody skin into a bundle and gave the flayed body a kick before he ran lightly after the disappearing train of pack animals. 2. Ross, absorbed in the scene before him, was not prepared for the sudden and complete darkness which blotted out not only the action but the light in his own room as well. What? His startled voice rang loudly in his ears, too loudly, for all sound had been wiped out with the light. The faint swish of the ventilating system, of which he had not been actively aware until it had disappeared, was also missing. A trace of the same panic he had known in the cockpit of the atom jet tingled along his nerves. But this time he could meet the unknown with action. Ross slowly moved through the dark, his hands outstretched before him to ward off contact with the wall. He was determined that somehow he would discover the hidden door, escape from this dark cell. There. His palm struck flat against a smooth surface. He swept out his hand, and suddenly it passed over emptiness. Ross explored by touch. There was a door and now it was open. For a moment he hesitated, upset by a nagging little fear that if he stepped through he would be out on the hillside with the wolves. That's stupid. Again he spoke aloud. And, just because he did feel uneasy, he moved. All the frustrations of the past hours built up in him a raging desire to do something, anything, just so long as it was what he wanted to do and not at another's orders. Nevertheless, Ross continued to move slowly, for the space beyond that open door was as deep and dark a pit as the room he left. To squeeze along one wall, using an outstretched arm as a guide, was the best procedure, he decided. A few feet farther on, his shoulder slipped from the surface and he half tumbled into another open door. But there was the wall again, and he clung to it thankfully. Another door. Ross paused, trying to catch some faint sound, the slightest hint that he was not alone in this blind man's maze. But without even air currents to stir it, the blackness itself took on a thick solidity which encased him as a congealing jelly. The wall ended. Ross kept his left hand on it, flailed out with his right, and felt his nails scrape across another surface. The space separating the two surfaces was wider than any doorway. Was it a cross corridor? He was about to make a wider arm sweep when he heard a sound. He was not alone. Ross went back to the wall, flattening himself against it, trying to control the volume of his own breathing in order to catch the slightest whisper of the other noise. He discovered that lack of sight can confuse the ear. He could not identify those clicks, the wisp of fluttering sound that might be air displaced by the opening of another door. Finally, he detected something moving at floor level. Someone or something must be creeping, not walking, toward him. Ross pushed back around the corner. It never occurred to him to challenge that crawler. There was an element of danger in this strange encounter in the dark. It was not meant to be a meeting between fellow explorers. The sound of crawling was not steady. There were long pauses, and Ross became convinced that each rest was punctuated by heavy breathing, as if the crawler was finding progress a great and exhausting effort. He fought the picture that persisted in his imagination, that of a wolf snuffling along the blacked-out hall. Caution suggested a quick retreat, but Ross's urge to rebellion held him where he was, crouching, straining to see what crept toward him. Suddenly there was a blinding flare of light, and Ross's hands went to cover his dazzled eyes. And he heard a despairing, choked exclamation from near to floor level. The same steady light that normally filled hall and room was bright again. Ross found himself standing at the juncture of two corridors. Momentarily, he was absurdly pleased that he had deduced that correctly, and the crawler? A man, at least the figure was a two-legged, two-armed body reasonably human in outline, was lying several yards away. But the body was so wrapped in bandages and the head so totally muffled, that it lacked all identity. For that reason it was the more startling. One of the mittened hands moved slightly, raising the body from the ground so it could squirm forward an inch or so. Before Ross could move, a man came running into the corridor from the far end. Murdoch recognized Major Kelgary's. He wet his lips as the Major went down on his knees beside the creature on the floor. Hardy. Hardy. That voice, which carried the snap of command whenever it was addressed to Ross, was now warmly human. Hardy, man. The Major's hands were on the bandaged body, lifting it, easing the head and shoulders back against his arm. It's all right, Hardy. You're back, safe. This is the base, Hardy. He spoke slowly, soothingly, with the steadiness one would use to comfort a frightened child. Those mittened paws which had beat feebly into the air fell onto the bandage-wreathed chest. Back, safe, the voice from behind the face mask was a rusty croak. Back, safe, the Major assured him. Dark, dark all around again, protested the croak. Just a power failure, man. Everything's all right now. We'll get you into bed. The mitten pawed again until it touched Calgary's arm, then it flexed a little as if the hand under it was trying to grip. Safe. You bet you are. The Major's tone carried firm reassurance. Now Calgary's looked up at Ross as if he knew the other had been there all the time. Murdoch, get down to the end room. Call Dr. Farrell. Yes, sir. The sir came so automatically that Ross had already reached the end room before he realized he had used it. Nobody explained matters to Ross Murdoch. The bandaged Hardy was claimed by the doctor and two attendants and carried away, the Major walking beside the stretcher, still holding one of the mittened hands in his. Ross hesitated, sure he was not supposed to follow, but not ready either to explore farther or return to his own room. The sight of Hardy, whoever he might be, had radically changed Ross's conception of the project he had too speedily volunteered to join. That what they did here was important, Ross had never doubted. That it was dangerous, he had early suspected. But his awareness had been an abstract concept of danger, not connected with such concrete evidence as Hardy crawling through the dark. From the first, Ross had nursed vague plans for escape. Now he knew he must get out of this place lest he end up a twin for Hardy. Murdoch. Having heard no warning sound from behind, Ross whirled, ready to use his fists, his only weapons. But he did not face the Major, or any of the other taciturn men he knew held positions of authority. The newcomer's brown skin was startling against the neutral shade of the walls. His hair and brows were only a few shades darker. But the general sameness of color was relieved by the vivid blue of his eyes. Expressionless, the dark stranger stood quietly, his arms hanging loosely by his sides, studying Ross, as if the younger man was some problem he had been assigned to solve. When he spoke, his voice was a monotone lacking any modulation of feeling. "I am Ash." He introduced himself baldly. He might have been saying, "This is a table and that is a chair." Ross's quick temper took spark from the other's indifference. "All right, so you're Ash." He strove to make a challenge of it. "And what is that supposed to mean?" But the other did not rise to the bait. He shrugged. "For the time being we have been partnered." "Partnered for what?" demanded Ross, controlling his temper. "We work in pairs here. The machine sorts us." He answered briefly and consulted his wrist watch. "Mess call soon." Ash had already turned away, and Ross could not stand the other's lack of interest. While Murdoch refused to ask questions of the Major or any others on that side of the fence, surely he could get some information from a fellow volunteer. "What is this place, anyway?" he asked. The other glanced back over his shoulder. "Operation Retrograde." Ross swallowed his anger. "Okay, but what do they do here?" "Listen, I just saw a fellow who'd been banged up as if he'd been in a concrete mixer, creeping along this hall. What sort of work do they do here? And what do we have to do?" To his amazement Ash smiled, at least his lips quirked faintly. "Hardy got under your skin, eh? Well, we have our percentage of failures. They are as few as it's humanly possible to make, and they give us every advantage that can be worked out for us." "Failures at what?" "Operation Retrograde." Somewhere down the hall a buzzer gave a muted whir. "That's mess call. And I'm hungry, even if you're not." Ash walked away as if Ross Murdoch had ceased to exist. But Ross Murdoch did exist, and to him that was an important fact. As he trailed along behind Ash he determined that he was going to continue to exist, in one piece and unharmed, Operation Retrograde or no Operation Retrograde. And he was going to pry a few enlightening answers out of somebody very soon. To his surprise he found Ash waiting for him at the door of a room from which came the sound of voices and a subdued clatter of trays and tableware. "Not many in tonight," Ash commented in a take-it-or-leave-it tone. "It's been a busy week." The room was rather sparsely occupied. 5 tables were empty, while the men gathered at the remaining 2. Ross counted 10 men, either already eating or coming back from a serving hatch with well-filled trays. All of them were dressed in slacks, shirt, and moccasins like himself. The outfit seemed to be a sort of undress uniform, and 6 of them were ordinary in physical appearance. The other 4 differed so radically that Ross could barely conceal his amazement. Since their fellows accepted them without comment, Ross silently stole glances at them as he waited behind Ash for a tray. One pair were clearly Oriental. They were small, lean men with thin brackets of long black mustache on either side of their mobile mouths. Yet he had caught a word or two of their conversation, and they spoke his own language with the facility of the native-born. In addition to the mustaches, each wore a blue tattoo mark on the forehead and others of the same design on the backs of their agile hands. The second duo were even more fantastic. The color of their flaxen hair was normal, but they wore it in braids long enough to swing across their powerful shoulders, a fashion unlike any Ross had ever seen. Yet any suggestion of effeminacy certainly did not survive beyond the first glance at their ruggedly masculine features. "Gordon." One of the braided giants swung halfway around from the table to halt Ash as he came down the aisle with his tray. "When did you get back? And where is Sanford?" One of the Orientals laid down the spoon with which he had been vigorously stirring his coffee and asked with real concern, "Another loss?" Ash shook his head. "Just reassignment. Sandy's holding down Outpost Gog and doing well." He grinned and his face came to life with an expression of impish humor Ross would not have believed possible. "He'll end up with $1 million or 2 if he doesn't watch out. He takes to trade as if he were born with a beaker in his fist." The Oriental laughed and then glanced at Ross. "Your new partner, Ash." Some of the animation disappeared from Ash's brown face. he was noncommittal again. Temporary assignment. This is Murdoch. The introduction was flat enough to daunt Ross. Hodaki, Foam, he indicated the two Easterners with a nod as he put down his tray. Jansen, Van Wyck. That accounted for the blondes. Ash. A man arose at the other table and came to stand beside theirs. Thin, with a dark, narrow face and restless eyes, he was much younger than the others, younger and not so well controlled. He might answer questions if there was something in it for him, Ross decided, and filed the thought away. Well, Kurt? Ash's recognition was as dampening as it could be, and Ross's estimation of the younger man went up a fraction when the snub appeared to have no effect upon him. Did you hear about Hardy? Foam looked as if he were about to speak, and Van Wyck frowned. Ash made a deliberate process of chewing and swallowing before he replied. Naturally. His tone reduced whatever had happened to Hardy to a matter-of-fact proceeding far removed from Kurt's implied melodrama. He's smashed up, kaput. Kurt's accent, slight in the beginning, was thickening. Tortured. Ash regarded him levelly. You aren't on Hardy's run, are you? Still Kurt refused to be quashed. Of course, I'm not. You know the run I am in training for. But that is not saying that such cannot happen as well on my run, or yours, or yours. He pointed a stabbing finger at Foam and then at the blonde men. You can fall out of bed and break your neck, too, if your number comes up that way, observed Jansen. Go cry on Millard's shoulder if it hurts you that much. You were told the score at your briefing. You know why you were picked. Ross caught a faint glance aimed at him by Ash. He was still totally in the dark, but he would not try to pry any information from this crowd. Maybe part of their training was this hush-hush business. He would wait and see, until he could get Kurt aside and do a little pumping. Meanwhile he ate stolidly and tried to cover up his interest in the conversation. Then you are going to keep on saying, yes, sir, no, sir, to every order here. Hodaki slammed his tattooed hand on the table. Why this foolishness, Kurt? You well know how and why we are picked for runs. Hardy had the deck stacked against him through no fault of the project. That has happened before, it will happen again. Which is what I have been saying. Do you wish it to happen to you? Pretty games those tribesmen on your run play with their prisoners, do they not? Oh, shut up. Jansen got to his feet. Since he loomed at least 5 inches above Kurt and probably could have broken him in two over one massive knee, his order was one to be considered. If you have any complaints, go make them to Millard. And, little man, he poked a massive forefinger into Kurt's chest, wait until you make that first run of yours before you sound off so loudly. No one is sent out without every ounce of preparation he can take. But we can't set up luck in advance, and Hardy was unlucky. That's that. We got him back, and that was lucky for him. He'd be the first to tell you so. He stretched. I'm for a game, Ash. Hodaki. Always so energetic, murmured Ash, but he nodded as did the small Oriental. Foam smiled at Ross. Always these three try to beat each other, and so far all the contests are draws. But we hope, yes, we have hopes. So Ross had no chance to speak to Kurt. Instead, he was drawn into the knot of men who, having finished their meal, entered a small arena with a half-circle of spectator seats at one side and a space for contestants at the other. What followed absorbed Ross as completely as the earlier scene of the wolf killing. This too was a fight, but not a physical struggle. All three contenders were not only unlike in body, but as Ross speedily came to understand, they were also unlike in their mental approach to any problem. They seated themselves cross-legged at the 3 points of a triangle. Then Ash looked from the tall blonde to the small Oriental. Territory, he asked crisply. Inland plains. That came almost in chorus, and each man, looking at his opponent, began to laugh. Ash himself chuckled. Trying to be smart tonight, boys? He inquired. All right, planes it is. He brought his hand down on the floor before him, and to Ross's astonishment the area around the players darkened and the floor became a stretch of miniature countryside. Grassy plains rippled under the wind of a fair day. Red. Blue. Yellow. The choices came quickly from the dusk masking the players. And upon those orders points of the designated color came into being as small lights. Red, caravan. Ross recognized Jansen's boom. Blue, raiders. Hodaki's choice was only an instant behind. Yellow, unknown factor. Ross was sure that psi came from Jansen. Is the unknown factor a natural phenomenon? No, tribe on the march. Ah. Hodaki was considering that. Ross could picture his shrug. The game began. Ross had heard of chess, of war games played with miniature armies or ships, of games on paper which demand from the players a quick wit and a trained memory. This game, however, was all those combined, and more. As his imagination came to life, the moving points of light were transformed into the raiders, the merchant's caravan, the tribe on the march. There was ingenious deployment, a battle, a retreat, a small victory here, to be followed by a bigger defeat there. The game might have gone on for hours. The men about him muttered, taking sides and arguing heatedly in voices low enough not to drown out the moves called by the players. Ross was thrilled when the red traders avoided a very cleverly laid ambush, and indignant when the tribe was forced to withdraw or the caravan lost points. It was the most fascinating game he had ever seen, and he realized that the three men ordering those moves were all masters of strategy. Their respective skills checkmated each other so equally that an outright win was far away. Then Jansen laughed, and the red line of the caravan gathered in a tight knot. "Camped at a spring," he announced, but with plenty of sentries out. Red sparks showed briefly beyond that center core. "And they'll have to stay there for all of me. We could keep this up till doomsday, and nobody would crack." "No," Hodaki contradicted him, "someday one of you will make a little mistake and then. And then whatever bully boys you're running will clobber us," asked Jansen. "That'll be the day. Anyway, truce for now." "Granted." The lights of the arena went on and the planes vanished into a dark, tiled floor. "Any time you want a return engagement it'll be fine with me," said Ash, getting up. Jansen grinned. "Put that off for a month or so, Gordon. We push into time tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, you two. I don't want to have to break in another set of players when I come back." Ross, finding it difficult to shake off the illusion which had held him entranced, felt a slight touch on his shoulder and glanced up. Kurt stood behind him, apparently intent upon Jansen and Hodaki as they argued over some point of the game. "See you tonight." The boy's lips hardly moved, a trick Ross knew from his own past. Yes, he would see Kurt tonight, or whenever he could. He was going to learn what it was this odd company seemed determined to keep as their own private secret. 3. Ross stood cautiously against the wall of his darkened room, his head turned toward the slightly open door. A slight shuffling sound had awakened him, and he was now as ready as a cat before her spring. But he did not hurl himself at the figure now easing the door farther open. He waited until the visitor was approaching the bunk before he slid along the wall, closing the door and putting his shoulders against it. "What's the pitch?" Ross demanded in a whisper. There was a ragged breath, maybe two, then a little laugh out of the dark. "You are ready." The visitor's accent left no doubt as to his identity. Kurt was paying him the promised visit. "Did you think that I wouldn't be?" No, the dim figure sat without invitation on the edge of the bunk. "I would not be here otherwise, Murdoch. You are plenty, have plenty on the ball. You see, I have heard things about you. Like me, you were tricked into this game. Tell me, is it not true that you saw Hardy tonight? You hear a lot, don't you?" Ross was noncommittal. "I hear, I see, I learn more than these big mouths, like the Major with all his do's and don'ts." That I can tell you. You saw Hardy. Do you want to be a Hardy? Is there any danger of that? Danger. Kurt snorted. Danger, you have not yet known the meaning of danger, little man. Not until now. I ask you again, do you want to end like Hardy? They have not yet looped you in with all their big talk. That is why I came here tonight. If you know what is good for you, Murdoch, you will make a break before they tape you. Tape me? Kurt's laugh was full of anger, not amusement. Oh, yes. They have many tricks here. They are big brains, eggheads, all of them with their favorite gadgets. They put you through a machine to get you registered on a tape. Then, my boy, you cannot get outside the base without ringing all the alarms. Neat, eh? So if you want to make a break, you must try it before they tape you. Ross did not trust Kurt, but he was listening to him attentively. The other's argument sounded convincing to one whose general ignorance of science led him to be as fearful of the whole field as his ancestors had been of black magic. As all his generation, he was conditioned to believe that all kinds of weird inventions were entirely possible and probable, usually to be produced in some dim future, but perhaps today. They must have you taped, Ross pointed out. Kurt laughed again, but this time he was amused. They believe that they have. Only they are not as smart as they believe, the Major and the rest, including Millard. No, I have a fighting chance to get out of this place, only I cannot do it alone. That is why I have been waiting for them to bring in a new guy I could get to before they had him pinned down for good. You are tough, Murdoch. I saw your record, and I'm betting that you did not come here with the intention of staying. So, here is your chance to go along with one who knows the ropes. You will not have such a good one again. The longer Kurt talked, the more convincing he was. Ross lost a few of his suspicions. It was true that he had come prepared to run at the first possible opportunity, and if Kurt had everything planned, so much the better. Of course, it was possible that Kurt was a stool pigeon, leading him on as a test. But that was a chance Ross would have to take. Look here, Murdoch, maybe you think it's easy to break out of here. Do you know where we are, boy? We're near enough to the North Pole as makes no difference. Are you going to leg it back some hundreds of miles through thick ice and snow? A nice jaunt if you make it. I do not think that you can, not without plans and a partner who knows what he is about. And how do we go? Steal one of those atom jets? I'm no pilot, are you? They have other things besides AJS here. This place is strictly hush-hush. Even the AJS do not set down too often for fear they will be tracked by radar. Where have you been, boy? Don't you know the Reds are circling around up here? These fellows watch for Red activity, and the Reds watch them. They play it under the table on both sides. We get our supplies overland by cats. Cats? Snow sleds, like tractors, the other answered impatiently. Our stuff is dumped miles to the south, and the cats go down once a month to bring it back. There's no trick to driving a cat, and they tear off the miles. How many miles to the south? Inquired Ross skeptically. Granted, Kurt was speaking the truth. Travel over an Arctic wilderness in a stolen machine was risky, to say the least. Ross had only a very vague idea of the polar regions, but he was sure that they could easily swallow up the unwary forever. Maybe only 100 or so, boy. But I have more than one plan, and I'm willing to risk my neck. Do you think I intend to start out blind? There was that, of course. Ross had early sized up his visitor as one who was first of all interested in his own welfare. He wouldn't risk his neck without a definite plan in mind. Well, what do you say, Murdoch? Are you with me or not? I'll take some time to chew it over. Time is what you do not have, boy. Tomorrow they will tape you. Then, no over the wall for you. Suppose you tell me your trick for fooling the tape, Ross countered. That I cannot do, seeing as how it lies in the way my brain is put together. Do you think I can break open my skull and hand you a piece of what is inside? No, you jump with me tonight or else I must wait to grab the next one who lands here. Kurt stood up. His last words were spoken matter-of-factly, and Ross believed he meant exactly what he said. But Ross hesitated. He wanted to try for freedom, a desire fed by his suspicions of what was going on here. He neither liked nor trusted Kurt, but he thought he understood him, better than he understood Ash or the others. Also, with Kurt he was sure he could hold his own, it would be the kind of struggle he had experienced before. Tonight, he repeated slowly. Yes, tonight. There was new eagerness in Kurt's voice, for he sensed that the other was wavering. I have been preparing for a long time, but there must be two of us. We have to take turns driving the cat. There can be no rest until we are far to the south. I tell you it will be easy. There are food caches arranged along the route for emergencies. I have a map marked to show where they are. Are you coming? When Ross did not answer at once, the other moved closer to him. Remember Hardy? He was not the first, and he will not be the last. They use us up fast here. That is why they brought you so quickly. I tell you, it is better to take your chance with me than on a run. And what is a run? So they have not yet briefed you. Well, a run is a little jaunt back into history, not nice comfortable history such as you learned out of a book when you were a little kid. No, you are dropped back into some savage time before history. That's impossible. Yes. You saw those two big blonde boys tonight, did you not? Why do you suppose they sport those braids? Because they are taking a little trip into the time when he-men wore braids, and carried axes big enough to crack a man open. And Hodaki and his partner. Ever hear of the Tartars? Maybe you have not, but once they nearly overran most of Europe. Ross swallowed. He now knew where he had seen braids pictured on warriors, the Vikings. And Tartars, yes, that movie about someone named Khan, Genghis Khan. But to return into the past was impossible. Yet, he remembered the picture he had watched today with the wolf slayer and the shaggy-haired man who wore skins. Neither of these was of his own world. Could Kurt be telling the truth? Ross's vivid memory of the scene he had witnessed made Kurt's story more convincing. Suppose you get sent back to a time where they do not like strangers, Kurt continued. Then you are in for it. That is what happened to Hardy. And it is not good at all. But why? Kurt snorted. That they do not tell you until just before you take your first run. I do not want to know why. But I do know that I am not going to be sent into any wilderness where a savage may run a spear through me just to prove something or other for Major John Kelgarys, or for Millard either. I will try my plan first. The urgency in Kurt's protest carried Ross past the wavering point. He, too, would try the cat. He was only familiar with this time and world, he had no desire to be sent into another one. Once Ross had made his decision, Kurt hurried him into action. Kurt's knowledge of the secret procedures at the base proved excellent. Twice they were halted by locked doors, but only momentarily, for Kurt had a tiny gadget, concealed in the palm of his hand, which had only to be held over a latch to open a recalcitrant door. There was enough light in the corridors to give them easy passage, but the rooms were dark, and twice Kurt had to lead Ross by the hand, avoiding furniture or installations with the surety of one who had practiced that same route often. Murdoch's opinion of his companion's ability underwent several upward revisions during that tour, and he began to believe that he was really in luck to have found such a partner. In the last room, Ross willingly followed Kurt's orders to put on the fur clothing Kurt passed to him. The fit was not exact, but he surmised that Kurt had chosen as well as possible. A final door opened, and they stepped out into the polar night of winter. Kurt's mittened hand grasped Ross's, pulling him along. Together, they pushed back the door of a hangar shed to get at their escape vehicle. The cat was a strange machine, but Ross was given no time to study it. He was shoved into the cockpit, a bubble covering settled down over them, closing them in, and the engine came to life under Kurt's urging. The cat must be traveling at its best pace, Ross thought. Yet the crawl which took them away from the mounded snow covering the base seemed hardly better than a man could make afoot. For a short time Kurt headed straight away from the starting point, but Ross soon heard him counting slowly to himself as if he were timing something. At the count of 20 the cat swung to the right and made a wide half-circle which was copied at the next count of 20 by a similar sweep in the opposite direction. After this pattern had been repeated for 6 turns, Ross found it difficult to guess whether they had ever returned to their first course. When Kurt stopped counting he asked, "Why the dance pattern? Would you rather be scattered in little pieces all over the landscape?" The other snapped. "The base doesn't need fences 2 miles high to keep us in, or others out, they take other precautions. You should thank fortune we got through that first mine field without blowing." Ross swallowed, but he refused to let Kurt know that he was rattled. "So it isn't as easy to get away as you said?" "Shut up." Kurt began counting again, and Ross had some cold apprehensive moments in which to reflect upon the folly of quick decisions and wonder bleakly why he had not thought things through before he leaped. Again they sketched a weaving pattern in the snow, but this time the arcs formed acute angles. Ross glanced now and then at the intent man at the wheel. How had Kurt managed to memorize this route? His urge to escape the base must certainly be a strong one. Back and forth they crawled, gaining only a few yards in each of those angled strikes to right or left. "Good thing these cats are atomic-powered," Kurt commented during one of the intervals between mine fields. "We'd run out of fuel otherwise." Ross fought down the impulse to move his feet away from any possible contact point with the engine. These machines must be safe to ride in, but the bogey of radiation was frightening. Luckily, Kurt was now back to a straight track, with no more weaving. "We are out," Kurt said with exultation. But he added no more than just the reassurance of their escape. The cat crawled on. To Ross's eyes there was no trail to follow, no guideposts, yet Kurt steered ahead with confidence. A little later he pulled to a stop and said to Ross, "We have to drive turn and turnabout, your turn." Ross was dubious. "Well, I can drive a car, but this is foolproof." Kurt caught him up. "The worst was getting through the mine fields, and we are out of that now. See here," his hand made a shadow on the lighted instrument panel, "this will keep you straight. If you can steer a car, you can steer this. Watch." He started up again and once more swung the cat to the left. A light on the panel began to blink at a rate which increased rapidly as they veered farther away from their original course. "See? You keep that light steady, and you are on course. If it begins to blink, you cast about until it steadies again. Simple enough for a baby. Take over and see." It was hard to change places in the sealed cabin of the cat, but they were successful, and Ross took the wheel gingerly. Following Kurt's directions, he started ahead, his eyes focused on the light rather than the white expanse before him. And after a few minutes of strain he caught the hang of it. As Kurt had promised, it was very simple. After watching him for a while, his instructor gave a grunt of satisfaction and settled down for a nap. Once the first excitement of driving the cat wore off, the operation tended to become monotonous. Ross caught himself yawning, but he kept at his post with dogged stubbornness. This had been Kurt's game all the way through, so far, and he was certainly not going to resign his first chance to show that he could be of use also. If there had only been some break in the eternal snow, some passing light or goal to be seen ahead, it would not have been so bad. Finally, every now and then, Ross had to jiggle off course just enough so that the warning blink of light would alert him and keep him from falling asleep. He was unaware that Kurt had awakened during one of those maneuvers until the other spoke. "Your own private alarm clock, Murdoch." "Okay, I do not quarrel with anyone who uses his head. But you had better get some shut-eye, or we will not keep rolling." Ross was too tired to protest. They changed places, and he curled up as best he could on his small share of seat. Only now that he was free to sleep, he realized he no longer wanted to. Kurt must have thought Ross had fallen asleep, for after perhaps 2 miles of steady grinding along, he moved cautiously behind the wheel. Ross saw by the trace of light from the instrument panel that his companion was digging into the breast of his parka to bring out a small object which he held against the wheel of the cat with one hand, while with the other he tapped out an irregular rhythm. To Ross the action made no sense. But he did not miss the other's sigh of relief as he restored his treasure to hiding once more, as if some difficult task was now behind him. Shortly afterward the cat ground to a stop, and Ross sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What's the matter? Engine trouble?" Kurt had folded his arms across the wheel. "No. It is just that we are to wait here." "Wait? For what? Calgary's to come along and pick us up." Kurt laughed. "The Major? How I wish that he would arrive presently. What a surprise he would receive. Not 2 little mice to be put back into their cages, but the tiger cat, all claws and fangs." Ross sat up straighter. This now had the bad smell of a frame with himself planted right in the middle. He figured out the possibilities and came up with an answer which would smear Ross Murdoch all over any map. If Kurt were waiting to meet friends out here, they could only be of one brand. For most of his short life Ross had been engaged in a private war against the restrictions imposed upon him by a set of legal rules to which something within him would not conform. And he had, during those same years filled with attacks, retreats, and strategic maneuvering, formulated a code of rules by which to play his dangerous game. He had not murdered, and he would never follow the path Kurt took. To one who was supremely impatient of restraint, the methods and aims of Kurt's employers were not only impossibly fantastic and illogical, they were to be opposed to the last ounce of any man's energy. "Your friend's late?" He tried to sound casual. "Not yet, and if you now plan to play the hero, Murdoch, think better of it." Kurt's tone held the crack of an order, that note Ross had so much disliked in the Major's voice. "This is an operation which has been most carefully planned and upon which a great deal depends. No one shall spoil it for us now. The Reds planted you on the project, eh?" Ross wanted to keep the other talking to give himself a chance to think. And this was one time he had to think, clearly and with speed. "There is no need for me to tell you the sad tale of my life, Murdoch. And you would doubtless find much of it boring. If you wish to continue to live, for a while, at least, you will remain quiet and do as you are told." Kurt must be armed, for he would not be so confident unless he had a weapon he could now turn on Ross. On the other hand, if what Ross guessed were true, this was the time to play the hero, when there was only Kurt to handle. Better to be a dead hero than a live captive in the hands of Kurt's dear friends across the pole. Without warning, Ross threw his body to the left, striving to pin Kurt against the driver's side of the cabin, his hands clawing at the fur ruff bordering the other's hood, trying for a throat hold. Perhaps it was Kurt's overconfidence which betrayed him and left him open to a surprise attack. He struggled hard to bring up his arm, but both his weight and Ross's held him tight. Ross caught at his wrist, noticing a gleam of metal. They threshed about, the bulkiness of the fur clothing hampering them. Ross wondered fleetingly why the other had not made sure of him earlier. As it was he fought with all his vigor to keep Kurt immobile, to try and knock him out with a lucky blow. In the end Kurt aided in his own defeat. When Ross relaxed somewhat, the other pushed against him, only to have Ross flinch to one side. Kurt could not stop himself, and his head cracked against the wheel of the cat. He went limp. Ross made the most of the next few moments. He brought his belt from under his parka, twisting it around Kurt's wrists with no gentleness. Then he wriggled about, changing places with the unconscious man. He had no idea of where to go, but he was sure he was going to get away, at the cat's top speed, from that point. And with that in mind and only a limited knowledge of how to manage the machine, Ross started up and turned in a wide circle until he was sure the cat was headed in the opposite direction. The light which had guided them was still on. Would reversing its process take him back to the base? Lost in the immensity of the cold wilderness, he made the only choice possible and gunned the cat again. 4. Once again Ross sat waiting for others to decide his future. He was as outwardly composed as he had been in Judge Rawls' chambers, but inwardly he was far more apprehensive. Out in the wilderness of the polar night he had had no chance for escape. Heading away from Kurt's rendezvous, Ross had run straight into the search party from the base. Had seen in action that mechanical hound that Kurt had said they would put on the fugitives' trail, the thing which would have gone on hunting them until its metal rusted into powder. Kurt's boasted immunity to that tracker had not been as good as he had believed, though it had won them a start. Ross did not know just how much it might count in his favor that he had been on his way back, with Kurt a prisoner in the cat. As his waiting hours wore on he began to think it might mean very little indeed. This time there was no show on the wall of his cell, nothing but time to think, too much of that, and no pleasant things to think about. But he had learned one valuable lesson on that cold expedition. Calgary's and the others at the base were the most formidable opponents he had ever met, and all the balance of luck and equipment lay on their side of the scales. Ross was now convinced that there could be no escape from this base. He had been impressed by Kurt's preparations, knowing that some of them were far beyond anything he himself could have devised. He did not doubt that Kurt had come here fully prepared with every ingenious device the Reds could supply. At least Kurt's friends had had a rude welcome when they did arrive at the meeting place. Calgary's had heard Ross out and then had sent ahead a team. Before Ross's party had reached the base there had been a blast which split the Arctic night wide open. And Kurt, conscious by then, had shown his only sign of emotion when he realized what it meant. The door to Ross's cell room clicked, and he swung his feet to the floor, sitting up on his bunk to face his future. This time he made no attempt to put on an act. He was not in the least sorry he had tried to get away. Had Kurt been on the level, it would have been a bright play. That Kurt was not, was just plain bad luck. Calgary's and Ash entered, and at the sight of Ash the taut feeling in Ross's middle loosened a bit. The Major might come by himself to pass sentence, but he would not bring Ash along if the sentence was a really harsh one. You got off to a bad start here, Murdoch. The Major sat down on the edge of the wall shelf which doubled as a table. You're going to have a second chance, so consider yourself lucky. We know you aren't another plant of our enemies, a fact that saves your neck. Do you have anything to add to your story? No, sir. He was not adding that, sir, to curry any favor, it came naturally when one answered Calgary's. But you have some questions. Ross met that with the truth. A lot of them. Why don't you ask them? Ross smiled thinly, an expression far removed and years older than his bashful boy's grin of the shy act. A wise guy doesn't spill his ignorance. He uses his eyes and ears and keeps his trap shut. And goes off half-cocked as a result, the Major added. I don't think you would have enjoyed the company of Kurt's paymaster. I didn't know about him then, not when I left here. Yes, and when you discovered the truth, you took steps. Why? For the first time there was a trace of feeling in the Major's voice. Because I don't like the lineup on his side of the fence. That single fact has saved your neck this time, Murdoch. Step out of line once more, and nothing will help you. But just so we won't have to worry about that, suppose you ask a few of those questions. How much of what Kurt fed me is the truth? Ross blurted out. I mean all that stuff about shooting back in time. All of it. The Major said it so quietly that it carried complete conviction. But why, how? You have us on a spot, Murdoch. Because of your little expedition, we have to tell you more now than we tell any of our men before the final briefing. Listen, and then forget all of it except what applies to the job at hand. The Reds shot up Sputnik and then Mutnik. When? 25 years ago. We got up our answers a little later. There were a couple of spectacular crashes on the moon, then that space station that didn't stay in orbit, after that, stalemate. In the past quarter century we've had no voyages into space, nothing that was prophesied. Too many bugs, too many costly failures. Finally we began to get hints of something big, bigger than any football roaming the heavens. Any discovery in science comes about by steps. It can be traced back through those steps by another scientist. But suppose you were confronted by a result which apparently had been produced without any preliminaries. What would be your guess concerning it? Ross stared at the Major. Although he didn't see what all this had to do with time jumping, he sensed that Calgary's was waiting for a serious answer, that somehow Ross would be judged by his reply. Either that the steps were kept strictly secret, he said slowly, or that the result didn't rightfully belong to the man who said he discovered it. For the first time the Major regarded him with approval. Suppose this discovery was vital to your life, what would you do? Try to find the source. There you have it. Within the past 5 years our friends across the way have come up with 3 such discoveries. One we were able to trace, duplicate, and use, with a few refinements of our own. The other 2 remain rootless, yet they are linked with the first. We are now attempting to solve that problem, and the time grows late. For some reason, though the Reds now have their super gadgets, they are not yet ready to use them. Sometimes the things work, and sometimes they fail. Everything points to the fact that the Reds are now experimenting with discoveries which are not basically their own. Where did they get them? From another world? Ross's imagination came to life. Had a successful space voyage been kept secret? Had there been contact made with another intelligent race? In a way it's another world, but the world of time, not space. 7 years ago we got a man out of East Berlin. He was almost dead, but he lived long enough to record on tape some amazing data, so wild it was almost dismissed as the ravings of delirium. But that was after Sputnik, and we didn't dare disregard any hints from the other side of the Iron Curtain. So the recording was turned over to our scientists, who proved it had a core of truth. Time travel has been written up in fiction, it has been discussed otherwise as an impossibility. Then we discover that the Reds have it working. You mean, they go into the future and bring back machines to use now? The Major shook his head. Not the future, the past. Was this an elaborate joke? Somewhat heatedly Ross snapped out the answer to that. Look here, I know I haven't the education of your big brains, but I do know that the farther back you go into history the simpler things are. We ride in cars. Only 100 years ago men drove horses. We have guns. Go back a little and you'll find them waving swords and shooting guys with bows and arrows, those that don't wear tin plate on them to stop being punctured. Only they were, after all, commented Ash. Look at Agincourt, lad, and remember what arrows did to the French knights in armor. Ross disregarded the interruption. Anyway, he stuck doggedly to his point, the farther back you go, the simpler things are. How are the Reds going to find anything in history we can't beat today? That is a point which has baffled us for several years now, the Major returned. Only it is not how they are going to find it, but where. Because somewhere in the past of this world they have contacted a civilization able to produce weapons and ideas so advanced as to baffle our experts. We have to find that source and either mine it ourselves or close it off. As yet we're still trying to find it. Ross shook his head. It must be a long way back. Those guys who discover tombs and dig up old cities, couldn't they give you some hints? Wouldn't a civilization like that have left something we could find today? It depends, Ash remarked, upon the type of civilization. The Egyptians built in stone, grandly. They used tools and weapons of copper, bronze, and stone, and they were considerate enough to operate in a dry climate which preserved relics well. The cities of the Fertile Crescent built in mud brick and used stone, copper, and bronze tools. They also chose a portion of the world where climate was a factor in keeping their memory green. The Greeks built in stone, wrote their books, kept their history to bequeath it to their successors, and so did the Romans. And on this side of the ocean the Incas, the Mayas, the unknown races before them, and the Aztecs of Mexico all built in stone and worked in metal. And stone and metal survive. But what if there had been an early people who used plastics and brittle alloys, who had no desire to build permanent buildings, whose tools and artifacts were meant to wear out quickly, perhaps for economic reasons? What would they leave us, considering, perhaps, that an ice age had intervened between their time and ours, with glaciers to grind into dust what little they did possess? There is evidence that the poles of our world have changed and that this northern region was once close to being tropical. Any catastrophe violent enough to bring about a switch in the poles of this planet might well have wiped out all traces of a civilization, no matter how superior. We have good reason to believe that such a people must have existed, but we must find them. And Ash is a convert from the skeptics. The Major slipped down from his perch on the wall shelf. He is an archaeologist, one of your tomb discoverers, and knows what he is talking about. We must do our hunting in time earlier than the first pyramid, earlier than the first group of farmers who settled by the Tigris River. But we have to let the enemy guide us to it. That's where you come in. Why me? That is a question to which our psychologists are still trying to find the answer, my young friend. It seems that the majority of the people of the several nations linked together in this project have become too civilized. The reactions of most men to given sets of circumstances have become set in regular patterns and they cannot break that conditioning, or if personal danger forces them to change those patterns. They are afterwards so adrift they cannot function at their highest potential. Teach a man to kill, as in war, and then you have to recondition him later. But during these same wars we also develop another type. He is the born commando, the secret agent, the expendable man who lives on action. There are not many of this kind, and they are potent weapons. In peacetime that particular collection of emotions, nerve, and skills becomes a menace to the very society he has fought to preserve during a war. He is pressured by the peaceful environment into becoming a criminal or a misfit. The men we send out from here to explore the past are not only given the best training we can possibly supply for them, but they are all of the type once heralded as the frontiersman. History is sentimental about that type, when he is safely dead, but the present finds him difficult to live with. Our time agents are misfits in the modern world because their inherited abilities are born out of season now. They must be young enough and possess a certain brand of intelligence to take the stiff training and to adapt, and they must pass our tests. Do you understand? Ross nodded. You want crooks because they are crooks. No, not because they are crooks, but because they are misfits in their time and place. Don't, I beg of you, Murdoch, think that we are operating a penal institution here. You would never have been recruited if you hadn't tested out to suit us. But the man who may be labeled murderer in his own period might rank as a hero in another, an extreme example, but true. When we train a man he not only can survive in the period to which he is sent, but he can also pass as a native born in that era. What about Hardy? The Major gazed into space. There is no operation which is foolproof. We have never said that we don't run into trouble or that there is no danger in this. We have to deal with both natives of different times, and if we are lucky and hit a hot run, with the Reds. They suspect that we are casting about, hunting their trail. They managed to plant Kurt Vogel on us. He had an almost perfect cover and conditioning. Now you have it straight, Murdoch. You satisfy our tests, and you'll be given a chance to say yes or no before your first run. If you say no and refuse duty, it means you must become an exile and stay here. No man who has gone through our training can return to normal life. There is too much chance of his being picked up and sweated by the opposition. Never. The Major shrugged. This may be a long-term operation. We hope not, but there is no way of telling now. You will be in exile until we either find what we want or fail entirely. That is the last card I have to lay on the table. He stretched. You're slated for training tomorrow. Think it over and then let us know your answer when the time comes. Meanwhile, you are to be teamed with Ash, who will see to putting you through the course. It was a big hunk to swallow, but once down, Ross found it digestible. The training opened up a whole new world to him. Judo and wrestling were easy enough to absorb, and he thoroughly enjoyed the workouts. But the patient hours of archery practice, the strict instruction in the use of a long-bladed bronze dagger were more demanding. The mastering of one new language and then another, the intensive drill in unfamiliar social customs, the memorizing of strict taboos and ethics were difficult. Ross learned to keep records in knots on hide thongs and was inducted into the art of primitive bargaining and trade. He came to understand the worth of a cross-shaped tin ingot compared to a string of amber beads and some well-cured white furs. He now understood why he had been shown a trader's caravan during that first encounter with the purpose behind Operation Retrograde. During the training days his feeling toward Ash changed materially. A man could not work so closely with another and continue to resent his attitude, either he blew up entirely, or he learned to adjust. His awe at Ash's vast amount of practical knowledge, freely offered to serve his own blundering ignorance, created a respect for the man which might have become friendship, had Ash ever relaxed his own shield of impersonal efficiency. Ross did not try to breach the barrier between them mainly because he was sure that the reason for it was the fact that he was a volunteer. It gave him an odd new feeling he avoided trying to analyze. He had always had a kind of pride in his record, now he had begun to wish sometimes that it was a record of a different type. Men came and went. Hodaki and his partner disappeared, as did Jansen and his. One lost track of time within that underground warren which was the base. Ross gradually discovered that the whole establishment covered a large area under an external crust of ice and snow. There were laboratories, a well-appointed hospital, armories which stocked weapons usually seen only in museums, but which here were free of any signs of age, and ready for use. There were libraries with mile upon mile of tape recordings as well as films. Ross could not understand everything he heard and saw, but he soaked up all he could so that once or twice, when drifting off to sleep at night, he thought of himself as a sponge which had nearly reached its total limit of absorption. He learned to wear naturally the clumsy kilt tunic he had seen on the wolf slayer, to shave with practiced assurance, using a leaf-shaped bronze razor, to eat strange food until he relished the taste. Making lesson time serve a double duty, he lay under sunlamps while listening to tape recordings, until his skin darkened to a weathered hue resembling ashes. There was always talk to listen to, important talk which he was afraid to miss. Bronze. Ash weighed a dagger in his hand one day. Its hilt, made of dark horn studded with an intricate pattern of tiny golden nail heads, had a gleam not unlike that of the blade. "Do you know, Murdoch, that bronze can be tougher than steel? If it wasn't that iron is so much more plentiful and easier to work, we might never have come out of the Bronze Age. Iron is cheaper and easier found, and when the first smith learned to work it, an end came to one way of life, a beginning to another. Yes, bronze is important to us here, and so are the men who worked it. Smiths were sacred in the old days. We know that they made a secret of their trade which overrode the bounds of district, tribe, and race. A smith was welcome in any village, his person safe on the road. In fact, the roads themselves were under the protection of the gods. There was peace on them for all wayfarers. The land was wide then, and it was empty. The tribes were few and small, and there was plenty of room for the hunter, the farmer, the trader. Life was not such a scramble of man against man, but rather of man against nature. No wars? Asked Ross. Then why the bow and dagger drill? Wars were small affairs, disputes between family clans or tribes. As for the bow, there were formidable things in the forests, giant animals, wolves, wild boars. Cave bears. Ash sighed with weary patience. Get it through your head, Murdoch, that history is much longer than you seem to think. Cave bears and the use of bronze weapons do not overlap. No, you will have to go back maybe several thousand years earlier and then hunt your bear with a flint-tipped spear in your hand if you are fool enough to try it. Or take a rifle with you. Ross made a suggestion he had longed to voice for some time. Ash rounded on him swiftly, and Ross knew him well enough now to realize that he was seriously displeased. That is just what you don't do, Murdoch, not from this base, as you well know by now. You take no weapon from here which is not designed for the period in which your run lies. Just as you do not become embroiled while on that run in any action which might influence the course of history. Ross went on polishing the blade he held. What would happen if someone did break that rule? Ash put down the dagger he had been playing with. We don't know, we just don't know. So far we have operated in the fringe territory, keeping away from any district with a history which we can trace accurately. Maybe someday, his eyes were on a wall of weapon racks he plainly did not see, maybe someday we can stand and watch the rise of the pyramids, witness the march of Alexander's armies. But not yet. We stay away from history, and we are sure that the Reds are doing the same. It has become the old problem once presented by the atom bomb. Nobody wants to upset the balance and take the consequences. Let us find their outpost and we'll withdraw our men from all the other runs at once. What makes everyone so sure that they have an outpost somewhere? Couldn't they be working right at the main source, sir? They could, but for some reason they are not. As for how we know that much, it's information received. Ash smiled thinly. No, the source is much farther back in time than their halfway post. But if we find that, then we can trail them. So we plant men in suitable eras and hope for the best. That's a good weapon you have there, Murdoch. Are you willing to wear it in earnest? The inflection in that question caught Ross's full attention. His grey eyes met those blue ones. This was it, at long last. Right away. Ash picked up a belt of bronze plates strung together with chains, a twin to that Ross had seen worn by the Wolf Slayer. He held it out to the younger man. You can take your trial run any time, tomorrow. Ross drew a deeper breath. Where, to when? An island which will later be Britain. When? About 2000 BC beaker traders were beginning to open their stations there. This is your graduation exercise, Murdoch. Ross fitted the blade he had been polishing into the wooden sheath on the belt. If you say I can do it, I'm willing to try. He caught that glance Ash shot at him, but he could not read its meaning. Annoyance? Impatience? He was still puzzling over it when the other turned abruptly and left him alone. 5. He might have said yes, but that didn't mean, Ross discovered, that he was to be shipped off at once to early Britain. Ash's tomorrow proved to be several days later. The cover was that of a beaker trader, and Ross's impersonation was checked again and again by experts, making sure that the last detail was correct and that no suspicion of a tribesman, no mistake on Ross's part would betray him. The beaker people were an excellent choice for infiltration. They were not a closely knit clan, suspicious of strangers and alert to any deviation from the norm, as more race-conscious tribes might be. For they lived by trade, leaving to Ross's own time the mark of their far-flung empire, in the beakers found in graves scattered in clusters of a handful or so from the Rhineland to Spain, and from the Balkans to Britain. They did not depend only upon the taboo of the trade road for their safety, for the beakermen were master bowmen. A roving people, they pushed into new territory to establish posts, living amicably among peoples with far different customs, the Downs farmers, horse herders, shoreside fisherfolk. With Ash, Ross passed a last inspection. Their hair had not grown long enough to require braiding, but they did have enough to hold it back from their faces with hide headbands. The kilt tunics of coarse material, duplicating samples brought from the past, were harsh to the skin and poorly fitting. But the workmanship of their link-and-plate bronze belts, the sleek bow guards strapped to their wrists, and the bows themselves approached fine art. Ash's round cloak was the blue of a master trader, and he wore wealth in a necklace of polished wolf's teeth alternating with amber beads. Ross's more modest position in the tribe was indicated not only by his red-brown cloak, but by the fact that his personal jewelry consisted only of a copper bracelet and a cloak pin with a jet head. He had no idea how the time transition was to be made, nor how one might step from the polar regions of the Western Hemisphere to the island of Britain lying off the Eastern. And it was a complicated business as he discovered. The transition itself was a fairly simple, though disturbing, process. One walked a short corridor and stood for an instant on a plate while the light centered there curled about in a solid core, shutting one off from floor and wall. Ross gasped for breath as the air was sucked out of his lungs. He experienced a moment of deathly sickness with the sensation of being lost in nothingness. Then he breathed again and looked through the dying wall of light to where Ash waited. Quick and easy as the trip through time had been, the journey to Britain was something else. There could be only one transfer point if the secret was to be preserved. But men from that point must be moved swiftly and secretly to their appointed stations. Ross, knowing the strict rules concerning the transportation of objects from one time to another, wondered how that travel could be effected. After all, they could not spend months, or even years, getting across continents and seas. The answer was ingenious. 3 days after they had stepped through the barrier of time at the outpost, Ross and Ash balanced on the rounded back of a whale. It was a whale which would deceive anyone who did not test its hide with a harpoon, and whalers with harpoons large enough to trouble such a monster were yet well in the future. Ash slid a dugout into the water, and Ross climbed into that unsteady craft, holding it against the side of the disguised sub until his partner joined him. The day, misty and drizzling, made the shore they aimed for a half-seen line across the water. With a shiver born of more than cold, Ross dipped his paddle and helped Ash send their crude boat toward that half-hidden strip of land. There was no real dawn, the sky lightened somewhat, but the drizzle continued. Green patches showed among the winter-denuded trees back from the beach, but the countryside facing them gave an impression of untamed wilderness. Ross knew from his briefing that the whole of Britain was as yet only sparsely settled. The first wave of hunter-fishers to establish villages had been joined by other invaders who built massive tombs and had an elaborate religion. Small village forts had been linked from hill to hill by trackways. There were factories, which turned out in bulk such fine flint weapons and tools that a thriving industry was in full operation, not yet having been superseded by the metal imported by the beaker merchants. Bronze was still so rare and costly that only the head man of a village could hope to own one of the long daggers. Even the arrowheads in Ross's quiver were chipped of flint. They drew the dugout well up onto the shore and ran it into a shallow depression in the bank, heaping stones and brush about for its concealment. Then Ash intently surveyed the surrounding country, seeking a landmark. Inland from here. Ash used the language of the beakerman, and Ross knew that from now on he must not only live as a trader, but also think as one. All other memories must be buried under the false one he had learned. He must be interested in the present rate of exchange and the chance for profit. The two men were on their way to Outpost Gog, where Ash's first partner, the redoubtable Sanford, was playing his role so well. The rain squished in their hide boots, made sodden strings of their cloaks, plastered their woven caps to their thick mats of hair. Yet Ash bore steadily on across the land with the certainty of one following a marked trail. His self-confidence was rewarded within the first half-mile when they came out upon one of the linked trackways, its beaten surface testifying to constant use. Here Ash turned eastward, stepping up the pace to a ground-covering trot. The peace of the road held, at least by day. By night only the most hardened and desperate outlaws would brave the harmful spirits roving in the dark. All the lore that had been pounded into him at the base began to make some sense to Ross as he followed his guide, sniffing strange wet smells from the brush, the trees, and the damp earth. Piecing together in his mind what he had been taught and what he now saw for himself, until it made a tight pattern. The track they were following sloped slightly upward, and a change in the wind brought to them a sour odor, blanking out all normal sense. Ash halted so suddenly that Ross almost plowed into him. But he was alerted by the older man's attitude. Something had been burned. Ross drew in a deep lungful of the smell and then wished that he had not. It was wood, burned wood, and something else. Since this was not possibly normal, he was prepared for the way Ash melted into cover in the brush. They worked their way, sometimes crawling on their bellies, through the wet stands of dead grass, taking full advantage of all cover. They crouched at the top of the hill while Ash parted the prickly branches of an evergreen bush to make them a window. The black patch left by the fire, which had come from a ruin above, had spread downhill on the opposite side of the valley. Charred posts still stood like lone teeth in a skull to mark what must have once been one of the stockade walls of a post. But all they now guarded was a desolation from which came that overpowering stench. "Our post?" Ross asked in a whisper. Ash nodded. He was studying the scene with an intent absorption which, Ross knew, would impress every important detail upon his mind. That the place had been burned was clear from the first. But why and by whom was a problem vital to the two lurking in the brush. It took them almost an hour to cross the valley, an hour of hiding, casting about, searching. They had made a complete circle of the destroyed post and Ash stood in the shadow of a copse, rubbing clots of mud from his hands and frowning up at the charred posts. They weren't rushed. Or if they were, the attackers covered their trail afterward, Ross ventured. The older man shook his head. Tribesmen would not have muddled a trail if they had one. No, this was no regular attack. There have been no signs of a war party coming or leaving. Then what? Demanded Ross. Lightning for one thing, and we better hope it was that. Or, Ash's blue eyes were very cold and bleak as bleak as the countryside about them. Or. Ross dared to prompt him. Or we have made contact with the Reds in the wrong way. Ross's hand instinctively went to the dagger at his belt. Little help a dagger would be in an unequal struggle like this. They were only two in a thin web of men strung out through centuries of time with orders to seek out that which did not fit properly into the pattern of the past, to locate the enemy wherever in history or prehistory he had gone to Earth. Had the Reds been searching, too, and was this first disaster their victory? The time traders had their evidence when they at last ventured into what had been the heart of Outpost Gog. Ross, inexperienced as he was in such matters, could not mistake the signs of the explosion. There was a crater on the crown of the hill, and Ash stood apart from it, eyeing the fragments about them, scorched wood, blackened stone. The Reds? It must have been. This damage was done by explosives. It was clear why Outpost Gog could not report the disaster. The attack had destroyed their one link with the post on this time level, the concealed communicator had gone up with the blast. 11. Ash's finger tapped on the ornate buckle of his wide belt. "We have about 10 days to stick it out," he added, "and it seems we may be able to use them to better advantage than just letting you learn how it feels to walk about some 4,000 years before you were born. We have to find out, if we can, what happened here and why." Ross gazed at the mess. "Dig?" he asked. "Some digging is indicated." So they dug. Finally, black with charcoal smudges and sick with the evidences of death they had chanced upon, they collapsed on the cleanest spot they could find. "They must have hid at night," Ash said slowly. "Only at that time would they find everyone here. Men don't trust a night filled with ghosts, and our agents conform to local custom as usual. All of the post people could be erased with one bomb at night. All except 2 of them had been true beaker traders, including women and children. No beaker trading post was large, and this one was unusually small. The attacker had wiped out some 20 people, 18 of them innocent victims. How long ago? Ross wanted to know. Maybe 2 days. And this attack came without any warning, or Sandy would have sent a message. He had no suspicions at all. His last reports were all routine, which means that if they were on to him, and they must have been, judging by the results, he was not even aware of it. "What do we do now?" Ash looked at him. "We wash." "No," he corrected himself, "we don't. We go to Nodrin's village. We are frightened, grief-stricken. We have found our kinsmen dead under strange circumstances. We ask questions of one to whom I am known as an inhabitant of this post." So, covered with dirt, they walked along the trackway toward the neighboring village with a weariness they did not have to counterfeit. The dog sighted or perhaps scented them first. It was a rough-coated beast, showing its fangs with a wolf-like ferocity. But it was smaller than a wolf, and it barked between its warning snarls. Ash brought his bow from beneath the shelter of his cloak and held it ready. Ho, one comes to speak with Nodren, Nodren of the hill. Only the dog snapped and snarled. Ash rubbed his forearm across his face, the gesture of a weary and heartsick man, smearing the ash and grime into an awesome mask. Who speaks to Nodren? There was a different twist to the pronunciation of some words, but Ross was able to understand. One who has hunted with him and feasted with him. The one who gave into his hand the friendship gift of the ever-sharp knife. It is Asha of the traders. Go far from us, man of ill luck. You who are hunted by the evil spirits. The last was a shrill cry. Ash remained where he was, facing into the bushes which hid the tribesmen. Who speaks for Nodren yet not with the voice of Nodren? He demanded. This is Asha who asks. We have drunk blood together and faced the white wolf and the wild boar in their fury. Nodren lets not others speak for him, for Nodren is a man and a chief. And you are cursed. A stone flew through the air, striking a rain pool and spattering mud on Asha's boots. Go and take your evil with you. Is it from the hand of Nodren or Nodren's young men that doom came upon those of my blood? Have war arrows passed between the place of the traders and the town of Nodren? Is that why you hide in the shadows so that I, Asha, cannot look upon the face of one who speaks boldly and throws stones? No war arrows between us, traitor. We do not provoke the spirits of the hills. No fire comes from the sky at night to eat us up with a noise of many thunders. Lurga speaks in such thunders, Lurga's hand smites with such fire. You have the wrath of Lurga upon you, traitor. Keep away from us lest Lurga's wrath fall upon us also. Lurga was the local storm god, Ross recalled. The sound of thunder and fire coming out of the sky at night, the bomb. Perhaps the very method of attack on the post would defeat Asha's attempt to learn anything from these neighbors. The superstitions of the people would lead them to shun both the sight of the post and Ash himself as cursed and taboo. If the wrath of Lurga had struck at Asha, would Asha still live to walk upon this road? Ash prodded the ground with the tip of his bow stave. Yet Asha walks, as you see him, Asha talks, as you hear him. It is ridiculous to answer him with the nonsense of little children. Spirits so walk and talk to unlucky men, retorted the man in hiding. It may be the spirit of Asha who does so now. Ash made a sudden leap. There was a flurry of action behind the bush screen and he reappeared, dragging into the grey light of the rainy day a wriggling captive, whom he bumped without ceremony onto the beaten earth of the road. The man was bearded, wearing his thick mop of black hair in a round topknot secured by a hide loop. He wore a skin tunic, now in considerable disarray, which was held in place with a woven, tasseled belt. Ho, so it is Lal of the quick tongue who speaks so loudly of spirits and the wrath of Lurga. Ash studied his captive. Now, Lal, since you speak for Nodren, which I believe will greatly surprise him, you will continue to tell me of this wrath of Lurga from the night skies and what has happened to Sanfra, who was my brother, and those others of my kin. I am Asha, and you know of the wrath of Asha and how it ate up Twist Tooth, the outlaw, when he came in with his evil men. The wrath of Lurga is hot, but so too is the wrath of Asha. Ash contorted his face in such a way that Lal squirmed and looked away. When the tribesman spoke, all his former authority and bluster had gone. Asha knows that I am as his dog. Let him not turn upon me his swift-cutting big knife, nor the arrows from his lightning bow. It was the wrath of Lurga which smote the place on the hill, first the thunder of his fist meeting the earth, and then the fire which he breathed upon those whom he would slay. And this you saw with your own eyes, Lal. The shaggy head shook an emphatic negative. Asha knows that Lal is no chief who can stand and look upon the wonders of Lurga's might and keep his eyes in his head. Nodren himself saw this wonder. And if Lurga came in the night, when all men keep to their homes and leave the outer world to the restless spirits, how did Nodren see his coming? Lal crouched lower to the ground, his eyes darting to the bushes and the freedom they promised, then back to Asha's firmly planted boots. I am not a chief, Asha. How could I know in what way or for what reason Nodran saw the coming of Lurga? Fool! A second voice, that of a woman, spat the word from the brush which fringed the roadway. Speak to Asha with a straight tongue. If he is a spirit, he will know that you do not tell him the truth. And if he has been spared by Lurga. She showed her wonderment with a hiss of indrawn breath. So urged, Lal mumbled sullenly, it is said that there came a message for one to witness the wrath of Lurga in its descent upon the Outlanders so that Nodran and the men of Nodran would truly know that the traitors were cursed. And should be put to the spear should they come here again. This message, how was it brought? Did the voice of Lurga sound in Nodran's ear alone, or came it by the tongue of some man? Ahi! Lal lay flat on the ground, his hands over his ears. Lal is a fool and fears his own shadow as it skips before him on a sunny day. Out of the bushes stepped a young woman, obviously of some importance in her own group. Walking with a proud stride, her eyes boldly met Asha's. A shining disk hung about her neck on a thong, and another decorated the woven belt of her cloth tunic. Her hair was bound in a thread net fastened with jet pins. I greet Casca, who is the first sower. There was a formal note in Asha's voice. But why should Casca hide from Asha? There has been death on your hill, Asha, she sniffed, you smell of it now, Lurga's death. Those who come from that hill may well be some who no longer walk in their bodies. Casca placed her fingers momentarily on Asha's outstretched palm before she nodded. No spirit are you, Asha, for all know that a spirit is solid to the eye, but not to the touch. So it would seem that you were not burned up by Lurga, after all. This matter of a message from Lurga, he prompted. It came out of the empty air in the hearing not only of Nodran, but also of Hanger, Fr, and myself, Casca. For we stood at that time near the old place. She made a curious gesture with the fingers of her right hand. It will soon be the time of sowing, and though Lurga brings sun and rain to feed the grain, yet it is in the Great Mother that the seed lies. Upon her business only women may go into the inner circle. She gestured again. But as we met to make the first sacrifice there came music out of the air such as we have never heard, voices singing like birds in a strange tongue. Her face assumed an awesome expression. Afterward a voice said that Lurga was angered with the hill of the men from afar and that in the night he would send his wrath against them, and that Nodran must witness this thing so that he could see what Lurga did to those he would punish. So it was done by Nodran. And there was a sound in the air. What kind of a sound? Ash asked quietly. Nodran said it was a hum and there was the dark shadow of Lurga's bird between him and the stars. Then came the smiting of the hill with thunder and lightning, and Nodran fled, for the wrath of Lurga is a fearsome thing. Now do the people come to the Great Mother's place with many fine offerings that she may stand between them and that wrath. Asha thanks Casca, who is the handmaiden of the Great Mother. May the sowing prosper and the reaping be good this year. Ash said finally, ignoring Lal, who still groveled on the road. You go from this place, Asha? She asked. For though I stand under the protecting hand of the Mother and so do not fear, yet there are others who will raise their spears against you for the honor of Lurga. We go, and again thanks be to you, Casca. He turned back the way they had come, and Ross fell in beside him as the woman watched them out of sight. 6. That bird of Lurga's, said Ross, once they were out of sight of Casca and Lal, could it have been a plane? Sounds like it, snapped his companion. If the Reds have done their work efficiently, and there's no reason to suppose otherwise, then there is no use in contacting either Dorda's town or Munga's. The same announcement concerning the wrath of Lurga was probably made there, to their good purpose, not ours. Casca didn't seem to be overly impressed with Lurga's curse, not as much as the man was. She is the closest thing to a priestess that this tribe knows, and she serves a goddess older and more powerful than Lurga, the Mother Earth, the Great Mother, goddess of fertility and growth. Nodran's people believe that unless Casca performs her mysteries and sows part of the first field in the spring there won't be any harvest. Consequently, she is secure in her office and doesn't fear the wrath of Lurga too much. These people are now changing from one type of worship to another, but some of Casca's beliefs will persist clear down to our day, taking on the coating of magic and a lot of other enameling along the way. Ash had been talking as a man talks to cover up furious thinking. Now he paused again and turned toward the sea. We have to stick it out somewhere until the sub comes to pick us up. We'll need shelter. Will the tribesmen be after us? They may well be. Let the right men get to talking up a holy extermination of those upon whom the wrath of Lurga has fallen, and we could be in for plenty of trouble. Some of those men are trained hunters and trackers, and the Reds may have planted an agent to report the return of anyone to our post. Just now we're about the most important time travelers out, for we know the Reds have appeared on this line. They must have a large post here, too, or they couldn't have sent a plane on that raid. You can't build a time transport large enough to take through a considerable amount of material. Everything used by us in this age has to be assembled on this side, and the use of all machines is limited to where they cannot be seen by any natives. Luckily, large sections of this world are mostly wilderness and unpopulated in the areas where we operate the base posts. So if the Reds have a plane, it was put together here, and that means a big post somewhere. Again Ash was thinking aloud as he pushed ahead of Ross into the fringes of a wood. Sandy and I scouted this territory pretty well last spring. There is a cave about half a mile to the west. It will shelter us for tonight. Ash's plans would probably have been easily accomplished if the cave had been unoccupied. Without incident they came down into a hollow through which trickled a small stream, its banks laced with a thin edging of ice. Under Ash's direction Ross collected an armload of firewood. He was no woodsman and his prolonged exposure to the chilling drizzle made him eager for even the very rough shelter of a cave, so eager that he plunged forward carelessly. His foot came down on a slippery patch of mud, sending him sprawling on his face. There was a growl, and a white bulk rushed him. The cloak, rucked up about his throat and shoulders, then saved his life, for only stout cloth was caught between those fangs. With a startled cry, Ross rolled as he might have to escape a man's attack, struggling to unsheath his dagger. A white-hot flash of pain scored his upper arm. The breath was driven out of him as a fight raged over his prone body. He heard grunts, snarls, and was severely pummeled. Then he was free as the bodies broke away. Shaken, he got to his knees. A short distance away the fight was still in progress. He saw Ash straddle the body of a huge white wolf, his legs clamped about the animal's haunches, his hooked arm under the beast's head, forcing it up and back while his dagger rose and sank twice in the underparts of the heaving body. Ross held his own weapon ready. He leaped from a half-crouch, and his dagger sank cleanly home behind the short ribs. One of their blows must have reached the animal's heart. With an almost human cry the wolf stiffened convulsively. Then it was still. Ash squatted near it, methodically driving his dagger into the moist soil to clean the blade. A red rivulet trickled down his thigh where the lower edge of his kilt tunic had been ripped up to the link belt. He was breathing hard, but otherwise he was as composed as always. These sometimes hunt in pairs at this season, he observed. Be ready with your bow. Ross strung his with the cord he had been keeping dry within the breast folds of his tunic. He fitted an arrow to the string, grateful to be a passable marksman. The slash on his arm smarted in protest as he moved, and he noted that Ash did not try to get up. A bad one? Ross indicated the blood now thickening into a stream along Ash's thigh. Ash pulled away the torn tunic and exposed a nasty-looking gash on the outside of his hip. He pressed his palm against the gaping wound and motioned Ross to scout ahead. See if the cave is clear. We can't do anything until we know that. Reluctantly Ross followed the stream until he found the cave, a snug-looking place with an overhang to keep it dry. The unpleasant smell of a lair hung about its mouth. He chose a stone from the stream, chucked it into the dark opening, and waited. The stone rattled as it struck an inner wall, but there was no other sound. A second stone from a different angle followed the first, with the same results. Ross was now certain that the cave was unoccupied. Once they were inside with a fire going at the entrance, they could hope to keep it free of intruders. A little heartened, he cast about a bit upstream and then turned back to where he had left Ash. "No male," the other greeted him. "This is a female, and she was close to whelping." He nudged the white wolf with his toe. His hands held a pad of rags against his hip, and his face was shaded with pain. "Nothing in the cave anyway. Let's see about this." Ross laid aside the bow and kneeled to examine Ash's thigh wound. His own slash was more of a smarting graze, but this tear was deep and ugly. "Second plate, belt." Ash got the words out between set teeth, and Ross clicked open the hidden recess in the other's bronze belt to bring out a small packet. Ash made a wry face as he swallowed 3 of the pills within. Ross mashed another pill onto the bandage he prepared, and when the last cumbersome fold was secure, Ash relaxed. "Let us hope that works," he commented a little bleakly. "Now come here where I can get my hands on you and let me see your scratch. Animal bites can be a nasty business." Bandaged in turn, with the bitterness of the antisepto pill on his tongue, Ross helped Ash limp upstream to the cave. He left the older man outside while he cleaned up the floor of the cave and then made his companion as comfortable as he could on a bed of bracken. The fire Ross had longed for was built. They stripped off their sodden clothing and hung it to dry. Ross wrapped a bird he had shot in clay and tucked it under the hot coals to be roasted. They had surely had bad luck, he thought, but they were now under cover, had a fire, and food of a sort. His arm ached, sharp pain shooting from fingers to elbow when he moved it. Though Ash made no complaint, Ross gauged that the older man's discomfort was far worse than his own, and he carefully hid all signs of his own twinges. They ate the bird, saltless, and with their fingers. Ross savored each greasy bite, licking his hands clean afterward while Ash lay back on the improvised bed, his face gaunt in the half-light of the fire. "We are about 5 miles from the sea here. There is no way of raising our base now that Sandy's installation is gone. I'll have to lay up, since I can't risk any more loss of blood. And you're not too good in the woods." Ross accepted that valuation with a new humbleness. He was only too well aware that if it had not been for Ash, he and not the white wolf would have died down in the valley. Yet a strange shyness kept him from trying to put his thanks into words. The only kind of amends he could make for the other's hurt was to provide hands, feet, and strength for the man who did know what to do and how to do it. "We'll have to hunt," he ventured. "Dear," Ash caught him up. "But the marsh at the mouth of this stream provides a better hunting ground than inland. If the wolf laired here very long, she has already frightened away any large game. It isn't the matter of food which bothers me. It is being tied up here." Ross filled in for him with some daring. "But look here, I'll take orders. This is your territory, and I'm green at the game. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it the best that I can." He glanced up to find Ash surveying him intently, but as usual there was no readable expression on the other's brown face. "The first thing to do is get the wolf's hide," Ash said briskly. "Then bury the carcass. You'd better drag it up here to work on it. If her mate is hanging around, he might try to jump you." Why Ash should think it necessary to acquire the wolf skin puzzled Ross, but he asked no questions. His skinning task took 4 times as long and was far from being the neat job the shock-haired man of the record tape had accomplished. Ross had to wash himself off in the stream before piling stones over the corpse in temporary burial. When he pulled his bloody burden back to the cave, Ash lay with his eyes closed. Ross thankfully sat on his own pile of bracken and tried not to notice the throbbing ache in his arm. He must have fallen asleep, for when he roused it was to see Ash crawl over to mend the dying fire from their store of wood. Ross, angry at himself, beat the other to the task. "Get back," he said roughly. "This is my job. I didn't mean to fail." Surprisingly, Ash settled back without a word, leaving Ross to sit by the fire, a fire he was very glad to have a moment or so later when a wailing howl sounded downwind. If this was not the white wolf's mate, then it was another of her kin who prowled the upper reaches of the small valley. The next day, having provided Ash with a supply of firewood, Ross went to try his luck in the marsh. The thick drizzle which had hung over the land the day before was gone, and he faced a clear, bright morning, though the breeze had an icy snap. But it was a good morning to be alive and out in the open, and Ross's spirits rose. He tried to put to use all the woodlore he had learned at the base. But it was one thing to learn something academically and another to put that learning into practice. He was uncomfortably certain that Ash would not have found his showing very good. The marsh was a series of pools between rank growths of leafless willows and coarse tufts of grass, with hillocks of firmer soil rising like islands. Ross, approaching with caution, was glad of it, for from one of those hillocks arose a trail of white smoke, and he saw a black blot which was probably a rude hut. Why one should choose to live in the midst of such country he could not guess, though it might be merely the temporary camp of some hunter. Ross also saw thousands of birds feeding greedily on the dried seed of the marsh grasses, paddling in the pools, and setting up a clamor to drive a man mad. They did not seem in the least disturbed by that distant camper. Ross had reason to be proud of his marksmanship that morning. He had in his quiver perhaps half a dozen of the lighter shafts made for shooting birds. In place of the finely chipped and wickedly barbed flint points used for heavier game, these were tipped with needle-sharp, light bone heads. He had a string of 4 birds looped together by their feet within almost as many minutes. For the flocks rose in their first alarm only to settle again to feast. Then he knocked over a hare, a fat giant of its race, that stared at him brazenly from a tussock. The hare kicked back into a pool in its death struggle, however, and Ross was forced to leave cover to retrieve its body. But he was alert and he stood up, dagger out and ready, to greet the man who parted the bushes to watch him. For a long minute grey eyes stared into brown ones, and then Ross noted the other's bedraggled and tattered dress. The kilt tunic smudged with mud, scorched and charred along one edge, was styled like his own. The fellow wore his hair fastened back with a band, unlike the topknot of the local tribesman. Ross, his dagger still ready, broke the silence first. "I am a believer in the fire and the fashioned metal, the climbing sun, and the moving water." He repeated the recognition speech of the beakerman. "The fire warms by the grace of Tolden, the metal is fashioned by the mystery of the smith, the sun climbs without our aid, and who can stop the water from running?" The stranger's voice was hoarse. Now that Ross had time to examine him more closely, he saw the dark bruise on his exposed shoulder, the raw red mark of a burn running across the man's broad chest. He dared to test his surmise concerning the other. "I am of the kin of Asha. We return to the hill." Ash. Not Asha, but Ash. Ross, though sure of that pronunciation, was still cautious. "You are from the hill place, where Lurga smote with thunder and fire?" The man slid his long legs across the log which had been his shelter. The burn across his chest was not his only brand, for Ross noticed another red stripe, puffed and fiery looking, which swelled the calf of one leg. The man studied Ross closely, and then his fingers moved in a sign which to the uninitiated native might have been one for the warding off of evil, but which to Ross was the thumbs up of his own age. "Sanford." At that name the man shook his head. "McNeil," he named himself. "Where is Ash?" He might really be what he seemed, but on the other hand, he could be a red spy. Ross had not forgotten Kurt. "What happened?" He parried one question with another. "Bomb. The Reds must have spotted us, and we didn't have a chance. We weren't expecting any trouble. I'd been down to see about a missing burdened donkey and was about halfway back up the hill when she hit. When I came to I was all the way down the hill with part of the fort on top of me. The rest. Well, you saw the place, didn't you?" Ross nodded. "What are you doing here?" McNeil spread his hands in a tired little gesture. "I tried to talk to Nodren, but they stoned me away. I knew that Ash was coming through and hoped to reach him when he hit the beach, but I was too late. Then I figured he would pass here to make contact with the sub, so I was waiting it out until I saw you." Where is Ash? It all sounded logical enough. Still, with Ash injured, Ross was taking no chances. He pushed his dagger back into its sheath and picked up the hare. Stay here, he told McNeil, I'll be back. But, wait. Where's Ash, you young fool? We have to get together. Ross went on. He was sure that the stranger was in no shape to race after him, and he would lay a muddled trail before he returned to the cave valley. If this man was a red plant, he would have to reckon with one who had already met Kurt Vogel. The laying of that muddled trail took time. It was past midday when Ross came back to Ash, who was sitting up by the mouth of the cave at the fire, using his dagger to fashion a crutch out of a length of sapling. He surveyed Ross's burden with approval, but lost interest in the promise of food as soon as the other reported his meeting in the marsh. McNeil, chap with brown hair, brown eyes, a right eyebrow which quirks up toward his hairline when he smiles. Brown hair and eyes, okay, and he didn't smile any. Chip broken off a front tooth, upper right. Ross shut his eyes to visualize the stranger. Yes, there had been a small break on a front tooth. He nodded. That's McNeil. Not that you didn't do right not to bring him here without being sure. What made you so watchful? Kurt. Again Ross nodded. And what you said about the Reds planting someone here to wait for us. Ash scratched the bristles on his chin. Never underrate them, we don't dare do that. But the man you met is McNeil, and we'd better get him here. Can you bring him? I think he's able to get about, in spite of that leg. From his story he's been stirring around. Ash bit absent-mindedly into a piece of hair and swore mildly when he burned his tongue. Odd that Casca didn't tell us about him. Unless she thought there was no use causing trouble by admitting they had driven him away. You going now? Ross moved around the fire. Might as well. He didn't look too comfortable. And I'll bet he's hungry. He took the direct route back to the marsh, but this time no thread of smoke spiraled into the air. Ross hesitated. That shelter on the small island was surely the place where McNeil had holed up. Should he try to work his way out to it now? Or had something happened to the man while he was gone? Again that sixth sense of impending disaster, which is perhaps bred into some men, alerted Ross. Why he turned suddenly and backed against a bushy willow, he could not have explained. However, because he did so the loop of hide rope meant for his throat hit his shoulder harmlessly. It fell to the ground, and he stamped one boot down on it. Then it was the work of seconds to grasp it and give it a quick jerk. The surprised man who held the other end was brought sprawling into the open. Ross had seen that round face before. Lal of the town of Nodren. He found words to greet the rope man even as his knee came up against the fellow's jaw, jarring Lal so that he dropped a flint knife. Ross kicked it into the willows. What do you hunt here, Lal? Traders. The voice was weak, but it held heat. The tribesman did not try to struggle against Ross's hold, and Ross, gripping him by the nape of the neck, moved through a screen of brush to a hollow. Luckily there was no water cupped there, for McNeil lay in the bottom of that dip, his arms tied tightly behind him and his ankles lashed together with no thought for the pain of his burned leg. 7. Ross whirled the rope which had been meant to bring him down around Lal. He lashed the tribesman's arms tight to his body before he knelt to cut loose his fellow time traveler. Lal now huddled against the far wall of the cup, fear in every line of his small body. So apparent was this fear that Ross felt no satisfaction at turning the tables on him. Instead he felt increasingly uneasy. What is this all about? He asked McNeil as he stripped off his bonds and helped him up. McNeil massaged his wrists, took a step or two, and grimaced with pain. Our friend seeks to be an obedient servant of Lurga. Ross picked up his bow. The tribe is out to hunt us. Lurga has ordered, out of thin air again, that any traders who escaped are to be brought in and introduced to him personally at the sacrifice for the enrichment of the fields. The old gift of blood and life at the spring sowing. Ross recalled grisly details from his cram lessons. Any wandering stranger or enemy tribesman taken in a raid before that day would meet such a fate. On unlucky years when people were not available, a deer or wolf might serve. But the best sacrifice of all was a man. So Lurga had decreed, from the air, that traitors were his meat. What of Ash? Let any hunter from the village track him down. We have to move fast, Ross told McNeil as he took up the rope which made a leading cord for Lol. Ash would want to question the tribesmen about this second order from Lurga. Impatient as Ross was, he had to mend his pace to accommodate McNeil. The man from the hill post was close to the end of his strength. He had started off bravely enough, but now he wavered. Ross sent Lol ahead with a sharp push, ordering him to stay there, while he went to McNeil's aid. It was well into the afternoon before they came up the stream and saw the fire before the cave. Macna. Ash hailed Ross's companion with the native version of his name. And Lol. But what do you hear, Lol of Nodran's town? Mischief. Ross helped McNeil within the cave and to the pile of brush which was his own bed. He was hunting traitors as a present for Lurga. So, Ash turned upon the tribesman, and by whose word did you go hunting my kinsman, Lol? Was it Nodran's? Has he forgotten the blood bond between us? For it was in the name of Lurga himself that bond was made. The tribesman squatted down against the wall where Ross had shoved him. Unable to hide his head in his arms, he brought his face down upon his knees so that only his shaggy topknot of hair was exposed. Ross realized, with stupefaction, that the little man was crying like a child, his hunched shoulders rising and falling with the force of his sobs. He wailed. Ash allowed him a moment or two of noisy grief and then limped over to grasp his topknot and pull up his head. Lol's eyes were screwed tightly shut, but there were tears on his cheeks, and his mouth twisted in another wail. Be quiet. Ash shook him, but not too harshly. Have you yet felt the bite of my sharp knife? Has an arrow hold your skin? You are alive, and you could be dead. Show that you are glad you live and continue to breathe by telling us what you know, Lol. The woman Casca had displayed a measure of intelligence and ease at their meeting upon the road. But it was very plain that Lol was of different stuff, a simple man in whose head few ideas could find house room at one time. And to him the present was all black. Little by little they dragged the story out of him. Lol was poor, so poor that he had never dared dream of owning for himself some of the precious things the hill traders displayed to the wealthy of Nodran's town. But he was also a follower of the Great Mothers, rather than one who made sacrifices to Lurga. Lurga was the god for warriors and great men, he was too high to concern himself with such as Lol. So when Nodran reported the end of the hill post under the storm fist of Lurga, Lol had been impressed only to a point. He was still convinced it was none of his concern, and instead he began thinking of the treasures which might lie hidden in the destroyed buildings. It occurred to him that Lurga's wrath had been laid upon the men who had owned them, but perhaps it would not stretch to the fine things themselves. So he had gone secretly to the hill to explore. What he had seen there had utterly converted him to a belief in the fury of Lurga, and he had been frightened out of his simple wits, fleeing without making the search he had intended. But Lurga had seen him there, had read his impious thoughts. At that point Ash interrupted the stream of Lol's story. How had Lurga seen Lol? Because, Lol shuddered, began to cry again, and spoke the next few sentences haltingly. That very morning when he had gone out to hunt wild fowl in the marshes Lurga had spoken to him, to Lol, who was less than a flea creeping upon a worn-out fur rug. And how had Lurga spoken? Ash's voice was softer, gentle. Out of the air, even as he had spoken to Nodran, who was a chief. He said that he had seen Lol in the hill post, and so Lol was his meat. But not yet would he eat him, not if Lol served him in other ways. And he, Lol, had lain flat on the ground before the bodiless voice of Lurga and had sworn that he would serve Lurga to the end of his life. Then Lurga had told him to hunt down one of the evil traders who was hiding in the marshes, and bind him with ropes. Then he was to call the men of the village and together they would carry the prisoner to the hill where Lurga had loosed his wrath, and there they would leave him. Later they might return and take what they found there and use it to bless the fields at sowing time, and all would be well with Nodran's village. And Lal had sworn that he would do as Lurga bade, but now he could not. So Lurga would eat him up, he was a man without hope. Yet, Ash said even more gently, "Have you not served the Great Mother all these years, giving to her a portion of the first fruits even when the yield of your one field was small?" Lal stared at him, his woebegone face still smeared with tears. It took a second or two for the question to penetrate his fear-clouded mind. Then he nodded timidly. "Has she not dealt with you well in return, Lal? You are a poor man, that is true. But you are not gaunt of belly, even though this is the thin season when men fast before the coming of the new harvest. The Great Mother watches over her own. And it is she who has brought you to us now. For this I say to you, Lal, and I, Asha of the traders, speak with a straight tongue. The Lurga who struck our post, who spoke to you from the air, means you no good." "Aya," wailed Lal. "So do I know, Asha. He is of the blackness and the wandering spirits of the dark." "Just so. Thus he is no kin to the mother, for she is of the light and of good things, of the new grain, and the newborn lambs for your flocks, of the maids who wed with men and bring forth sons to lift their father spears. Daughters to spin by the hearth and sow the yellow grain in the furrows. Lurga's quarrel lies with us, Lal, not with Nodran nor with you. And we take upon us that quarrel." He limped into the outer air where the shadows of evening were beginning to creep across the ground. "Hear me, Lurga," he called into the coming night, "I am Asha of the traders, and upon myself I take your hate. Not upon Lal, nor upon Nodran, nor upon the people who live in Nodran's town, shall your wrath lie. Thus do I say it." Ross, noticing that Ash concealed from Lal a wave of his hand, was prepared for some display meant to impress the tribesmen. It came in a spectacular burst of green fire beyond the stream. Lal wailed again, but when that fire was followed by no other manifestation he ventured to raise his head once more. "You have seen how Lurga answered me, Lal. Toward me only will his wrath be turned." Now, Ash limped back and dragged out the white wolf skin, dropping it before Lal. "This you will give to Casca that she may make a curtain for the mother's home. See, it is white and so rare that the mother will be pleased with such a fine gift. And you will tell her all that has chanced and how you believe in her powers over the powers of Lurga, and the mother will be well pleased with you. But you shall say nothing to the men of the village, for this quarrel is between Lurga and Asha now and not for the meddling of others." He unfastened the rope which bound Lal's arms. Lal reached out a hand to the wolf skin, his eyes filled with wonderment. "This is a fine thing you give me, Asha, and the mother will be pleased, for in many years she has not had such a curtain for her secret place. Also, I am but a little man. The quarrels of great ones are not for me. Since Lurga has accepted your words, this is none of my affair. Yet I will not go back to the village for a while, with your permission, Asha. For I am a man of loose and wagging tongue and oftentimes I speak what I do not really wish to say. So if I am asked questions, I answer. If I am not there to be asked such questions, I cannot answer." McNeil laughed, and Ash smiled. "Well enough, Lal. Perhaps you are a wiser man than you think. But also I do not believe you should stay here." The tribesman was already nodding. "That do I say, too, Asha. You are now facing the wrath of Lurga, and with that I wish no part. Thus I shall go into the marsh for a while. There are birds and hares to hunt, and I shall work upon this fine skin so that when I take it to the mother it shall indeed be a gift worth her smiles. Now, Asha, I would go before the night comes if it pleases you. Go with good fortune, Lal." Ash stood apart while the tribesman ducked his head in a shy, awkward farewell to the others, pattering out into the valley. "What if they pick him up?" McNeil asked wearily. "I don't think they can," Ash returned. "And what would you do, keep him here?" If we tried that, he'd scheme to escape and try to turn the tables on us. Now he'll keep away from Nodrin's village and out of sight for the time being. Lol's not too bright in some ways, but he's a good hunter. If he has reason for hiding out, it'll take a better hunter to track him. At least we know now that the Reds are afraid they did not make a clean sweep here. What happened, McNeil? While he was telling his story in more detail, both Ash and Ross worked on his burns, making him comfortable. Then Ash sat back as Ross prepared food. How did they spot the post? Ash rubbed his chin and frowned at the fire. Only way I can guess is that they picked up our post signal and pinpointed the source. That means they must have been hunting us for some time. No strangers about lately? McNeil shook his head. Our cover wasn't broken that way. Sanford was a wonder. If I hadn't known better, I would have sworn he was born one of the Beaker folk. He had a network of informants running all the way from here into Brittany. Amazing how he was able to work without arousing any suspicions. I suppose his being a member of the Smiths Guild was a big help. He could pick up a lot of news from any village where there was one at work. And I tell you, McNeil propped himself up on his elbow to exclaim more vehemently, there wasn't a whisper of trouble from here clear across the channel and pretty far to the north. We were already sure the south was clean before we ever took cover as Beakers, especially since their clans are thick in Spain. Ash chewed a broiled wing reflectively. Their permanent base with the transport has to be somewhere within the bounds of the territory they hold in our own time. They could plant it in Siberia and laugh at us, McNeil exploded. No hope of our getting in there. No. Ash threw the stripped bone into the fire and licked grease from his fingers. Then they would be faced with the old problem of distance. If what they are exploiting lay within their modern boundaries, we would never have tumbled to the thing in the first place. What the Reds want must lie outside their 20th century holdings, a slender point in our favor. Therefore they will plant their shift point as close to it as they can. Our transportation problem is more difficult than theirs will ever be. You know why we chose the Arctic for our base. It lies in a section of the world never populated by other than roving hunters. But I'll wager anything you want to name that their point is somewhere in Europe where they have people to contend with. If they are using a plane, they can't risk its being seen. I don't see why not, Ross broke in. These people couldn't possibly know what it was, Lurga's bird, magic. Ash shook his head. They must have the interference with history worry as much as we have. Anything of our own time has to be hidden or disguised in such a way that the native who may stumble upon it will never know it is man-made. Our sub is a whale to all appearances. Possibly their plane is a bird, but neither can bear too close an examination. We don't know what could result from a leak of real knowledge in this or any primitive time. How it might change history. But, Ross advanced what he believed to be the best argument against that reasoning. Suppose I handed Lol a gun and taught him to use it. He couldn't duplicate the weapon, the technology required lies so far beyond this age. These people couldn't reproduce such a thing. True enough. On the other hand, don't belittle the ingenuity of the Smiths or the native intelligence of men in any era. These tribesmen might not be able to reproduce your gun, but it would set them thinking along new lines. We might find that they would think our time right out of being. No, we dare not play tricks with the past. This is the same situation we faced immediately after the discovery of the atom bomb. Everybody raced to produce that new weapon and then sat around and shivered for fear we'd be crazy enough to use it on each other. The Reds have made new discoveries which we have to match, or we will go under. But back in time we have to be careful, both of us, or perhaps destroy the world we do live in. What do we do now? McNeil wanted to know. Murdoch and I came here only for a trial run. It's his test. The sub is to call for us about 9 days from now. So if we sit tight, if we can sit tight, McNeil lay down again, they will take us out. Meanwhile we have 9 days. They spent 3 more days in the cave. McNeil was on his feet and impatient to leave before Ash was able to hobble well enough to travel. Though Ross and McNeil took turns at hunting and guard duty, they saw no signs that the tribesmen were tracking them. Apparently Lal had done as he promised, withdrawing to the marsh and hiding there apart from his people. In the grey of pre-dawn on the fourth day Ash wakened Ross. Their fire had been buried with earth, and already the cave seemed bleak. They ate venison roasted the night before and went out into the chill of a fog. A little way down the valley McNeil joined them out of the mist from his guard post. Keeping their pace to one which favored Ash's healing wound, they made their way inland in the direction of the track linking the villages. Crossing that road they continued northward, the land beginning to rise under them. Far away they heard the blatting of sheep, the bark of a dog. In the fog, Ross stumbled in a shallow ditch beyond which lay a stubbled field. Ash paused to look about him, his nostrils expanding as if he were a hound smelling out their trail. The three went on, crossing a whole series of small, irregular fields. Ross was sure that the yield from any of these cleared strips must be scanty. The fog was thickening. Ash pressed the pace, using his handmade crutch carefully. He gave an audible sigh of relief when they were faced at last by two stone monoliths rising like pillars. A third stone lay across them, forming a rude arch through which they saw a narrow valley running back into the hills. Through the fog Ross could sense the eerie strangeness of the valley beyond the massive gate. He would have said that he was not superstitious, that he had merely studied these tribal beliefs as lessons, he had not accepted them. Yet now, if he had been alone, he would have avoided that place and turned aside from the valley, for that which waited within was not for him. To his secret relief Ash paused by the arch to wait. The older man gestured the other two into cover. Ross obeyed willingly, though the dank drops of condensing fog dripped on his cloak and wet his face as he brushed against prickly-leafed shrubs. Here were walls of evergreen plants and dwarfed pines almost as if this tunnel of year-round greenery had been planted with some purpose in mind. Once his companions had concealed themselves, Ash called, shrill but sweetly, with a bird's rising notes. 3 times he made that sound before a figure moved in the fog, the rough grey-white of its long cloak melting in the wisps of mist. Down that green tunnel, out of the heart of the valley, the other came, a loop of cloak concealing the entire figure. It halted right in back of the arch and Ash, making a gesture to the others to stay where they were, faced the muffled stranger. Hands and feet of the mother, she who sows what may be reaped. Outland stranger who is under the wrath of Lurga, the other mocked him in the voice of Casca. What do you want, outlander, that you dare to come here where no man may enter? That which you know. For on the night when Lurga came you also saw. Ross heard the hiss of a sharply drawn breath. How knew you that, outlander? Because you serve the mother and you are jealous for her and her service. If Lurga is a mighty god, you wanted to see his acts with your own eyes. When she finally answered, there was anger as well as frustration in her voice. And you know of my shame then, Asha. For Lurga came, on a bird he came, and he did even as he said he would. So now the village will make offerings to Lurga and beg his favor, and the mother will no more have those to hearken to her words and offer her the first fruits. But from whence came this bird which was Lurga, can you tell me that? She who waits upon the mother. What difference does it make from what direction Lurga came? That does not add nor take from his power. Casca moved beneath the arch, or does it in some strange way, Asha? Perhaps it does. Only tell me. She turned slowly and pointed over her right shoulder. From that way he came, Asha. Well did I watch, knowing that I was the mother's and that even Lurga's thunderbolts could not eat me up. Does knowing that make Lurga smaller in your eyes, Asha? When he has eaten up all that is yours and your kin with it? Perhaps, Asha repeated. I do not think Lurga will come so again. She shrugged, and the heavy cloak flapped. That shall be as it shall be, Asha. Now go, for it is not good that any man come hither. Casca paced back into the heart of the green tunnel, and Ross and McNeil came out of concealment. McNeil faced in the direction she had pointed. Northeast, he commented thoughtfully, the Baltic lies in that quarter. 8. And that is about all. 10 days later Ash, a dressing on his leg and a few of the pain lines smoothed from his face, sat on a bunk in the Arctic time post nursing a mug of coffee in his hands and smiling, a little crookedly, at Nelson Millard. Millard, Calgary's, Dr. Webb, all the top brass of the project had not only come through the transfer point to meet the three from Britain but were now crammed into the room, nearly pushing Ross and McNeil through the wall. Because this was it. What they had hunted for months, years, now lay almost within their grasp. Only Millard, the director, did not seem so confident. A big man with a bushy thatch of coarse graying hair and a heavy, fleshy face, he did not look like a brain. Yet Ross had been on the roster long enough to know that it was Millard's thick and hairy hands that gathered together all the loose threads of Operation Retrograde and deftly wove them into a workable pattern. Now the director leaned back in a chair which was too small for his bulk, chewing thoughtfully on a toothpick. So we have the first whiff of a trail, he commented without elation. A pretty strong lead. Calgary's broke in. Too excited to sit still, the major stood with his back against the door, as alert as if he were about to turn and face the enemy. The Reds wouldn't have moved against Gog if they did not consider it a menace to them. Their big base must be in this time sector. A big base, Millard corrected. The one we are after, no. And right now they may be switching times. Do you think they will sit here and wait for us to show up in force? But Millard's tone, intended to deflate, had no effect on the major. And just how long would it take them to dismantle a big base, that officer countered. At least a month. If we shoot a team in there in a hurry. Millard folded his huge hands over his barrel-shaped body and laughed, without a trace of humor. Just where do we send that team, Calgary's? Northeast of a coastal point in Britain is a rather vague direction, to say the least. Not, he spoke to Ash now, that you didn't do all you could, Ash. And you, McNeil, nothing to add? No, sir. They jumped us out of the blue when Sandy thought he had every possible line tapped, every safeguard working. I don't know how they caught on to us, unless they located our beam to this post. If so, they must have been deliberately hunting us for some time, because we only used the beam as scheduled. The Reds have patience and brains and probably some more of their surprise gadgets to help them. We have the patience and the brains, but not the gadgets. And time is against us. Get anything out of this, Webb? Millard asked the hitherto silent third member of his ruling committee. The quiet man adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, a flattish nose which did not support them very well. Just another point to add to our surmises. I would say that they are located somewhere near the Baltic Sea. There are old trade routes there, and in our own time it is a territory closed to us. We never did know too much about that section of Europe. Their installation may be close to the Finnish border. They could disguise their modern station under half a dozen covers, that is strange country. Millard's hands unfolded and he produced a notebook and pen from a shirt pocket. Won't hurt to stir up some of the present-day agents of the MI. And the rest. They might just come up with a useful hint. So you'd say the Baltic. But that is a big slice of country. Webb nodded. We have one advantage, the old trade routes. In the Beaker period they are pretty well marked. The major one into that section was established for the amber trade. The country is forested, but not so heavily as it was in an earlier period. The native tribes are mostly roving hunters, and fishermen along the coast. But they have had contact with traders. He shoved his glasses back into place with a nervous gesture. The Reds may run into trouble themselves there at this time. How? Calgary's demanded. Invasion of the Axe people. If they have not yet arrived, they are due very soon. They formed one of the big waves of migratory people, who flooded the country, settled there. Eventually they became the Norse or Celtic stock. We don't know whether they stamped out the native tribes they found there or assimilated them. That might be a nice point to have settled more definitely, McNeil commented. It could mean the difference between getting your skull split and continuing to breathe. I don't think they would tangle with the traders. Evidence found today suggests that the Beaker folk simply went on about their business in spite of a change in customers, Webb returned. Unless they were pushed into violence. Ash handed his empty mug to Ross. Don't forget Lurga's wrath. From now on our enemies might take a very dim view of any Beaker trade posts near their property. Webb shook his head slowly. A wholesale attack on Beaker establishments would constitute a shift in history. The Reds won't dare that, not just on general suspicion. Remember, they are not any more eager to tinker with history than we are. No, they will watch for us. We will have to stop communication by radio. We can't, snapped Millard vehemently. We can cut it down, but I won't send the boys out without some means of quick communication. You lab boys put your brains to work and see what you can turn out in the way of talk boxes that they can't snoop. Time. He drummed on his knee with his thick fingers. It all comes back to a question of time. Which we do not have, Ash observed in his usual quiet voice. If the Reds are afraid they have been spotted, they must be dismantling their post right now, working around the clock. We'll never again have such a good chance to nail them. We must move now. Millard's lids drooped almost shut. He might have been napping. Calgary stirred restlessly by the door, and Webb's round face had settled into what looked like permanent lines of disapproval. Doc, Millard spoke over his shoulder to the fourth man of his following, what is your report? Ash must be under treatment for at least 5 days. McNeil's burns aren't too bad, and Murdoch's slash is almost healed. 5 days, Millard droned, and then flashed a glance at the major. Personnel. We're tied down without any useful personnel. Who in processing could be switched without tangling them up entirely? No one. I can recall Jansen and Van Wyck. These axe people might be a good cover for them. The momentary light in Calgary's eyes faded. No, we have no proper briefing and can't get it until the tribe does appear on the map. I won't send any men in cold. Their blunders would not only endanger them but might menace the whole project. So that leaves us with you three, Millard said. We'll recall what men we can and brief them again as fast as possible. But you know how long that will take. In the meantime. Ash spoke directly to Webb, you can't pinpoint the region closer than just the Baltic. We can do this much, the other answered him slowly, and with obvious reluctance. We can send the sub cruising offshore there for the next 5 days. If there is any radio activity, any communication, we should be able to trace the beams. It all depends upon whether the Reds have any parties operating from their post. Flimsy. But something. Calgary seized upon it with the relief of one who needed action. And they will be waiting for just such a move on our part, Webb continued deliberately. All right, so they'll be watching. The major said, about to lose his temper, but it is about the only move we can make to back up the boys when they do go in. He whipped around the door and was gone. Webb got up slowly. I will work over the maps again, he told Ash. We haven't scouted that area, and we don't dare send a photoplane over it now. Any trip in will be a stab in the dark. When you have only one road, you take it, Ash replied. I'll be glad to see anything you can show me, Miles. If Ross had believed that his pre-trial run cramming had been a rigorous business, he was soon to laugh at that estimation. Since the burden of the next jump would rest on only 3 of them, Ash, McNeil, and himself, they were plunged into a whirlwind of instruction, until Ross, dazed and too tired to sleep on the 3rd night, believed that he was more completely bewildered than indoctrinated. He said as much sourly to McNeil. Base has pulled back 3 other teams, McNeil replied. But the men have to go to school again, and they won't be ready to come on for maybe 3-4 weeks. To change runs means unlearning stuff as well as learning it. What about new men? Don't think Calgary's isn't out now beating the bushes for some. Only, we have to be fitted to the physical type we are supposed to represent. For instance, set a small, dark-headed pugnose among your North Sea rovers, and he's going to be noticed, maybe remembered too well. We can't afford to take that chance. So Calgary's had to discover men who not only look the part but are also temperamentally fitted for this job. You can't plant a fellow who thinks as a seaman, not a seaman, you understand, but one whose mind works in that pattern, among a wandering tribe of cattle herders. The protection for the man and the project lies in his being fitted into the right spot at the right time. Ross had never really thought of that point before. Now he realized that he and Ash and McNeil were of a common mold. All about the same height, they shared brown hair and light eyes, Ash's blue, his own gray, and McNeil's hazel, and they were of similar build, small-boned, lean, and quick-moving. He had not seen any of the true Beakermen except on the films. But now, recalling those, he could see that the three-time traders were of the same general physical type as the far-roving people they used as a cover. It was on the morning of the fifth day while the three were studying a map Webb had produced that Calgary's, followed at his own weighty pace by Mill Laird, burst in upon them. "We have it. This time we have the luck." The red slipped. Oh, how they slipped. Webb watched the Major, a thin little smile pulling at his pursed mouth. "Miracles sometimes do happen," he remarked. "I suppose the sub has a fix for us." Calgary's passed over the flimsy strip of paper he had been waving as a banner of triumph. Webb read the notation on it and bent over the map, making a mark with one of those needle-sharp pencils which seemed to grow in his breast pocket, ready for use. Then he made a second mark. "Well, it narrows it a bit," he conceded. Ash looked in turn and laughed. "I would like to hear your definition of narrow sometime, Miles. Remember we have to cover this on foot, and a difference of 20 miles can mean a lot. That mark is quite a bit in from the sea." McNeil offered his own protest when he saw the marking. "We don't know that country." Webb shoved his glasses back for the 100th time that morning. "I suppose we could consider this critical, condition read," he said in such a dubious tone that he might have been begging someone to protest his statement. But no one did. Mill Laird was busy with the map. "I think we do, Miles." He looked to Ash. "You'll parachute in. The packs with which you will be equipped are special stuff. Once you have them off, sprinkle them with a powder Miles will provide, and in 10 minutes there won't be enough of them left for anyone to identify. We haven't but a dozen of these, and we can't throw them away except in a crisis. Find the base and rig up the detector. Your fix in this time will be easy, but it is the other end of the line we must have. Until you locate that, stick to the job. Don't communicate with us until you have it. There is the possibility," Ash pointed out, "the Reds may have more than one intermediate post. They probably have played it smart and set up a series of them to spoil a direct trace, as each would lead only to another farther back in time." "All right. If that proves true, just get us the next one back," Mill Laird returned. "From that we can trace them along if we must send in some of the boys wearing dinosaur skins later. We have to find their primary base, and if that hunt goes the hard way, well, we do it the hard way." "How did you get the fix?" McNeil asked. "One of their field parties ran into trouble and yelled for help." "Did they get it?" The Major grinned. "What do you think? You know the rules, and the ones the Reds play by are twice as tough on their own men." "What kind of trouble?" Ash wanted to know. "Some kind of a local religious dispute. We do our best with their code, but we're not 100% perfect in reading it. I gather they were playing with a local god and got their fingers burned." "Lurga again, eh?" Ash smiled. "Foolish," Webb said impatiently. "That is a silly thing to do. You were almost over the edge of prudence yourself, Gordon, with that Lurga business. To use the Great Mother was a ticklish thing to try, and you were lucky to get out of it so easily." "Once was enough," Ash agreed. though using it may have saved our lives. But I assure you I am not starting a holy war or setting up as a prophet. Ross had been taught something of map reading, but mentally he could not make what he saw on paper resemble the countryside. A few landmarks, if there were any outstanding ones, were all he could hope to impress upon his memory until he was actually on the ground. Landing there according to Millard's instruction was another experience he would not have chosen of his own accord. To jump was a matter of timing, and in the dark with a measure of rain thrown in, the action was anything but pleasant. Leaving the plane in a blind, follow-the-leader fashion, Ross found the descent into darkness one of the worst trials he had yet faced. But he did not make too bad a landing in the small park-like expanse they had chosen for their target. Ross pulled loose his harness and chute, dragging them to what he judged to be the center of the clearing. Hearing a plaintive bray from the air, he dodged as one of the two burden asses sent to join them landed and began to kick at its trappings. The animals they had chosen were the most docile available and they had been given sedation before the jump so that now, feeling Ross's hands, the donkey stood quietly while Ross stripped it of its hanging straps. Rosa, the sound of his beaker name called through the dark brought Ross facing in the other direction. Here, and I have one of the donkeys. And I the other. That was McNeil. Their eyes adjusted to a gloom which was not as thick as it would be in the forest and they worked fast. Then they dragged the parachutes together in a heap. The rain would, Webb had assured them, add to the rapid destruction wrought by the chemical he had provided. Ash shook it over the pile, and there was a faint greenish glow. Then they moved away to the woodland and made camp for the balance of the night. So much of their whole exploit depended upon luck, and this small part had been successful. Unless some agent had been stationed to watch for their arrival, Ross believed they could not be spotted. The rest of their plan was elastic. Posing as traders who had come to open a new station, they were to stay near a river which drained a lake and then angled southward to the distant sea. They knew this section was only sparsely settled by small tribes, hardly larger than family clans. These people were generations behind the civilized level of the villagers of Britain, roving hunters who followed the sweep of game north or south with the seasons. Along the seashore the fishermen had established more permanent holdings which were slowly becoming towns. There were perhaps a few hardy pioneer farmers on the southern fringes of the district, but the principal reason traders came to this region was to get amber and furs. The Beaker people dealt in both. Now as the three sheltered under the wide branches of a towering pine, Ash fumbled with a pack and brought out the beaker, which was the identifying mark of his adopted people. He measured into it a portion of the sour, stimulating drink which the traders introduced wherever they went. The cup passed from hand to hand, its taste unpleasant on the tongue, but comfortingly warm to one's middle. They took turns keeping the watch until the gray of false dawn became the clearer light of morning. After breakfasting on flat cakes of meal, they packed the donkeys, using the same knots and cross-lashing which were the mark of real Beaker traders. Their bows protected from dampness under their cloaks, they set out to find the river and their path southward. Ash led, Ross towed the donkeys, and McNeil brought up the rear. In the absence of a path they had to set a ragged course, keeping to the edge of the clearing until they saw the end of the lake. Wood smoke, Ash commented when they had completed 2/3 of their journey. Ross sniffed and was able to smell it too. Nodding to Ash, McNeil oozed into nothingness between the trees with an ease Murdoch envied. As they waited for him to return, Ross became conscious of another life about them, one busy with its own concerns, which were in no way those of human beings, except that food and perhaps shelter were to be reckoned among them. In Britain, Ross had known there were others of his kind about, but this was different. Here, he could have believed it if he had been told he was the first man to walk this way. A squirrel ran out on a tree limb and surveyed the two men with curious beady eyes, then clung head down on the tree trunk to see them better. One of the donkeys tossed its head, and the squirrel was gone with a flirt of its tail. Although it was quiet, there was a hum underneath the surface which Ross tried to analyze, to identify the many small sounds which went into its making. Perhaps because he was trying so hard, he noted the faint noise. His hand touched Ash's arm and a slight movement of his head indicated the direction of the sound. Then, as fluidly as he had melted into the woods, McNeil returned. "Company," he said in a soft voice. "What kind?" "Tribesmen, but wilder than any I've seen, even on the tapes. We are certainly out on the fringes now. These people look about cave level. I don't think they've ever heard of traders." "How many?" "3, maybe 4 families. Most of the males must be out hunting, but there are about 10 children and 6 or 7 women. I don't think they've had good luck lately by the look of them." "Maybe their luck and ours are going to turn together," Ash said, motioning Ross forward with the donkeys. "We will circle about them to the river and then try bartering later. But I do want to establish contact." 9. Not to be too hopeful, McNeil rubbed his arm across his hot face. So far, so good. After kicking from his path some of the branches Ross had lopped from the trees they had been felling, he went to help his companion roll another small log up to a shelter which was no longer temporary. If there had been any eyes other than the woodland hunters to spy upon them, they would have seen only the usual procedure of the beaker traders, busily constructing one of their posts. That they were being watched by the hunters, all 3 were certain. That there might be other spies in the forest, they had to assume for their own safety. They might prowl at night, but in the daytime all of the time agents kept within the bounds of the roles they were acting. Barter with the head men of the hunting clan had brought those shy people into the camp of the strangers who had such wonders to exchange for tanned deer hides and better furs. The news of the traders' arrival spread quickly during the short time they had been here, so that 2 other clans had sent men to watch the proceedings. With the trade came news which the agents sifted and studied. Each of them had a list of questions to insert into their conversations with the tribesmen if and when that was possible. Although they did not share a common speech with the forest men, signs were informative and certain nouns could be quickly learned. In the meantime Ash became friendly with the nearest and first of the clan groups they discovered, going hunting with the men as an excuse to penetrate the unknown section they must quarter in their search for the red base. Ross drank river water and mopped his own hot face. If the Reds aren't traders, he mused aloud, what is their cover? McNeil shrugged. A hunting tribe, fishermen. Where would they get the women and children? The same way they get their men, recruit them in our own time. Or in the way lots of tribes grew during periods of stress. Ross set down the water jug. You mean, kill off the men, take over their families? This was a cold-bloodedness he found sickening. Although he had always prided himself on his toughness, several times during his training at the project he had been confronted by things which shook his belief in his own strong stomach and nerve. It has been done, McNeil remarked bleakly, hundreds of times by invaders. In this setup, small family clans, widely scattered, that move would be very easy. They would have to pose as farmers, not hunters, Ross pointed out. They couldn't move a base around with them. All right, so they set up a farming village. Oh, I see what you mean, there isn't any village around here. Yet they are here, maybe underground. How right their guesses were. They learned that night when Ash returned, a deer's haunch on his shoulder. Ross knew him well enough by now to sense his preoccupation. You found something? A new set of ghosts, Ash replied with a strange little smile. Ghosts. McNeil pounced upon that. The Reds like to play the supernatural angle, don't they? First the voice of Lurga and now ghosts. What do these ghosts do? They inhabit a bit of mountainous territory southeast of here, a stretch strictly taboo for all hunters. We were following a bison track until the beast headed for the ghost country. Then Ulfa called us off in a hurry. It seems that the hunter who goes in there after his quarry never reappears, or if he does, it's in a damaged condition, blown upon by ghosts and burned to death. That's one point. He sat down by the fire and stretched his arms wearily. The second is a little more disturbing for us. A beaker camp about 20 miles south of here, as far as I can judge, was exterminated just a week ago. The message was passed to me because I was thought to be a kinsman of the slain. McNeil sat up. Done because they were hunting us? Might well be. On the other hand, the affair may have been just one of general precaution. The ghosts did it? Ross wanted to know. I asked that. No, it seems that strange tribesmen overran it at night. At night? McNeil whistled. Just so. Asha's tone was dry. The tribes do not fight that way. Either someone slipped up in his briefing, or the Reds are overconfident and don't care about the rules. But it was the work of tribesmen, or their counterfeits. There is also a nasty rumor speeding about that the ghosts do not relish traitors and that they might protest intrusions of such with penalties all around. Like the wrath of Lurga, supplied Ross. There is a certain repetition in this which suggests a lot to the suspicious mind, Ash agreed. I'd say no more hunting expeditions for the present, McNeil said. It is too easy to mistake a friend for a deer and weep over his grave afterward. That is a thought which entered my mind several times this afternoon, Ash agreed. These people are deceptively simple on the surface, but their minds do not work along the same patterns as ours. We try to outwit them, but it takes only one slip to make it fatal. In the meantime, I think we'd better make this place a little more snug, and it might be well to post sentries as unobtrusively as possible. How about faking some signs of a ruined camp and heading into the blue ourselves? McNeil asked. We could strike for the Ghost Mountains, traveling by night, and Ulfa's crowd would think we were finished off. An idea to keep in mind. The point against it would be the missing bodies. It seems that the tribesmen who raided the Beaker camp left some very distasteful evidence of what happened to the camp's personnel. And those we can't produce to cover our trail. McNeil was not yet convinced. We might be able to fake something along that line, too. We may have to fake nothing, Ross cut in softly. He was standing close to the edge of the clearing where they were building their hut, his hand on one of the saplings in the palisade they had set up so laboriously that day. Ash was beside him in an instant. What is it? Ross's hours of listening to the sounds of the wilderness were his measuring gauge now. That bird has never called from inland before. It is the blue one we've seen fishing for frogs along the river. Ash, not even glancing at the forest, went for the water jug. Get your trail supplies, he ordered. Their leather pouches which held enough iron rations to keep them going were always at hand. McNeil gathered them from behind the fur curtain fronting their half-finished cabin. Again the bird called, its cry piercing and covering a long distance. Ross could understand why a careless man would select it for the signal. He crossed the clearing to the donkey's shelter, slashing through their nose halters. Probably the patient little beasts would swiftly fall victims to some forest prowlers, but at least they would have their chance to escape. McNeil, his cloak slung about him to conceal the ration bags, picked up the leather bucket as if he were merely going down to the river for water, and came to join Ross. They believed that they were carrying it off well, that the camp must appear normal to any lurkers in the woods. But either they had made some slip or the enemy was impatient. An arrow sped out of the night to flash across the fire, and Ash escaped death only because he had leaned forward to feed the flames. His arm swung out and sent the water in the jar hissing onto the blaze as he himself rolled in the other direction. Ross plunged for the brush with McNeil. Lying flat on the half-frozen ground, they started to work their way to the river bank where the open area would make surprise less possible. Ash? He whispered and felt McNeil's warm breath on his cheek as he replied. He'll make it the other way. He's the best we have for this sort of job. They made a worm's progress, twice lying, with dagger in hand, while they listened to a faint rustle which betrayed the passing of one of the attackers. Both times Ross was tempted to rise and try to cut off the stranger, but he fought down the impulse. He had learned a control of himself that would have been impossible for him a few months earlier. The glimmer of the river was pale through the clumps of bushes which sometimes grew into the flood. In this country winter still clung tenaciously in shadowy places with cups of leftover snow, and there was a bite in the wind and water. Ross rose to his knees with an involuntary gasp as a scream cut through the night. He wrenched around toward the camp, only to feel McNeil's hand clamp on his forearm. "That was a donkey," whispered McNeil urgently. "Come on, let's go down to that ford we discovered." They turned south, daring now to trot, half bent to the ground. The river was swollen with spring floods which were only now beginning to subside, but 2 days earlier they had noticed a sandbar at one spot. By crossing that shelf across the bed, they might hope to put water between them and the unknown enemy tonight. It would give them a breathing space, even though Ross privately shrank from the thought of plowing into the stream. He had seen good-sized trees swirling along in the current only yesterday. And to make such a dash in the dark. From McNeil's throat burst a startling sound which Ross had last heard in Britain, the questing howl of a hunting wolf. The cry was answered seconds later from downstream. Ash. They worked their way along the edge of the water with continued care, until they came upon Ash at last, so much a part of his background that Ross started when the lump he had taken for a bush hunched forward to join them. Together they made the river crossing and turned south again to head for the mountains. It was then that disaster struck. Ross heard no bird call warning this time. Though he was on guard, he never sensed the approach of the man who struck him down from behind. One moment he had been trailing McNeil and Ash, the next moment was black nothingness. He was aware of a throb of pain which carried throughout his body and then localized in his head. Forcing open his eyes, the dazzle of light was like a spear point striking directly into his head, intensifying his pain to agony. He brought his hand up to his face and felt stickiness there. Asha, he believed he called that aloud, but he did not even hear his own voice. They were in a valley, a wolf had attacked him out of the bushes. Wolf? No, the wolf was dead, but then it came alive again to howl on a river bank. Ross forced his eyes open once more, enduring the pain of beams he recognized as sunshine. He turned his head to avoid the glare. It was hard to focus, but he fought to steady himself. There was some reason why it was necessary to move, to get away. But away from what and where? When Ross tried to think he could only see muddled pictures which had no connection. Then a moving object crossed his very narrow field of vision, passing between him and a thing he knew was a tree trunk. A 4-footed creature with a red tongue hanging from its jaws. It came toward him stiff-legged, growling low in its throat, and sniffed at his body before barking in short excited bursts of sound. The noise hurt his head so much that Ross closed his eyes. Then a shock of icy liquid thrown into his face aroused him to make a feeble protest, and he saw, hanging over him in a strange upside-down way, a bearded face which he knew from the past. Hands were laid on him and the roughness with which he was moved sent Ross spiraling back into the dark once again. When he aroused for the second time it was night and the pain in his head was dulled. He put out his hands and discovered that he lay on a pile of fur robes, and was covered by one. Asha, again he tried that name. But it was not Asha who came in answer to his feeble call. The woman who knelt beside him with a horn cup in her hand had neatly braided hair in which gray strands showed silver by firelight. Ross knew he had seen her before, but again where and when eluded him. She slipped a sturdy arm under his head and raised him while the world whirled about. The edge of the horn cup was pressed to his lips, and he drank bitter stuff which burned in his throat and lit a fire in his insides. Then he was left to himself once again, and in spite of his pain and bewilderment he slept. How many days he lay in the camp of Ulfa, tended by the chief's head wife, Ross found it hard to reckon. It was Frigga who had argued the tribe into caring for a man they believed almost dead when they found him. And who nursed Ross back to life with knowledge acquired through 100 exchanges between those wise women who were the doctors and priestesses of these roaming peoples. Why Frigga had bothered with the injured stranger at all Ross learned when he was able to sit up and marshal his bewildered thoughts into some sort of order. The matriarch of the tribe thirsted for knowledge. That same urge which had led her to certain experiments with herbs, had made her consider Ross a challenge to her healing skill. When she knew that he would live she determined to learn from him all he had to give. Ulfa and the men of the tribe might have eyed the metal weapons of the traders with awe and avid desire, but Frigga wanted more than trade goods. She wanted the secret of the making of such cloth as the strangers wore, everything she could learn of their lives and the lands through which they had come. She plied Ross with endless questions which he answered as best he could, for he lay in an odd dreamy state where only the present had any reality. The past was dim and far away, and while he was now and then dimly aware that he had something to do, he forgot it easily. The chief and his men prowled the half-built station after the attackers had withdrawn, bringing back with them a handful of loot, a bronze razor, 2 skinning knives, some fishhooks, a length of cloth which Frigga appropriated. Ross eyed this spoil indifferently, making no claim upon it. His interest in everything about him was often blanked out by headaches which kept him limp on his bed, uncaring and stupid for hours or even full days. He gathered that the tribe had been living in fear of an attack from the same raiders who had wiped out the trading post. But at last their scouts returned with the information that the enemy had gone south. There was one change of which Ross was not aware but which might have startled both Ash and McNeil. Ross Murdoch had indeed died under that blow which had left him unconscious beside the river. The young man whom Frigga had drawn back to sense and a slow recovery was Rosa of the Beaker people. This same Rosa nursed a hot desire for vengeance against those who had struck him down and captured his kinsman, a feeling which the family tribe who had rescued him could well understand. There was the same old urgency pushing him to try his strength now, to keep to his feet even when they were unsteady. His bow was gone, but Ross spent hours fashioning another, and he traded his copper bracelet for the best dozen arrows in Ulfa's camp. The jet pin from his cloak he presented to Frigga with all his gratitude. Now that his strength was coming back he could not rest easy in the camp. He was ready to leave, even though the gashes on his head were still tender to the touch. Ulfa indulgently planned a hunt southward, and Rosa took the trail with the tribesmen. He broke with the clan hunters when they turned aside at the beginning of the taboo land. Ross, his own mind submerged and taken over by his beaker cover, hesitated too. Yet he could not give up, and the others left him there, his eyes on the forbidden heights, unhappy and tormented by more than the headaches which still came and went with painful regularity. In the mountains lay what he sought, a hidden something within his brain told him that over and over, but the mountains were taboo, and he should not venture into them. How long he might have hesitated there if he had not come upon the trail, Ross did not know. But on the day after the hunters of Ulfa's clan left, a glint of sunlight striking between 2 trees pointed out a woodsman's blaze on a 3rd tree trunk. The 2 halves of Ross's memory clicked together for an instant as he examined that cut. He knew that it marked a trace and he pushed on, hunting a 2nd cut and then a 3rd. Convinced that these would lead him into the unknown territory, Ross's desire to explore overcame the grafted superstitions of his briefing. There were other signs that this was an often traveled route, a spring cleared of leaves and walled with stone, a couple of steps cut in the turf on a steep slope. Ross moved warily, alert to any sound. He might not be an expert woodsman, but he was learning fast, perhaps the faster because his false memories now supplanted the real ones. That night he built no fire, crawling instead into the heart of a rotted log to sleep, awakening once to the call of a wolf and another time at the distant crash of a dead tree yielding to wind. In the morning he was about to climb back to the trail he had prudently left the night before when he saw 5 bearded, fur-clad men looking much the same as Ulfa's people. Ross hugged the earth and watched them pass out of sight before he followed. All that day he wove an up-and-down trail behind the small band, sometimes catching sight of them as they topped a rise well ahead or stopped to eat. It was late afternoon when he crept cautiously to the top of a ridge and gazed down into a valley. There was a town in that valley, sturdy houses of logs behind a stockade. He had seen towns vaguely like it before, yet it had a dreamlike quality as if it were not as real as it appeared. Ross rested his chin on his arms and watched that town and the people moving in it. Some were fur-clad hunters, but others dressed quite differently. He started up with a little cry at the sight of one of the men who had walked so swiftly from one house to the next. Surely he was a beaker trader. His unease grew stronger with every moment he watched, but it was the oddness he sensed in that town which bothered him and not any warning that he, himself, was in danger. He had gotten to his knees to see better when out of nowhere a rope sang through the air, settling about his chest with a vicious jerk which not only drove the air from his lungs but pinioned his arms tight to his body. 10. Having been cuffed and battered into submission more quickly than would have been possible 3 weeks earlier, Murdoch now stood sullenly surveying the man who, though he dressed like a beaker trader, persisted in using a language Ross did not know. "We do not play as children here." At last the man spoke words Ross could understand. "You will answer me or else others shall ask the questions," and less gently. "I say to you now, who are you and from where do you come?" For a moment Ross glowered across the table at him, his inbred antagonism to authority aroused by that contemptuous demand, but then common sense cautioned. His initial introduction to this village had left him bruised and with one of his headaches. There was no reason to let them beat him until he was in no shape to make a break for freedom when and if there was an opportunity. "I am Rosa of the traders," he returned, eyeing the man with a carefully measured stare. "I came into this land in search of my kinsmen who were taken by raiders in the night." The man, who sat on a stool by the table, smiled slowly. Again he spoke in the strange tongue, and Ross merely stared stolidly back. His words were short and explosive sounding, and the man's smile faded, his annoyance grew as he continued to speak. One of Ross's 2 guards ventured to interrupt, using the beaker language. "From where did you come?" He was a quiet-faced, slender man, not like his companion, who had roped Murdoch from behind and was of the bully breed, able to subdue Ross's wildcat resistance in a very short struggle. "I came to this land from the south," Ross answered, "after the manner of my people. This is a new land with furs and the golden tears of the sun to be gathered and bartered. The traders move in peace, and their hands are raised against no man. Yet in the darkness there came those who would slay without profit, for what reason I have no knowing." The quiet man continued the questioning and Ross answered fully with details of the past of one Rosa, a beaker merchant. Yes, he was from the south. His father was Gertie, who had a trading post in the warm lands along the big river. This was Rosa's first trip to open new territory. He had come with his father's blood brother, Asha, who was a noted far voyager, and it was an honor to be chosen as donkey leader for such a one as Asha. With Asha had been Macna, one who was also a far trader, though not as noted as Asha. Of a certainty, Asha was of his own race. Ross blinked at that question. One need only to look upon him to know that he was of trader blood and no uncivilized woods runner. How long had he known Asha? Ross shrugged. Asha had come to his father's post the winter before and had stayed with them through the cold season. Gertie and Asha had mingled blood after he pulled Gertie free from the river in flood. Asha had lost his boat and trade goods in that rescue, so Gertie had made good his loss this year. Detail by detail he gave the story. In spite of the fact that he provided these details glibly, sure that they were true, Ross continued to be haunted by an odd feeling that he was indeed reciting a tale of adventure which had happened long ago and to someone else. Perhaps that pain in his head made him think of these events as very colorless and far away. It would seem, the quiet man turned to the one behind the table, that this is indeed one Rosa, a beaker trader. But the man looked impatient, angry. He made a sign to the other guard, who turned Ross around roughly and sent him toward the door with a shove. Once again the leader gave an order in his own language, adding a few words more with a stinging snap that might have been a threat or a warning. Ross was thrust into a small room with a hard floor and not even a skin rug to serve as a bed. Since the quiet man had ordered the removal of the ropes from Ross's arms, he leaned against the wall, rubbing the pain of returning circulation away from his wrists and trying to understand what had happened to him and where he was. Having spied upon it from the heights, he knew it wasn't an ordinary trading station, and he wanted to know what they did here. Also, somewhere in this village he hoped to find Asha and Macna. At the end of the day his captors opened the door only long enough to push inside a bowl and a small jug. He felt for those in the dusk, dipping his fingers into a lukewarm mush of meal and drinking the water from the jug avidly. His headache dulled, and from experience Ross knew that this bout was almost over. If he slept, he would waken with a clearer mind and no pain. Knowing he was very tired, he took the precaution of curling up directly in front of the door so that no one could enter without arousing him. It was still dark when he awoke with a curious urgency remaining from a dream he could not remember. Ross sat up, flexing his arms and shoulders to combat the stiffness which had come with his cramped sleep. He could not rid himself of a feeling that there was something to be done and that time was his enemy. Asha. Gratefully he seized on that. He must find Asha and Makna, for the three of them could surely discover a way to get out of this village. That was what was so important. He had been handled none too gently, and they were holding him a prisoner. But Ross believed that this was not the worst which could happen to him here, and he must be free before the worst did come. The question was, how could he escape? His bow and dagger were gone, and he did not even have his long cloak pin for a weapon, since he had given that to Frigga. Running his hands over his body, Ross inventoried what remained of his clothing and possessions. He unfastened the bronze chain belt still buckled in his kilt tunic, swinging the length speculatively in one hand. A masterpiece of craftsmanship, it consisted of patterned plates linked together with a series of 5 finely wrought chains and a front buckle in the form of a lion's head, its protruding tongue serving as a hook to support a dagger sheath. Its weight promised a weapon of sorts, which when added to the element of surprise might free him. By rights they would be expecting him to produce some opposition, however. It was well known that only the best fighters, the shrewdest minds, followed the trader's roads. It was a proud thing to be a trader in the wilderness, a thought that warmed Ross now as he waited in the dark for what luck and Bobal of the Bright Horns would send. Were he ever to return to Gertie's post, Bobal, whose boat rode across the sky from dawn to dusk, would have a fine ox, jars of the first brewing, and sweet-smelling amber laid upon his altar. Ross had patience which he had learned from the mixed heritage of his two pasts, the real and the false graft. He could wait as he had waited many times before, quiet, and with outward ease, for the right moment to come. It came now with footsteps ringing sharply, halting before his cell door. With the noiseless speed of a hunting cat, Ross flung himself from behind the door to a wall, where he would be hidden from the newcomer for that necessary instant or two. If his attack was to be successful, it must occur inside the room. He heard the sound of a bar being slid out of its brackets, and he poised himself, the belt rippling from his right hand. The door was opening inward, and a man stood silhouetted against the outer light. He muttered, looking toward the corner where Ross had thrown his single garment in a roll which might just resemble, for the needed second or two, a man curled in slumber. The man in the doorway took the bait, coming forward far enough for Ross to send the door slamming shut as he himself sprang with the belt aimed for the other's head. There was a startled cry, cut off in the middle as the belt plates met flesh and bone in a crushing force. Luck was with him. Ross caught up his kilt and belted it around him after he had made a hurried examination of the body now lying at his feet. He was not sure that the man was dead, but at any rate he was completely unconscious. Ross stripped off the man's cloak, located his dagger, freed it from the belt hook, and snapped it on his own. Then inch by inch Ross edged open the door, peering through the crack. As far as he could see, the hall was empty, so he jerked the portal open, and dagger in hand, sprang out, ready for attack. He closed the door, slipping the bar back into its brackets. If the man inside revived and pounded for attention, his own friends might think it was Ross and delay investigating. But the escape from the cell was the easiest part of what he planned to do, as Ross well knew. To find Asha and Makna in this maze of rooms occupied by the enemy was far more difficult. Although he had no idea in which of the village buildings they might be confined, this one was the largest and seemed to be the headquarters of the chief men, which meant it could also serve as their prison. Light came from a torch in a bracket halfway down the hall. The wood burned smokily, giving off a resinous odor, and to Ross the glow was sufficient illumination. He slipped along as close to the wall as he could, ready to freeze at the slightest sound. But this portion of the building might well have been deserted, for he saw or heard no one. He tried the only two doors opening out of the hall, but they were secured on the other side. Then he came to a bend in the corridor, and stopped short, hearing a murmur of low voices. If he had used a hunter's tricks of silent tread and vigilant wariness before, Ross was doubly on guard now as he wriggled to a point from which he could see beyond that turn. Mere luck prevented him from giving himself away a moment later. Asha. Asha, alive, well, apparently under no restraint, was just turning away from the same quiet man who had had a part in Ross's interrogation. That was surely Asha's brown hair, his slender wiry body draped with a beaker's kilt. A familiar tilt of the head convinced Ross, though he could not see the man's face. The quiet man went down the hall, leaving Asha before a door. As he passed through it, Ross sped forward and followed him inside. Asha had crossed the bare room and was standing on a glowing plate in the floor. Ross, aroused to desperate action by some fear he did not understand, leaped after him. His left hand fell upon Asha's shoulder, turning the man half around as Ross, too, stepped upon the patch of luminescence. Murdoch had only an instant to realize that he was staring into the face of an astonished stranger. His hand flashed up in an edgewise blow which caught the other on the side of the throat, and then the world came apart about them. There was a churning, whirling sickness which griped and bent Ross almost double across the crumpled body of his victim. He held his head lest it be torn from his shoulders by the spinning thing which seemed based behind his eyes. The sickness endured only for a moment, and some buried part of Ross's mind accepted it as a phenomenon he had experienced before. He came out of it gasping, to focus his attention once more on the man at his feet. The stranger was still breathing. Ross stooped to drag him from the plate and began binding and gagging him with lengths torn from his kilt. Only when his captive was secure did he begin looking about him curiously. The room was bare of any furnishings, and now, as he glanced at the floor, Ross saw that the plate had lost its glow. The beaker trader Rosa rubbed sweating palms on his kilt and thought fleetingly of forest ghosts and other mysteries. Not that the traders bowed to those ghosts which were the plague of lesser men and tribes, but anything which suddenly appeared and then disappeared without any logical explanation, needed thinking on. Murdoch pulled the prisoner, who was now reviving, to the far end of the room and then went back to the plate with the persistence of a man who refused to treat with ghosts and wanted something concrete to explain the unexplainable. Though he rubbed his hands across the smooth surface of the plate, it did not light up again. His captive having writhed himself half out of the corner of the room, Ross debated the wisdom of another silencing, say a tap on the skull with the heavy hilt of his dagger. Deciding against it because he might need a guide, he freed the victim's ankle bonds and pulled him to his feet, holding the dagger ready where the man could see it. Were there any more surprises to be encountered in this place, Asha's double would test them first. The door did not lead to the same corridor, or even the same kind of corridor Ross had passed through moments earlier. Instead they entered a short passage with walls of some smooth stuff which had almost the sheen of polished metal and were sleek and cold to the touch. In fact, the whole place was chill as river water in the spring. Still herding the prisoner before him, Ross came to the nearest door and looked within, to be faced by incomprehensible frames of metal rods and boxes. Rosa of the traders marveled and stared, but again, he realized that what he saw was not altogether strange. Part of one wall was a board on which small lights flashed and died, to flash again in winks of bright color. A mysterious object made of wire and discs hung across the back of a chair standing nearby. The bound man lurched for the chair and fell, rolling toward the wall. Ross pushed him on until he was hidden behind one of the metal boxes. Then he made the rounds of the room, touching nothing, but studying what he could not understand. Puffs of warm air came in through grills near the floor, but the room had the same general chill as the hall outside. Meanwhile the lights on the board had become more active, flashing on and off in complex patterns. Ross now heard a buzzing, as if a swarm of angry insects were gathered for an attack. Crouching beside his captive, Ross watched the lights, trying to discover the source of the sound. The buzz grew shriller, almost demanding. Ross heard the tramp of heavy footgear in the corridor, and a man entered the room, crossing purposefully to the chair. He sat down and drew the wiran disc frame over his head. His hands moved under the lights, but Ross could not guess what he was doing. The captive at Murdoch's side tried to stir, but Ross's hand pinned him quiet. The shrill noise which had originally summoned the man at the lights was interrupted by a sharp pattern of long and short sounds, and his hands flew even more quickly while Ross took in every detail of the other's clothing and equipment. He was neither a shaggy tribesman nor a trader. He wore a dull green outer garment cut in one piece to cover his arms and legs as well as his body, and his hair was so short that his round skull might have been shaven. Ross rubbed the back of his wrist across his eyes, experiencing again that dim other memory. Odd as this man looked, Murdoch had seen his like before somewhere, yet the background had not been Gertie's post on the southern river. Where and when had he, Rosa, ever been with such strange beings? And why could he not remember it all more clearly? Boots sounded once more in the hall, and another figure strode in. This one wore furs, but he, too, was no woods hunter, Ross realized as he studied the newcomer in detail. The loose overshirt of thick fur with its hood thrown back, the high boots, and all the rest were not of any primitive fashioning. And the man had 4 eyes. One pair were placed normally on either side of his nose, and the other 2, black-rimmed and murky, were set above on his forehead. The fur-clad man tapped the one seated at the board. He freed his head partially from the wire cage so that they could talk together in a strange language while lights continued to flash and the buzzing died away. Ross's captive wriggled with renewed vigor and at last thrashed free a foot to kick at one of the metal installations. The resulting clang brought both men around. The one at the board tore his head cage off as he jumped to his feet, while the other brought out a gun. Gun. One little fraction of Ross's mind wondered at his recognition of that black thing and of the danger it promised, even as he prepared for battle. He pushed his captive across the path of the man in fur and threw himself in the other direction. There was a blast to make a torment in his head as he hurled toward the door. So intent was Ross upon escape that he did not glance behind but skidded out on his hands and knees, thus fortunately presenting a poor target to the third man coming down the hall. Ross's shoulder hit the newcomer at thigh level, and they tangled in a struggling mass which saved Ross's life as the others burst out behind them. Ross fought grimly, his hands and feet moving in blows he was not conscious of planning. His opponent was no easy match and at last Ross was flattened, in spite of his desperate efforts. He was whirled over, his arms jerked behind him, and cold metal rings snapped about his wrists. Then he was rolled back, to lie blinking up at his enemies. All 3 men gathered over him, barking questions which he could not understand. One of them disappeared and returned with Ross's former captive, his mouth a straight line and a light in his eyes Ross understood far better than words. "You are the traitor prisoner." The man who looked like Asha leaned over Murdoch, patches of red on his tanned skin where the gag and wrist bonds had been. "I am Rosa, son of Gertie, of the traitors," Ross returned, meeting what he read in the other's expression with a ready defiance. "I was a prisoner, yes. But you did not keep me one for long then, nor shall you now." The man's thin upper lip lifted. "You have done yourself ill, my young friend. We have a better prison here for you, one from which you shall not escape." He spoke to the other men, and there was the ring of an order in his voice. They pulled Ross to his feet, pushing him ahead of them. During the short march Ross used his eyes, noticing things he could not identify in the rooms through which they passed. Men called questions and at last they paused long enough, Ross firmly in the hold of the fur-clad guard, for the other 2 to put on similar garments. Ross had lost his cloak in the fight, but no fur shirt was given him. He shivered more and more as the chill which clung to that warren of rooms and halls bit into his half-clad body. He was certain of only one thing about this place: he could not possibly be in the crude buildings of the valley village. However, he was unable to guess where he was and how he had come there. Finally, They went down a narrow room filled with bulky metal objects of bright scarlet or violet that gleamed weirdly and were equipped with rods along which all the colors of the rainbow ringed. Here was a round door, and when one of the guards used both hands to tug it open, the cold that swept in at them was a frigid breath that burned as it touched bare skin. 11. It took Ross a while to learn that the dirty white walls of this tunnel, which were almost entirely opaque, with dark objects showing dimly through them here and there, were of solid ice. A black wire was hooked overhead and at regular intervals hung with lights which did nothing to break the sensation of glacial cold about them. Ross shuddered. Every breath he drew stung in his lungs. His bare shoulders and arms and the exposed section of thigh between kilt and boot were numb. He could only move on stiffly, pushed ahead by his guards when he faltered. He guessed that were he to lose his footing here and surrender to the cold, he would forfeit the battle entirely and with it his life. He had no way of measuring the length of the boring through the solid ice, but they were at last fronted by another opening, a ragged one which might have been hacked with an axe. They emerged from it into the wildest scene Ross had ever seen. Of course, he was familiar with ice and snow, but here was a world surrendered completely to the brutal force of winter in a strange, abnormal way. It was a still, dead white-gray world in which nothing moved save the wind which curled the drifts. His guards covered their eyes with the murky lenses they had worn pushed up on their foreheads within the shelter, for above them sunlight dazzled on the ice crest. Ross, his eyes smarting, kept his gaze centered on his feet. He was given no time to look about. A rope was produced, a loop of it flipped in a noose about his throat, and he was towed along like a leashed dog. Before them was a path worn in the snow, not only by the passing of booted feet, but with more deeply scored marks as if heavy objects had been slid there. Ross slipped and stumbled in the ruts, fearing to fall lest he be dragged. The numbness of his body reached into his head. He was dizzy, the world about him misting over now and again with a haze which arose from the long stretches of unbroken snow fields. Tripping in a rut, he went down upon one knee, his flesh too numbed now to feel the additional cold of the snow so hard that its crust delivered a knife's cut. Unemotionally, he watched a thin line of red trickle in a sluggish drop or two down the blue skin of his leg. The rope jerked him forward, and Ross scrambled awkwardly until one of his captors hooked a fur mitten in his belt and heaved him to his feet once more. The purpose of that trek through the snow was obscure to Ross. In fact, he no longer cared, save that a hard rebel core deep inside him would not let him give up as long as his legs could move and he had a scrap of conscious will left in him. It was more difficult to walk now. He skidded and went down twice more. Then, the last time he slipped, he slid past the man who led him, sliding down the slope of a glass-slick slope. He lay at the foot, unable to get up. Through the haze and deadening blanket of the cold he knew that he was being pulled about, shaken, generally mishandled, but this time he could not respond. Someone snapped open the rings about his wrists. There was a call, echoing eerily across the ice. The fumbling about his body changed to a tugging and once more he was sent rolling down the slope. But the rope was now gone from his throat, and his arms were free. This time when he brought up hard against an obstruction he was not followed. Ross's conscious mind, that portion of him that was Rosa, the traitor, was content to lie there, to yield to the lethargy born of the frigid world about him. But the subconscious Ross Murdoch of the project prodded at him. He had always had a certain cold hatred which could crystallize and become a spur. Once it had been hatred of circumstances and authority. Now it became hatred for those who had led him into this wilderness with the purpose, as he knew now, of leaving him to freeze and die. Ross pulled his hands under him. Though there was no feeling in them, they obeyed his will clumsily. He levered himself up and looked around. He lay in a narrow crevice-like cut, partly walled in by earth so frozen as to resemble steel. Crusted over it in long streaks from above were tongues of ice. To remain here was to serve his captor's purpose. Ross inched his way to his feet. This opening, which was intended as his grave, was not so deep as the men had thought it in their hurry to be rid of him. He believed that he could climb out if he could make his body answer to his determination. Somehow Ross made that supreme effort and came again to the rutted path from which they had tumbled him. Even if he could, there was no sense in going along that rutted trail, for it led back to the ice-encased building from which he had been brought. They had thrust him out to die, they would not take him in. But a road so well marked must have some goal, and in hopes that he might find shelter at the other end, Ross turned to the left. The trace continued down the slope. Now the towering walls of ice and snow were broken by rocky teeth as if they had bitten deep upon this land, only to be gnawed in return. Rounding one of those rock fangs, Ross looked at a stretch of level ground. Snow lay here, but the beaten-down trail led straight through it to the rounded side of a huge globe half buried in the ground, a globe of dark material which could only be man-made. Ross was past caution. He must get to warmth and shelter or he was done for, and he knew it. Wavering and weaving, he went on, his attention fixed on the door ahead, a closed oval door. With a sob of exhausted effort, Ross threw himself against it. The barrier gave, letting him fall forward into a queer glimmering radiance of bluish light. The light rousing him because it promised more, he crawled on past another door which was flattened back against the inner wall. It was like making one's way down a tube. Ross paused, pressing his lifeless hands against his bare chest under the edge of his tunic, suddenly realizing that there was warmth here. His breath did not puff out in frosty streamers before him, nor did the air sear his lungs when he ventured to draw in more than shallow gulps. With that realization a measure of animal caution returned to him. To remain where he was, just inside the entrance, was to court disaster. He must find a hiding place before he collapsed, for he sensed he was very near the end of his ability to struggle. Hope had given him a flash of false strength, the impetus to move, and he must make the most of that gift. His path ended at a wide ladder, coiling in slow curves into gloom below and shadows above. He sensed that he was in a building of some size. He was afraid to go down, for even looking in that direction almost finished his sense of balance, so he climbed up. Step by step, Ross made that painful journey, passing levels from which 3 or 4 hallways ran out like the radii of a spider's web. He was close to the end of his endurance when he heard a sound, echoed, magnified, from below. It was someone moving. He dragged his body into the 4th level where the light was very faint, hoping to crawl far enough into one of the passages to remain unseen from the stair. But he had gone only part way down his chosen road when he collapsed, panting, and fell back against the wall. His hands pawed vainly against that sleek surface. He was falling through it. Ross had a second, perhaps 2, of stupefied wonder. Lying on a soft surface, he was enfolded by a warmth which eased his bruised and frozen body. There was a sharp prick in his thigh, another in his arm, and the world was a hazy dream until he finally slept in the depths of exhaustion. There were dreams, detailed ones, and Ross stirred uneasily as his sleep thinned to waking. He lay with his eyes closed, fitting together odd bits of dreams. No, he was certain that they were memories. Rosa of the Beaker Traders and Ross Murdoch of the Project were again fused into one and the same person. How it had happened he did not know, but it was true. Opening his eyes, he noticed a curved ceiling of soft blue which misted at the edges into gray. The restful color acted on his troubled, waking mind like a soothing word. For the first time since he had been struck down in the night his headache was gone. He raised his hand to explore that old hurt near his hairline that had been so tender only yesterday that it could not bear pressure. There remained only a thin, rough line like a long-healed scar, that was all. Ross lifted his head to look about him. His body lay supported in a cradle-like arrangement of metal, almost entirely immersed in a red gelatinous substance with a clean, aromatic odor. Just as he was no longer cold, neither was he hungry. He felt as fit as he ever had in his life. Sitting up in the cradle, he stroked the jelly away from his shoulders and chest. It fell from him cleanly, leaving no trace of grease or dampness on his skin. There were other fixtures in the small cylinder-like chamber besides that odd bed in which he had lain. Two bucket-shaped seats were placed at the narrow forepart of the room, and before those seats was a system of controls he could not comprehend. As Ross swung his feet to the floor, there was a click from the side which brought him around, ready for trouble. But the noise had been caused by the opening of a door into a small cupboard. Inside the cupboard lay a fat package. Obviously this was an invitation to investigate the offering. The package contained a much-folded article of fabric, compressed and sealed in a transparent bag which he fumbled twice before he succeeded in releasing its fastening. Ross shook out a garment of material such as he had never seen before. Its sheen and satin-smooth surface suggested metal, but its stuff was as supple as fine silk. Color rippled across it with every twist and turn he gave to the length, dark blue fading to pale violet, accented with wavering streaks of vivid and startling green. Ross experimented with a row of small, brilliant green studs which made a transverse line from the right shoulder to the left hip, and they came apart. As he climbed into the suit, the stuff modeled to his body in a tight but perfect fit. Across the shoulders were bands of green to match the studs, and the stocking-like tights were soled with a thick substance which formed a cushion for his feet. He pressed the studs together, felt them lock, and then stood smoothing that strange, beautiful fabric, unable to account for either it or his surroundings. His head was clear. He could remember every detail of his flight up to the time he had fallen through the wall. And he was certain that he had passed through not only one, but two, of the red time posts. Could this be the third? If so, was he still a captive? Why would they leave him to freeze in the open country one moment and then treat him this way later? He could not connect the ice-encased building from which the Reds had taken him with this one. At the sound of another soft noise, Ross glanced over his shoulder just in time to see the cradle of jelly, from which he had emerged, close in upon itself until its bulk was a third of its former size. Compact as a box, it folded up against the wall. Ross, his cushioned feet making no sound, advanced to the bucket chairs. But lowering his body into one of them for a better look at what vaguely resembled the control of a helicopter, like the one in which he had taken the first stage of his fantastic journey across space and time, he did not find it comfortable. He realized that it had not been constructed to accommodate a body shaped precisely like his own. A body like his own. That jelly bath or bed or whatever it was. The clothing which adapted so skillfully to his measurements. Ross leaned forward to study the devices on the control board, confirming his suspicions. He had made the final jump of them all. He was now in some building of that alien race upon whose existence Mill Laird and Kelgary's had staked the entire project. This was the source, or one of the sources, from which the Reds were getting the knowledge which fitted no modern pattern. A world encased in ice and a building with strange machinery. This thing, a cylinder with a pilot's seat and a set of controls. Was it an alien place? But the jelly bath, and the rest of it. Had his presence activated that cupboard to supply him with clothing? And what had become of the tunic he was wearing when he entered? Ross got up to search the chamber. The bed bath was folded against the wall, but there was no sign of his beaker clothing, his belt, the hide boots. He could not understand his own state of well-being, the lack of hunger and thirst. There were two possible explanations for it all. One was that the alien still lived here and for some reason had come to his aid. The other was that he stood in a place where robot machinery worked, though those who had set it up were no longer there. It was difficult to separate his memory of the half-buried globe he had seen from his sickness of that moment. Yet he knew that he had climbed and crawled through emptiness, neither seeing nor hearing any other life. Now Ross restlessly paced up and down, seeking the door through which he must have come, but there was not even a line to betray such an opening. "I want out," he said aloud, standing in the center of the cramped room, his fists planted on his hips, his eyes still searching for the vanished door. He had tapped, he had pushed, he had tried every possible way to find it. If he could only remember how he had come in. But all he could recall was leaning against a wall which moved inward and allowed him to fall. But where had he fallen? Into that jelly bath? Ross, stung by a sudden idea, glanced at the ceiling. It was low enough so that by standing on tiptoes he could drum his fingers on its surface. Now he moved to the place directly above where the cradle had swung before it had folded itself away. Rapping and poking, his efforts were rewarded at last. The blue curve gave under his assault. He pushed now, rising on his toes, though in that position he could exert little pressure. Then, as if some faulty catch had been released, the ceiling swung up so that he lost his footing and would have fallen had he not caught the back of one of the bucket seats. He jumped, and by hooking his hands over the edge of the opening, was able to work his way up and out, to face a small line of light. His fingers worked at that, and he opened a second door, entering a familiar corridor. Holding the door open, Ross looked back, his eyes widening at what he saw. For it was plain now that he had just climbed out of a machine with the unmistakable outline of a snub-nosed rocket. The small flyer, or a jet, or whatever it was, had been fitted into a pocket in the side of the big structure as a ship into a berth, and it must have been set there to shoot from that enclosing chamber as a bullet is shot from a rifle barrel. But why? Ross's imagination jumped from fact to theory. The torpedo craft could be an atomic jet. All right, he had been in bad shape when he fell into it by chance, and the bed machine had caught him as if it had been created for just such a duty. What kind of a small plane would be equipped with a restorative apparatus? Only one, intended to handle emergencies, to transport badly injured living things who had to leave the building in a hurry. In other words, a lifeboat. But why would a building need a lifeboat? That would be rather standard equipment for a ship. Ross stepped into the corridor and stared about him with open and incredulous wonder. Could this be some form of ship, grounded here, deserted and derelict, and now being plundered by the Reds? The facts fitted. They fitted so well with all he had been able to discover that Ross was sure it was true. But he determined to prove it beyond all doubt. He closed the door leading to the lifeboat berth, but not so securely that he could not open it again. That was too good a hiding place. On his cushioned feet he padded back to the stairway, and he stood there listening. Far below were sounds, a rasp of metal against metal, a low murmur of muted voices. But from above there was nothing, so he would explore above before he ventured into that other danger zone. Ross climbed, passing 2 more levels, to come out into a vast room with a curving roof which must fill the whole crown of the globe. Here was such a wealth of machines, controls, things he could not understand that he stood bewildered, content for the moment merely to look. There were, he counted slowly, 5 control boards like those he had seen in the small escape ship. Each of these was faced by 2 or 3 of the bucket seats, only these swung in webbing. He put his hand on one, and it bobbed elastically. The control boards were so complicated that the one in the lifeboat might have been a child's toy in comparison. The air in the ship had been good, in the lifeboat it had held the pleasant odor of the jelly. But here Ross sniffed a faint but persistent hint of corruption, of an old malodor. He left the vantage point by the stairs and paced between the control boards and their empty swinging seats. This was the main control room, of that he was certain. From this point all the vast bulk beneath him had been set in motion, sailed here and there. Had it been on the sea, or through the air? The globe shape suggested an airborne craft. But a civilization so advanced as this would surely have left some remains. Ross was willing to believe that he could be much farther back in time than 2000 BC. But he was still sure that traces of those who could build a thing like this would have existed in the 20th century AD. Maybe that was how the Reds had found this. Something they had turned up within their country, say, in Siberia, or some of the forgotten corners of Asia, had been a clue. Having had little schooling other than the intensive cramming at the base and his own informal education, the idea of the race who had created this ship overawed Ross more than he would admit. If the project could find this, turn loose on it the guys who knew about such things. But that was just what they were striving for, and he was the only project man to have found the prize. Somehow, someway, he had to get back, out of this half-buried ship and its icebound world, back to where he could find his own people. Perhaps the job was impossible, but he had to try. His survival was considered impossible by the men who had thrown him into the crevice, but here he was. Thanks to the men who had built this ship, he was alive and well. Ross sat down in one of the uncomfortable seats to think and thus avoided immediate disaster, for he was hidden from the stairs on which sounded the tap of boots. A climber, maybe two, were on their way up, and there was no other exit from the control cabin. 12. Ross dropped from the web-slung chair to the floor and made himself as small as possible under the platform at the front of the cabin. Here, where there was a smaller control board and two seats placed closely together, the odd, unpleasant odor clung and became stronger to Ross's senses as he waited tensely for the climbers to appear. Though he had searched, there was nothing in sight even faintly resembling a weapon. In a last desperate bid for freedom he crept back to the stairwell. He had been taught a blow during his training period, one which required a precise delivery and, he had been warned, was often fatal. He would use it now. The climber was very close. A cropped head arose through the floor opening, and Ross struck, knowing as his hand chopped against the folds of a fur hood that he had failed. But the impetus of that unexpected blow saved him after all. With a choked cry the man disappeared, crashing down upon the one following him. A scream and shouts were heard from below, and a shot ripped up the well as Ross scrambled away from it. He might have delayed the final battle, but they had him cornered. He faced that fact bleakly. They need only sit below and let nature take its course. His session in the lifeboat had restored his strength, but a man could not live forever without food and water. However, he had bought himself perhaps a yard of time which must be put to work. Turning to examine the seats, Ross discovered that they could be unhooked from their webbing swings. Freeing all of them, he dragged their weight to the stairwell and jammed them together to make a barricade. It could not hold long against any determined push from below, but, he hoped, it would deflect bullets if some sharpshooter tried to wing him by ricochet. Every so often there was the crash of a shot and some shouting, but Ross was not going to be drawn out of cover by that. He paced around the control cabin, still hunting for a weapon. The symbols on the levers and buttons were meaningless to him. They made him feel frustrated because he imagined that among that countless array were some that might help him out of the trap if he could only guess their use. Once more he stood by the platform thinking. This was the point from which the ship had been sailed, in the air or on some now frozen sea. These control boards must have given the ship's master the means not only of propelling the vast bulk, but of unloading and loading cargo, lighting, heating, ventilation, and perhaps defense. Of course, every control might be dead now, but he remembered that in the lifeboat the machines had worked successfully, fulfilled expertly the duty for which they had been constructed. The only step remaining was to try his luck. Having made his decision, Ross simply shut his eyes as he had in a very short and almost forgotten childhood, turned around 3 times, and pointed. Then he looked to see where luck had directed him. His finger indicated a board before which there had been 3 seats, and he crossed to it slowly, with a sense that once he touched the controls he might inaugurate a chain of events he could not stop. The crash of a shot underlined the fact that he had no other recourse. Since the symbols meant nothing, Ross concentrated on the shapes of the various devices and chose one which vaguely resembled the type of light switch he had always known. Since it was up, he pressed it down, counting to 20 slowly as he waited for a reaction. Below the switch was an oval button marked with 2 wiggles and a double dot in red. Ross snapped it level with the panel, and when it did not snap back, he felt somehow encouraged. When the 2 levers flanking that button did not push in or move up and down, Ross pulled them out without even waiting to count off. This time he had results. A crackling of noise with a sing-song rhythm, the volume of which, low at first, arose to a drone filled the cabin. Ross, deafened by the din, twisted first one lever and then the other until he had brought the sound to a less piercing howl. But he needed action, not just noise. He moved from behind the first chair to the next one. Here were 5 oval buttons, marked in the same vivid green as that which trimmed his clothing, 2 wiggles, a dot, a double bar, a pair of entwined circles, and a crosshatch. Why make a choice? Recklessness bubbled to the surface, and Ross pushed all the buttons in rapid succession. The results were, in a measure, spectacular. Out of the top of the control board rose a triangle of screen which steadied and stood firm while across it played a rippling wave of color. Meanwhile the sing-song became an angry squawking as if in protest. Well, he had something, even if he didn't know what it was. And he had also proved that the ship was alive. However, Ross wanted more than a squawk of exasperation, which was exactly what the noise had become. It almost sounded, Ross decided as he listened, as if he were being expertly chewed out in another language. Yes, he wanted more than a series of squawks and a fanciful display of light waves on a screen. At the section of board before the third and last seat there was less choice, only 2 switches. As Ross flicked up the first the pattern on the screen dwindled into a brown color shot with cream in which there was a suggestion of a picture. Suppose one didn't put the switch all the way up. Ross examined the slot in which the bar moved and now noted a series of tiny point marks along it. Selective? It would not do any harm to see. First he hurried back to the cork of chairs he had jammed into the stairwell. The squawks were now coming only at intervals, and Ross could hear nothing to suggest that his barrier was being forced. He returned to the lever and moved it back 2 notches, standing open-mouthed at the immediate result. The cream and brown streaks were making a picture. Moving another notch down caused the picture to skitter back and forth on the screen. With memories of TV tuning to guide him, Ross brought the other lever down to a matching position, and the dim and shadowy images leaped into clear and complete focus. But the color was still brown, not the black and white he had expected. Only, he was also looking into a face. Ross swallowed, his hand grasping one of the strings of chair webbing for support. Perhaps because in some ways it did resemble his own, that face was more preposterously non-human. The visage on the screen was sharply triangular with a small, sharply pointed chin and a jawline running at an angle from a broad upper face. The skin was dark, covered largely with a soft and silky down, out of which hooked a curved and shining nose set between 2 large round eyes. On top of that astonishing head the down rose to a peak not unlike a cockatoo's crest. Yet there was no mistaking the intelligence in those eyes, nor the other's amazement at sight of Ross. They might have been staring at each other through a window. Squawk, squeak, squawk. The creature in the mirror, on the vision plate, or outside the window, moved its absurdly small mouth in time to those sounds. Ross swallowed again and automatically made answer. Hello. His voice was a weak whistle, and perhaps it did not reach the furry-faced one, for he continued his questions if questions they were. Meanwhile Ross, over his first stupefaction, tried to see something of the creature's background. Though the objects were slightly out of focus, he was sure he recognized fittings similar to those about him. He must be in communication with another ship of the same type and one which was not deserted. Furryface had turned his head away to squawk rapidly over his shoulder, a shoulder which was crossed by a belt or sash with an elaborate pattern. Then he got up from his seat and stood aside to make room for the one he had summoned. If Furryface had been a startling surprise, Ross was now to have another. The man who now faced him on the screen was totally different. His skin registered as pale, cream-colored, and his face was far more human in shape, though it was hairless as was the smooth dome of his skull. When one became accustomed to that egg slickness, the stranger was not bad-looking, and he was wearing a suit which matched the one Ross had taken from the lifeboat. This one did not attempt to say anything. Instead, he stared at Ross long and measuringly, his eyes growing colder and less friendly with every second of that examination. Ross had resented Calgary's back at the project, but the Major could not match Baldy for the sheer weight of unpleasant warning he could pack into a look. Ross might have been startled by Furryface, but now his stubborn streak arose to meet this implied challenge. He found himself breathing hard and glaring back with an intensity which he hoped would get across and prove to Baldy that he would not have everything his own way if he proposed to tangle with Ross. His preoccupation with the stranger on the screen betrayed Ross into the hands of those from below. He heard their attack on the barricade too late. By the time he turned around, the cork of seats was heaved up and a gun was pointing at his middle. His hands went up in small reluctant jerks as that threat held him where he was. Two of the fur-clad Reds climbed into the control chamber. Ross recognized the leader as Asha's double, the man he had followed across time. He blinked for just an instant as he faced Ross and then shouted an order at his companion. The other spun Murdoch around, bringing his hands down behind him to clamp his wrists together. Once again Ross fronted the screen and saw Baldy watching the whole scene with an expression suggesting that he had been shocked out of his complacent superiority. Ah! Ross's captors were staring at the screen and the unearthly man there. Then one flung himself at the control panel and his hands whipped back and forth, restoring to utter silence both screen and room. "What are you?" The man who might have been Ash spoke slowly in the beaker tongue, drilling Ross with his stare as if by the force of his will alone he could pull the truth out of his prisoner. "What do you think I am?" Ross countered. He was wearing the uniform of Baldy, and he had clearly established contact with the time owners of this ship. Let that worry the Red. But they did not try to answer him. At a signal he was led to the stair. To descend that ladder with his hands behind him was almost impossible, and they had to pause at the next level to unclasp the handcuffs and let him go free. Keeping a gun on him carefully, they hurried along, trying to push the pace while Ross delayed all he could. He realized that in his recognition of the power of the gun back in the control chamber, his surrender to its threat, he had betrayed his real origin. So he must continue to confuse the trail to the project in every possible way left to him. He was sure that this time they would not leave him in the first convenient crevice. He knew he was right when they covered him with a fur parka at the entrance to the ship, once more manacling his hands and dropping a noose leash on him. So, they were taking him back to their post here. Well, in the post was the time transporter which could return him to his own kind. It must be possible to get to that. He gave his captors no more trouble but trudged, outwardly dispirited, along the rutted way through the snow up the slope and out of the valley. He did manage to catch a good look at the globe ship. More than half of it, he judged, was below the surface of the ground. To be so buried it must either have lain there a long time or, if it were an air vessel, crashed hard enough to dig itself that partial grave. Yet Ross had established contact with another ship like it, and neither of the creatures he had seen were human, at least not human in any way he knew. Ross chewed on that as he walked. He believed that those with him were looting the ship of its cargo, and by its size, that cargo must be a large one. But cargo from where? Made by what hands, what kind of hands? En route to what port? And how had the Reds located the ship in the first place? There were plenty of questions and very few answers. Ross clung to the hope that somehow he had endangered the Reds' job here by activating the communication system of the derelict and calling the attention of its probable owners to its fate. He also believed that the owners might take steps to regain their property. Baldy had impressed him deeply during those few moments of silent appraisal, and he knew he would not like to be on the receiving end of any retaliation from the other. Well, now he had only one chance, to keep the Reds guessing as long as he could and hope for some turn of fate which would allow him to try for the time transport. How the plate operated he did not know, but he had been transferred here from the Beaker Age and if he could return to that time, escape might be possible. He had only to reach the river and follow it down to the sea where the sub was to make rendezvous at intervals. The odds were overwhelmingly against him, and Ross knew it. But there was no reason, he decided, to lie down and roll over dead to please the Reds. As they approached the post, Ross realized how much skill had gone into its construction. It looked as if they were merely coming up to the outer edge of a glacier tongue. Had it not been for the track in the snow, there would have been no reason to suspect that the ice covered anything but a thick core of its own substance. Ross was shoved through the white-walled tunnel to the building beyond. He was hurried through the chain of rooms to a door and thrust through, his hands still fastened. It was dark in the cubby and colder than it had been outside. Ross stood still, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. It was several moments after the door had slammed shut that he caught a faint thud, a dull and hollow sound. "Who is here?" He used the beaker speech, determining to keep to the rags of his cover, which probably was a cover no longer. There was no reply, but after a pause that distant beat began again. Ross stepped cautiously forward, and by the simple method of running full face into the walls, discovered that he was in a bare cell. He also discovered that the noise lay behind the left-hand wall, and he stood with his ear flat against it, listening. The sound did not have the regular rhythm of a machine in use. There were odd pauses between some blows, others came in a quick rain. It was as if someone were digging. Were the Reds engaged in enlarging their icebound headquarters? Having listened for a considerable time, Ross doubted that, for the sound was too irregular. It seemed almost as if the longer pauses were used to check up on the result of labor. Was it the extent of the excavation or the continued preservation of secrecy? Ross slipped down along the wall, his shoulders still resting against it, and rested with his head twisted so he could hear the tapping. Meanwhile he flexed his wrists inside the hoops which confined them, and folding his hands as small as possible, tried to slip them through the rings. The only result was that he chafed his skin raw to no advantage. They had not taken off his parka, and in spite of the chill about him, he was too warm. Only that part of his body covered by the suit he had taken from the ship was comfortable. He could almost believe that it possessed some built-in conditioning device. With no hope of relief, Ross rubbed his hands back and forth against the wall, scraping the hoops on his wrists. The distant pounding had ceased, and this time the pause lengthened into so long a period that Ross fell asleep, his head falling forward on his chest, his raw wrists still pushed against the surface behind him. He was hungry when he awoke, and with that hunger his rebellion sparked into flame. Awkwardly he got to his feet and lurched along to the door through which he had been thrown, where he proceeded to kick at the barrier. The cushiony stuff forming the soles of his tights muffled most of the force of those blows, but some noise was heard outside, for the door opened and Ross faced one of the guards. "Food. I want to eat." He put into the beaker language all the resentment boiling in him. The fellow, ignoring him, reached in a long arm, and nearly tossing the prisoner off balance, dragged him out of the cell. Ross was marched into another room to face what appeared to be a tribunal. Two of the men there he knew, Asha's double and the quiet man who had questioned him back in the other time station. The third, clearly one of greater authority, regarded Ross bleakly. "Who are you?" the quiet man asked. "Rosa, son of Gertie. And I would eat before I make talk with you. I have not done any wrong that you should treat me as a barbarian who has stolen salt from the trading post." "You are an agent," the leader corrected him dispassionately, "of whom you will tell us in due time. But first you shall speak of the ship, of what you found there, and why you meddled with the controls. Wait a moment before you refuse, my young friend." He raised his hand from his lap, and once again Ross faced an automatic. "Ah, I see that you know what I hold, odd knowledge for an innocent Bronze Age trader. And please have no doubts about my hesitation to use this. I shall not kill you, naturally," the man continued, "but there are certain wounds which supply a maximum of pain and little serious damage. Remove his parka, Kirshov." Once more Ross was unmanacled, the fur stripped from him. His questioner carefully studied the suit he wore under it. "Now you will tell us exactly what we wish to hear." There was a confidence in that statement which chilled Ross. Major Calgary's had displayed its like. Ash had it in another degree, and certainly it had been present in Baldy. There was no doubt that the speaker meant exactly what he said. He had at his command methods which would wring from his captive the full sum of what he wanted, and there would be no consideration for that captive during the process. His implied threat struck as cold as the glacial air, and Ross tried to meet it with an outward show of uncracked defenses. He decided to pick and choose from his information, feeding them scraps to stave off the inevitable. Hope dies very hard, and Ross, having been pushed into corners long before his work at the project, had had considerable training in verbal fencing with hostile authority. He would volunteer nothing. Let it be pulled from him reluctant word by word. He would spin it out as long as he could and hope that time might fight for him. You are an agent. Ross accepted this statement as one he would neither affirm nor deny. You came to spy under the cover of a barbarian trader. Smoothly, without pause, the man changed language in mid-sentence, slipping from the Beaker speech into English. But long experience in meeting the dangerous with an expression of complete lack of comprehension was Ross's weapon now. He stared somewhat stupidly at his interrogator with that bewildered, boyish look he had so long cultivated to bemuse enemies in his past. Whether he could have held out long against the other's skill, for Ross possessed no illusions concerning the type of examiner he now faced, he was never to know. Perhaps the drastic interruption that occurred the next moment saved for Ross a measure of self-esteem. There was a distant boom, hollow and thunderous. Underneath and around them the floor, walls, and ceiling of the room moved as if they had been pried from their setting of ice and were being rolled about by the exploring thumb and forefinger of some impatient giant. 13. Ross swayed against a guard, was fended off, and bounced against the wall as the man shouted words Ross could not understand. A determined roar from the leader brought a semblance of order, but it was plain that they had not been expecting this. Ross was hustled out of the room back to his cell. His guards were opening the cell door when a second shock was felt and he was thrust into safekeeping with no ceremony. He half crouched against the questionable security of the wall, wading through two more twisting earth waves, both of which were accompanied or preceded by dull sounds. Bombing. That last wrench was really bad. Ross found himself lying on the floor, feeling tremors rippling along the earth. His stomach knotted convulsively with a fear unlike any he had known before. It was as if the very security of the world had been jerked from under him. But that last explosion, if it was an explosion, appeared to be the end. Ross sat up gingerly after several long moments during which no more shocks moved the floor and walls. A line of light marked the door, showing cracks where none had previously existed. Ross, not yet ready to try standing erect, was heading toward it on his hands and knees when a sharp noise behind him brought him to a stop. There was no light to see by, but he was certain that the scrape of metal against metal sounded from the far side of the wall. He crawled back and put his ear to the surface. Now he heard not only that scraping, but an undercurrent of clicks, chippings. Under his exploring hands the surface remained as smooth as ever, however. Then suddenly, perhaps a foot from his head, there sounded a rip of metal. The wall was being hauled from the other side. Ross caught a flicker of very weak light, and moving in it was the point of a tool pulling at the smooth surface of the wall. It broke away with a brittle sound, and a hand holding a light reached through the aperture. Ross wondered if he should catch that wrist, but the hope that the digger might just possibly be an ally kept him motionless. After the hand with the light whipped back beyond the wall, a wide section gave away and a hunched figure crawled through, followed by a second. In the limited glow he saw the first tunneler clearly enough. Asha. Ross was unprepared for what followed his cry. The lean brown man moved with a panther-striking speed, and Ross was forced back. A hand like a steel ring on his throat shut the breath away from his bursting lungs. The other's muscular body held him flat in spite of his struggles. The light of the small flash glowed inches beyond his eyes as he fought to fill his lungs. Then the hand on his throat was gone and he gasped, a little dizzy. Murdoch. What are you doing? Asha's clipped voice was muffled by another sudden explosion. This time the earth tremors not only hurled them from their feet, but seemed to run along the walls and across the ceiling. Ross, burying his face in the crook of his arm, could not rid himself of the fear that the building was being slowly twisted into scrap. When the shock was over he raised his head. What's going on? He heard McNeil ask. Attack. That was Ash. But why, and by whom, don't ask me. You are a prisoner, I suppose, Murdoch. Yes, sir. Ross was glad that his voice sounded normal enough. He heard someone sigh and guessed it was McNeil. Another digging party. There was tired disgust in that. I don't understand, Ross appealed to that section of the dark where Ash had been. Have you been here all the time? Are you trying to dig your way out? I don't see how you can cut out of this glacier that we're parked under. Glacier. Ash's exclamation was as explosive as the tremors. So we're inside a glacier. That explains it. Yes, we've been here. On ice. McNeil commented and then laughed. Glacier, ice, that's right, isn't it? We're collaborating, Ash continued. Supplying our dear friends with a lot of information they already have and some flights of fancy they never dreamed about. However, they didn't know we had a few surprise packets of our own strewn about. It's amazing what the boys back at the project can pack away in a belt, or between layers of hide in a boot. So we've been engaged in some research of our own. But I didn't have any escape gadgets. Ross was struck by the unfairness of that. No, Ash agreed, his voice even and cold, they are not entrusted to first-run men. You might slip up and use them at the wrong moment. However, you appear to have done fairly well. The heat of Ross's rising anger was chilled by the noise which cracked over their heads, ground to them through the walls, flattened and threatened them. He had thought those first shocks the end of this ice burrow and the world. He knew that this one was. And the silence that followed was as threatening in its way as the clamor had been. Then there was a shout, a shriek. The space of light near the cell door was widening as that barrier, broken from its lock, swung open slowly. The fear of being trapped sent the men in that direction. Out! Ross was ready enough to respond to that order, but they were stopped by a crackle of sound that could be only one thing, rapid-fire guns. Somewhere in this warren a fight was in progress. Ross, remembering the arrogant face of the bald ship's officer, wondered if this was not an attack in force, the aliens against the looting Reds. If so, would the ship people distinguish between those found here? He feared not. The room outside was clear, but not for long. As they lay watching, two men backed in, then whirled to stare at each other. A voice roared from beyond as if ordering them back to some post. One of them took a step forward in reluctant obedience, but the other grabbed his arm and pulled him away. They turned to run, and an automatic cracked. The man nearest Ross gave a queer little cough and folded forward to his knees, sprawling on his face. His companion stared at him wildly for an instant, and then skidded into the passage beyond, escaping by inches a shot which clipped the door as he lunged through it. No one followed, for outside there was a crescendo of noise, shouting, cries of pain, an unidentifiable hissing. Ash darted into the room, taking cover by the body. Then he came back, the fellow's gun in his hand, and with a jerk of his head summoned the other two. He motioned them on in a direction away from the sounds of battle. I don't get all this, McNeil commented as they reached the next passage. What's going on? Mutiny? Or have our boys gotten through? It must be the ship people, Ross answered. What ship? Ash caught him up swiftly. The big one the Reds have been looting. Ship, echoed McNeil. And where did you get that rig? In the bright light it was easy to see Ross's alien dress. McNeil fingered the elastic material wonderingly. From the ship, Ross returned impatiently. But if the ship people are attacking, I don't think they will notice any difference between us and the Reds. There was a burst of ear-splitting sound. For the third time Ross was thrown from his feet. This time the burrow lights flickered, dimmed, and went out. Oh, fine, commented McNeil bitterly out of the dark. I never did care for blind men's buff. The transfer plate, Ross clung to his own plan of escape, if we can reach that. The light which had served Ash and McNeil in their tunneling clicked on. Since the earth shocks appeared to be over for a while, they moved on, with Ash in the lead and McNeil bringing up the rear. Ross hoped Ash knew the way. The sound of fighting had died out, so one side or the other must have gained the victory. They might have only a few moments left to pass undetected. Ross's sense of direction was fairly acute, but he could not have gone so unerringly to what he sought as Ash did. Only he did not lead them to the room with the glowing plate, and Ross stifled a protest as they came instead to a small record room. On a table were 3 spools of tape which Ash caught up avidly, thrusting 2 in the front of his baggy tunic, passing the third to McNeil. Then he sped about trying the cupboards on the walls, but all were locked. His hand falling from the last latch, Ash came back to the door where Ross waited. "To the plate," Ross urged. Ash surveyed the cupboards once more regretfully. "If we could have just 10 minutes here." McNeil snorted. "Listen, you may yearn to be the filling in an ice sandwich, but I don't. Another shock and we'll be buried so deep even a drill couldn't find us. Let's get out now." The kid is right about that, if we still can. Once more Ash took the lead and they wove through ghostly rooms to what must have been the heart of the post, the transfer point. To Ross's unvoiced relief the plate was glowing. He had been nagged by the fear that when the lights blew out the transfer plate might also have been affected. He jumped for the plate. Neither Ash nor McNeil wasted time in joining him there. As they clung together there was a cry from behind them, underlined by a shot. Ross, feeling Ash sag against him, caught him in his arms. By the reflected glow of the plate he saw the red leader of the post, and behind him, his hairless face hanging oddly bodiless in the gloom, was the alien. Were those 2 now allies? Before Ross could be sure that he had really seen them, the racking of space-time caught him and the rest of the room faded away. "Free. Get a move on." Ross glanced across Ash's bowed shoulders to McNeil's excited face. The other was pulling at Ash, who was only half conscious. A stream of blood from a hole in his bare shoulder soaked the upper edge of his beaker tunic, but as they steadied him between them, he gained some measure of awareness and moved his feet as they pulled him off the plate. Well, they were free if only for a few seconds, and there was no reception committee waiting for them. Ross gave thanks silently for those 2 small favors. But if they were now returned to the Bronze Age village, they were still in enemy territory. With Ash wounded, the odds against them were so high it was almost hopeless. Working hurriedly with strips torn from McNeil's kilt, they managed to stop the flow of blood from Ash's wound. Although he was still groggy, he was fighting, driven by the fear which whipped them all. Time was one of their foremost enemies. Ross, Ash's gun in hand, kept watch on the transfer plate, ready to shoot at anything appearing there. "That will have to do." Ash pulled free from McNeil. "We must move." He hesitated, and then pulling the spools of tape from his blood-stained tunic, passed them to McNeil. "You'd better carry these." "All right," the other answered almost absently. "Move." The force of that order from Ash sent them into the corridor beyond. The plate. But the plate remained clear. And Ross noted that they must have returned to the proper time, for the walls about them were the logs and stone of the village he remembered. Someone coming through? Should be, soon. They fled, the hide boots of the other 2 making only the faintest whisper of sound, Ross's foam-soled feet none at all. He could not have found the door to the outer world, but again Ash guided them, and only once did they have to seek cover. At last they faced a barred door. Ash leaned against the wall, McNeil supporting him, as Ross pulled free the locking beam. They let themselves out into the night. "Which way?" McNeil asked. To Ross's surprise Ash did not turn to the gate in the outer stockade. Instead he gestured at the mountain wall in the opposite direction. "They'll expect us to try for the valley pass. So we had better go up the slope there." "That has the look of a tough climb," ventured McNeil. Ash stirred. "When it becomes too tough for me," his voice was dry, "I shall say so, never fear." He started out with some of his old ease of movement, but his companions closed in on either side, ready to offer aid. Ross often wondered later if they could have won free of the village on their own efforts that night. He was sure their resolution would have been equal to the attempt, but their escape would have depended upon a fabulous run of luck such as men seldom encounter. As it was, they had just reached a pool of shadow beside a small hut some 2 buildings away from the one they had fled, when the fireworks began. As if on signal, the three fugitives threw themselves flat. From the roof of the building at the center of the village a pencil of brilliant green light pointed straight up into the sky, and around that spear of radiance the roof sprouted tongues of more natural red and yellow flames. Figures shot from doors as the fire lapped down the peak of the roof. Now! In spite of the rising clamor, Ash's voice carried to his two companions. The three sprinted for the palisade, mingling with bewildered men who ran out of the other cabins. The waves of fire washed on, providing light, too much light. Ash and McNeil could pass as part of the crowd, but Ross's unusual clothing might be easily marked. Others were running for the wall. Ross and McNeil boosted Ash to the top, saw him over in safety. McNeil followed. Ross was just reaching to draw himself up when he was enveloped in a beam of light. A high, screeching call, unlike any shout he had heard, split the clamor. Frantically Ross tried for a hold, knowing that he was presenting a perfect target for those behind. He gained the top of the stockade, looked down into a black block of shadow, not knowing whether Ash and McNeil were waiting for him or had gone ahead. Hearing that strange cry again, Ross leaped blindly out into the darkness. He landed badly, hitting hard enough to bruise, but thanks to the skill he had learned for parachuting, he broke no bones. He got to his feet and blundered on in the general direction of the mountain Ash had picked as their goal. There were others coming over the wall of the village and moving through the shadows, so he dared not call out for fear of alerting the enemy. The village had been set in the widest part of the valley. Behind its stockade the open ground narrowed swiftly, like the point of a funnel, and all fugitives from the settlement had to pass through that channel to escape. Ross's worst fear was that he had lost contact with Ash and McNeil, and that he would never be able to pick up their trail in the wilderness ahead. Thankful for the dark suit he wore, which was protective covering in the night, he twice ducked into the brush to allow parties of refugees to pass him. Hearing them speak the guttural clicking speech he had learned from Ulfa's people, Ross deduced that they were innocent of the village's real purpose. These people were convinced they had been attacked by night demons. Perhaps there had only been a handful of Reds in that hidden retreat. Ross pulled himself up a hard climb, and pausing to catch his breath, looked back. He was not overly surprised to see figures moving leisurely about the village, examining the cabins, perhaps in search of the inhabitants. Each of those searchers was clad in a form-fitting suit that matched his own, and their bulbous hairless heads gleamed white in the firelight. Ross was astonished to see that they passed straight through walls of flame, apparently unconcerned and unseen by the heat. The human beings trapped in the town wailed and ran, or lay and beat their heads and hands on the ground, supine before the invaders. Each captive was dragged back to a knot of aliens near the main building. Some were hurled out again into the dark, unharmed, a few others were retained. A sorting of prisoners was plainly in progress. There was no question that the ship people had followed through into this time, and that they had their own arrangements for the Reds. Ross had no desire to learn the particulars. He started climbing again, finding the pass at last. Beyond, the ground fell away again, and Ross went forward into the full darkness of the night with a vast surge of thankfulness. Finally, he stopped simply because he was too weary, too hungry, to keep on his feet without stumbling, and a fall in the dark on these heights could be costly. Ross discovered a small hollow behind a stunted tree and crept into it as best he could, his heart laboring against his ribs, a hot stab of pain cutting into his side with every breath he drew. He awoke all at once with the snap of a fighting man who is alert to ever-present danger. A hand lay warm and hard over his mouth, and above it his eyes met McNeil's. When he saw that Ross was awake, McNeil withdrew his hand. The morning sunlight was warm about them. Moving clumsily because of his stiff, bruised body, Ross crawled out of the hollow. He looked around, but McNeil stood there alone. "Ash?" Ross questioned him. McNeil, showing a haggard face covered with several days' growth of rusty brown beard, nodded his head toward the slope. Fumbling inside his kilt, he brought out something clenched in his fist and offered it to Ross. The latter held out his palm and McNeil covered it with a handful of coarse ground grain. Just to look at the stuff made Ross long for a drink, but he mouthed it and chewed, getting up to follow McNeil down into the tree-grown lower slopes. "It's not good." McNeil spoke jerkily, using beaker speech. "Ash is out of his head some of the time. That hole in his shoulder is worse than we thought it was, and there's always the threat of infection. This whole wood is full of people flushed out of that blasted village. Most of them, all I've seen, are natives. But they have it firmly planted in their minds now that there are devils after them. If they see you wearing that suit." "I know, and I'd strip if I could," Ross agreed. "But I'll have to get other clothing first. I can't run bare in this cold." "That might be safer," McNeil growled. "I don't know just what happened back there, but it certainly must have been plenty." Ross swallowed a very dry mouthful of grain and then stooped to scoop up some leftover snow in the shadow of a tree root. It was not as refreshing as a real drink, but it helped. "You said Ash is out of his head. What do we do for him, and what are your plans?" "We have to reach the river, somehow. It drains to the sea, and at its mouth we are supposed to make contact with the sub." The proposal sounded impossible to Ross, but so many impossible things had happened lately he was willing to go along with the idea, as long as he could. Gathering up more snow, he stuffed it into his mouth before he followed the already disappearing McNeil. 14. "That's my half of it. The rest of it you know." Ross held his hands close to the small fire sheltered in the pit he had helped dig and flexed his cold-numbed fingers in the warmth. From across the handful of flames Ash's eyes, too bright in a fever-flushed face, watched him demandingly. The fugitives had taken cover in an angle where the massed remains of an old avalanche provided a cave pocket. McNeil was off scouting in the grey drizzle of the day, and their escape from the village was now some 48 hours behind them. So the crackpots were right, after all. They only had their times mixed. Ash shifted on the bed of brush and leaves they had raked together for his comfort. "I don't understand." "Flying saucers," Ash returned with an odd little laugh. It was a wild possibility, but it was on the books from the start. This certainly will make Calgary's turn red. Flying saucers. Ash must be out of his head from the fever, Ross supposed. He wondered what he should do if Ash tried to get up and walk away. He could not tackle a man with a bad hole in his shoulder, nor was he certain he could wrestle Ash down in a real fight. That globe ship was never built on this world. Use your head, Murdoch. Think about your furry-faced friend and the baldy with him. Did either look like normal Terrans to you? But, a spaceship. It was something that had so long been laughed to scorn. When men had failed to break into space after the initial excitement of the satellite launchings, space flight had become a matter for jeers. On the other hand, there was the evidence collected by his own eyes and ears, his own experience. The services of the lifeboat had been techniques outside of his experience. This was insinuated once. Ash was lying flat now, gazing speculatively up at the projection of logs and earth which made them a partial roof, along with a lot of other bright ideas, by a gentleman named Charles Fort, who took a lot of pleasure in pricking what he considered to be vastly overinflated scientific pomposity. He gathered together 4 book loads of reported incidents of unexplainable happenings which he dared the scientists of his day to explain. And one of his bright suggestions was that such phenomena as the vast artificial earthworks found in Ohio and Indiana were originally thrown up by space castaways to serve as SOS signals. An intriguing idea, and now perhaps we may prove it true. But if such spaceships were wrecked on this world, I still don't see why we didn't find traces of them in our own time. Because that wreck you explored was bedded in a glacial era. Do you have any idea how long ago that was, counting from our own time? There were at least 3 glacial periods, and we don't know in which one the Reds went visiting. That age began about 1 million years before we were born, and the last of the ice ebbed out of New York State some 38,000 years ago, boy. That was the early Stone Age, reckoning it by the scale of human development, with an extremely thin population of the first real types of man clinging to a few warmer fringes of wilderness. Climatic changes, geographical changes, all altered the face of our continents. There was a sea in Kansas, England was part of Europe. So, even though as many as 50 such ships were lost here, they could all have been ground to bits by the ice flow, buried miles deep in quakes, or rusted away generations before the first really intelligent man arrived to wonder at them. Certainly there couldn't be too many such wrecks to be found. What do you think this planet was? A flypaper to attract them. But if ships crashed here once, why didn't they later when men were better able to understand them? Ross countered. For several reasons, all of them possible and able to be fitted into the fabric of history as we know it on this world. Civilizations rise, exist, and fall, each taking with it into the limbo of forgotten things some of the discoveries which made it great. How did the Indian civilizations of the New World learn to harden gold into a usable point for a cutting weapon? What was the secret of building possessed by the ancient Egyptians? Today you will find plenty of men to argue these problems and 100 others. The Egyptians once had a well-traveled trade route to India. Bronze Age traders opened up roads down into Africa. The Romans knew China. Then came an end to each of these empires, and those trade routes were forgotten. To our European ancestors of the Middle Ages, China was almost a legend, and the fact that the Egyptians had successfully sailed around the Cape of Good Hope was unknown. Suppose our space voyagers represented some starborn confederacy or empire which lived, rose to its highest point, and fell again into planet-bound barbarism all before the first of our species painted pictures on a cave wall. Or take it that this world was an unlucky reef on which too many ships and cargoes were lost, so that our whole solar system was posted, and skippers of star ships thereafter avoided it. Or they might even have had some rule that when a planet developed a primitive race of its own, it was to be left strictly alone until it discovered space flight for itself. Yes. Every one of Asha's suppositions made good sense, and Ross was able to believe them. It was easier to think that both Furryface and Baldy were inhabitants of another world than to think their kind existed on this planet before his own species was born. But how did the Reds locate that ship? Unless that information is on the tapes we were able to bring along, we shall probably never know, Ash said drowsily. I might make one guess. The Reds have been making an all-out effort for the past 100 years to open up Siberia. In some sections of that huge country there have been great climatic changes almost overnight in the far past. Mammoths have been discovered frozen in the ice with half-digested tropical plants in their stomach. It's as if the beasts were given some deep freeze treatment instantaneously. If in their excavations the Reds came across the remains of a spaceship, remains well enough preserved for them to realize what they had discovered, they might start questing back in time to find a better one intact at an earlier date. That theory fits everything we know now. But why would the aliens attack the Reds now? No ship's officers ever thought gently of pirates. Asha's eyes closed. There were questions, a flood of them, that Ross wanted to ask. He smoothed the fabric on his arm, that stuff which clung so tightly to his skin yet kept him warm without any need for more covering. If Ash were right, on what world, what kind of world, had that material been woven, and how far had it been brought that he could wear it now? Suddenly McNeil slid into their shelter and dropped 2 hairs at the edge of the fire. How goes it? He said, as Ross began to clean them. Reasonably well, Ash, his eyes still closed, replied to that before Ross could. How far are we from the river? And do we have company? About 5 miles, if we had wings. McNeil answered in a dry tone. And we have company all right, lots of it. That brought Ash up, leaning forward on his good elbow. What kind? Not from the village. McNeil frowned at the fire which he fed with economic handfuls of sticks. Something's happening on this side of the mountains. It looks as if there's a mass migration in progress. I counted 5 family clans on their way west, all in just this one morning. The village refugees' stories about devils might send them packing, Ash mused. Maybe. But McNeil did not sound convinced. The sooner we head downstream, the better. And I hope the boys will have that sub waiting where they promised. We do possess one thing in our favor, the spring floods are subsiding. And the high water should have plenty of raft material. Ash lay back again. We'll make those 5 miles tomorrow. McNeil stirred uneasily and Ross, having cleaned and spitted the hares, swung them over the flames to broil. 5 miles in this country, the younger man observed, is a pretty good day's march, he did not add as he wanted to, for a well man. I will make it, Ash promised, and both listeners knew that as long as his body would obey him he meant to keep that promise. They also knew the futility of argument. Ash proved to be a prophet to be honored on 2 counts. They did make the trek to the river the next day, and there was a wealth of raft material marking the high water level of the spring flood. The migrations McNeil had reported were still in progress, and the 3 men hid twice to watch the passing of small family clans. Once a respectably sized tribe, including wounded men, marched across their route, seeking a ford at the river. They've been badly mauled, McNeil whispered as they watched the people huddled along the water's edge while scouts cast upstream and down, searching for a ford. When they returned with the news that there was no ford to be found, the tribesmen then sullenly went to work with flint axes and knives to make rafts. Pressure, they are on the run. Ash rested his chin on his good forearm and studied the busy scene. These are not from the village. Notice the dress and the red paint on their faces. They're not like Ulfa's kin either. I wouldn't say they were local at all. Reminds me of something I saw once, animals running before a forest fire. They can't all be looking for new hunting territory, McNeil returned. Red sweeping them out, Ross suggested. Or could the ship people? Ash started to shake his head and then winced. I wonder. The crease between his level brows deepened. The axe people. His voice was still a whisper, but it carried a note of triumph as if he had fitted some stubborn jigsaw piece into its proper place. Axe people. Invasion of another people from the east. They turned up in prehistory about this period. Remember, Webb spoke of them. They used axes for weapons and tamed horses. Tartars, McNeil was puzzled, this far west. Not Tartars, no. You needn't expect those to come boiling out of Middle Asia for some thousands of years yet. We don't know too much about the Axe people, save that they moved west from the interior plains. Eventually they crossed to Britain, perhaps they were the ancestors of the Celts who loved horses too. But in their time they were a tidal wave. The sooner we head downstream, the better. McNeil stirred restlessly, but they knew that they must keep to cover until the tribesmen below were gone. So they lay in hiding another night, witnessing on the next morning the arrival of a smaller party of the red-painted men, again with wounded among them. At the coming of this rear guard the activity on the river bank rose close to frenzy. The 3 men out of time were doubly uneasy. It was not for them to merely cross the river. They had to build a raft which would be waterworthy enough to take them downstream, to the sea if they were lucky. And to build such a sturdy raft would take time they did not have now. In fact, McNeil waited only until the last tribal raft was out of bow shot before he plunged down to the shore, Ross at his heels. Since they lacked even the stone tools of the tribesmen, they were at a disadvantage, and Ross found he was hands and feet for Ash, working under the others' close direction. Before night closed in they had a good beginning and 2 sets of blistered hands, as well as aching backs. When it was too dark to work any longer, Ash pointed back over the track they had followed. Marking the mountain pass was a light. It looked like fire, and if it was, it must be a big one for them to be able to sight it across this distance. Camp? McNeil wondered. Must be, Ash agreed. Those who built that blaze are in such numbers that they don't have to take precautions. Will they be here by tomorrow? Their scouts might, but this is early spring, and forage can't have been too good on the march. If I were the chief of that tribe, I'd turn aside into the meadow land we skirted yesterday and let the herds graze for a day, maybe more. On the other hand, if they need water, they will come straight ahead. McNeil finished grimly. And we can't be here when they arrive. Ross stretched, grimacing at the twinge of pain in his shoulders. His hands smarted and throbbed, and this was just the beginning of their task. If Ash had been fit, they might have trusted to logs for support and swum downstream to hunt a safer place for their shipbuilding project. But he knew that Ash could not stand such an effort. Ross slept that night mainly because his body was too exhausted to let him lie awake and worry. Roused in the earliest dawn by McNeil, they both crawled down to the water's edge and struggled to bind stubbornly resisting saplings together with cords twisted from bark. They reinforced them at crucial points with some strings torn from their kilts, and strips of rabbit hide saved from their kills of the past few days. They worked with hunger gnawing at them, having no time now to hunt. When the sun was well westward they had a clumsy craft which floated sluggishly. Whether it would answer to either pole or improvised paddle, they could not know until they tried it. Ash, his face flushed and his skin hot to the touch, crawled on board and lay in the middle, on the thin heap of bedding they had put there for him. He eagerly drank the water they carried to him in cupped hands and gave a little sigh of relief as Ross wiped his face with wet grass, muttering something about Calgaries which neither of his companions understood. McNeil shoved off and the bobbing craft spun around dizzily as the current pulled it free from the shore. They made a brave start, but luck deserted them before they had gotten out of sight of the spot where they embarked. Striving to keep them in mid-current, McNeil pulled furiously, but there were too many rocks and snagged trees projecting from the banks. Sharing that sweep of water with them, and coming up fast, was a full-sized tree. Twice its mat of branches caught on some snag, holding it back, and Ross breathed a little more freely, but it soon tore free again and rolled on, as menacing as a battering ram. "Get closer to shore!" Ross shouted the warning. Those great, twisted roots seemed aimed straight at the raft, and he was sure if that mass struck them fairly, they would not have a chance. He dug in with his own pole, but his hasty push did not meet bottom. The stake in his hands plunged into some pothole in the hidden river bed. He heard McNeil cry out as he toppled into the water, gasping as the murky liquid flooded his mouth, choking him. Half dazed by the shock, Ross struck out instinctively. The training at the base had included swimming, but to fight water in a pool under controlled conditions was far different from fighting death in a river of icy water when one had already swallowed a sizable quantity of that flood. Ross had a half glimpse of a dark shadow. Was it the edge of the raft? He caught at it desperately, skinning his hands on rough bark, dragged on by it. The tree. He blinked his eyes to clear them of water, to try to see. But he could not pull his exhausted body high enough out of the water to see past the screen of roots, he could only cling to the small safety he had won and hope that he could rejoin the raft somewhere downstream. After what seemed like a very long time he wedged one arm between two water-washed roots, sure that the support would hold his head above the surface. The chill of the stream struck at his hands and head, but the protection of the alien clothing was still effective, and the rest of his body was not cold. He was simply too tired to rest himself free and trust again to the haphazard chance of making shore through the gathering dusk. Suddenly a shock jarred his body and strained the arm he had thrust among the roots, wringing a cry out of him. He swung around and brushed footing under the water. The tree had caught on a shore snag. Pulling loose from the roots, he floundered on his hands and knees, falling afoul of a mass of reeds whose roots were covered with stale-smelling mud. Like a wounded animal he dragged himself through the ooze to higher land, coming out upon an open meadow flooded with moonlight. For a while he lay there, his cold, sore hands under him, plastered with mud and too tired to move. The sound of a sharp barking aroused him, an imperative, summoning bark, neither belonging to a wolf nor a hunting fox. He listened to it dully and then, through the ground upon which he lay, Ross felt as well as heard the pounding of hoofs. Hoofs, horses. Horses from over the mountains, horses which might mean danger. His mind seemed as dull and numb as his hands, and it took quite a long time for him to fully realize the menace horses might bring. Getting up, Ross noticed a winged shape sweeping across the disk of the moon like a silent dart. There was a single despairing squeak out of the grass about 100 feet away, and the winged shape arose again with its prey. Then the barking sound once more, eager, excited barking. Ross crouched back on his heels and saw a smoky brand of light moving along the edge of the meadow where the band of trees began. Could it be a herd guard? Ross knew he had to head back toward the river, but he had to force himself on the path, for he did not know whether he dared enter the stream again. But what would happen if they hunted him with the dog? Confused memories of how water-spoiled scent spurred him on. Having reached the rising bank he had climbed so laboriously before, Ross miscalculated and tumbled back, rolling down into the mud of the reed bed. Mechanically he wiped the slime from his face. The tree was still anchored there. By some freak the current had rammed its rooted end up on a sand spit. Above in the meadow the barking sounded very close, and now it was answered by a second canine belling. Ross wormed his way back through the reeds to the patch of water between the tree and the bank. His few poor efforts at escape were almost half-consciously taken, he was too tired to really care now. Soon he saw a 4-footed shape running along the top of the bank, giving tongue. It was then joined by a larger and even more vocal companion. The dogs drew even with Ross, who wondered dully if the animals could sight him in the shadows below, or whether they only scented his presence. Had he been able, he would have climbed over the log and taken his chances in the open water, but now he could only lie where he was, the tangle of roots between him and the bank serving as a screen. Which would be little enough protection when men came with torches. Ross was mistaken, however, for his worm's progress across the reed bed had liberally besmeared his dark clothing and masked the skin of his face and hands, giving him better cover than any he could have wittingly devised. Though he felt naked and defenseless, the men who trailed the hounds to the river bank, thrusting out the torch over the edge to light the sand spit, saw nothing but the trunk of the tree wedged against a mound of mud. Ross heard a confused murmur of voices broken by the clamor of the dogs. Then the torch was raised out of line of his dazzled eyes. He saw one of the indistinct figures above cuff away a dog and move off, calling the hounds after it. Reluctantly, still barking, the animals went. Ross, with a little sob, subsided limply in the uncomfortable net of roots, still undiscovered. 15. It was such a small thing, a tag of ragged stuff looped about a length of splintered sapling. Ross climbed stiffly over the welter of drift caught on the sand spit and pulled it loose, recognizing the string even before he touched it. That square knot was of McNeil's tying, and as Murdoch sat down weakly in the sand and mud, nervously fingering the twisted cord, staring vacantly at the river, his last small hope died. The raft must have broken up, and neither Ash nor McNeil could have survived the ultimate disaster. Ross Murdoch was alone, marooned in a time which was not his own, with little promise of escape. That one thought blanked out his mind with its own darkness. What was the use of getting up again, of trying to find food for his empty stomach, or warmth and shelter? He had always prided himself on being able to go it alone, had thought himself secure in that calculated loneliness. Now that belief had been washed away in the river along with most of the willpower which had kept him going these past days. Before, there had always been some goal, no matter how remote. Now, he had nothing. Even if he managed to reach the mouth of the river, he had no idea of where or how to summon the sub from the overseas post. All three of the time travelers might already have been written off the rolls, since they had not reported in. Ross pulled the rag free from the sapling and wreathed it in a tight bracelet about his grimed wrist for some unexplainable reason. Worn and tired, he tried to think ahead. There was no chance of again contacting Ulfa's tribe. Along with all the other woodland hunters they must have fled before the advance of the horsemen. No, there was no reason to go back, and why make the effort to advance? The sun was hot. This was one of those spring days which foretell the ripeness of summer. Insects buzzed in the reed banks where a green sheen showed. Birds wheeled and circled in the sky, some flock disturbed, their cries reaching Ross in hoarse calls of warning. He was still plastered with patches of dried mud and slime, the reek of it thick in his nostrils. Now Ross brushed at a splotch on his knee, picking loose flakes to expose the alien cloth of his suit underneath, seemingly unbefouled. All at once it became necessary to be clean again at least. Ross waded into the stream, stooping to splash the brown water over his body and then rubbing away the resulting mud. In the sunlight the fabric had a brilliant glow, as if it not only drew the light but reflected it. Wading farther out into the water, he began to swim, not with any goal in view, but because it was easier than crawling back to land once more. Using the downstream current to supplement his skill, he watched both banks. He could not really hope to see either the raft or indications that its passengers had won to shore, but somewhere deep inside him he had not yet accepted the probable. The effort of swimming broke through that fog of inertia which had held him since he had awakened that morning. It was with a somewhat healthier interest in life that Ross came ashore again on an arm of what was a bay or inlet angling back into the land. Here the banks of the river were well above his head, and believing that he was well sheltered, he stripped, hanging his suit in the sunlight and letting the unusual heat of the day soothe his body. A raw fish, cornered in the shallows and scooped out, furnished one of the best meals he had ever tasted. He had reached for the suit draped over a willow limb when the first and only warning that his fortunes had once again changed came, swiftly, silently, and with deadly promise. One moment the willows had moved gently in the breeze, and then a spear suddenly set them all quivering. Ross, clutching the suit to him with a frantic grab, skated about in the sand, going to one knee in his haste. He found himself completely at the mercy of the two men standing on the bank well above him. Unlike Ulfa's people or the beaker traders, they were very tall, with heavy braids of light or sun-bleached hair swinging forward on their wide chests. Their leather tunics hung to mid-thigh above leggings which were bound to their limbs with painted straps. Cuff bracelets of copper ringed their forearms, and necklaces of animal teeth and beads displayed their personal wealth. Ross could not remember having seen their like on any of the briefing tapes at the base. One spear had been a warning, but a second was held ready, so Ross made the age-old signal of surrender, reluctantly dropping his suit and raising his hands palm out and shoulder high. "Friend?" Ross asked in the beaker tongue. The traders ranged far, and perhaps there was a chance they had had contact with this tribe. The spear twirled, and the younger stranger effortlessly leaped down the bank, paddling over to Ross to pick up the suit he had dropped, holding it up while he made some comment to his companion. He seemed fascinated by the fabric, pulling and smoothing it between his hands, and Ross wondered if there was a chance of trading it for his own freedom. Both men were armed, not only with the long-bladed daggers favored by the beaker folk, but also with axes. When Ross made a slight effort to lower his hands, the man before him reached to his belt axe, growling what was plainly a warning. Ross blinked, realizing that they might well knock him out and leave him behind, taking the suit with them. Finally, they decided in favor of including him in their loot. Throwing the suit over one arm, the stranger caught Ross by the shoulder and pushed him forward roughly. The pebbled beach was painful to Ross's feet, and the breeze which whipped about him as he reached the top of the bank reminded him only too forcibly of his ordeal in the glacial world. Murdoch was tempted to make a sudden dash out on the point of the bank and dive into the river, but it was already too late. The man who was holding the spear had moved behind him, and Ross's wrist, held in a vice grip at the small of his back, kept him prisoner as he was pushed on into the meadow. Their 3 shaggy horses grazed, their nose ropes gathered into the hands of a third man. A sharp stone half buried in the ground changed the pattern of the day. Ross's heel scraped against it, and the resulting pain triggered his rebellion into explosion. He threw himself backward, his bruised heel sliding between the feet of his captor, bringing them both to the ground with himself on top. The other expelled air from his lungs in a grunt of surprise, and Ross whipped over, one hand grasping the hilt of the tribesman's dagger while the other, free of that prisoning wrist lock, chopped at the fellow's throat. Dagger out and ready, Ross faced the men in a half-crouch as he had been drilled. They stared at him in open-mouthed amazement, then too late the spears went up. Ross placed the point of his looted weapon at the throat of the now quiet man by whom he knelt, and he spoke the language he had learned from Ulfa's people. You strike, this one dies. They must have read the determined purpose in his eyes, for slowly, reluctantly, the spears went down. Having gained so much of a victory, Ross dared more. Take, he motioned to the waiting horses, take and go. For a moment he thought that this time they would meet his challenge, but he continued to hold the dagger above the brown throat of the man who was now moaning faintly. His threat continued to register, for the other man shrugged the suit from his arm, left it lying on the ground, and retreated. Holding the nose rope of his horse, he mounted, waved the herder up also, and both of them rode slowly away. The prisoner was slowly coming around, so Ross only had time to pull on the suit. He had not even fastened the breast studs before those blue eyes opened. A sunburned hand flashed to a belt, but the dagger and axe which had once hung there were now in Ross's possession. He watched the tribesman carefully as he finished dressing. What you do? The words were in the speech of the forest people, distorted by a new accent. You go, Ross pointed to the third horse the others had left behind. I go, he indicated the river. I take these, he patted the dagger and the axe. The other scowled. Not good. Ross laughed, a little hysterically. Not good you, he agreed, good, me. To his surprise the tribesman's stiff face relaxed, and the fellow gave a bark of laughter. He sat up, rubbing at his throat, a big grin pulling at the corners of his mouth. You, hunter. The man pointed northeast to the woodlands fringing the mountains. Ross shook his head. Traitor, me. Traitor, the other repeated. Then he tapped one of the wide metal cuffs at his wrist. Trade, this? That. More things. Where? Ross pointed downstream. By bitter water, trade there. The man appeared puzzled. Why you here? Ride river water, like you ride, he said, pointing to the horse. Ride on trees, many trees tied together. Trees break apart, I come here. The conception of a raft voyage apparently got across, for the tribesman was nodding. Getting to his feet, he walked across to take up the nose rope of the waiting horse. You come camp, Fosker. Fosker chief. He like you show trick how you take Tulka, make him sleep, hold his axe, knife. Ross hesitated. This Tulka seemed friendly now, but would that friendliness last? He shook his head. I go to bitter water. My chief there. Tulka was scowling again. You speak crooked words, your chief there. He pointed eastward with a dramatic stretch of the arm. Your chief speak Fosker. Say he give much these, he touched his copper cuffs, good knives, axes, get you back. Ross stared at him without understanding. Ash? Ash in this Fosker's camp offering a reward for him? But how could that be? How you know my chief? Tulka laughed, this time derisively. You wear shining skin, your chief wear shiny skin. He say find other shiny skin, give many good things to man who bring you back. Shiny skin. The suit from the alien ship. Was it the ship people? Ross remembered the light on him as he climbed out of the red village. He must have been sighted by one of the spacemen. But why were they searching for him, alerting the natives in an effort to scoop him up? What made Ross Murdoch so important that they must have him? He only knew that he was not going to be taken if he could help it, that he had no desire to meet this chief who had offered treasure for his capture. You will come. Tulka went into action, his mount flashing forward almost in a running leap at Ross, who stumbled back when horse and rider loomed over him. He swung up the axe, but it was a weapon with which he had had no training, too heavy for him. As his blow met only thin air the shoulder of the mount hit him, and Ross went down, avoiding by less than a finger's breadth the thud of an unshod hoof against his skull. Then the rider landed on him, crushing him flat. A fist connected with his jaw, and for Ross the sun went out. He found himself hanging across a support which moved with a rocking gait, whose pounding hurt his head, keeping him half-dazed. Ross tried to move, but he realized that his arms were behind his back, fastened wrist to wrist, and a warm weight centered in the small of his spine to hold him face down on a horse. He could do nothing except endure the discomfort as best he could and hope for a speedy end to the gallop. Over his head passed the cackle of speech. He caught short glimpses of another horse matching pace to the one that carried him. Then they swept into a noisy place where the shouting of many men made a din. The horse stopped and Ross was pulled from its back and dropped to the trodden dust, to lie blinking up dizzily, trying to focus on the scene about him. They had arrived at the camp of the horsemen, whose hide tents served as a backdrop for the fair long-haired giants and the tall women hovering about to view the captive. The circle about him then broke, and men stood aside for a newcomer. Ross had believed that his original captors were physically imposing, but this one was their master. Lying on the ground at the chieftain's feet, Ross felt like a small and helpless child. Fosker, if Fosker this was, could not yet have entered middle age, and the muscles which moved along his arms and across his shoulders as he leaned over to study Tolka's prize made him bear strong. Ross glared up at him, that same hot rage which had led to his attack on Tolka now urging him to the only defiance he had left, words. "Look well, Fosker. Free me, and I would do more than look at you," he said in the speech of the woods hunters. Fosker's blue eyes widened and he lowered a fist which could have swallowed in its grasp both of Ross's hands, linking those great fingers in the stuff of the suit and drawing the captive to his feet. With no sign that his act had required any effort. Even standing, Ross was a good 8 inches shorter than the chieftain. Yet he put up his chin and eyed the other squarely, without giving ground. "So, yet still my hands are tied." He put into that all the taunting inflection he could summon. His reception by Tolka had given him one faint clue to the character of these people, they might be brought to acknowledge the worth of one who stood up to them. "Child," the fist shifted from its grip on the fabric covering Ross's chest to his shoulder, and now under its compulsion Ross swayed back and forth. "Child?" From somewhere Ross raised that short laugh. "Ask Tolka. I be no child, Fosker. Tolka's axe, Tolka's knife, they were in my hand. A horse Tolka had to use to bring me down." Fosker regarded him intently and then grinned. "Sharp tongue," he commented. "Tolka lost knife, axe. So. Enter," he called over his shoulder, and one of the men stepped out a pace beyond his fellows. He was shorter and much younger than his chief, with a boy's rangy slimness and an open, good-looking face, his eyes bright on Fosker with a kind of eager excitement. Like the other tribesmen he was armed with belt dagger and axe, and since he wore 2 necklaces and both cuff bracelets and upper armlets as did Fosker, Ross thought he must be a relative of the older man. "Child." Fosker clapped his hand on Ross's shoulder and then withdrew the hold. "Child." He indicated Enner, who reddened. "You take from Enner axe, knife," Fosker ordered, "as you took from Tolka." He made a sign, and someone cut the thongs about Ross's wrists. Ross rubbed one numbed hand against the other, setting his jaw. Fosker had stung his young follower with that contemptuous "child," so the boy would be eager to match all his skill against the prisoner. This would not be as easy as his taking Tolka by surprise. But if he refused, Fosker might well order him killed out of hand. He had chosen to be defiant, he would have to do his best. "Take, axe, knife," Fosker stepped back, waving at his men to open out a ring encircling the 2 young men. Ross felt a little sick as he watched Enner's hand go to the haft of the axe. Nothing had been said about Enner's not using his weapons in defense, but Ross discovered that there was some sense of sportsmanship in the tribesmen, after all. It was Tolka who pushed to the chief's side and said something which made Fosker roar bull-voiced at his youthful champion. Enner's hand came away from the axe hilt as if that polished wood were white-hot, and he transferred his discomfiture to Ross as the other understood. Enner had to win now for his own pride's sake, and Ross felt he had to win for his life. They circled warily, Ross watching his opponent's eyes rather than those half-closed hands held at waist level. Back at the base he had been matched with Ash, and before Ash with the tough-bodied, skilled, and merciless trainers in unarmed combat. He had beaten into his bruised flesh knowledge of holds and blows intended to save his skin in just such an encounter. But then he had been well fed, alert, prepared. He had not been knocked silly and then transported for miles slung across a horse after days of exposure and hard usage. It remained to be learned, was Ross Murdoch as tough as he always thought himself to be? Tough or not, he was in this until he won, or dropped. Comments from the crowd aroused Enner to the first definite action. He charged, stooping low in a wrestler's stance, but Ross squatted even lower. One hand flicked to the churned dust of the ground and snapped up again, sending a cloud of grit into the tribesman's face. Then their bodies met with a shock, and Enner sailed over Ross's shoulder to skid along the earth. Had Ross been fresh, the contest would have ended there and then in his favor. But when he tried to whirl and throw himself on his opponent he was too slow. Enner was not waiting to be pinned flat, and it was Ross's turn to be caught at a disadvantage. A hand shot out to catch his leg just above the ankle, and once again Ross obeyed his teaching, falling easily at that pull, to land across his opponent. Enner, disconcerted by the too quick success of his attack, was unprepared for this. Ross rolled, trying to escape steel-fingered hands, his own chopping out in edgewise blows, striving to serve Enner as he had Tolka. He had to take a lot of punishment, though he managed to elude the powerful bear's hug in which he knew the other was laboring to engulf him, a hold which would speedily crush him into submission. Clinging to the methods he had been taught, he fought on, only now he knew, with a growing panic, that his best was not good enough. He was too spent to make an end. Unless he had some piece of great good luck, he could only delay his own defeat. Fingers clawed viciously at his eyes, and Ross did what he had never thought to do in any fight, he snapped wolfishly, his teeth closing on flesh as he brought up his knee and drove it home into the body wriggling on his. There was a gasp of hot breath in his face as Ross called upon the last few rags of his strength, tearing loose from the other's slackened hold. He scrambled to one knee. Enner was also on his knees, crouching like a four-legged beast ready to spring. Ross risked everything on a last gamble. Clasping his hands together, he raised them as high as he could and brought them down on the nape of the other's neck. Enner sprawled forward face down in the dust where seconds later Ross joined him. 16. Murdoch lay on his back, gazing up at the laced hides which stretched to make the tent roofing. Having been battered just enough to feel all one aching bruise, Ross had lost interest in the future. Only the present mattered, and it was a dark one. He might have fought Enner to a standstill, but in the eyes of the horsemen he had also been beaten, and he had not impressed them as he had hoped. That he still lived was a minor wonder, but he deduced that he continued to breathe only because they wanted to exchange him for the reward offered by the aliens from out of time, an unpleasant prospect to contemplate. His wrists were lashed over his head to a peg driven deeply into the ground, his ankles were bound to another. He could turn his head from side to side, but any further movement was impossible. He ate only bits of food dropped into his mouth by a dirty-fingered slave, a cowed hunter captured from a tribe overwhelmed in the migration of the horsemen. Ho, taker of axes! A toe jarred into his ribs, and Ross bit back the grunt of pain which answered that rude bid for his attention. He saw in the dim light Enner's face and was savagely glad to note the discolorations about the right eye and along the jawline, the signatures left by his own skinned knuckles. Ho, warrior! Ross returned hoarsely, trying to lade that title with all the scorn he could summon. Enner's hand, holding a knife, swung into his limited range of vision. To clip a sharp tongue is a good thing. The young tribesman grinned as he knelt down beside the helpless prisoner. Ross knew a thrill of fear worse than any pain. Enner might be about to do just what he hinted. Instead, the knife swung up and Ross felt the sawing at the cords about his wrists, enduring the pain in the raw gouges they had cut in his flesh with gratitude that it was not mutilation which had brought Enner to him. He knew that his arms were free, but to draw them down from over his head was almost more than he could do, and he lay quiet as Enner loosed his feet. Up. Without Enner's hands pulling at him, Ross could not have reached his feet. Nor did he stay erect once he had been raised, crashing forward on his face as the other let him go, hot anger eating at him because of his own helplessness. In the end, Enner summoned 2 slaves who dragged Ross into the open where a council assembled about a fire. A debate was in progress, sometimes so heated that the speakers fingered their knife or axe hilts when they shouted their arguments. Ross could not understand their language, but he was certain that he was the subject under discussion and that Fosker had the deciding vote and had not yet given the nod to either side. Ross sat where the slaves had dumped him, rubbing his smarting wrists, so deathly weary in mind and beaten in body that he was not really interested in the fate they were planning for him. He was content merely to be free of his bonds, a small favor, but one he savored dully. He did not know how long the debate lasted, but at length Enner came to stand over him with a message. "Your chief, he give many good things for you. Fosker take you to him." "My chief is not here," Ross repeated wearily, making a protest he knew they would not heed. "My chief sits by the bitter water and waits. He will be angry if I do not come. Let Fosker fear his anger." Enner laughed. "You run from your chief. He will be happy with Fosker when you lie again under his hand. You will not like that, I think it so." "I think so, too," Ross agreed silently. He spent the rest of that night lying between the watchful Enner and another guard, though they had the humanity not to bind him again. In the morning he was allowed to feed himself, and he fished chunks of venison out of a stew with his unwashed fingers. But in spite of the messiness, it was the best food he had eaten in days. The trip, however, was not to be a comfortable one. He was mounted on one of the shaggy horses, a rope run under the animal's belly to loop one foot to the other. Fortunately, his hands were bound so he was able to grasp the coarse, wiry mane and keep his seat after a fashion. The nose rope of his mount was passed to Tulka, and Enner rode beside him with only half an eye for the path of his own horse and the balance of his attention for the prisoner. They headed northeast, with the mountains as a sharp green and white goal against the morning sky. Though Ross's sense of direction was not too acute, he was certain that they were making for the general vicinity of the hidden village, which he believed the ship people had destroyed. He tried to discover something of the nature of the contact which had been made between the aliens and the horsemen. "How find other chief?" he asked Enner. The young man tossed one of his braids back across his shoulder and turned his head to face Ross squarely. "Your chief come our camp. Talk with Fosker, 4 sleeps ago." "How talk with Fosker?" "With Hunter talk." For the first time Enner did not appear altogether certain. He scowled and then snapped, "He talk, Fosker, us. We hear right words, not woods creeper talk. He speak to us good." Ross was puzzled. How could the alien out of time speak the proper language of a primitive tribe some thousands of years removed from his own era? Were the ship people also familiar with time travel? Did they have their own stations of transfer? Yet their fury with the Reds had been hot. This was a complete mystery. "This chief, he look like me?" Again Enner appeared at a loss. "He wear covering like you." "But was he like me?" persisted Ross. He didn't know what he was trying to learn, only that it seemed important at that moment to press home to at least one of the tribesmen that he was different from the man who had put a price on his head and to whom he was to be sold. "Not like." Tulka spoke over his shoulder. "You look like hunter people, hair, eyes, strange chief no hair on head, eyes not like." "You saw him too?" Ross demanded eagerly. "I saw. I ride to camp, they come so. Stand on rock, call to Fosker. Make magic with fire, it jump up." He pointed his arm stiffly at a bush before them on the trail. "They point little spear, fire come out of the ground and burn. They say burn our camp if we do not give them man. We say, not have man. Then they say many good things for us if we find and bring man. But they are not my people," Ross cut in. "You see, I have hair, I am not like them. They are bad. You may be taken in war by them, chief's slave." Enner had a reply to that which was logical according to the customs of his own tribe. They want slave back, it is so. My people strong too, much magic, Ross pushed. Take me to bitter water and they pay much, more than stranger chief. Both tribesmen were amused. Where bitter water? Asked Tolka. Ross jerked his head to the west. Some sleeps away. Some sleeps, repeated Enner jeeringly. We ride some sleeps, maybe many sleeps where we know not the trails, maybe no people there, maybe no bitter water, all things you say with split tongue so that we not give you back to master. We go this way not even one sleep, find chief, get good things. Why we do hard thing when we can do easy? What argument could Ross offer in rebuttal to the simple logic of his captors? For a moment he raged inwardly at his own helplessness. But long ago he had learned that giving away to hot fury was no good unless one did it deliberately to impress, and then only when one had the upper hand. Now Ross had no hand at all. For the most part they kept to the open, whereas Ross and the other two agents had skulked in wooded areas on their flight through this same territory. So they approached the mountains from a different angle, and though he tried, Ross could pick out no familiar landmarks. If by some miracle he was able to free himself from his captors, he could only head due west and hope to strike the river. At midday their party made camp in a grove of trees by a spring. The weather was as unseasonably warm as it had been the day before, and flies, brought out of cold weather hiding, attacked the stamping horses and crawled over Ross. He tried to keep them off with swings of his bound hands, for their bites drew blood. Having been tumbled from his mount, he remained fastened to a tree with a noose about his neck while the horsemen built a fire and broiled strips of deer meat. It would seem that Fosker was in no hurry to get on, since after they had eaten, the men continued to lounge at ease, some even dropping off to sleep. When Ross counted faces he learned that Tolka and another had both disappeared, possibly to contact and warn the aliens they were coming. It was mid-afternoon before the scouts reappeared, as unobtrusively as they had gone. They went before Fosker with a report which brought the chief over to Ross. We go. Your chief waits. Ross raised his swollen, bitten face and made his usual protest. Not my chief. Fosker shrugged. He say so. He give good things to get you back under his hand. So, he your chief. Once again Ross was boosted on his mount, and bound. But this time the party split into two groups as they rode off. He was with Enner again, just behind Fosker, with two other guards bringing up the rear. The rest of the men, leading their mounts, melted into the trees. Ross watched that quiet withdrawal speculatively. It argued that Fosker did not trust those he was about to do business with, that he was taking certain precautions of his own. Only Ross could not see how that distrust, which might be only ordinary prudence on Fosker's part, could in any way be an advantage for him. They rode at a pace hardly above a walk into a small open meadow narrowing at the east. Then for the first time Ross was able to place himself. They were at the entrance to the valley of the village, about a mile away from the narrow throat above which Ross had lain to spy and had been captured, for he had come from the north over the spurs of rising ridges. Ross's horse was pulled up as Fosker drove his heel into the ribs of his own mount, sending it at a brisker pace toward the neck of the valley. There was a blot of blue there, more than one of the aliens were waiting. Ross caught his lip between his teeth and bit down on it hard. He had stood up to the Reds, to Fosker's tribesmen, but he shrank from meeting those strangers with an odd fear that the worst the men of his own species could do would be but a pale shadow to the treatment he might meet at their hands. Fosker was now a toy man astride a toy horse. He halted his galloping mount to sit facing the handful of strangers. Ross counted 4 of them. They seemed to be talking, though there was still a good distance separating the mounted man and the blue suits. Minutes passed before Fosker's arm raised in a wave to summon the party guarding Ross. Enner kicked his horse to a trot, towing Ross's mount behind, the other 2 men thudding along more discreetly. Ross noted that they were both armed with spears which they carried to the fore as they rode. They were perhaps 3/4 of the way to join Fosker, and Ross could see plainly the bald heads of the aliens as their faces turned in his direction. Then the strangers struck. One of them raised a weapon shaped similarly to the automatic Ross knew, except that it was longer in the barrel. Ross did not know why he cried out, except that Fosker had only an axe and dagger which were both still sheathed at his belt. The chief sat very still, and then his horse gave a swift sidewise swerve as if in fright. Fosker collapsed, limp, bonelessly, to the trodden turf, to lie unmoving face down. Enner whooped, a cry combining defiance and despair in one. He reined up with violence enough to set his horse rearing. Then, dropping his hold on the leading rope of Ross's mount, he whirled and set off in a wild dash for the trees to the left. A spear lanced across Ross's shoulder, ripping at the blue fabric, but his horse whirled to follow the other, taking him out of danger of a second thrust. Having lost his opportunity, the man who had wielded the spear dashed by at Enner's back. Ross clung to the mane with both hands. His greatest fear was that he might slip from the saddle pad and, since he was tied by his feet, lie unprotected and helpless under those dashing hoofs. Somehow he managed to cling to the horse's neck, his face lashed by the rough mane while the animal pounded on. Had Ross been able to grasp the dangling nose rope, he might have had a faint chance of controlling that run, but as it was he could only hold fast and hope. He had only broken glimpses of what lay ahead. Then a brilliant fire, as vivid as the flames which had eaten up the red village, burst from the ground a few yards ahead, sending the horse wild. There was more fire and the horse changed course through the rising smoke. Ross realized that the aliens were trying to cut him off from the thin safety of the woodlands. Why they didn't just shoot him as they had Fosker he could not understand. The smoke of the burning grass was thick, cutting between him and the woods. Might it also provide a curtain behind which he could hope to escape both parties? The fire was sending the horse back toward the waiting ship people. Ross could hear a confused shouting in the smoke. Then his mount made a miscalculation, and a tongue of red licked too close. The animal screamed, dashing on blindly straight between two of the blazes and away from the blue-clad men. Ross coughed, almost choking, his eyes watering as the stench of singed hair thickened the smoke. But he had been carried out of the fire circle and was shooting back into the meadowland. Mount and unwilling rider were well away from the upper end of that cleared space when another horse cut in from the left, matching speed to the uncontrolled animal to which Ross clung. It was one of the tribesmen riding easily. The trick worked, for the wild race slowed to a gallop and the other rider, in a feat of horsemanship at which Ross marveled, leaned from his seat to catch the dangling nose rope, bringing the runaway against his own steady steed. Ross, shaken, still coughing from the smoke and unable to sit upright, held to the mane. The gallop slowed to a rocking pace and finally came to a halt, both horses blowing, white foam patches on their chests and their riders' legs. Having made his capture, the tribesman seemed indifferent to Ross, looking back instead at the wide curtain of grass smoke, frowning as he studied the swift spread of the fire. Muttering to himself, he pulled the lead rope and brought Ross's horse to follow in the direction from which Enner had brought the captive less than a half-hour earlier. Ross tried to think. The unexpected death of their chief might well mean his own, should the tribe's desire for vengeance now be aroused. On the other hand, there was a faint chance that he could now better impress them with the thought that he was indeed of another clan and that to aid him would be to work against a common enemy. But it was hard to plan clearly, though wits alone could save him now. The parley which had ended with Fosker's murder had brought Ross a small measure of time. He was still a captive, even though of the tribesmen and not the unearthly strangers. Perhaps to the ship people these primitives were hardly higher in scale than the forest animals. Ross did not try to talk to his present guard, who towed him into the western sun of late afternoon. They halted at last in that same small grove where they had rested at noon. The tribesman fastened the mounts and then walked around to inspect the animal Ross had ridden. With a grunt he loosened the prisoner and spilled him unceremoniously on the ground while he examined the horse. Ross levered himself up to sight the mark of the burn across that roan hide where the fire had blistered the skin. Thick handfuls of mud from the side of the spring were brought and plastered over the seared strip. Then, having rubbed down both animals with twists of grass, the man came over to Ross, pushed him back to the ground, and studied his left leg. Ross understood. By rights, his thigh should also have been scorched where the flame had hit, yet he had felt no pain. Now as the tribesman examined him for a burn, he could not see even the faintest discoloration of the strange fabric. He remembered how the aliens had strolled unconcerned through the burning village. As the suit had insulated him against the cold of the ice, so it would seem that it had also protected him against the fire, for which he was duly thankful. His escape from injury was a puzzle to the tribesman, who, failing to find any trace of burn on him, left Ross alone and went to sit well away from his prisoner as if he feared him. They did not have long to wait. One by one, those who had ridden in Fosker's company gathered at the grove. The very last to come were Enner and Tulka, carrying the body of their chief. The faces of both men were smeared with dust, and when the others sighted the body they, too, rubbed dust into their cheeks, reciting a string of words and going one by one to touch the dead chieftain's right hand. Enner, resigning his burden to the others, slid from his tired horse and stood for a long moment, his head bowed. Then he gazed straight at Ross and came across the tiny clearing to stand over the man of a later time. The boyishness which had been a part of him when he had fought at Fosker's command was gone. His eyes were merciless as he leaned down to speak, shaping each word with slow care so that Ross could understand the promise, that frightful promise. Wood's rat, Fosker goes to his burial fire. And he shall take a slave with him to serve him beyond the sky, a slave to run at his voice, to shake when he thunders. Slave dog, you shall run for Fosker beyond the sky, and he shall have you forever to walk upon as a man walks upon the earth. I, Enner, swear that Fosker shall be sent to the chiefs in the sky in all honor. And that you, dog one, shall lie at his feet in that going. He did not touch Ross, but there was no doubt in Ross's mind that he meant every word he spoke.